the seemingly proud and arrogant young lady of the Liu family is, behind the scenes, a dark and paranoid sickly loli. In order to possess me, she devised a kidnapping plan that can be called genius, with a dazzling array of props enough to fill 2 football fields. Later, upon learning that I was preempted by the school beauty and childhood friend, she brought a group of bodyguards to fight. Unexpectedly, in the distance, there was a figure excitedly watching everything unfold. 3 years ago, my mom opened a store selling products for home buddies next to the university town, and the business was almost booming. My mom's signature slogan was "if not dating in college, then when?" And she also had promotions like "buy one get one free, 99 for the whole package." Since the store was named after me, my classmates at school jokingly called me Brother Interest. I complained to my mom many times, but unfortunately, it was of no use, and I gradually got used to it. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Due to the overwhelming popularity of the business, the store was jointly complained about by several nearby universities and was ultimately shut down on the grounds of harming students' physical and mental health. At the beginning, my mom, full of dreams, brought me to Kyoto, a city full of opportunities, hoping to carve out a niche for ourselves. However, accidents kept happening, and my mom had to run around with me, accumulating a mountain of debt, and eventually even had to use our house to pay off the debts. In the end, my unreliable mom just ran away, leaving me with an unreliable plan to turn things around, which was to pursue the daughter of her good friend, who is the future heir of the Liu group. However, upon careful consideration, the suggestion made by my mom is not entirely unfeasible. After all, like my mom, I am not a paragon of virtue either. If it really succeeds, I would only suffer a bit of verbal humiliation, but I would still come out ahead, because my mom had previously taken me to the Liu family to stay. I had spent some time with Xia Xiaoshi. She should really dislike me. I don't know if it's because of her spoiled and proud personality, but when I first arrived at their home, Xia Xiaoshi was not welcoming at all and tried hard to drive me away. But thanks to my mom's thick skin, we still lived at the Liu family's place for half a year. I think I haven't gotten along well with Xia Xiaoshi in the past 6 months. She likes to give me orders, and even though I've tried my best to comply, she still relentlessly makes things difficult for me. Perhaps after spending a long time together, Xia Xiaoshi has gradually accepted me and no longer mentioned driving me away. But before I leave, I can still feel her usual arrogance. I thought to myself, I will probably still be disliked by her this time. However, Aunt Liu seems to quite like me. Their family is a single-parent household, and if it really comes to it, they could accept someone a bit older. My mother has run away and I don't know where she is. As a naive college student, if I want to survive, I have to resort to some means. After all, I haven't achieved much in this life. Thinking of this, I slightly raised my head and looked at the vast starry sky. A snowflake fell on my cheek, bringing a hint of coolness. In front of me was a brightly lit villa that looked very luxurious. At that moment, my phone rang, and after answering, I heard Aunt Liu's gentle and light voice on the other end. Yan, Auntie is still busy outside. Just knock on the door when you arrive. Xiao Yan is at home. After hanging up the phone, I picked up my suitcase, crossed the yard, and arrived at the entrance of the villa, raising my hand to knock twice. A few seconds later, footsteps could be heard from inside, and soon the door was pushed open, revealing a woman dressed in a maid outfit. She was about 25 years old, of the big sister type, with a curvy figure, exuding a blend of maturity and a hint of cuteness. Her smile was very gentle, and her soft eyes looked at me, not like a professional fake smile. She probably gets paid quite well. I see that this maid has quite a charm, she said. So you are the new guest that the master mentioned. Please come in quickly. The maid walked up to me, took the suitcase from my hand, and gestured for me to follow her inside. I recognized this maid. She had already been working here the last time I came. Then, I was taken to a room at the very end of the second floor. The maid said, Miss Liu is still in the bathroom taking a shower. If you need anything, you can call me. I'll go downstairs to do some housework now. After the maid bowed and left, I glanced around the room. It was large, well arranged, and very clean, with hardly any faults to pick out. I took out my things and tidied up, sat by the bed and touched my empty stomach, then looked at the balance on my phone, which was only 1.62. I sighed helplessly. This little money couldn't even buy a pack of instant noodles. It seemed that on the first day, I would have to go down and scrounge for food. After going downstairs, I asked the maid to cook me a bowl of hot udon noodles. Sitting in the living room, I enjoyed it immensely. With each bite, my whole body warmed up. At this moment, a questioning lowly voice came from beside me. Brother? I instinctively turned my head to look, and saw a little lowly with a stick-up hair on her head staring at me. The girl was about 1.58 meters tall, with a delicate and petite figure, seemingly just out of the bath, wearing a lace camisole nightgown that barely covered her thighs, and her soft and cute appearance made one unable to resist wanting to pinch her. I politely said, Good evening, Xiaoyan. I might trouble you for a while again. Xia Xiaoshi showed a mischievous smile. It looks like brother is homeless again. I immediately understood what she meant. I said, if there are any conditions, I will try my best to meet them. I knew very well Xia Xiaoshi's personality. She hated me, and in this situation, it was better to be compliant. Otherwise, with her character, she would likely kick me out. It's snowing heavily outside, and if I were to wander outside, it would really be life-threatening. However, if she makes too excessive demands, I won't agree, and at worst, I can just get a job. After all, working can also solve the problem of food and accommodation. I only saw Xia Xiaoshi proudly hum and say, it's not impossible, but you have to promise me all my requests in the future, and then I'll let you stay. I sighed. I'll try my best. Xia Xiaoshi insisted, no matter what I ask you to do, you have to do it, and you can't argue. After saying that, she quickly ran upstairs in her fluffy slippers. Xia Xiaoshi is still as proud as before, which is normal. After all, a young lady like her, who has no worries about food and clothing, has every reason to be proud. Thinking of this, I continued to focus on eating noodles, but suddenly remembered something and turned to call out to Xia Xiaoshi, but she had already disappeared down the hallway. Is she walking so fast? There are some things I must ask Xia Xiaoshi, otherwise, I wouldn't be making a fool of myself by looking for her. Arriving at the door of Xia Xiaoshi's room, the door was open, and I looked inside, but there was no one there. Where is the person? Where did it go? Just as I was about to leave, my peripheral vision caught sight of a pink notebook by the door. Jiangshi lowered his head, looked at the pink notepad that still smelled like a teenage girl, and bent down to pick it up. I don't think there was any of this stuff coming just now. Did Xia Xiaoshi accidentally drop it just now? Truth be told, he wasn't one for snooping on teenage girls' books. It was just that he couldn't imagine what a high-spirited girl like her would jot down in a book. However, when he opened the first page and saw the first sentence, he froze. A record book of daily life with Brother Eshi. Chapter 2. A teenage girl's diary gets sicker and sicker the more she reads it. A record book of daily life with Brother Eshi. April 2nd. Today there was a nasty person in the house. I think his name was something like Jiangshi, who touched my head without my permission. But I'm not a kid anymore. I'm an adult myself, and a grown-up, and mom even told me to call him brother. Well, don't want to at all. Kind of hate him. April 7th. Mom wasn't even very attentive to me the last few days that guy was there, and I had to give in to that guy every day. So annoying. I want him to go away. April 15th. When I walked by that guy's room today, I heard him in his room, giggling. So perverted. I'm sure he's looking at something unseemly. I don't like it. I decided to ignore him. April 25th. Obviously don't want to take care of him. He still has the cheek to come up to me every time, and he seems to like touching my head, treating me like a sister or something. Can't even stop me. It's so annoying. It's not like I can't find friends. It's just that I don't want to find them. I don't need him to pity me. May 5th. Today he seems to have sensed that I'm deliberately avoiding him, and he's no longer reaching out to me. This is for the best. I hated him in the first place. It's finally clearing up some of the air. May 9th. Today mom took his mom and made out with her to run some errands. It seems like it'll be weeks before she can come home and it's just me and that guy at home. Well, I'm afraid he's going to do something weird to me, so I locked myself inside the room to ensure my safety. But by noon my stomach was grumbling. It was too much to bear, so I had to go out to find something to eat. After I carefully opened the door, there is a good lunchbox outside the door, but bento next to the note written by that guy said, remember to eat? I do not bother you. I didn't want to eat it once I saw he made it, but I'm so hungry. I don't know how to cook, but the maid usually cooks for me. I can't help it. I had to pick up the bento. I took a bite. It's a little hard to admit it, but it's really delicious. Well, he's not trying to get my attention with a delicious bento, is he? Even so, I still hate him. May 12th. Well, he's been cooking for me for the past few days, and although it's very good, I don't really want to praise him to his face. I'm afraid that if he gets carried away then he'll definitely make some weird requests. Definitely not. May 28th. Mom and the girls haven't come back yet today, and it's already late at night. Well, it's raining heavily outside, and it's thundering from time to time, so it's scary to be alone in my room. Will there be ghosts? I'm so scared. I'm cowering under the covers, not daring to move. That guy must be asleep by now. He didn't even look at me, but I'm in my room. I'm sure he won't come, but I don't want to go looking for him. But soon, that guy suddenly pushed open the door and walked in, still a little worried about me. Xia Xiaoshi, if you're scared I'll accompany you to sit downstairs. Who's scared? I was going to retort to him, but I was really scared. I followed him down without saying a word. But, obviously sitting on the couch fine. He came over to touch my head again. He took advantage of me. He's a pervert. He's bad. He's pissing me off. If it was normal I would have immediately brushed aside his hand. Well, but I don't know why. I feel so safe around him. Well, let him have his way for once. And, that guy's body really smells so good and fragrant, and at that time I really wanted to. No, I'd better not write it out. How did I become so weird? June 5th, it rains and thunders every day these days. When I was alone and scared he would come to me every time to comfort me. Will also take the initiative to do me a favor. Ask me what I want to eat, what I like to eat, and would even cook for me. It's always good. Well, if you look closely, he doesn't seem to be that annoying. June 25th, Mom and the girls came home today, and Mom asked me if I'd had a good time with that guy. And well, I didn't want to say anything, even though that guy had taken good care of me. And after the last couple of weeks, that guy had started to get close to me on purpose again. He doesn't think that just because he's being nice to me, he thinks I like him, does he? There's no way I'd like someone like him. Narcissist. August 10th, it's been months since he came to the house. I've noticed that he's always trying to find me from time to time. He must like me. Well, it's not like I can't accept it if he confesses to me. It's just that I feel sorry for him because he's alone every day, not because I like him. September 15, saw that guy walking with another good-looking girl at school today, mainly because he surprisingly didn't come to me all day. I knew it. He's such a womanizer. Angry. September 25th, that guy has been with that girl for the past few days even though, today, that guy even brought that girl to the house to play. He even asked me if I wanted to go out together, but I just refused. I'm not going out with him. I'm not going out with him, and there's someone else. I'm not going out with him. Well, in the end he did go out with that girl for a day, and left me at home to play alone. Stupid Etsy. Bad Etsy. I'm so mad at you. I wish I was alone. September 30th, why do you obviously like me? Why don't you confess to me yet? November 2nd, Eshi hasn't even been very attentive to me lately. Flamboyant guy. NOV. 26, he went out with that girl again, this time without even asking me, left me alone at home again. So angry. December 15th, it's been a month since Eshi has touched my head, must have a new sister outside. Oh, bad AG. Don't pay attention to him anymore. December 26, he's been preferring to stay in his room and play games instead of coming to play with me lately. I'm unconsciously a little sad because of this. Why? Do I have a crush on him? No way. December 29th, Mom said that after New Year's Day Jungshur brother will be leaving. Will he confess to me? January 5th, today brother Jungshur left. He didn't confess to me. So disappointed. Well, January 10th, it's almost a week since brother Jungshur left. I miss him so much. What to do? It seems like I really like him. January 11th, well, moved into my brother's room today and it's full of my brother's smell. January 12th, lying in the bed where my brother slept at night. I miss Eshiniini so much. Can't stand being without my brother anymore. I want to go to him so badly. I want to bring him back. Mom said that if I want something, whatever it is, she'll give it to me. I want brother Eshi. Tomorrow I'm going to talk to Mom and ask her to bring back brother Jungshur. I want him by my side for the rest of my life. No more leaving. 113. I want brother Eshi. When next time brother comes to the house, I will definitely not allow him to leave again. I want brother Jungshur to touch my head. I want you to hold my hand. I want you to hug me. I want you to hold my hand. All of you is mine. Must always be by my side. The diary stopped here. After reading it, Jungshur didn't know what expression to make for a while, and his mood was mixed, not knowing whether to be happy or shocked that Xia Xiaoshi could be so perverted. Brother, you peeked at my diary. A panicked voice came from the side. Jungshur turned his head to look, only to see Xia Xiaoshi standing at the stairway, looking at himself in some panic. The corners of Jungshur's mouth twitched even more slightly. No, you're deliberately throwing it here for me to see, right? No way. It's brother who's a pervert, peeking at people's privacy. Jungshur looked at Xia Xiaoshi's angry look and suddenly didn't know what to say, putting the rest aside for a moment. This kind of thing, he couldn't even do it himself. This is enough to show how perverted Xia Xiaoshi is. I thought I was already perverted enough, but I didn't expect this Xia Xiaoshi, who usually looked like an innocent and cute girl, to be this perverted behind her back? And to him? This is too weird. No, it's not the right plot. Shouldn't he be the one who should lick Miss High and Mighty, beg her to let him live, and then survive in the hold? How come? Looking at this diary, it seems like she still means herself, and in a somewhat morbid sort of way? Chapter 3, what about being proud? How come you've become so sickly and delicate? Jungshur awkwardly gulped, carefully walked to Xia Xiaoshi's front and handed over the diary. Well, the diary is returned to you. In fact, I can pretend I didn't see anything. We can still get along well in the future. Looking at Xia Xiaoshi's fiercely wrinkled eyes, glaring at herself, she didn't want to take the diary at all. In response, Jiang Shi was helpless. Honestly, excluding the possibility that Xia Xiaoshi could have lost it by taking things out of her room those few minutes earlier, he seriously doubted that this guy was deliberately letting himself see her writing in her diary. But now Xia Xiaoshi looked angry. He still chose to shut up. After all, his purpose was to survive here, and he had absolutely no desire to get into an argument with her. However, Xia Xiaoshi snatched the diary as soon as she dropped a sentence that, "Come in abracadabra." Afterward, he crossed to his side and strutted toward the room. Hiss. Jiang Shi kind of didn't understand why she was asking her to follow her into the room, but no matter what, he was a big old man, going into the room of a wonderful young girl. That was definitely not a loss in every way, and that was the maiden's invitation, not his attempt to break in. While Xia Xiaoshi did seem perverted from the diary, he was no slouch either. Even if Xia Xiaoshi asked him to do something perverted and strange, he could easily counter it. After all, it was unlikely that Xia Xiaoshi would be able to pull out some big knife or some other vicious weapon for self-defense from such a lovely room. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi also followed him in, his puzzled gaze falling on Xia Xiaoshi's body, only to see her walk to the desk, pull open the drawer, and then pull out the stun baton from it. Seeing this, Jiang Shi was stunned. "No, Xia Xiaoshi, are you trying to kill someone? Brother is not allowed to move." Xia Xiaoshi pointed at him and said loudly, "Don't you dare. I just read a diary of yours. It's not enough to condemn me to death." Jiang Shi subconsciously took 2 steps back. He knew that the kind of electric shock baton in Xia Xiaoshi's hand was not enough to kill, but it could electrocute a person in an instant. According to Xia Xiaoshi's character, he wasn't really sure what he would do, since it's all been seen by brother. "Then sure will. Just don't pretend anymore." Xia Xiaoshi pursed her cherry lips tightly and pointed to a single, pink upholstered sofa leaning against the side of the bed. "Brother, go sit there." At those words, Jiang Shi was torn for a moment, and as requested, he also walked over to the sofa and sat down, looking up at Xia Xiaoshi. "So what are you doing?" Xia Xiaoshi walked up to him, raised her hand to point at him with a stun baton, and asked angrily, "Why did you like me before but didn't confess to me?" Indeed, why was it obvious that Jiang Shi liked himself before, but in the end why did he not confess, causing himself to wait for so long? Obviously, at that time, Eshi only had to confess to himself. He would have accepted it himself, so he must be too shy to confess, so he had to use this method to get him to say it himself. Hearing Xia Xiaoshi's question, Jiang Shi was even more confused. When did he like her? The previous him living here and being nice to Xia Xiaoshi was solely because he was afraid that she would kick him out. At that time, he had absolutely no desire to confess to Xia Xiaoshi, but he knew that this was definitely not the time to say what he was thinking. Obviously, if you just confessed to me at that time, sure, would have accepted, but why don't you confess? Is it because you're shy? Is it because you're afraid that Shitzi will reject it? Shitzi won't, so you can feel free to confess to Shitzi, okay? Xia Xiaoshi watched him closely, the deep blue, slightly trembling pupils glittering with love, looking as if they were slightly excited. Enishi was stunned, not so much by panicking her about this state of arousal, but by the stun baton in her hand. After all, he didn't want to experience being instantly electrocuted, so he still decided to stabilize Xia Xiaoshi first and go along with her, clearing things up in the process. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi nodded. "Well, I knew you'd like me too." Xia Xiaoshi hooked her lips in satisfaction, walked to Jiang Shi's heel and directly pounced on him. 2 tender arms stopped his neck, her delicate and small body pressed against his body, her head buried into his chest, and said in a delicate voice, "Brother, Shitzi misses you so much. Did you miss Shizuku?" Seriously, Jiang Shi was basically confused the entire time. He had wanted to wait until he really couldn't live, and then he would be courteous to Xia Xiaoshi to ensure his life. But as things stood, it seemed that Xia Xiaoshi had really taken the initiative to give it up for nothing. After that, I wonder if some weird drama will happen where a teenage girl asks for something on her own accord. But this plot he's only seen inside the book. This is really a bit anticlimactic. And wasn't this guy originally very condescending? Why are you suddenly getting a bit sickly? But at least one shouldn't have to worry about being kicked out by Xia Xiaoshi, and that's something to be happy about. But for now, we have to get rid of the dangerous items in Xia Xiaoshi's hands. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi's gaze fell on the stun baton in her hand. "So you put down the stun baton first and let's have a good chat." "Don't! Wait, you're running away again." Xia Xiaoshi slowly raised her head, her good-looking pupils with some aggression to meet his eyes. "These days when my brother was gone, Xiaoshi could only rely on the existence of the things that my brother had used to feel, and you don't know how lonely Xiaoshi was, so she just abandoned Xiaoshi and left alone. Xiaoshi is very angry." Jiang Shi also sighed, revealing a slightly relieved expression, and softly comforted, "Don't worry, I won't run. You put down the stun baton first." He had forgotten that Xia Xiaoshi was still an otaku. She stayed at home on weekday breaks and didn't have any friends that she could socialize with. She could treat him as her only playmate, and she was somewhat possessive, which he could understand. It was just that what he didn't expect was that Xia Xiaoshi was now acting much more possessive than before. Rather than being a bit morbid, why did you not confess to yourself even though you clearly had me before? But you went to other girls to play with them. Why? Why? The more Xia Xiaoshi spoke, the angrier she became, slowly clenching her teeth and her brows slowly furrowed. I must make my brother learn a lesson. After having me he's not allowed to go looking for another cute sister. Ha? Jiang Shi was confused. Only when Xia Xiaoshi held down the switch of the stun button, electric arcs flashed out from the two output wires. So, I'm going to give you a little punishment. Before Jiang Shi could retort, the stun button in Xia Xiaoshi's hand rushed to dislike his waist. In a moment of panic, Jiang Shi subconsciously reached out and grabbed Xia Xiaoshi's wrist, pulling hard, and the arc of the stun button was just a hair's breadth away from contacting his body. Let go of me. Xia Xiaoshi struggled her arms hard, attempting to break free from Jiang Shi's control. Nay, her strength was too small, and Jiang Shi barely needed his full strength to pull her back. Looking at Xia Xiaoshi who refused to stop in front of him, Jiang Shi was also a bit helpless, directly standing up, incidentally lifting the little bitty hand in front of him by the hand, and snatching the stun button over with his other hand. Alright, stop it, Xia Xiaoshi. I've only just arrived, and I definitely won't be leaving in the recent period of time. After all, he didn't have the capital to leave now even if he wanted to, coupled with the fact that Xia Xiaoshi was eager for him to stay here. He didn't have to worry too much about getting eyesore for staying in someone else's house and affecting the master of the house. But really, he doesn't intend to be permanent, and if he can make money he'll moisten. Maid jam. Someone is bullying me. Xia Xiaoshi's sudden shouting gave Jiang Shi a start. Yet what followed was the sound of footsteps outside getting closer and closer. In less than 20 seconds, the maid from downstairs just now suddenly rushed inside the room, her serious gaze quickly touring the room for a second before locking onto Jiang Shi, who had kidnapped Xia Xiaoshi. Miss. As soon as the words fell, the maid violently rushed to the two of them and directly grabbed Jiang Shi's wrist. The latter let go of Xia Xiaoshi when she was confused. However, before Jiang Shi could explain, the maid violently exerted force and directly threw him onto the bed. Jiang Shi's wrist suddenly felt a burst of tingling, back to realize that he was already lying on the bed. Subconsciously got up, his eyes fell on the maid who was being next to Xia Xiaoshi. The corner of his mouth could not help but slightly twitch. He weighed almost 140. And this soft-looking maid was able to just single-handedly lift him up and throw him right out a distance? What battle maid? Why didn't I realize this before? However, in the next moment, Xia Xiaoshi picked up the stun button that Jiang Shi had just dropped because he had been thrown out by the maid, and looked up with her gaze fiercely glaring at him, a hint of killing intent flashing through her deep blue pupils. Chapter for you. It's on purpose, isn't it? No, I concede. I'll do whatever you say. I don't want to get a hit from that thing. Jiang Shi quickly raised his hands in panic. Although the Xia Xiaoshi in front of her was weak, the maid next to her was not of a generally high fighting strength, and was also 100% completely obedient to Xia Xiaoshi. With the weak young girl with a stun button in her hand plus the addition of the battle maid, he could be said to not have an ounce of resistance. Looking at his look of conceding defeat, Xia Xiaoshi said after a long time of staring at him, "Just trust brother Jiang Shi for once." With that, she turned her head to look at the maid. "Maid Sasuga, wait outside first. I want to be alone with my brother for a while." "But miss, it doesn't matter. My brother is homeless anyway. I'll throw him outside if he messes up." "Who the hell is messing around?" Jiang Shi muttered in his heart. "Alright miss, I'll be right outside the door. If there's anything please call me immediately." After saying that, the maid then also walked out of the door and closed it to wait outside. In the room, after seeing the maid leave, Jiang Shi was also relieved. "Well, now you totally belong to Shi," Xia Xiaoshi said with a bad smile, the stun button in her hand still constantly flickering with arcs of electricity, just as if it was a threat. "Got it, I surrender." Jiang Shi surrendered. "That's right." Xia Xiaoshi sat on the edge of the bed and patted the side of the seat. "Brother, sit over here. Come and touch Xiaoshi's head. Are you a cat? And you specialize in having your head petted? Come on." Jiang Shi was helpless, and then he also came over and raised his hand on Xia Xiaoshi's head, rubbing it back and forth. Looking at Xia Xiaoshi squinting her eyes like she was enjoying herself, he kind of didn't quite understand and also asked, "So during the time I was gone, didn't you even go out to socialize or anything?" "No, and no go. Still staying home every day to illustrate?" He vaguely remembered that part of Xia Xiaoshi's staying at home all year without going out was painting. With a wealthy family, Xia Xiaoshi has been learning all kinds of artistic skills since she was a child. Piano, dance, painting and so on until now she has become very skillful in all of them, especially painting. From sketching and coloring when she was a child, to electronic painting now, Xia Xiaoshi is already comfortable with it. It's just that, what she draws isn't very visible, because she only draws 18 band and only girls and lolitas. Unique secondary yuan lowly girl delicate cute plus a stringent painting style, thus obtaining a crowd of dead otaku's pursuit, and now also a station 100,000 powder of the famous certified painter. And Xia Xiaoshi hides it so well that almost all of her fans think she's a lolicon old uncle just like them. But Xia Xiaoshi is actually a veritable beauty queen. To say how Jiang Shi knew all this, it was naturally because he had once peered into the abyss by accident. And for Xia Xiaoshi's painting, all he could say was that the painting was moist. But what he didn't expect was that Xia Xiaoshi's perversion would be applied to him one day. Thinking about this, Jiang Shi was also helpless. Poof! The young girl let out a cute snort and spread her hands. Yeah. Shia hates those guys out there, so she doesn't want to have even the slightest bit of interaction with those disgusting guys. But there's nothing wrong with that because no matter what it is, if it's something that Shia wants, mommy will give it to me so Shia doesn't have to worry about it. Xia Xiaoshi had grown up in a greenhouse and had experienced little hardship. To be able to say such words, Jiang Shi was understandable. It's just that he's not that lucky. Jiang Shi spread his hands. Incidentally, you are also now Xiaoshi's possession. Oh. Xia Xiaoshi turned her head, gaze fell on his body. Cherry small mouth slowly hooked up. Humph. After all, the current brother has nothing it. If you want to eat a full meal, you have to listen to Xiaoshi's. Oh, turns out this guy knew why he was here all along. It was true that he was a bit of a downer now, but he wasn't so far gone that he'd become someone else's toy after a visit. And this Xia Xiaoshi has some female brat attributes. That would have ended badly if it had been in the book, although he thought so in his heart. Jiang Shi still didn't say it out loud, tactically coughing twice. Jiang Shi continued. And that diary you wrote, you let me read it on purpose, didn't you? Yeah, Xia Xiaoshi replied decisively. Why? Do you have some kind of exposure fetish? Of course it's so that brother can notice his feelings, Xia Xiaoshi said. Jiang Shi's room was decorated by her personally, detailed to all the corners of the entire room, without any dead corners, all taken care of by her alone, and the room was located right next door to her room. She purposely left the diary at her door. And brother Jiang Shi would inevitably see her diary whenever he came downstairs or went upstairs to his room. The perverted brother would surely pick it up and then he would read her diary. In this way, her brother would understand all her feelings, and would think that he would be able to recall his former love and express his feelings to himself. It's just that my brother's behavior after reading the diary was a bit disappointing then. It seems to have faded a bit from love for you? But there is no matter, because now that Jiang Shi has returned, one is no longer going to let him not be able to escape. For the rest of the day Shi would try to make her brother remember just how much he liked her at the time. Thinking of this, the smile on Xia Xiaoshi's face became even more intense. In response, Jiang Shi scratched his head and whispered oh. He made a sound and didn't say anything more. Although he didn't have any feelings for Xia Xiaoshi, he wasn't quite able to say what he was thinking in the situation at hand. So there was no choice but to swallow back the words in his heart. Time to work. Time to work. The pink piglet alarm clock on the desk aside suddenly rang. Xia Xiaoshi, who was enjoying Jiang Shi's loving touch on her head, slightly pouted her small mouth, revealing a displeased expression. Listening to the alarm clock's constant beeping, she ended up letting out a long sigh. What's wrong? Xia Xiaoshi got up and walked over to the desk, pointing back to the chair. Come here brother, sit here. There are many items on the desks, secondary artifacts, books, mugs, alarm clocks, piled together to look a little cluttered. And the most conspicuous is still an oversized hand-drawn screen placed on top of it on a slanted shelf. This would be where Xia Xiaoshi usually worked on her paintings. Although Jiang Shi didn't really like the feeling of being threatened, the various present circumstances added up to make it impossible for him to resist. With that, he also obediently walked to the edge of the chair and sat down before turning his head to look at Xia Xiaoshi next to him. So you want me to help you paint? No need. Just take care of holding Z and giving her more energy. Saying that, Xia Xiaoshi walked to his front, turned her back to him, and in the next second sat her butt directly on his body. The young girl's buttocks are not plump, but even through a layer of thick pajamas soft touch is also a great. The young girl's body scent is also slowly drilled into the nasal cavity. Does not prohibit Jiang Shi some shyness, instantly want to get Xia Xiaoshi away from the body. Brother don't move, Xia Xiaoshi said, while swaying her waist to drive her hips to twist slightly. Her right hand pinched the electric paintbrush still on the screen for the color chart that had not been fully colored before, and continued to color. However, Jiang Shi's frightening jolt was a bit too much to bear. A youthful and tender young girl swaying on her body. No one can stand it. This Xia Xiaoshi definitely did it on purpose, right? I know what brother is thinking, but brother is not allowed to think now. Oh. Chapter 5, this little girl. She's really becoming a sickly girl. Xia Xiaoshi, do you know what you're doing with your behavior right now? You're molesting a boy in the middle of his puberty. It's like you're standing and dancing in a pile of ferocious beasts with two hands empty. You could get killed at any time. Zhang Shi clenched his teeth and said. At those words, Xia Xiaoshi stopped the electric paintbrush sliding on the screen in her hand, and also stopped twisting her body, looking back at him with a bad smile, somewhat confidently. Hey, I'm guessing you're itching to teach Shi a lesson now and still, right? Humph. What you're thinking. Z knows all about it. Surfing the internet every day, she had long since gotten a good idea of what most guys were thinking, especially for a beautiful girl like yourself. Just put your portrait photo on a social networking site or under your artist account, and you're sure to have a whole bunch of dead otaku and older men frantically calling for your wife. Disgusting. It's definitely not. One doesn't even want to pay attention to them. Poof. As long as Zhang Shi alone likes himself, it's fine. Moreover, Zhang Shi must not be able to hold on to his flawless body. He must have already thought about it now. Facing Xia Xiaoshi's shouting, Zhang Shi was happy and hugged Xia Xiaoshi with both hands. He. You don't think I'll face your molestation and then laugh like the male lead in the anime Asasai and say stop, right? Xia Xiaoshi was surprised. Yet before she could react, her body was picked up, the chair was kicked and slid aside, and she was directly thrown onto the soft queen-sized bed after. In a daze, Xia Xiaoshi opened her pupils, only to see Zhang Shi's hard and handsome face already close to her eyes, his hands propped up on either side of her head, pressing down on her, gazing at her with a bad smile. Brother, what are you doing? Although Z has already turned 18 and is a legally compliant wife. But, is elder brother even this horny? Looking at Zhang Shi, who was attempting to commit misdeeds on herself in front of her. Although she said so, the corner of Xia Xiaoshi's mouth slightly hooked up in a smile. Not even the slightest intention to resist. The ambiguity in her gaze, as if she longed for some kind of relationship. Even so, the movements in Zhang Shi's hands remained unceasing. He's not going to spoil her. He had to make this female brat Xia Xiaoshi learn a long lesson. Otherwise this guy would definitely become more and more rampant in the future. However, as if hearing the commotion, the door was violently pushed open, and the maid, seeing this, yelled miss. After seeing this, the maid shouted miss, and rushed towards the two. Inside the living room, Zhang Shi buried his head while slowly eating the noodles, his face showing some bitterness. I don't know when this Xia Xiaoshi turned into this appearance. Again, setting up a trap to let me read the diary. Again, the female brat speaking. It's too weird. Better find a way to get the money early and then run. This is so out of the ordinary. There are actually quite a few people who fantasize about a rich and cute beautiful girl giving to them for nothing. Zhang Shi's situation was similar to this, but he was well thought out. Although it was really nice to be stuck by a beautiful girl like Xia Xiaoshi. Together they didn't have to worry about money, and their good-looking faces were also very dignified to take out. And this little ninny is an adult. But after the situation just now in Xia Xiaoshi's diary, Xia Xiaoshi was very possessive, with no freedom at all, and it naturally wouldn't work in the long run. Although the operation he just did was just to scare Xia Xiaoshi so that she would restrain herself a little bit, plus Xia Xiaoshi had a combat maid following her around from time to time. Whenever he had the slightest thought about Xia Xiaoshi, the maid seemed to stop him immediately. It's also really annoying. Thinking of this, Zhang Shi also let out a long sigh. It's better to save your little life at the moment. Brother! Only a soft voice came out. Zhang Shi looked back and saw that Xia Xiaoshi was already on the stairs, descending the steps towards the bottom. What's wrong again, little ancestor? You're not painting? Zhang Shi said with a sigh. Xia Xiaoshi quickly went downstairs and walked to his side and sat down. With a smile on her face, she said towards him, without brother beside Xiaoshi a little bit want to work has no desire. Brother quickly eat. After eating accompany Xiaoshi to paint. Zhang Shi glanced at her innocent smile, as if the abuse just now seemed to have disappeared. He couldn't help but wonder, aren't you afraid that I'm doing something bad? Well, Z knows that brother can't go anywhere once he sees Z's body, but as long as it's what brother wants, Z will give it but only if brother can't go to any other girl, even if it's just to talk Zhang Shi was speechless. It's only been one day. Xia Xiaoshi's control is too broad. I'm not interested in your barren body, alright. Zhang Shi said helplessly. Is it possible that my brother just tried to crime Shizuku's innocent body like a madman? And was it a lie? That was just to scare you. Ugh. Xia Xiaoshi slightly narrowed her eyes. The corners of her mouth slowly hooked up, and she lightly hummed and said, could it be that brother is also like the male protagonist inside the secondary anime? Is Wei? You? Zhang Shi wanted to say something, and took a deep breath to force himself to calm down and not get on her bad side. But it doesn't matter if brother isn't interested in Z's body, as long as Z is interested in brother's body. Xia Xiaoshi took out the electric shock baton from her pocket again, and pressed the switch above it. Suddenly flashed a lurid arc of electricity. Brother can remember all of brother belongs to Xiaoshi. If Xiaoshi found out that brother went to find other cute girls, don't blame Xiaoshi for not being polite. Seeing this, Jiangshi couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat, and his heart was depressed. This Xia Xiaoshi didn't know what she saw in herself. Why is she so crazy? It didn't used to be like this. Never mind, since it's in their house, I'll just say yes for now. Gotta find a chance to bolt. Thinking of this, Jiangshi also said perfunctorily, I know. Xia Xiaoshi's satisfied smile came to his heel close to his arm, whispered softly, in the future also only Xiaoshi one person on the line. Oh, Xiaoshi will accompany you to play, with you to eat, with you to sleep, with you to go to school, and in the future to be like this. Xiaoshi is great blah 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 blah. Well, also for you to think about. Oh, however, listening to Xia Xiaoshi's very serious tone, Jiangshi suddenly felt a little creeped out. This little summer poem. You've really become a sickly girl. Chapter 6, A Young Girl's Fantasy. Room. Sitting on a small stool, Jiangshi's slightly sleepy gaze fell on Xia Xiaoshi, who was still seriously drawing beside him. Just seeing Xia Xiaoshi holding the electric paintbrush and constantly sliding it on the screen. She's currently coloring a secondary cat lady drawing. Picture of a cat lady lying curled up on a bed, clutching her bare legs. All the details are outlined one by one as well, and with the white and rounded thighs in the center of the vision. This is a catnip lover's delight. Picture content aside, she has a very skilled grasp of the overall color of the picture, and just a few strokes of color show her unique understanding of color. As long as in the circle casually post a few drawings of the process of painting, that is also will be budding new surrounded by hugging the thigh of the big brother character. And her drawing ability doesn't stop there. It's just that Jiangshi is a bit sleepy now. He yawned sleepily and said, Say, I've been with you for 10 minutes already. Can I go to bed now? Catching the airplane today plus the walking time can be almost 6 hours already. All of them are already about to be sleepy. I still have to get up early tomorrow to report to the school. If this was in normal times, and Xia Xiaoshi asked him to accompany her in painting next to her, he would definitely boast a few words about how great Big Brother was, how bullish Big Brother was, so that the other party could gain some satisfaction. But it was now almost past 12. Plus I was already tired after traveling all day and arriving in Kyoto at night. All he wanted now was to sleep. I can't. Accompanying Shizuku will give Shizuku more motivation to paint. Xia Xiaoshi stopped the brush in her hand and turned her eyes to look at Jiangshi. Why don't we do it this way? You sit on Xiaoshi's chair and sleep, and I'll sit on you and draw, so we can do both. Is that okay? But come on, that's more sleep. Oh, Xia Xiaoshi index finger against the delicate chin, revealing a thoughtful look. Seems to have thought of something, followed by a bad smile. Alas, didn't you say that you're not interested in Xiaoshi's body, and now just sitting on the same chair? You're feeling it? Well, can't see that it's still an arrogant one. Pride be damned. Jiangshi grunted. Let's just say that with the lights off that's all the same. Jack, that's sick. You can turn your screen off before you say I'm perverted. With that, Jiangshi got up and was about to head outside. Alright, I'll go back to bed first. See you later. No. Xia Xiaoshi took a big step forward and pulled Jiangshi's corner. Accompany me to finish painting and then go to sleep. Next time I'll stay with you. I'll be really sleepy. Jiangshi refused. If it wasn't for the Xia Xiaoshi who had just insisted on pulling him to come and work with her, he would have already been lying on his bed and entering dreamland. Well, Xia Xiaoshi pouted, hesitating for a while before letting go of her hand. The corner of her mouth slightly hooked up with a bad smile, as if she was plotting something. Okay then you go to sleep first. Well, you also go to bed early. Staying up late often is not good for your body. Jiangshi was no longer willing to think about anything more. I know. Good night. After seeing Jiangshi push open the door and walk out, Xia Xiaoshi took the tablet from a drawer on the side. After she operated on it, the screen showed 16 images, each of which presented a real-time situation in the room from all angles. All the images added up to any corner of the room all can be seen. There is almost no dead angle. Plus all the pinhole cameras are using 4K ultra-high definition picture quality. Every detail of the room is almost clearly visible. Xia Xiaoshi tapped to zoom in on the screen aligned with the bed, and then placed the tablet on the shelf next to the hand-drawn screen to point it at herself. Hey, now we'll see his sleeping face. Xia Xiaoshi drew while her eyes paid attention to the picture in the tablet every now and then. Soon, on the screen, a teenager collapsed right back onto the bed, and after taking a long breath he looked up at the ceiling for a few moments, frozen for a while, looking like he seemed to be thinking about something. Well, what does he think about when he's alone inside his room? I'd like to know. Xia Xiaoshi stared at Jiangshi's face on the screen, her gaze filled with doubt. Why does it feel like Nianai looks like he's disappointed all by himself? Well, brother seems to have been abandoned by his aunt after and then dropped off at our house. I was going to thank my aunt for reuniting me with my brother. She knew the approximate reason why Jiangshi would come back again was pretty much that her aunt's business venture had failed, owed her a ton of money, and then seemed to have gone abroad for good, and deposited Eshi's brother in his own home and left him alone. Auntie seems to be not a good person. Kind of heartbroken for my brother. Forget it. Anyway, now that brother Jiangshi has returned to his side, he will take good care of his brother, and will definitely not let him suffer a little bit of aggravation again. She pouted, and the pen in her hand paused, her gaze fixed on Jiangshi's somewhat despondent face in the screen. Why don't we go comfort him now, as long as it's a brother? Oh, my god, Xia Xiaoshi sighed long. It's just a pity that brother will only be talking verbally, even in the situation just now. I guess it's just to scare me. Ugh, so disappointing. Suddenly, Jiangshi moved in the screen, and Xia Xiaoshi also hurriedly picked up the tablet to switch to other viewpoints, only to see Jiangshi get up and take off his jacket, and after the lights were turned off, he lay down on the bed and covered with a thick quilt, seemingly already ready to sleep. The pinhole camera doubles as night vision, and even with the lights off, the image in the screen gives a clear view of the teenager on the bed. At this time, Xia Xiaoshi had long since lost her interest in painting and was fully engaged in observing Jiangshi. It looks like it's time to go to bed. Will he be like the internet says he is when it comes to? What kind of material would be used if rewarded? Would it be fantasy and the SHII one? Shouldn't I leave him something like my own socks or something? Thinking about it, she'd seen a number of perverts collecting clothes and socks and intimate apparel worn by cute, beautiful girls on the internet and whatnot. Thinking about it makes me sick. Garbage man. Want to puke. But if it's needed for Eshi, then it's totally fine. But it has to be with your own. And it's only possible to give all the fantasies to yourself. Otherwise Etsy is a big pervert too. Xia Xiaoshi puffed out her cheeks and was excited for a while before taking a long breath to prop up her face, tilting her head as her gaze fell on the screen. But Itsushi didn't seem to move at all, as if he was really tired and fell asleep. I want to lie in his arms and paint so badly. Forget it. No more painting. I'm going to sleep in his bed together. After saying that, Xia Xiaoshi then directly threw the tablet onto the bed and ran towards the outside. Chapter 7. How much does it cost to buy you? Early the next morning, the snow has long since quieted down, and the chill coming through the windows is decadent. Jiangshi woke up, but he stayed under the covers and really didn't want to move because it was really cold outside. He was thinking of sleeping for 5 more minutes. However, he only heard shallow breathing coming from under the covers. He also felt a pile of hot stuff pressing against him, and was a little out of breath. Jiangshi rubbed his eyes suspiciously, raised his hand to lift up the comforter, only to see a young girl lounging on her chest, that tender and kissable sleeping face, her small mouth still breathing unsteadily. Her appearance was very cute. Jiangshi slightly got up, staring at the still awake Xia Xiaoshi on his chest. He couldn't help but mutter, I said why last night's dream was so strange. Sort of found the reason. But this guy is also really daring to come to a bloody boy's bed, or in the middle of the morning. What is the first thing you would want to do with an adult and legal beauty queen when you wake up early in the morning and find her in your arms? 1. After gently waking her up like some trashy male protagonist in some secondary light novels and blushing, Sure-chan, wake up, it's time to go to school. 2. Or, like some fictional villains, embark on a memorable lesson for the recalcitrant female brat in their arms. 3. That said, I think Auntie came home last night, and I wonder what kind of look she'll get when she sees this guy sleeping in my bed. Jiangshi's gaze stared at Xia Xiaoshi in his arms, who still didn't want to wake up for a while. How come it feels like this guy is pretending to be asleep? With that, Jiangshi also let out a long sigh, and then extended his warm hand outside the bed, leaving the warmth of the comforter. The coldness suddenly wrapped around his palms, and soon his right hand was the coldest spot on his entire body. Slowly reaching into the comforter, Jiangshi put his hand, which was comparable to the ice in the refrigerator, into the back of her neck, and then directly pressed his entire hand against her back. Xia Xiaoshi, who felt a penetrating coldness, snapped her eyes open and scurried up like a kitten, her small hands frantically rubbing her back as she looked at Jiangshi underneath her with a grudging gaze. That's so perverted. How dare you sneakily touch a cute young girl while she's sleeping? You probably don't realize the dangers of staying in the bed of a freshly awakened adolescent boy in the middle of the morning, and I'm warning you that you don't know any better. Jiangshi tossed her aside and yawned before turning to step into his furry slippers, reaching for the clothes on the side, ready to dress and head downstairs. Xia Xiaoshi ducked, knelt and sat on the bed, rubbed her sleepy eyes and slightly puffed out her cheeks. You're the only one who can enjoy Xiaoshi's comfortable body for so long, but you don't even want it. That's not knowing any better, is it? But come on. I don't know if it's comfortable or not. If Auntie catches me, I'm afraid I won't be able to wash myself even if I jump into the Yellow River. I'll talk to Mom, and if it's a brother, she'll definitely agree too. Jiangshi was speechless. This Xia Xiaoshi had gone crazy. What kind of mother would hand over her lovely daughter so easily? Xia Xiaoshi's mom, Xia is very busy at work, soaking up the company almost every day and spending most of her time away from home. Before this, Xia Yi's perception of him was still quite good, and she usually took care of him, but it shouldn't be so bad that he would be as crazy as Xia Xiaoshi's nature, right? You shouldn't be able to just hand over your daughter. Xia Xiaoshi already seems to have gone crazy, but he's not crazy yet, running against his own rescuer's daughter or something. Let's just say he's not desperate enough to do that. Well, I'm going to head downstairs first. I still have to get to school early today to run some errands. Well, Xia Xiaoshi yawned, a trace of displeasure flashing visibly under her eyes. Then brother, go first. I'm going to sleep a little longer. Saying that, Xia Xiaoshi lied down, pulling the quilt over herself with an expression of enjoyment. But you're not allowed to look for other girls in the school, or else if Xiaoshi finds out, Xiaoshi definitely won't be able to spare you. Where are the other girls? I don't know any of them here. Jiangshi was helpless. You go back to your room and sleep first. Don't. Seeing Xia Xiaoshi directly shrinking into the quilt, Jiangshi was also helpless. Nay, there were many things to do. Leaving behind a sentence. If Auntie asks how you slept in my room, you'd better be clear yourself. After pushing open the door towards the outside, after washing up, Jiangshi walked down the stairs with some sleepiness. Koto. In the living room, the woman in panda pajamas emanating to her waist sat on the couch and greeted him. Good morning, Auntie. After replying back, Jiangshi accelerated his pace down the stairs. Xia Yi crossed her legs and nodded before pointing to the dining table on the side, saying, there's already a good breakfast over there. Let the maid send you to school after eating. Okay, thanks Auntie. Jiangshi walked over to the table and sat down, picking up a piece of bread on the tabletop and threw it into his mouth. Z didn't bother you last night, did she? Xia Yi asked. Hearing this, Jiangshi paused for a moment. To be honest, Xia Xiaoshi, that was no longer considered disturbing, that was already considered harassment. Although Jiangshi was not considered a decent person, he still knew what could be said and what could not be said. Thinking about it, Etsy said, no, that's fine then. Bring your breakfast over here and eat it. Auntie will talk to you about something and it shouldn't be too late to go to school after that. Good. Jiangshi took the plate with egg bread and a cup of milk to the coffee table and sat down opposite Xia Yi, looking up and asking, what's wrong Auntie? You should know about your mom. She's probably gone for a long time. Jiangshi was only briefly surprised for a split second before returning to calm. Well, I know. Just stay at our house during this time, and you can keep Z company in the meantime. Xia Yi stared at his calm expression and asked, looks like you're in a good state of mind. It's okay, I can't even contact her now. It's useless to think too much. Jiangshi said back. To be honest, for his mom's various pitiful son's maneuvers, coupled with the fact that he had been running around quite a bit over the years, he had actually long since become accustomed to them and had worked out a strong mindset. But at least there's a place to settle down at the end of the day after every time you pitch yourself, which isn't too bad. You just don't care. Suddenly, a hint of a smile floated up at the corner of Xia Yi's mouth. But your mom did me a big favor. Jiangshi was surprised. To tell you the truth, in the 2 years you've been gone, Z has missed you so much that every now and then she comes pestering me to bring you back. Speaking of this, Xia Yi even smiled with her eyebrows. But your mom is my friend, so I can't say that I'll bring you back by force, right? Looking at her tone of seriousness, the corner of Jiangshi's mouth twitched slightly. Speaking as if you're not a friend. Auntie, you can just forcefully bring me back. Forcing that is against the law. No. After Xia Yi picked up the milk on the coffee table and took a large sip, she continued, as long as the family is not particularly wealthy, I can come up with benefits that you absolutely cannot refuse. Nowadays there are too many poor men who want to find a rich family to marry into, especially for a boy like you. Xiao Jiang, after graduation will you have to work hard to earn money to support your family? Isn't that hard? But if you can find a rich family to marry, won't you be able to struggle less for decades? It's a bit off, but you are indeed right. Xia Yi was indeed right. Jiangshi had also had fantasies of being adopted by a rich woman. Rather, it was better to say that almost all boys from ordinary families had fantasized about it. Who on earth wouldn't want to enjoy untold riches and honor just by flirting with a rich woman on a regular basis? Xia Yi's daughter, Xia Xiaoshi, has a beautiful voice, and Xia Yi is willing to pour money for her daughter, which is almost no man would not be willing to enter the family. But in the beginning, he really didn't have the slightest idea about Xia Xiaoshi's condescending character, and even avoided it a bit. But if it was then that Xia Yi had said something like next week's Nai, he might have really had to think about it. It's just because your mom is my friend, that's why I didn't make a move at that time, or else you probably wouldn't have been able to refuse what I prepared. Xiao Jiang. And then you would probably have been resident here all the time with Xiao Shi. Jiangshi didn't understand, just smiled a little awkwardly and asked, so what do you mean by all this? Since you still can't understand it, then I won't beat around the bush and be honest. Xia finished the last bit of milk, put the cup on the coffee table, took a long breath, slightly bent over, with a little meaningful smile in her gaze, and asked, Xiao Jiang, how much do you think it would cost to buy you? Chapter 8, Are you in trouble? Jiang Shi froze, looking at Xia Yi's serious expression suddenly a bit shocked, subconsciously said, Auntie, you're not thinking of karma my waist, right? At those words, Xia Yi paused for a moment and suddenly burst out laughing again. Ha ha ha, that's not going to happen. Just kidding you. Xia Yi rubbed the tears of laughter in the corner of her eyes and continued, Don't worry, I won't force you, but now your mother doesn't care about you. If you have that idea, you can bring the price you want to find me it. After all, Xiao sure wants it. As her mother, no matter what it is, still will try to get it for her. Saying that, Xia Yi got up and headed towards the house. Well, there's still a long time to go anyway. You can consider thinking about my offer. Now I have to get ready to go to the office first. The maid will take you to school later. Why does it feel like being left behind this time is a good thing instead? Looking at Xia Yi's distant figure, Jiang Shi unhurriedly nibbled on the bread, analyzing the current situation to himself. I was dropped off at a friend's house by my mom, but then meets the cute sister that crazy white gives, and wealthy aunts who want to bag themselves. As long as one agrees, one can immediately sit on the sticky cute sister as a wife. In addition to not having to work to have the luxury of life, directly on the peak of life belongs to be. That's a good thing any way you think about it, right? Honestly, if Xia Yi hadn't walked away immediately after saying that, he probably would have just nodded and accepted it. But after looking back, it suddenly felt a little strange. It always felt like, wasn't this a little too good to be true? Abandoned, then taken in by a rich woman and force-fed herself. Jiang Shi was in a bit of disbelief for a moment. After thinking about it for a while, he'd better report back to school before he did, and he'd have more time later anyway. The maid walked out from the kitchen and came to him. Young Master Xiao Jiang, I'll be responsible for taking you to school if you're done eating. Jiang Shi was slightly surprised for a moment as he looked at the maid's soft and respectful gaze. This guy looks at himself completely differently than he did last night and now. Not bad for a trained maid. But when you think about it, it's only natural that anyone would go up and stop and warn their hired boss's daughter when she's being held down in bed by the man who just came to the house for his first day and tries to plot against her. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi also spread his hands helplessly. Okay, please, just leave now. Yes, please follow me. The maid agreed and then headed for the door. Kyoto University of Science and Technology. Entrance. This is a double first-class key undergraduate school in Kyoto. Jiang Shi was admitted to this school with more than 600 points, after which his mother also brought him to settle in Kyoto. Just not even half a year later, his mom had an accident and ran away, leaving him at Xia Xiaoshi's house. He took a few days off from his counselor to deal with all that stuff with his mom and the move, and classes resumed today. The car was parked in front of the school. After Jiang Shi opened the door and got out of the car, the maid poked her head out as she sat in the car and said, Then young Master Xiao Jiang, I will come to pick you up later. That said, hasn't Xia Xiaoshi resumed going to school now? Jiang Shinanai couldn't help but ask in doubt. The young lady has stayed at home all these years and has been tutored by a tutor in her homework. Oh, that's fine. Hearing his promise, the maid also put her head back and drove off in her car. With that, Jiang Shi also shrugged down his backpack and walked into the school's gate. For the matter that Xia Xiaoshi didn't go to school to attend, he knew about it long before. It wasn't that Xia Xiaoshi had any autism, depression, social terrorism or anything. It was simply that she didn't like the atmosphere of the school, so she stayed at home all the time. And she had been tutored one-on-one in her schoolwork by a couple of female tutors, and hadn't fallen behind in her studies over the years, even getting a little better grades than he had. In response to this, Jiang Shi couldn't help but sigh. It's nice to have money. Well, everything else is fine, and the second half of the school year has already been paid. So go back to your class and I'll call you if there's anything else still going on. Pushing open the door of the office, Jiang Shi said towards the inside. Okay, thank you teacher. Afterward, he walked out and closed the door. To say why he was worried about the matter of tuition fees, the major he chose was Electronic Information Engineering, which was not as high as the Art Major Academy, but it was still 6,500 per year per academic year. Recently, it is the time to pay the bill, not to mention $500. He does not even have $5 now. He also sighed at the thought. Came to the classroom. Now the teacher has not yet come. There are not many people in the classroom. Then he chose the innermost seat of the penultimate row to sit down. Textbooks thrown on the desktop and then began to swipe his cell phone. She. A gentle female voice like a silver bell came from the side, only to see a young girl with long pink hair waist length walking towards his side, that delicate and gentle face full of smiles greeting him. Good morning, 7 Sonic. Seeing this, Jiang Shi greeted him. The young girl in front of him is named by Chi-In, which is also his hair young, also with him in the same major, also in the same class. It was just a question he wondered from time to time. Ever since the two had met, no matter where he was, Bai Qiyin seemed to somehow appear in the same place he was in as well. It was because he had changed schools quite a few times in high school, but no matter where he went, Bai Qiyin would always show up at that school the next day after him. It also from time to time also made him wonder if the guy always followed him, if he liked him, but that thought was quickly dispelled again, because Bai Qiyin would have perfectly justified reasons to explain every time, making him wonder for a moment if he was being self-absorbed. It really intrigued him, but since I've been in college, it's been a little more stable, so at least I don't have to follow my mom around anymore. Good morning, it's almost the end of the semester. Remember to study hard and don't fail. Bai Qiyin slightly tilted her head, her soft gaze falling on his body as she gently reminded him. Don't worry, it won't, Jiang Shi promised with conviction. Saying that, Bai Qiyin sat down on the seat next to him. Are you in some kind of trouble though? You've been on vacation for a few days now. Chapter 9. There's no way she's going to karma my waist, haha. It's nothing, it's just that something happened to my mom, and I've settled down, and you know how my family is, it's normal. Jiang Shi spread his hands and said with slight helplessness, it's good that it's okay. Bai Qiyin smiled and replied. She did know something about Jiang Shi's family, it's just that as Jiang Shi's hairdresser herself, she didn't even have a single message from him in the past few days when he was on vacation. This really makes her have some loss, but in the future, if there's something, you have to tell me in time, otherwise I'll be worried too. Ah, Jiang Shi scratched his head, somehow a little happy to hear that. Okay, no problem. Nainine is as gentle as ever. Truth be told, he's actually had time to message people halfway through his days off from work. It was only because once, when he was much younger, he had sent those words of complaint about his family to a girl he had a crush on in his class when it came to this kind of thing. Yet all he received was a very impatient reply from the other girl. And since then, he had a shadow over him, and such things were never spoken of to outsiders except those in the family. For Bai Qiyin, although it is said to be a small hair, but he is still a little afraid that he sent over a whole lot of complaining about this and that information, by her boredom. But after hearing Bai Qiyin's concern, he was in a much better mood now. What are you going to do after finals though? Well, go make some money. Is it part-time? Don't know at this point if at all. Even though Jiang Shi said that, he wasn't going to do a part-time job as a waiter, since a whole winter vacation would only be a month out at most. In the end, it was estimated to be a few $1,000s in hand, but that did not support him at all in his independent life after college. Even though Auntie Xia would provide for him until his mother returned, he had long since had enough of drifting around with his old mom over the years, and he still wanted to be as independent as he could be on his own. However, he was not the hero of any urban cool article, and he didn't have the system in the novel, nor did he have the buff off being reborn and returning with a very rich experience in the workplace. It was difficult for him to make a career out of just turning 18. Grass, how come I feel like everyone around me is so rich and I'm the only one who's poor? He was still thinking about whether to follow his mom's experience. After all, that comes to money really fast. If you really cannot agree to Auntie's request, that is not impossible, right? After all, Auntie didn't sound like she was joking in the morning. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi sighed. But wait until winter vacation. Bai Qiyin slowly nodded her head. Aha. After packing up her textbooks, she looked back at him. But I want to ask you for a favor today. Is that okay? Jiang Shi was surprised. Oh, he made a sound. Of course it's no problem. What kind of favor? Didn't you just move here yesterday? I think my computer broke while I was moving. Can you come to my house and take a look at it for me? Bai Qiyin had rarely asked for his help, and Bai Qiyin was an important friend to him. So as long as the other party had a request, as long as it was something he could help with, then he would naturally help. He does know a little bit about computers. If it's a simple problem of installing some computer parts, he can fix it. For other software problems, I can only say that it's better to just shut down and reboot, because shutting down and rebooting solves 99% of the problems, and the remaining 1% is not something he can solve. Just he always felt something was wrong. A computer randomly find a master installer to help not faster than himself? Why even come to a rookie like yourself for help? Jiang Shi inexplicably thought of something and then asked, say, don't you have anyone else at home? No, living by myself. Bai Qiyin tilted her head slightly with a seemingly clueless expression. But what's wrong with that? Hearing this, the corners of Jiang Shi's mouth slightly hooked up with a bad smile, jokingly said, then you just like this to bring a boy in puberty to go home? That is very dangerous, especially for a beautiful girl like you. Bai Qiyin paused for a moment. The smile on her face became even thicker, but didn't say anything, only that smile covered almost all the emotions on her pretty face, making it a bit unclear. Just kidding, Don't take it seriously, haha. Seeing this, Zhangshi was also quick to explain. But can we wait for the next 2 days of vacation? It's not very convenient tonight. Someone will come to pick me up and take me back. Ugh. But I'm going to be on my computer tonight. Ugh. The comic is about to be too late to update. So, it's been hard on you all these years as well. Keeping your grades up while keeping the manga updated. Bai Qiyin was also like Xia Xiaoshi. Both of their hobbies were drawing. It was just that their tracks were different. Xia Xiaoshi was still mainly an illustrator, and Bai Qiyin was a cartoonist. But both of them are the same. They have been learning to draw since they were young, and the two of them are no match for each other in terms of drawing skills. However, in terms of being famous, it was still Bai Qiyin who was a bit more famous, because she drew a romance theme of the comic Fire. From a few years ago to update to now has accumulated more than 100,000 reading fans, perennial platform popularity list in the top 5. It's just because that's her solo work, and she does all the steps of the manga's plotting, subplotting, drafts, line drawings, copywriting, and coloring all by herself. For the reason that she is not short of money, she doesn't look for other studios and runs her work by herself, so it resulted in her updating very slowly, and she would only update one story in half a month. But there are still many fans who are looking forward to it. The computer suddenly broke down, which is really a bit of a killer. Thinking of this, Zhangshi also agreed. That's fine. After all, I also act as one of the fans of your manga, so consider it a contribution of fan value. Bai Qiyin nodded happily. Thank you. It's fine, but I can't guarantee that I can fix it. If it's not possible, call a computer repairer. Zhangshi said. That's okay. I'm sure you can fix it. Good. Zhangshi was happy. A strange feeling inexplicably rose in his heart, as if Bai Qiyin was deliberately luring him to her home. But he didn't want that much. After all, he had been with Bai Qiyin for so long, and he had seen the other party's gentle treatment in his eyes. It's impossible for Bai Qiyin to use the excuse of repairing a computer to give herself a waste karma. Ha. This is obviously not realistic. Moreover, Bai Qiyin was also a rich person in Kyoto, although not as rich as Xia Xiaoshi's family, but basically a big lady in Kyoto. Thinking of this, Zhangshi also nodded his head. Alright then, I'll accompany you to have a look tonight. Chapter 10, Made of Malicious Speculation? Noon. After class, accompanied by the noisy discussion, part of the students had already run out to prepare to go to the cafeteria to eat, while another part of the students brought their own food and ate in the classroom. Aren't you going to dinner? Bai Qiyin turned her eyes to look at Zhangshi beside her and asked softly. Zhangshi showed some bitterness, spread his hands and said, to be honest, no money. I should have known that when I came in the morning I would have pampered my aunt and asked her to give myself some money for dinner. After all, one's skin is still quite thick. Thinking of this, Zhangshi also sighed. I see, so want to eat my bento with me? Bai Qiyin took out a thermos box from her desk. She usually didn't eat meals made in school. Usually the family nanny or she herself would cook and bring it to school to eat. That's better. Although Zhangshi was quite thick-skinned, he wasn't so bad as to victimize his former friend. I made extra today. One person might not be able to finish it. Such a coincidence? Zhangshi glanced at her desktop, only to see Bai Qiyin unwrap the box, revealing the still warm meal inside, and place several small boxes containing different dishes in the center of the two men's desktop. One of her small bowl boxes was handed to Zhangshi's desktop, and she picked up the bowl box she had filled with rice and used her chopsticks to cut out half of the rice and poured it into the empty bowl. There, that's just enough for me, Bai Qiyin said, handing him the spare spoon. Please share some of it with me. Well, Zhangshi fell to see that she is in order to be concerned about their own face to say so, but the other party has already said to this point, their own again do not accept the reverse as a bit ungrateful. How is Bai Qiyin so good? Saying that, Zhangshi accepted the spoon with some embarrassment. Then I'll be polite. Thanks. Then eat quickly. Zhangshi subconsciously dug a mouthful of rice into his mouth with a spoon. I don't know if it was the spoon used by the elegant young girl in front of me, but this rice would actually taste a bit more delicious than the usual ordinary rice. It seems to be that I'm fantasizing a bit too badly, and even my sense of taste is a bit faulty. It's obviously regular rice. Zhangshi shook his head violently back to God, however, only to see Bai Qiyin pillowed on the table, did not move the dishes on the table. Instead, his eyes stared straight at the spoon in the corner of his mouth. The bottom of that soft eye seems to still have a trace of longing. Seeing that she kept staring at her, Zhangshi suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. What's wrong? If you mind the spoon, I'll rebuy you one afterward. No. Bai Qiyin shook her head repeatedly and turned her head to pick up the bowls and chopsticks and slowly ate. Just give it to me when you're done. I'll clean it up. Why does this guy feel so weird? Zhangshi was a bit depressed and used a spoon to dig into the dishes inside the food box. Taking a closer look at the few dishes on the table, the meal was made with great care and flavor, and the amount really wasn't too small. perfectly adequate for one person, and about the same for two. It's just that the fact that they share a meal between a man and a woman, and that they're new transfers, can't help but also raise the suspicions of the few remaining students in the class. After eating, "Thanks for the hospitality, the meal was delicious. I'll treat you to dinner afterward if I have the chance," Jiang Shi thanked. "I can make more every day if you like, and it's no problem to eat together." "How embarrassing. It's better not to bother," Jiang Shi said, then handed over the small bowl and spoon beside the spoon. Bai Qiyin took the spoon from his hand, and after her gaze lingered on the dirty spoon head for a moment, she put it away in her lunchbox. Jiang Shi, on the other hand, had a happy and enjoyable look on his face, as he was full and well fed. After class in the afternoon, at the school entrance, accompanied by the sound of noisy chatter, people came out of the gates in almost groups. A woman in a maid's dress stood in front of the car door, her eyes falling on the crowded school entrance. After a few moments, her eyes landed on one of the people in the crowd, Jiang Shi, who was laughing and joking with a pink-haired girl. The maid walked up and glanced at the girl beside Jiang Shi before retracting her gaze and said, "Young Master Jiang, you're done with school. Follow me to the car. I'll pick you up and take you back. I still have some things to do tonight, so I'll go back by myself later. So you can go back first," Jiang Shi said. The maid was puzzled. "Miss has been waiting for you at home for a long time. If you don't go back today, she's afraid she'll be angry." Forgot about this guy. To be honest, he was actually a bit tired of Xia Xiaoshi's strange, sickly attribute. Although he didn't resist the rich and beautiful girl begging herself, he couldn't stand to be that possessive. If he was so obedient to go back to being Xia Xiaoshi's toy, then the following Xia Xiaoshi would inevitably become more and more excessive. It had been his original plan to be picked up by the maid after class, but Bai Qiyin needed help, and as a former best friend, how could he sit back and wait? And such a gentle, weak girl. This instantly aroused his protectiveness, and towards the maid he said, "It's all right, go back by yourself, and you tell her I'll be back later." "I'm afraid this is not very acceptable to Miss." The maid glanced at the silent Bai Qiyin next to her. "And this is?" Spinning around, Jiang Shi introduced himself. "This is my hairdresser. I'm just going to do her a favor and fix a computer. I'll be back in a while." "Hello." Bai Qiyin gave a polite greeting. "Do her a favor. Fix a computer." The maid narrowed her eyes slightly, staring intently at her prying, gentle gaze for a while before letting out a long sigh and turning her eyes to look at Jiang Shi. "Let's put it this way, young Master Jiang, if you don't go back, I'll have to report the truth as it is to the young lady. The matter of you and a pretty pink-haired maiden going to go out for the night." Jiang Shi was suddenly a bit speechless. "Just speak properly, can you not distort the facts? What do you mean by spending the night? That's really just a small favor, so you'd better go back with me." From my point of view, the so-called excuse of fixing the computer is just an excuse for her to try to trick you into coming to her home first, and then later on to commit her misdeeds. Don't look at her as gentle on the surface. The hunter is always in the way of the prey. Haven't you ever heard of this saying? The maid said bluntly. "No, sis, Seven Tones is my hairdresser." Jiang Shi and Bai Qiyin had known each other for so many years, and he himself could be considered the most familiar person to the other party other than his relatives. Although there was indeed something wrong with Bai Qiyin's situation today, but there's no reason for the other guy to treat himself like prey. Because you didn't talk to Bai Qiyin when you ran away to Kyoto? That's not very likely either. And what does Bai Qiyin want for herself? Figure your own body? Or your waist? That's not even possible. Ha! Seeing the two arguing, Bai Qiyin, who was standing on the side, even though she was denigrated by the maid in this way, she didn't feel aggrieved and just remained silent. Chapter 11. This guy says this as if he's seducing himself into committing a crime. "Since you are now a part of your employer's family, it is only natural that I need to ensure your safety, so please come back with me now." The maiden child star's tone lightened, her gaze falling as gently as possible on Jiang Shi, and she persuaded. She had to bring Jiang Shi back, which was also for the sake of Miss Xia's mood today, as Miss Xia had been waiting for Jiang Shi at home for the whole day. Secondly, it was also for the sake of Eshi's safety. Nowadays, it is a society of the rule of law, but it's not so much worrying about Jiang Shi's personal safety out there as it is physical safety. She felt that a weak young man like Jiang Shi, who had no one to rely on and was penniless, came to the huge city of Kyoto by himself, especially in the center of the city, where the sons of rich families were everywhere, and if he did not have the shelter of Miss Xia, there was no difference between Jiang Shi and a single sheep in the grassland infested with fierce beasts. And young Master Jiang was then seduced by a wolf in sheep's clothing behind him, and he didn't even know it. She was also a little depressed about this. Perennially located in the top one of the popularity list on the Maid housekeeping app, she not only does all the housekeeping services in the house very well, but also has the awareness and hands that can keep her employer safe in all kinds of dangerous situations. Whether it's housekeeping or bodyguard guarding security, she's fully competent. As a result, she was touted by the general public and received the platform's only all-around Maid. This title. It's just that she'd signed a decade-long contract with Xia Xiaoshi a few years before, long after she dropped off the platform's charts. So it was also necessary for her to bring young Master Jiang back in order to live up to the job entrusted to her by her employer. Keep me safe? Oh my gosh. I think it would be more dangerous for me to go back with you. Jiang Shi was a bit speechless, and his heart was depressed. The maid was a bit puzzled. She hadn't been that sensitive before, had she? If a soft girl like Bai Qi-in was dangerous, then if Xia Xiaoshi was always pointing a stun gun at herself, then wouldn't that already qualify for the title of dangerous person? Come back with me, young Master Jiang. At least I can guarantee that your life will not be in danger. Tong Xing repeated again. No return, Jiang Shi firmly said. After that, no matter how much the child star tried to persuade him, Jiang Shi still refused. Jiang Shi then also left towards the side road with the pink-haired girl beside him. In response, the child star let out a long sigh and turned to get into the car. Considering the density of people in the surrounding area, directly forcing Jiang Shi into the car would have an impact, so she still didn't act. It seems that we can only report truthfully to Miss. Immediately, Tong Xin stepped on the gas, and the car slowly disappeared at the end of the road. Inside the villa, Xia Xiaoshi sat on the sofa, her two calves wrapped in white pantyhose falling into the air and alternating, with a flat board resting between her legs, on which she used a digital pen to continue coloring the cat lady drawing that she hadn't finished yesterday. When she heard movement coming from the doorway, she suddenly turned back with a happy face and sat on her knees on the couch, her eyes looking towards the doorway. However, she only saw the maid Tong Xin walk over alone, until she approached the door behind her and no one came in again. Her expression became lost. Where's brother? I'm really sorry miss. Young Master Xiao Zhang he has some things to do and will be back later. In order not to affect Ms. Xia's mood, Tong Xin still decided not to say anything about Jiang Shi leaving with the other girls. Well, Xia Xiaoshi slightly pouted, looking a bit unhappy. Brother has only just transferred over here, what can there be to do? At those words, Tong Xin didn't say anything. Slightly nervous, however Xia Xiaoshi narrowed her eyes and stared at her for a while, a hint of suspicion squeezing out of her deep blue pupils. Maid sauce, you wouldn't be hiding something from me with your brother, would you? No. Child's face was expressionless. That's good abracadabra. Xia Xiaoshi picked up a cell phone with a cute yellow big cat pattern shell on the desktop and handed it to the maid. This is my brother's spare phone. You put a locator in it, and the password too, and break it open and tell me. Jiang Shi went to do things without even saying hello to her, so she had to take some coercive measures. Regarding this matter of Jiang Shi's cell phone password, it wasn't that she wanted to go through Jiang Shi's privacy, it was just that she wanted to see if there were any other cute girls that Jiang Shi's brother had a close relationship with besides herself. If other girls are found, then they must be eradicated immediately, because a brother can only be his own. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi's face added a hint of arrogance. Okay, Tong Xing took the phone and headed for the backyard. The villa area had a special work area where there were all kinds of tools and external equipment. She's kind of a bit of a know-it-all in that regard, and installing a peripheral locator and unlocking a cell phone password is no big deal at all. Seeing the maid leave, Xia Xiaoshi continued to lie down and sit on the sofa, picking up the digital pen and scribbling on the tablet, with her little mouth humming softly. Will there be any pictures of other Thurians in brothers' albums? If there are, whose would they be? Secondary or tertiary ones? Or Lolas or Ajis? Still a bit unclear about brothers XP it. Well, why don't you take a few good-looking pictures of Z for brother and save them in your cell phone? Put on a little white silk dress and then some good-looking poses. Brother will surely like it, right? After all, Z is so cute that it even makes brother want to humiliate Z hard on his first day here. He said to do it, no matter what XP my brother is. I'll also make him become like only himself and just fill his eyes with sure. Saying that, Xia Xiaoshi stopped the pen in her hand, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked up with a bad smile, stepped on the furry slippers and ran towards the upstairs. At the same time, on the other side, I don't know why that maid said something so inexplicable, but don't mind me haha, I didn't miss you as much as she said. Jiang Shi followed by Qi-in to her house. He followed by Qi-in towards the inside of the house, explaining, it's okay, it's normal for strangers to be wary of each other. Come with me, the computer is in the room. Just didn't care. Jiang Shi followed while his eyes scanned the surrounding area and asked suspiciously, but you really live alone in such a big house? Ah, yeah, oh, an used house at home that just happens to be closer to school. So here it is, the unused house. The corners of Jiang Shi's mouth twitched slightly. It was the first time he came to Bai Qi-yin's home in Kyoto. This lookout house is very big. According to his inference must have been more than 100 square feet. According to the price of this area of more than 90,000 a square meter, the purchase price of the whole house has been in the $10 million or so. This was still only the temporary residence that Bai Chi-yin's family had prepared for her. Over $10 million. It's really a bit extravagant. He did know that Bai Chi-yin's family was wealthy, but he didn't expect it to be this wealthy. Damn it, I should have known to try harder to take her down. Just as Zhang Shi was thinking, Bai Chi-yin suddenly turned back to look at herself, only to see her smiling slightly. But it's okay, I'm living here alone, and there won't be anyone else in the house, so you don't have to worry about it. Oh, ha! Zhang Shi paused for a moment, his gaze straying to her delicate face with a deep smile, scratching his head in some embarrassment. What's going on? It's like this guy is seducing himself into committing a crime with that comment. Chapter 12. You won't be able to run away tonight. If the computer can't boot up, seems to be the reason why her memory stick is not plugged in tightly. Plugging it in tightly should not be a problem. After saying that, Zhang Shi reinstalled the memory stick, straightened his back and subconsciously wiped his forehead, then pressed the boot button, and the display began to load the boot animation. It doesn't seem like a big deal. He did remember that he had helped to match Bai Chi-yin's computer, and he had purchased all the accessories one by one with her. However, Bai Chi-yin's family is very rich, do not have to think about the budget at all, so it did not take much effort. Brainless selection of the top of the year's accessories. Although many accessories are now updated with higher configurations, but Bai Chi-yin usually do not play any games, just draw comics to browse some information. This computer basically can still battle a big few years, but it's just such a simple question. This guy can't even fix it? I was under the impression that Bai Chi-yin wasn't someone who would immediately go and rely on others when she encountered a problem, right? While waiting for the computer to turn on, Zhang Shi turned his head to look at the door, as if he had thought of something, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. This guy's purpose couldn't really be to bring himself to the house under the pretext of a computer, and it was specifically emphasized just now that no one else would be coming in the house. Doesn't that suggest itself? Gentle and pure and beautiful green plum hair, small initiative to invite themselves to the door. This even dream is difficult to dream of the plot. Is it going to be staged on their own today? Thinking about this, Zhang Shi was a bit excited, and the bad smile on his face couldn't stop. Suddenly, the door to the room was pushed open, only to see Bai Chi-yin walk in with a cup of fresh water, handing it to him. It's been hard work, have a drink. Ah, good. Zhang Shi scratched his head and subconsciously took the cup of water, turned his eyes to the computer that had already entered the desktop, and said, I've helped you with the computer. It's just a very simple problem. You can use it now. Thank you, Bai Chi-yin said with a smile on her brow. Zhang Shi didn't hesitate to dry the water in the glass in one gulp and place the glass on the desktop. Since the computer is fixed, I'll be going back today, haha. Honestly, he wasn't the type to take advantage of the situation on his own accord. After all, in his impression, Bai Chi-yin had always been a conservative and gentle girl. Taking the initiative to give something for nothing was unlikely in his opinion. And those thoughts just now were only fantasized based on the current situation. Maybe it's all just coincidence. 2. It would be very embarrassing if you were to stay here and wait for the other party to do what you fantasize about. And if you got bored with them, and there was still a Xia Xiaoshi at home, if he went back any later, or he really might have to get 2 electric rods, so he was still ready to go back first today. Wait a minute. Bai Chi-yin pulled out a comic from the bookshelf on the side and handed it to Zhang Shi. This is for you. Only on the cover was an illustration of a young girl with long flowing hair and a youthful boy on the plains. A softer, more aesthetic image, and at the very top was printed in a string of designed art fonts that was the name of the manga. Underneath the name of the manga, there is also the manga artist's pen name hand-signed 7-color soundstring XXX. This is the very same comic book that Shiranui Shikian's serialized manga was published in. Yeah, I forgot I asked you for an autograph before. With that, Zhang Shi took the comic book and smiled slightly. Thanks. Bai Chi-yin draws campus romance comics. The content is summarized in one sentence as a teenager and teenage girl youthful school romance. Because of the perfect persona, delicate emotions, beautiful drawing style and bursting into flames, the so-called one book has become a god. And when Bai Chi-yin updated the first sentence of the manga, he had already begun to chase. Whether it is the plot or the style of painting, are very much to his liking, and after that also chased for several years. The work is also he watched slowly fire. Also a longtime fan of White 7 Sound. And for a comic book author of Bai Chi-yin's volume, the platform had already contacted her a year ago to publish a physical comic. It's just that Bai Chi-yin was updating so slowly at the time that there simply weren't enough manga chapters to publish, and it wasn't until recently that there were just enough chapters to publish a physical manga. Being an old fan of the original, he had asked Bai Chi-yin for a pro-signing of the book before he came to Kyoto. Now that he's got it, he's still a little happy. It's fine, but what? Zhang Shi was puzzled, only to see Bai Chi-yin slightly biting her red lips, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush a little. Well, it's already late now. There's still a little snow drifting outside, and it might rain even more later. there are a lot of rooms in my house. Jiangshi sniffed surprised ah. He made a sound, and his somewhat shocked gaze fell on her serious expression. To be honest, he had already sensed something. It was just that he was really a little disbelieving that Bai Qiyin would take the initiative to invite him to stay over at the house. But after dwelling on it for a long time, Jiangshi still sighed. Let's just forget about it. I already promised the maid to go back just now. Honestly, no one can turn down an invitation to a sleepover from a rich, beautiful girl. Just considering that if he didn't go back tonight, Xia Xiaoshi was afraid that she would really slaughter him. Moreover, that maid still seemed to have a bad heart. Obviously just coming to Bai Qiyin's house to get something. She had to say it in a way that could be more misleading. I also don't know how the maid told Xia Xiaoshi about herself in 7th sound. If it's really a misunderstanding that says he's spending the night out with Bai Qiyin or even more over the top, that's some really bad intentions. But after all, he still had to rely on Xia Xiaoshi's family to live, and had to compromise until he was able to be independent. Thinking of this, Jiangshi also let out a long sigh. Thanks for the comic book huh? I'll keep it safe. Okay. Bai Qiyin's gentle expression turned to one of loss visible to the naked eye. Her gaze locked straight onto Jiangshi who was leaving towards the outside. But you a girl live here or pay attention to safety haha. Although it is a high-end neighborhood, but not inevitably there may also be perverts. So it is better to do more security measures at home. Or else really buy some intentional bad guys on the target that will be a little difficult to get. After the reminder, Jiangshi was ready to push the door open and leave when suddenly a wave of dizziness hit him. Staggering a bit he subconsciously held onto the doorframe. Hiss. What's going on? Head. So dizzy. 7 tones. Before he had time to turn around and call for help. However, the vertigo grew worse, and within moments, consciousness was taken away. The next moment only saw Jiangshi let go of the door handle and fell against the white wall. Really? Why do I have to be made to do this to keep you, my dear? Bai Qiyin slightly skimmed her mouth, followed by a long sigh. The gentleness on her face had long since vanished, replaced by an expression of loss. But it's okay, honey. You won't get away with it tonight. Chapter 13, Tasting. Inside the pink-colored room, teenage girl poses on bed, changes beautiful clothes on her body and takes pictures of herself with her cell phone. Finally, Xia Xiaoshi took a long breath and sat on her knees on the soft quilt, scratching her cell phone storing the dozens of series photos she had just taken, revealing a satisfied smile. This should make my brother like it. Dozens of photos of her changing clothes in different poses. She's not like the Shirbari drawing female characters set in the anime, who buy these kinds of clothes to put on themselves to use as models, and then refer to themselves to draw themselves into their paintings. Xia Xiaoshi basically didn't wear these clothes once, but just bought them to put on the plastic mold to observe the details as the material for painting. After all, it would only make her feel diabolical if she were to wear these clothes as well and let her be the model to draw herself into the manga for everyone to enjoy. There would be a feeling that his body was being violated by Seb, because old colorful critics are everywhere, whether it's a decent site or an immodest one. Rather more like the old colorful lot of the proper site. Not serious site inside the casual scratch all the content is shibboleths, which in turn does not stimulate the interest of the old color batch. On the contrary, in the serious site, but wherever you find a bit of shibboleths, which can immediately stimulate the excitement of the old color batch. What's more, the real name authentication was issued in the rubbing video of the serious website. I have a certain province, a certain urban area, a certain area of the XXX real name, and other pop-ups and then began a strange operation. Even though you can't see their movements behind the screen, just sending out this kind of pop-up is sick enough. This is just horrible. But if it's Etsy taking a picture of herself, then it would be perfectly fine. Well, I wonder what my brother's reaction will be when he sees these photos. He. Will he immediately get excited after seeing them and want to hold himself tightly in his arms? Think about it and look forward to. But why isn't brother back yet? Xia Xiaoshi's gaze fell outside the darkened window, slightly pouting with a somewhat gambling expression. Well, what the hell is brother doing? Come back quickly. Brother Weed, why can't you detect my feelings after all this time? Do I have to resort to this method myself to keep you? Why can't you take the initiative? I've been longing for it. Longing for your hugs. Darling, love you so much. Do you love me? Room. Bai Qiyin lay on her stomach on the edge of the bed, her small slender hand lightly brushing the cheek of the fainting past teenager on the bed. Her face was slightly flushed, her gaze deep and infatuated. There had been a lot of changes in Jiangshi's family over the years, so wherever Jiangshi went, she followed. As she likes gentle girls, she then pretended to be gentle. Whatever Jiangshi hated, she would do her best to change it and try to become his favorite look. As long as it was for Jiangshi, she'll do anything. It was just that she didn't understand why Jiangshi still couldn't detect her feelings even though she had already taken such initiative. Though there were times when she could sense that Jiangshi would have some good feelings for her, but that was just too subtle to satisfy her at all. What she wanted was more fervent love from Jiangshi. But after all these years of hesitation on Atsushi's part, this saddened her. Ugh, why can't you be more proactive? Embrace yourself, possess yourself, invade yourself. She was disappointed. Especially this time, Jiangshi took a vacation for several days without even informing her, which really touched her bottom line. She couldn't take it anymore. She had always loved Jiangshi deeply, but his slowness saddened her. She wanted to instantly take over all of Etsy, wanted to vent all her desires on Jiangshi. She took off her shoes and her feet, wrapped in white calf socks, stepped onto the bed. She sat on her knees on the bed, panting slightly, her delicate eyes filled with infatuation as she gazed at Jiangshi. Honey, why can't you love me properly? Or do you still only like me with that gentle look? Over the years, she had never shown her true appearance in front of Jiangshi, always maintaining a gentle and harmless demeanor. She keeps a gentle look at all times. That's only because Jiangshi has a good feeling about her, also because Jiangshi likes a gentler girl. So there was no way for her to show her true appearance at the moment on Jiangshi's front. She was afraid that after showing this crazy side of herself, Jiangshi would turn away from herself, or even hate himself, and finally leave her. She couldn't accept that kind of thing happening, so she had faked it all these years, and although she was a little tired, it was all worth it when she thought of enjoying all of Jiangshi afterward. But if Jiangshi finds out someday, then one has to imprison him, until he falls deeply in love with himself, until he can't get away from himself. I'm sorry about that, darling, I love you so much. If you can't take the initiative, I'll just have to. At this point, the young girl was nearly in a state of euphoria. She bent down, her soft body and cheeks pressing against Jiangshi's chest, trying to feel his warmth and heartbeat. Ah, dear, so warm. You're all mine tonight. It's just a shame. Why can't you hug me of your own accord? So sad. Even that gentle me. I can't do it? Ugh. Never mind. No matter what. You haven't left me yet. Let me savor you first tonight. All of you. Chapter 14, Gentle by Chi-in. Problems? Miss, the locator has been installed. Plus all the passwords in the phone have been reset. Shiver and let him take it with him when brother goes to school tomorrow, so we'll know where he's going afterward. Xia Xiaoshi took the cell phone handed over by Tong Xin. But how come brother hasn't come back yet? It's already more than 10 o'clock now. It's not like brother lives in the school, so something wouldn't take so long to do, right? I'm not sure. Young Master Xiao Jiang said he'll be back later. Tong Xin shook her head. She only knew that Jiangshi went to that pink-haired girl's house to fix her computer. This matter. She wasn't quite sure if it was actually fixing computers or not though. It's just that Jiangshi said he'd be back later. She was afraid that Xia Xiaoshi would go to sleep with a depressed mood and then be angry for the rest of the night. So she deliberately didn't say anything about Jiangshi going to the other girl's house. But it was almost 11 o'clock now, and she wasn't quite sure if Jiangshi would come back. Okay, bah. Then you go out first. I'm going to enjoy my brother's XP now and wait for him to come back, by the way. Okay. Seeing Tong Xin leave, Xia Xiaoshi closed the door and then also couldn't wait to jump onto the bed. Some excited expression of opening the cell phone. Small hands on the screen quickly sliding. I also wonder what kind of thingy stuff will be inside my brother's cell phone. However, after scanning a circle of apps in the phone, the gallery and Penguin and Wixen these one by one turned over. Xia Xiaoshi's expression gradually turned lost. For the reason that all passwords are reset. All encrypted apps can also be opened. The two commonly used social platform contacts on not many people to send messages to Jiangshi. Basically the group or follow the public number of the message. And I don't know if it's because Jiangshi is so well hidden. Surprisingly, there isn't a shibboleth app on the desktop. The gallery is also full of a mishmash of secondary anime pictures, which are basically just shibari pictures showing off legs and stomachs. But there are some images of almost any type saved, not a specific type of secondary image. It made her completely confused as to what type of girl Jiangshi liked. Why can't my brother just independently declare that he's the dog of so-and-so's character like those online who love certain characters exclusively and only save pictures of a single character or a type of character? Xia Xiaoshi skimmed her mouth. Well, philandering brother. She slowly lost interest in looking at her phone, scratching back and forth across the desktop until her eyes landed on the browser at the bottom of the last page. But after just a quick scan, he tossed the phone aside and sighed helplessly. After all, she knew very well that anyone who regularly browsed immodest websites would basically turn on the browser's no trace mode, which meant that no matter what they searched for, they wouldn't leave a history. She didn't even need to look at it to know that Jiangshi had opened uncut browsing. So much for that. Whatever, let's just save the pictures we just took. With that, Xia Xiaoshi created a new top folder in the photo album, and then saved the freshly photographed photos to Jiangshi's album one by one through Vixen. Well, now it's good. As long as brother opens the album he can immediately see Xiaoshi's photos. He. Throwing the phone aside again, Xia Xiaoshi suddenly planted her head into the comforter like a dead fish, her buttocks puckered high, murmuring against the bedding. Well, but when the hell is brother coming back? Suddenly, the ding of her cell phone caught her attention. She turned her head slightly and brought her cell phone over again, only to see that above it was a note titled, Gu Lingyue's senior sister. A message sent, elementary school brother, I heard you came to the capital? Looks like you still remember what I told you before, telling you to get into a university in Kyoto, and you actually got in. In that case, let's meet in a couple days. I'll pick the place. Brother's schoolmate? Xia Xiaoshi squinted her eyes slightly, and after reading these messages, a trace of disgust surfaced on her pretty face. Which strange schoolmate is narcissistic here? Brother didn't come to Kyoto because of you, it was because of himself. With that, Xia Xiaoshi defiantly picked up her cell phone and began to scroll up the chat logs. Meanwhile, on the other side, room, Jiangshi held his forehead and slowly sat up, subconsciously scanning the room. The neat room was empty. What am I doing here? He felt dizzy. He only remembered that he had come to help Bai Qiyin fix his computer earlier. How did you suddenly get into bed? What's the situation? Is he fainting? Suddenly, the door was pushed open and Bai Qiyin walked in with a cup of hot water. Seeing Jiangshi waking up, she also walked forward with a slight smile. You're awake. You suddenly fainted just now. It seems like. Jiangshi's face was a bit ugly. Hiss. Strange. This situation seems to have been quite a few times. It feels like I have to go to the hospital, or else I might die on the road one day. Take a sip of hot water to slow down first. Bai Qiyin handed the cup of water to him. Thanks. Jiangshi took the glass of water. To be honest, within his impression, this had indeed happened quite a few times before. Inexplicably fainting and then waking up again after 2 hours. It was just that he found it a bit strange because at every time he woke up, Bai Qiyin would basically be beside him. There were many times before when he suspected that Bai Qiyin had done something, like drugging or something, but Bai Qiyin takes care of herself very sweetly every time. It's not like she had much reason to drug herself. It shouldn't be a deliberate attempt to drug yourself every time to do something to yourself. It's not like Xia Xiaoshi with some sickly attributes. Strange. Nope. But it's only when I'm with Shira Katsunichan that I faint. This still seems to be a problem with Bai Qiyin. But what reason would she have to do such a thing to herself? Forget it. Pay more attention next time you're with Bai Qiyin. Or maybe one should really go to the hospital. Thinking of this, Jiangshi also sighed. Thank you. Every time I trouble you to take care of me. It's okay. Bai Qiyin sat on the edge of the bed and looked at him with soft eyes. That gentle and somewhat worried expression on his face really made him unable to conjure up the idea that his fainting would be the work of Bai Qiyin. Next time, if you're still with Bai Qiyin, you'd better pay more attention. He was now very skeptical that it was the glass of water that Bai Qiyin had handed over before he fainted that had something wrong with it. But he couldn't be bothered to ask positively. We'll just have to pay more attention next time. Chapter 15. Why do you smell like other girls? What time is it, Kayoni? It's 12 now. Almost 1 in the morning. You can stay here for the night and then go to school together tomorrow. Bai Qiyin said with concern. It's already this hour. Jiangshi sighed and lifted the covers to step on the slippers under the bed. Thank you for your kindness, but I have to go home first. Bai Qiyin was a bit surprised, but it's already late. It's cold outside. It's okay to stay here. It's okay, home isn't far from here anyway. Honestly, if it were normal, he would have stayed here. After all, it was almost midnight and he didn't really want to run back out into the cold, but there was still a Xia Xiaoshi at home, and he could imagine that if he turned on his cell phone right now, Xia Xiaoshi would have already started message bombardment. Considering Xia Xiaoshi's sickly attribute, he still had to take it easy. If she went back after school tomorrow, she would definitely be labeled by Xia Xiaoshi as having yourself and still going to another woman's house to spend the night. The name of Xia Xiaoshi has been annoying, but if you go back tonight, you can still weasel out with Xia Xiaoshi and say, there are too many things to be busy, but you're not back yourself. From there, you can get away with it. Otherwise, according to the maid's mouth, she had spent the night at another girl's house, and that was really true. And it wasn't that far from the school, not even more than a kilometer, and they came back from school on foot. The school wasn't far from Xia Xiaoshi's home, just a kilometer or so. It was much better than 2 days ago when Jiangshi braved the snow and walked 4 kilometers hard from the station to Xia Xiaoshi's house because he didn't have the money for the bus. This little distance was perfectly fine for him. Thinking of this, Jiangshi also stepped on his slippers and picked up Bai Qiyin's autographed comic on the desktop. I have to go back tonight. I'll take the comic, I'll see you at school tomorrow, You also go to bed early. After seeing Jiangshi quickly push open the door and walk out, Bai Qiyin's eyes sank slightly, slowly biting her red lips. TSK. She was a little angry, because it was too late in the evening, she had put in the water a drug for a short period of unconsciousness. She had thought that when Jiangshi woke up at this time of the day she would stay here for the night because it was too late, and then purposely create scenarios that would expose her seductive place when Jiangshi was awake. Let Eshi stir up that aspect so that he likes himself a little more, or one step at a time. But what she didn't expect was that Jiangshi was even this late in the day, and still had no choice but to go home. Even her persuasion didn't work. It was as if something was forcing Jiangshi. Damn, isn't it good enough to be on your own? Who the hell? Bai Qiyin darkened her face, her white hands clenching the white sheets in death, and sat on the edge of the bed for a long time and thought. In the room, Xia Xiaoshi was sitting against the bed, frantically tapping on her cell phone with a slightly disgusted expression on her pretty face. Me, who came to Kyoto for you? Why are you so self-absorbed? Sister Gu Lingyu, what do you mean by that? Me, I'm saying you're too self-absorbed. Can't you hear me? Me, what schoolmates? Eshi wouldn't come to Kyoto for someone like you. Sister Gu Lingyu, heh? You're his sister? Me, no. I'm his fiancé. Sister Gu Lingyue, it's okay Jiangshi. I haven't seen you for so long. You have a girlfriend. You let him take his cell phone and talk to me. Me, you. I'm not letting a vixen like you talk to him. Bye. After typing the last sentence, Xia Xiaoshi clicked on the upper right corner, and the line of clouds directly deleted the other party's friends, and then threw the phone aside. Well, really, where did such a narcissistic guy come from? Brother has a poor eye. Xia Xiaoshi muttered under her breath. After she had looked through the previous chat records between this narcissistic schoolmate on the opposite side of the room and Jiangshi, she was instantly a bit angry. She realized that this Gu Lingyu schoolmate on the opposite side was a schoolmate from Jiangshi's previous high school, and that Gu Lingyu schoolmate was originally from Kyoto as well, but only attended high school at Jiangshi's place. But after that, because Gu Lingyue's senior sister returned to Kyoto to go to college after the college entrance exams, the two of them haven't heard from each other since then. From the chat logs, it could be seen that Gu Lingyue's senior sister spoke with some arrogance and haughtiness, while Jiangshi seemed to have some fondness for that senior sister, and there was always some feeling of deliberately humbling the other party when chatting. No matter what obnoxious words that schoolmate said, Jiangshi basically replied patiently, basically not missing a reply or replying perfunctorily. Though after looking through that schoolmate's friend circle she's very good looking, sometimes she would offer to help Jiangshi. She's a good problem solver. She's from a good family. She has a good figure. Basically, there are no flaws. But I don't even get this kind of treatment myself. Damn. Although she knew that it wasn't good for her to delete the contacts in Jiangshi's phone without authorization, after the last conversation between the two of them before today, as Jiangshi's closest now, she had every reason to help Jiangshi out. That conversation was a year and a half ago now. Enishi, sister, are you really going back to Kyoto for college? Sister Gu Lingyu, yeah. Jiangshi, actually Sister Gu Lingyu, I know what you're thinking. Tell you what, if you get into a university in Kyoto afterward and come over here to study at the university, I can consider it. Jiangshi, got it. After that, the two never heard from each other again. And now Jiangshi has already been a freshman. Gu Lingyue's sophomore. Gu Lingyue seems to have just realized that Jiangshi came to Kyoto to attend college, probably regretted sending a message to greet him only today. But what Xia Xiaoshi was angry about was that Gu Lingyu was still so arrogant to make demands after knowing Jiangshi's feelings. Can't you just say no if you don't like it? It also puts Etsy in a humble position. The current Jiangshi must have already forgotten about that guy, and now that guy has the cheek to come to brother Jiangshi, saying something about coming to the capital for himself. What a narcissist. But in reality Eshi transferred to Kyoto for family reasons, in order to keep this guy from disturbing his brother's mood, and for the sake of his own and his brother's relationship. I'm sure my brother wouldn't blame himself for deleting that guy. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi hummed disdainfully. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening came from downstairs. Brother is finally back, Xia Xiaoshi said subconsciously, and then hurriedly stepped on the slippers and pushed open the door towards the downstairs and quickly ran. When he came downstairs, he saw that Jiangshi was holding a white towel to wipe his hair, and was currently talking to the maid, Tong Xin. Seeing this, Xia Xiaoshi quickly stepped forward and hugged Jiangshi. Why did you only come back? Xiaoxi missed you so much. What are you doing? Looking at Xia Xiaoshi on his body, Jiangshi was suddenly somewhat helpless. Xia Xiaoshi pressed her head against Jiangshi's chest, feeling the temperature and flavor of the other party's body. However, she felt that there was something wrong with the smell of Jiangshi's body, and her brows furrowed slightly. Something's wrong. How come my brother smells like another girl? Chapter 16, Shallow Men. What woman's smell? Are you a dog's nose? It couldn't be that he had just slept in by Qi Yin's bed and would have Bai Qi Yin scent on him, could it? Though it did seem like the room he had just slept in was the room that Bai Qi Yin always slept in. But it shouldn't be so bad that after sleeping for 2 hours Bai Qi Yin's bed would smell like her, right? Xia Xiaoshi sniffed all over him like a dog, and finally pressed herself against his chest, slowly raising her head to gaze at him with her deep blue pupils. Brother, you have a very strong and lovely girl smell on you. And, you've been in contact with that girl for at least 2 hours or more. And it's still the kind that's close to your body. You shouldn't have already been at home with that girl. The corner of Jiang Shi's mouth twitched slightly. How come I didn't know I had skinship with a beautiful girl? To be honest, he did suspect that Bai Qiyin had drugged him to make him faint, but he really couldn't conjure up any reason for Bai Qiyin to take advantage of the period of time that he was fainting to do the kind of thing that Xia Xiaoshi had said in her mouth to herself. It really doesn't make sense, does it? What if every time she fainted, Bai Qiyin would take the opportunity to plot madly against her? And then assuming that every time he fainted, it was Bai Qiyin who did it, and then only to stick it to his body? I'm afraid this is sick. Bai Qiyin is such a gentle girl. She shouldn't be able to do that kind of thing, right? Almost after thinking about all the memories of being together with Bai Qiyin from before, he couldn't get the idea that Bai Qiyin was this kind of morbid person. Well, the tone has a flavor of lying. Xia Xiaoshi puffed out her cheeks and looked at him with contempt. It is common for adolescent girls to carry a body odor, usually due to physiological factors, but they need to be very close to be able to smell it. Also, staining the flavor on other girls is even harder, but there is a real possibility that prolonged close contact can still pick up some of the other person's scent. And there was a special scent of a young girl's body on Etsy's body, she who had been used to the smell of Jiang Shi's body for a long time. As soon as she got close to Jiang Shi's body, she smelled that the other party's smell was different from before. That's vixen flavor. No, don't misunderstand me. Jiang Shi raised his hand and sniffed his sleeve. Except for a little smell of dampness from the melting snow that dampened the fabric, Is could not feel any girly smell at all. You lie. Xia Xiaoshi's gaze gradually darkened, and it was as if she hated to kill Jiang Shi. Seeing this, Jiang Shi was somewhat helpless. He did go home with a beautiful girl like Shiranui Nanine and slept in each other's beds for a few hours. It was forced, but is that something that can be said? That's definitely not something you can say. Moreover, looking at Xia Xiaoshi's situation, it seems that the maid didn't say anything about her visit to Bai Qiyin's house. Well, people are kinda nice. However, he still had to stay at Xia Xiaoshi's house for an unknown period of time, so it was better to follow this guy's nature for the time being. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi also let out a long sigh and raised his hands in surrender. First of all, I'm not lying. I really don't know about any teenage girl smell. I just went out to repair a computer, and it's already after 1 a.m. If you stop making a scene, I can promise you a request. The first moment brother stepped into the house, Shi said that you must obey all of Shi's demands. I didn't promise that. That was just saying I try to do as much as I could. And that's a request you can make a little over the top and I won't argue with it. Mess. Xia Xiaoshi hesitated for a while, her small mouth slightly pouted. Well, although it feels like I've fallen for your scheme. Jiang Shi was happy. What a ripoff. Quickly go and take a bath. Rinse off the vixen odor from your body properly. Xia Xiaoshi crossed her arms. Since brother said anything is okay if you ask, come to Xiaoshi's room after washing. Jiang Shi just smiled faintly and said no more. Crossing over to her side and heading upstairs, Xia Xiaoshi curled up on the bed, hugging the cell phone with a secondary cute lowly pattern casing, her gaze falling on the screen with a slight displeasure. Mom phone, I've already talked to Xiao Jiang about joining the family. He's already considering it, until he agrees. You can't even bother Xiao Jiang too much. Got it? Me, why? He obviously likes me too, okay? Mom phone, I'm not sure about that, but it's Xiao Jiang who reacted to me that you're a bit too proactive and annoying. Mom phone, at least until Xiao Jiang gives me a clear answer. You shouldn't even go too far, okay? Me, cut. Badass mom phone, it's okay to play with Xiao Jiang however you want after he agrees, because his mom is a good friend of mine and doesn't want to force him. Badass mom phone, but it does not take too long. After all, men always crave that too. Greedy for money, greedy for sex. These what you do not have. As long as he agrees, you want to do what you can. Understand? Gee whiz. Always looking at your brother so superficially. Xia Xiaoshi casually flung her cell phone aside and held her head in deep thought. To be honest, she didn't give a damn about those words from her mom. It's just surprising that he didn't immediately agree when his mom asked. Well, obviously they are so cute. Jiang Shi. Surprisingly, I didn't agree. Damn it. What can be done to get him to agree? Right. Oh, brother said he would grant himself a request just now. Anything. That leaves brother to promise mom. Hey, I'm so smart. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi had a smile on her face, following which she sat up on the bed, her gaze falling on the door. But how long has this been going on already? Just going to wash away the vixen flavor. But it's taking so long? Speaking of vixens, Xia Xiaoshi slowly clenched her small fists and clenched her teeth. I don't know which vixen is out there seducing brother. If I know, I will definitely not spare you. But why hasn't it come out by now? It's been almost an hour. Xia Xiaoshi was already a bit impatient and got out of bed to the door of the bathroom. However, only to see that the lights were not even turned on inside the door. It was obvious that there was no one inside long ago. This guy can't be going to his room to sleep already. Damn it. What about coming to your own room? As promised? Xia Xiaoshi was furious, and after getting the stun baton from her room, she ran towards Jiang Shi's room. Chapter 17, Did you do a good job of praising me? Room. After blow-drying his hair, Jiang Shi climbed into bed and stretched out before getting ready for bed. He scanned the bed and the nightstand and the desk and found no sign of the cell phone. Strange. Where did my cell phone go? It can't be that guy took it from me. Pop. The door of the room was violently kicked open. Xia Xiaoshi walked in somewhat angrily and directly jumped onto his bed, the stun baton in her hand pointing at Jiang Shi. What does brother mean by this? Didn't you say you promised me your request? I told you to come to my room after taking a shower, and you even came here to sleep? That's right. I did agree to your request. You said you wanted me to take a shower. Didn't I take a shower? Doesn't that count as a request? I'll come back to bed when I'm done. Xia Xiaoshi was speechless. Good. Brother cheating on Z so much huh? Xia Xiaoshi couldn't hold back any longer and pressed the stun baton switch, and the upper hand began to flash a lurid arc of electricity. Don't. Just kidding with you. Jiang Shi hurriedly explained. Why don't we wait until tomorrow? It's already so late tonight. Why don't we go to bed first? Do you really think I'm a small child who's easy to fool? Xia Xiaoshi walked to Jiang Shi and squatted down, releasing the switch to quickly dislike the stun baton on Jiang Shi's waist. Don't move. Big night. Ha. Better yet, don't. Go ahead. I'll see if I can satisfy you tonight. Jiang Shi didn't quite dare to move. After all, he had already fainted once tonight and didn't want to faint a second time. And being stunned by an electric shock is thought to be quite a bit more painful than fainting somehow. Xia Xiaoshi's pretty face carried a slightly displeased expression, and after pondering for a while she put the stun baton back. Don't you dare try to grab the baton again, or else I'll tell the maid sauce that you're bullying me. Fine, but I am really sleepy, and I still have classes tomorrow, so what request? Hurry up and say it. Jiang Shi was a bit impatient. First a question. Why didn't you say yes to mom's request? Your mom's request? Is it the one your mom told me about yesterday morning? To join the family? Jiang Shi was puzzled. Yeah, well, to be honest, he had actually given some thought to the question of joining the family. After all, he was only 18 years old, fatherless, and his mother basically didn't care about him, so to speak. With no one to rely on for this hellish start, it's really a bit hard for him to turn his life around on his own. If it were the average person in this situation, they would have already accepted it and set it up at home. But he still wanted to struggle, even if he had no father or mother. After all, he knew he was still young and still had a chance to turn it around. And who knows what will happen if you really join the family. I'm not the reincarnation of the Dragon King. According to Xia Xiaoshi's character, he definitely didn't have any freedom at all, and he was still somewhat resistant to this. It's nothing, I just think it's early, and I'm not even old enough to get married. Gee whiz, I can hear that my brother is running away from Shi. Xia Xiaoshi bristled, glaring at him with a hint of majesty in her eyes. But since Xiaoshi has determined that my brother is mine, then my brother will definitely not be able to escape. And one day if I find out about my brother's vixens outside, Xiaoshi will definitely destroy them one by one. Don't be stupid. That's a crime. Ha, brother doesn't want to involve others because of himself either. And you threatened me. To be honest, he did know that Xia Xiaoshi's family background was strong, and that Xia Yi was still the plutocrat of the Xia group in Kyoto. Although this group is not considered the top in Kyoto, its influence and economic strength is still one of the best in Kyoto. Coupled with the fact that Xia Yi favored Xia Xiaoshi, and she would basically agree to whatever Xia Xiaoshi requested, there was a real possibility that this could affect someone other than herself. Though he's no saintly mother and doesn't care at all about people he doesn't know. But if Bai Qi-in and herself just spoke a couple of words, Xia Xiaoshi would have to check her out and then affect her life as soon as she got angry. Then he does beat himself up a bit when the time comes. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi also sighed. Got it. That's right, brother obedient. Xia Xiaoshi's face showed a smile. Then the request is to let you hug me to sleep tonight. One step, not allowed to leave. Oh. As for why she didn't make the request for Jiang Shi to agree to Xia Yi's request, after deep thought, she still didn't feel that it was necessary. After all, no matter what, Jiang Shi had to stay here afterward, because it didn't matter if Jiang Shi agreed or not. She had 10,000 ways to get Jiang Shi to stay here on her own accord. It doesn't matter if you force it, throw money at it, or dedicate yourself to it, because Jiang Shi is weak, so he'll never be able to escape from himself. What you want, whatever it is, will be yours in the end. Instead, he let Jiang Shi take the initiative to hug himself to sleep. This request is even better. Are you sure about this? Aren't you afraid that I'll have an animalistic outburst at night? Jiang Shi laughed badly. Poof, you dare? It's just a mouthful anyway, isn't it? It's a mongrel. The corners of Xia Xiaoshi's mouth hooked up, looking as if she was looking forward to what Jiang Shi had said. Jiang Shi gritted his teeth, and his heart was even more depressed. Hiss, this guy is even more perverted than I thought. Sometimes I really want to teach this female brat a hard lesson, so that this guy can see the evil in the world. But considering the end, and the current situation, sheesh, forget it. Jiang Shi also let out a long sigh. Alright, that said, did you take my cell phone away? I can't find it. Oh, a cell phone. Ha! Xia Xiaoshi ran back to her room and brought her cell phone over. Then she handed it to Jiang Shi. Nah, after that, brother has to bring his cell phone with him every day, or else Xiaoshi won't be able to contact you. It's hard. Got it. Jiang Shi took the phone and subconsciously up-scrolled the screen, yet it cut straight to the desktop without even a password page appearing. He looked at Xia Xiaoshi with a puzzled gaze. Say, what did you do to my cell phone? Didn't do anything, just wanted to see what my brother liked. And by the way, I helped my brother teach a lesson to a narcissistic schoolmate. I didn't expect you to be honest. Humph, I don't lie like my brother, and I'm watching it for my brother. TSK. Forget it. Jiang Shi had the breath to say nothing for a while, and he didn't have anything particularly private in his cell phone. After all, who in their right mind stores that on their cell phone? I'm sure it's on the computer. But you said you'd help me teach a lesson to a narcissistic schoolmate. Who was that? A guy named Gu Fox, right? You said that on purpose, didn't you? Jiang Shi was speechless, but as soon as he talked about Gu, plus the schoolmate in Xia Xiaoshi's mouth, it became clear to him straight away who was being talked about. Gu Lingyu, a favorite schoolmate of his in high school. Back in the day their relationship was kinda ambiguous and could have been if it had continued to develop. It's just a pity that back then, Gu Lingyu had to come back to Kyoto to attend college at that time, and she never contacted her again after that. The chat at the end of the hour he seemed to almost confess, only to be dangled for him in a special way by his schoolmate. Consider him as long as he gets into Kyoto, and at that time, he did quite like Gu Lingyu and did have the idea of taking the Kyoto exam. It was just that the two didn't talk again for a long time afterward. The later ones he slowly faded into oblivion. Even though he had now come to the university in Kyoto, he had no desire to find Gu Lingyu anymore. But now that I think about it, it seems unlikely that she and I would be able to get along. After all, the other party is also a young lady from a rich family in Kyoto. Did you say something to her? Or did she initiate the message to me? She sent a message to you, and then said some narcissistic words. I disliked her a few times when I couldn't look at her, and then deleted her. Luckily I didn't let my brother see her narcissistic speeches, otherwise my brother wouldn't have known how to reply. Luckily I deleted her decisively, so my brother wouldn't have to deal with that kind of troublesome person-in-law, quick to praise me. At those words, the corner of Jiang Shi's mouth twitched. Ha? No, what did you send? I didn't even look and you deleted it? Chapter 18. Let me explain. Why can't you delete it? Could it be that you still have thoughts about that vixen? Xia Xiaoshi's tone gradually went cold. Jiang Shi was silent for a moment. Honestly, to the question of whether or not he still had any thoughts about Gu Lingyu, that nature has long since been released. Gu Lingyu has a lot of advantages, whether it is their own quality or family background, can be said to be the attention of millions of girls, before there are a whole lot of people to pursue. After going to college even more so, the suitors naturally will not be less, but behind the glitter and glamour is always broken and unbearable. Gu Lingyu is 10,000 times stronger than ordinary people in every aspect, but the pressure she needs to endure is not something that ordinary people can imagine. Later in life he found out about it. Probably because of this, Gu Lingyu chose him from the 10,000 people. He also mistakenly believes that he is really the one chosen by Gu Lingyu, and proceeds to slowly familiarize himself with Gu Lingyu until the other graduates. In the end, he was moved, but Gu Lingyu was arrogant and cold, basically never showing her emotions, and there was no way to observe whether or not there was even a hint of movement towards him. As Gu Lingyu left, he didn't hold back in preparing to confess his feelings, but Gu Lingyu directly blocked his mouth. But she didn't reject it. Instead she asked him to get into a university over here in Kyoto and then consider his feelings. And now that a year and a half had passed, Gu Lingyu hadn't sent him a single message, and he was beginning to doubt himself. Did Gu Lingyu really have a crush on herself? Not using yourself as an outlet for your emotions? He couldn't figure it out, but he slowly got over it later. And even after he came to Kyoto to study at the university, he didn't want to go looking for Gu Lingyu. What he didn't expect was that this time Gu Lingyu actually took the initiative to contact him. However, he didn't have much desire to go looking for Gu Lingyu. After all, he wasn't here for Gu Lingyu either. What's more, now that his friend had also been deleted by Xia Xiaoshi, and had probably said a lot of nasty things in his name, Gu Lingyue must have been pretty pissed off as well, but he had little interest in adding back to the explanation. Although he was a bit angry at Xia Xiaoshi's operation of directly deleting his friends, but after what happened, he felt that it was better to let it go. After all, with Xia Xiaoshi's character, he was angry, and she definitely wouldn't realize her own problems. If she argued, she definitely wouldn't be finished for the rest of the night, and he had absolutely no desire to argue with Xia Xiaoshi on this big night. So much for that. Thinking of this, Zhang Shi breathed a sigh of relief, laying down on his side and burrowing into the quilt in preparation for sleep. Alright, next time don't touch my phone without my consent. Go to sleep. I'm sleepy. Well, you're blaming me. Who's to blame if not you? Although he thought so, Zhang Shi didn't want to trouble himself too much. No, anyway, the friends have been deleted by you, and I don't have any idea to add her, so don't think too much. Is that so? Xia Xiaoshi's index finger rested on her chin, slightly tilting her head to make a thoughtful look. But I do feel that Gu's senior sister is interested in you. Indeed, even though it was just a chat log, she could still tell that senior Gu had some meaning for Zhang Shi. It's just that the character is a bit arrogant, not to mention that he always waits for his brother to take the initiative. Ha, what a stupid woman. Missing out on someone as good as my brother. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi revealed a spiteful expression. You're overthinking it. You used my cell phone to message her and said some nasty things. She probably hates me now. Even if there was a little bit of it originally, it's definitely gone after you messed with her like that. Zhang Shi showed a hint of helplessness. Come on, hurry up and go to sleep. Okay, but even without Gu Lingyu, brother can't go looking for other bad women. And that woman who was with brother tonight, if Xiaoshi finds out again, brother will be dead. No women. Don't treat Shii like a little cutie. Well, sure did all this for you. Got it. After saying that, Xia Xiaoshi lifted the quilt and directly burrowed into the quilt, then drilled out from in front of Zhang Shi. She tightly pressed against his body, a bad smile floating on her pretty face. He. Feel free to enjoy Xiaoshi tonight. Please feel free to do so. You'd better behave yourself, or the consequences can be very serious. Ugh, is that an excuse for being weak? You guys. Me, it's okay. Zhang Shi, I haven't seen him for so long. He's got a girlfriend. You let him talk to me on his cell phone. Zhang Shi's little brother. I won't let a vixen like you talk to him. Bye. Me, the other party has turned on friend verification, and you're not her friend yet. In the apartment, the cold girl with black hair like a waterfall leaned back and sat on the head of the bed, holding her cell phone in one hand, her delicate eyes slightly wrinkled, and her cool gaze gazed at the message sent out on her cell phone with a red exclamation mark for a long time. Ha, what a great surprise for me right off the bat. Wait for it, elementary school brother. School sister will come to you right away to ask for clarification. Next day, morning, inside the living room, Xia sat on the sofa, her eyes falling on the tablet in her hand to view the documents, while nibbling on the freshly baked and warm bread. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she put the tablet down and turned her eyes to look at the maid, Tong Xin, who was tidying up the house at the side. What time is it now? Haven't the two little ones gotten up yet? Young Master Xiao Zhang came back late last night, and Miss has been waiting. Probably all are still sleeping now. Tong Xin stopped the towel she was holding to wipe the tabletop. Then shall I go call them? It looks like Z took my words at face value. Never mind. You go ahead and do your thing. I'll go check it out. Xia lifted the hair at her temples behind her ear, put the half-eaten bread on the dinner plate, got up and headed upstairs. After entering Xia Xiaoshi's room and realizing that no one was there, she went back to the door of the innermost room on the second floor. Pushing the door open, Xia turned her eyes to the bed, only to see the quilt bulging, completely unlike the form of a person who could top it up. Xia frowned slightly and walked to the bedside, tugging at the corner of the quilt and then violently pulling it open. However, the scene that came into her eyes suddenly made her at a loss for what expression to make, only to see Xia Xiaoshi lying on Zhang Shi's chest. Well, who the hell? Xia Xiaoshi rubbed her sleepy eyes, looked back and sat up, seeing Xia standing aside, her face smiling. So it's Mom. Good morning. Zhang Shi, who felt the movement, also slowly sat up, rubbing his eyes, looking at the side of the eye-cold face of Xia, subconsciously greeted, Auntie, what's wrong? Until he withdrew his gaze and saw Xia Xiaoshi, who was still sitting on his lap. He was startled and scrambled to throw her aside. What are you doing? Ugh. Xia Xiaoshi, who was pushed away, revealed an aggrieved look. Last night, you tempted me to come to the room and did such beastly things to Xiaoshi, and then in the morning, you just turned your back on me. Damn it. What are you talking about early in the morning? Faced with Xia Xiaoshi's nonsense, Zhang Shi was confused and turned his head to look at Xia. Auntie, listen to my explanation. Chapter 19. Which damned one is spoiling my good deed at this time? Well, that's it in a nutshell. It's definitely not as Xia Xiaoshi said. Weird. In the living room, Zhang Shi gave Xia Yi an explanation. Xia Yi also sighed. Xiao Shi is also really something. After you left before you yelled every day for you to come back. I didn't expect to be so addicted to you after you came back. Ugh. Ha ha. Zhang Shi scratched his head with a compensatory smile. It's bothering me myself. But what's done is done. Xia Yi crossed her legs. Her eyes sank slightly. A hint of seriousness flashing under her eyes as she stared at him. But, you really didn't do it? For sure. Looking at his serious appearance, Xia Yi also let out a long sigh. Alright, it seems that my little daughter is not to your liking. Not really, it's just that you're my benefactor, auntie, and it's just a little bit not nice to do that kind of thing to your daughter. Ha ha. Xia Yi snorted and whirled around. That's really a good man. Xiao Jiang. Ha? Zhang Shi was surprised. Never mind. Come back and talk to me someday when you've thought about my offer, and then feel free to do as you please at that point. After saying that, Xia Yi stretched her back and walked towards the room with her long legs. This aunt doesn't seem to be worried. What a big heart. Zhang Shi scratched his head, also a little confused as to what Xia Yi was thinking. Afternoon. Zhang Shi propped his arms up like a salted fish and dozed on the desktop. Last night, he had already come back late, and he had also pulled the wool over the eyes of Xia Xiaoshi for more than half an hour. It caused him to be severely sleep-deprived for the night, and he was a bit lethargic in class all day today. Xia Xiaoshi again stuck to herself as soon as she came back like a dogskin plaster. It's not even peaceful to sleep, and Auntie's reaction was strange. Wasn't even very opposed to him getting in contact with Xia Xiaoshi that close. Xia Xiaoshi, that's her daughter, and she doesn't even seem to care? Xia Xiaoshi is a sickly girl. I'm afraid Auntie is also a bit. There seems to be something strange about this family. Still have to find a way to run away quickly. Sleepy? A light and gentle voice interrupted his thoughts, only to see Bai Qiyin walking up to his side, greeting him with a smile on her brow. Ah, a little. Zhang Shi subconsciously straightened his body. He was indeed a bit sleepy, but his mind was now filled with thoughts of saving up and running away, because he knew that being tossed around like this by Xia Xiaoshi for a long time would definitely not work. But to save money, then you have to make money first. Just how should I make money? His mom, engaged in 18 our erotic year, also made a lot of money. Just later all the losses, and then also ran away to their own most dear son, mercilessly abandoned. Damn it. Although he did learn a few lessons, opening a store is more labor-intensive, and as a student he was completely unable to juggle it all. Honestly, it would be too hard for him, with no social experience in a rusty city, to make a dent in it for his own independence. Unless, lean on someone else. His only support right now was still Auntie Summer, but he didn't really want to go. Xia Yi would surely be too much trouble to just throw money at him, and then would have to be forced to accept her inexplicable offer. After thinking for a long time, it came to him. Before coming to Kyoto, he also knew a local Kyoto friend. Maybe ask him what he can do. Thinking of this, Zhang Shi took out his cell phone from his backpack, and found a vixen named Flexible Dog in the Mountains. The contact sent out a sentence. Brother, have time not, looking for you to do a favor, while Bai Qiyin sat on the side, quietly watching him. Nimble Dog in the Mountains, what's going on? The other side returned in seconds. Me, do you have time this afternoon to discuss something? Nimble Dog in the Mountains, yes. Then go to the milk tea store you used to go to before. After returning a line, Zhang Shi's holographic phone was dropped into his bag, and he was also relieved. Don't look at the guy's ID like a deadbeat. He really is one too, but he is a proper rich second generation, and has long been on his own strength to write articles to earn money completely for their own independence. Although his main earnings come from writing, this he spends a lot of time at home and mixing with the internet. Figured there would be some way to be able to rake in the cash. After all, he was now penniless, and there was no other way to leave Xia Xiaoshi's house where even eating was a problem. Thinking about what? Can you tell me about it? Bai Qiyin asked curiously. Nothing, it's just that isn't today Friday. Looking for a friend for something, Zhang Shi said. Ugh, but I still want to ask you for a favor. Ha? Zhang Shi was slightly stunned. Facing another request from Bai Qiyin, he instantly felt that something was wrong. What kind of favor? Well, this isn't just coming back to Kyoto. There are a lot of deliveries that need to be moved back to the house. Can you help me? Looking at Bai Qiyin's innocent and harmless face, Zhang Shi was even more hesitant for a moment. Honestly, it wasn't that he didn't want to help, but there was something strange about Bai Qiyin. Before this, Bai Qiyin wouldn't even invite him to her house so often to help or be a guest. But back in Kyoto, only just 2 days into classes, this was already the second time she had invited him. Although the reason was more legitimate, basically no one would have noticed anything fishy, and anyone else wouldn't have turned it down. But for a rich young lady like her, it's faster and better to pay a housekeeper to do it. But Bai Qiyin had to find him? Although he didn't have much evidence that Bai Qiyin had knocked him out, This frequent seeking of his help by Chi-in really made him feel strange. What's wrong? If it really doesn't work, just forget it, Chi-in said with another pitiful look. I've just made an appointment with someone. There really isn't much time left. Jiangshi stuttered a bit as he spoke. Well, is it going to take long? Honestly, the average person would never realize there was anything wrong. But Chi-in is more proactive than before, not to mention. And all for the purpose of bringing him to the house? It wasn't that he was self-absorbed, but he did feel that there was something wrong with Chi-in this time. So he still felt it was better to take a step back first. It should take quite a while. You can find your other friends if you don't feel comfortable with housekeeping. Isn't this your old home? And I'm going home early today. Jiangshi got up. I'll go to the restroom first. After saying that, Jiangshi also ran out with big strides. Seeing Jiangshi leave, Chi-in revealed a look of exasperation as she punched her fist sideways on the wall and gazed at the doorway while biting her lower lip tightly. Which one of these damn things is spoiling my good work at this time? Hurry up and die. No way. We have to follow after school to find out who it is. Chapter 20. There's someone out there. As the sun gradually set, the brilliant bright sunlight colored the sky red, and the golden haze poured over the campus, stretching the shadows of the students. The hustle and bustle of the school's entrance was extreme. I have an appointment, so I'll leave first. If you're really busy you can find a friend over here, or wait until afterward when I have time to help you. In any case, today is definitely a no-go. After Jiangshi finished speaking, he left in a big stride to the side. Looking at Jiangshi's distant back, Chi-in had a dark face, and her demonic pink hair was reddened by the setting sun. She'd noticed, and Enishi had begun to avoid her. But why? Could it be that he was exposed for drugging Jiangshi? I don't think so. I've disguised myself very well. I don't think Eshi has ever seen that side of himself. Why would you reject yourself? Then there's only one possibility. There's someone outside at the time of the river. Thinking of this, Chi-in followed. She couldn't tolerate him having another woman outside. Following Jiangshi to a nearby walkway, he was seen walking into a tea-faced moonlight, sitting on the side near the floor-to-ceiling windows, exchanging words with another teenager. Chi-in sat in the restaurant across from tea-faced moonlight, looking at the two in the distance through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Male? Seeing that the two were chatting happily, Chi-in even clenched her fists, her brows furrowed like a sharp-pointed knife. She was angry, more so than if there had been a girl sitting across from her in Atsushi. To turn down an invitation for a guy? Why? Could it be that he couldn't even compare himself to a common friend of Jiangshi's? Refusing to go out on your own with another person. Sheesh. She was a bit puzzled, but decided to observe for a while, and then go up to Jiangshi after the two had finished their dealings. Her sultry eyes stared deathly at Jiangshi on the opposite side of the room, biting her red lips to death to express her anger. Darling, you don't listen anymore. If this goes on I won't be able to indulge you like this anymore. Inside the tea-faced moonlight, across from Jiangshi was a teenager wearing a white down jacket with a blue scarf shredded around his neck. This was none other than a rich second-generation man he had previously met in Kyoto, named Chusun, whose attributes were completely die-hard otaku. As long as it was a vacation period, he was able to completely stay at home without taking a step out of the door, and even his room rarely ever left. As for why to find this guy, it is because this guy is young. Just on the first year of college will become the end of the Chinese network LV5 writers. His yearly fee has been far more than 400,000. Even if not rely on the family is also fully able to independently support their own. Of course he didn't expect him to get to that level right away. He just wanted to come in for some advice and run away as soon as he could save up enough money to be able to live comfortably. Subsequently, Jiangshi finished telling Chusun about himself, and the latter tactically took a sip of the milk tea in front of him before saying, I'm probably clear about what you're thinking about. That is, you want to get rich in a short period of time, and then find a place to settle down on your own, right? It's not so much about getting violently rich, at least just don't starve to death. Jiangshi spread his hands. You said that there is a sickly young girl pestering you at home, and also a rich young lady, so why don't you obey well and then enjoy the glory? Let me tell you, your kind of situation this is something that thousands of fellow second-timers can't even dream of. Oh, my goodness, why are you still thinking of running away? What a sin. Chusun revealed a puzzled look. If only it were as easy as you say it is. That's a sick girl. High-intensity possessiveness is okay short-term. Long-term that's about as good as captivity. And it's just a little too much to handle when you probably haven't had an electric baton against your body being threatened. Jiangshi showed a trace of bitterness on his face. This isn't an anime. It's scary to be haunted by someone with a sickly attribute. Okay? And I'm not no masochistic tendencies. Thanks. Indeed. A girlfriend who has the attributes of a sickly girl and is rich and good-looking can be the ultimate fantasy of most otaku or fellow secondary schoolers. But this is the reality. The sickly girlfriend attribute that is extremely dangerous existence. strong possessiveness short-term okay, but a long time simply not a few normal people can accept. Not to mention that sometimes make a little mistake will have to pay the price of life. If it wasn't for an aunt stopping him, and school, odds are Xia Xiaoshi would have asked him to stay home with her the whole time, not even a step away. It was a little hard for him to accept. So that's fine. Just this situation in society now. Want to start a business to make money on their own is really too difficult. In addition, we are students. Not so much energy to go offline. Can only rely on the internet to mix a little bit of fame. So what do you propose? Etsy wondered. And according to your idea, if you want to cash in and make money in a short period of time, then the creation certainly can't be too decent. After all, there won't be too many people willing to pay for decent content nowadays. This can't be the reason why your fictional lord is playing Scrubs right now, can it? Jiang sure wondered. Chusun mainly write or romance. Also buy a book of fire and rise to the end of the Chinese network LV5. LV5 annual fee needs to be on more than 150,000. It's just that book has been finished for a few months now, and the revenue has dropped. So recently Chusun has also been opening new books, but the results are also not very satisfactory. He'd been keeping up with Chushuan's books, and the most recent ones had been more than a little scrubby. There's also a book that focuses on a multi-heroine rubric that seems to have made it to the shelves, and it seems to be doing well, though not as well as the last book. Thinking of this, Jiang sure asked, how's your manuscript fee now? Truth be told, I've not been getting paid very well lately, just a little over $10,000 a month, and I have to keep up with the daily 10,000 in updates to keep that little bit of money coming in. Honestly, $10,000 a month is more than enough. You know me, I have to charge my wives every month. Plus every month there will be a few more new wives. Full of life, full of essence. Just one wife at least have to spend $7,000 or $8,000. Not to mention there are other wives still have to take care of. This little bit of money is really a bit not enough. TSK, can't you charge less? Charge less? What a joke. Chusun violently slapped on the tabletop and righteously said, punching less of them what to fight the abyss. What will they take to hold the great world? I must let them all have the capital to be able to fight to protect themselves. Treat each of them fairly, and let each of them feel my strong care. This is the duty I must have. You don't even understand. Although there is also the voice of my wife letting me not have to charge so much and keep it for my own spending. But aren't you touched? With this I must charge them every month. I must fatten each of them, so that my duty is complete. I have to play Protogod every day. From the opening of the service to the present day, there has been no break. A day without playing I am all over the place. After saying that, Chusun is a self-absorbed look, as if he has been brought into the game protagonist. Beside his own wife all appeared in front of surrounded him. That's why your parents don't give you any money either. Jiang sure sweated. The young master of Kyoto could have been spending his time in reality, yet he spends his days obsessed with the secondary world and can't get out of it. This is just a bit ridiculous, but he probably knows something about why, because this guy is a pure love fighter in reality. Chapter 21, Kidnapping in Broad Daylight? Well, that's the end of the digression. Chusun took a deep breath of the milk tea in front of him, and slowly calmed down. But seriously, it's really fast to make money by engaging in rubbing. You can also try to engage in it. Shibuya YYDS okay. Of course I know that rubbing edges makes money fast. Jiang sure seemed to have thought of something. You don't want me to get into live rubbing and wiggling my ass, do you? Oh, I do not think so, but you want to is not no. Now the wall station is not old more than one kind of wearing a white silk or black silk, short skirts and so on, just to that a pestle and mortar, show a leg or body on the end. Anyway, do not have to show their heads, open a Lolita sound changer, waiting for Big Brother reward, and then clamp to call a couple of thanks to the Big Brother. Big Brother love you or something not on the line it. Come on, I'm a guy to do this kind of thing. I'm a bit phobic. Jiang sure was speechless. It really doesn't work well. Chusun raised his hand and lowered his chin, his eyes carefully sizing up Jiang sure. Look at your body and face. Why don't you become a male model? This thing can pay a high salary for a day. If you meet a rich woman to reward you, a day is more than my monthly script fee. I'll help you introduce the place. You go for a few days every month will be enough for you to survive on your own. And you don't have to worry about classes because you usually go at night. I can't. Nighttime is my busiest time. Indeed. Not to mention a few days. When he came home at night Xia Xiaoshi wouldn't even let him leave for a few minutes. And what's the difference between male modeling and selling? So why don't you go sell yourself to Auntie Xia? Then it looks like we can only find it online. But there's really not much of a good side hustle online right now. Self-publishing is hard to do. And novels aren't very lucrative either. You can't even earn a single point if you flop. Jiang sure was aware of what Chusun had said, which was why he was despondent and came to Chusun to ask if there was a better means of making money. Why don't you go be a lickspill? The kind that becomes a rich. I have quite a few on my side. I can introduce you. Is there a possibility that rich women I have a lot of in my cell phone? No, 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 no. Have you ever heard of the leave my daughter and I'll give you $5 million? That sort of urban legend? Ha! Jiangshi was surprised. Doesn't this kind only happen in novels and dramas? Wrong, wrong, wrong. This kind of thing is really possible. Especially the big misses in Kyoto. 5 million for them is just a few days of fun money. My father often take me to when those big misses family party. Also I've added to a lot of their contact information. As long as you want to, I can at least push 10 for you. You greet each one by one. How can you say can lick one? Don't move your heart. After meeting the parents' brainless death. After the breakup they will certainly give you a considerable amount of breakup money. A few million at a time should not be a problem. After listening to Chusun's nonsense with a serious face, Jiangshi was also happy. Even if I have a thick skin, I can't be that energetic to lick so many damsels. Hey. Upon hearing this, Chusun also sighed long and hard. This doesn't work and that doesn't work, and I'm really out of tricks. Or maybe you'll join me in writing the end point to prove the Tao? Well, I'll think about it. To be honest, Chusun said one cannot. As if this rich second generation also like ordinary geeks all day mixed in the fantasy. Day after day is all masturbation. Thinking of this, Jiangshi also let out a long sigh and took a sip of the milk tea that was still untouched by a mouthful with the straw inserted in front of him. Ding! Jiangshi pulled his cell phone out of his pocket, and it was a message from Xia Xiaoshi. Xia Xiaoshi, why isn't brother back yet? The promised brother is only outside for half an hour. How come he's not back yet? Xia Xiaoshi, brother, where is he? Quickly return my message. Come home to, hiss. It's only been exactly half an hour, I think, and here comes the rush. At school, Jiangshi was already discussing with Xia Xiaoshi that he would be going back a little later tonight, in order to make a trip to find Chusun. In the middle of it, he also sent dozens of messages constantly explaining that the other party was an old male friend, and Xia Xiaoshi reluctantly agreed that he would stay out for half an hour longer. He glanced at the time on his cell phone. From the time he arrived at this milk tea store, during the conversation with Chusun, exactly 30 minutes had passed. This guy then sends a message urging, really? Forget it, we can't discuss anything today anyway, let's go back first. Thinking of this, Jiangshi tapped on the input method on his cell phone screen. At the same time, inside the villa, Xia Xiaoshi sat on the gaming chair, looked at the location locked by the locator on the computer. It was inside a tea-face moonlight store, and then retracted her gaze to fall on her phone with the note favorite brother Jiangshi. Favorite brother Jiangshi. Got it. I'll be back now. That's right. Xia Xiaoshi revealed a satisfied smile, then turned her eyes to stare at the location positioning on the computer screen. Humph. Brother, I can keep an eye on you. If you run off to some other place, I can't spare you. Inside the tea-face moonlight, Jiangshi got up and picked up the milk tea on the table and said, well, let's get together next time we have time. I have to go back first today. Chusun looked up at him slightly. Alright then, if you think about my offer, just ask me. Feel free to send your contact information. I'd better forget it. Let's go first. That guy at home is rushing again. Push the store door open and come outside. The sun has completely set, replaced by a deep night, surrounded by lights on the street casting dappled light and shadow. The stores on the pedestrian street gradually opened, more and more lively. Jiangshi walked on the way back, his head still thinking about the suggestions that Chusun had just mentioned. Thought about it for a while, that didn't help at all. But it's normal. It's really hard for a brat who hasn't even graduated from college to be independent and self-sufficient in this big city. So he'd better get ready to go back first. And at that moment, not far behind, a pink-haired girl quietly followed behind. You're Jiangshi, right? Suddenly, several men in thick suits with sunglasses walked on their way, their tall stature stopping in front of Jiangshi, who froze in place slightly. What's wrong? Since it is, then please come with us. Ms. Gu is waiting for you. Ms. Gu? A Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of him and the door was pulled open by one of the men in black. Get in. Jiangshi looked at the car, retracted his gaze and fell back on the few big men in front of him who had no intention of letting him go, and gulped in panic. No way. Is this a kidnapping in broad daylight? Chapter 22, Junior, what are you looking at? Seeing Jiangshi being brought on board by several black-clothed bodyguards, Bai Chi-in, who had wanted to follow her forward, was even more puzzled. Who is this again? TSK. Looks like there are really quite a few people waiting for him in Kyoto. Knew how my darling could leave me for a common friend. She had to figure out who the other person was and whirled around and jogged to the curb to hail a cab. After getting into the car and communicating with the driver to catch up with that car, the driver immediately stepped on the gas and sped off. Half an hour later, the driver stopped at a company building. After getting off the bus, Bai Chi-in stood beside the street, only to see trembling several men leading Jiangshi into the building. She looked up at this towering building in front of her. A trace of anger rose in her heart. Only 4 big words Gu's group were visible engraved on the highest part of the building. She knew about this enterprise. It was a multinational enterprise. The main business was scientific research and development, focusing on the development of intelligent technology. It has a strong presence not only at home, but also abroad, including its other businesses that are located almost all over the world. And at one time it was a leader in the industry. The main business revenue in the previous year's financial report is more than 102 billion. Other business revenue are also more than 10 billion, and even still growing year by year. But all of this was irrelevant in Bai Chi-yin's opinion. The main thing was that the daughter of the chairman of the Gu group was a woman she detested, Gu Lingyu. Before that, Gu Lingyu had often gotten in the way of her in Jiangshi, and it was hard to wait until Gu Lingyu graduated and left so she could have Jiangshi all to herself. But I didn't expect that once Jiangshi came to Kyoto, Gu Lingyu couldn't wait to call Jiangshi over. Sheesh, what a dog's paw. Outsiders needed to make an appointment in advance to enter the company. Plus Gu Lingyu also knew her, and since the two of them had been involved before, Gu Lingyu had already been wary of her for a long time. If she rushed into the Gu family's company like this, Gu Lingyu would definitely not let her go up either. There was no choice, so she could only wait downstairs for Jiangshi to come down. It's not like Honey would have something to do with that woman in the office anyway, right? And it's nighttime now, so I'm sure it shouldn't stay too long. Thinking of this, Bai Chi-yin tugged the corner of her mouth in disdain. Damn woman, always coming to cause me trouble. The second floor of the villa. In the room, Xia Xiaoshi looked at the position shown on the computer locator deviated from home already more than 10 kilometers. Angry and surprised at the same time, said to go home now. How instead of getting farther and farther away from home? Brother this. Xia Xiaoshi zoomed in to locate the place. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she came closer to take a closer look. Gu's group. What is brother doing there? It's not going to some woman again, is it? Damn brother. Xia Xiaoshi clenched her teeth in anger, picked up her cell phone and began to bombard Jiangshi with messages frantically. However, the other party only sent a sentence. There's a situation. A few big men forced me to leave to do something. I'm sorry, I'll be late. This stinking brother, making up stories to fool me again. I'd believe it if I didn't have a locator. Xia Xiaoshi knew about the Gu group because their family had also cooperated with the Gu group. How could a major corporation in Kyoto kidnap his own brother for no reason? Then there is only one truth. Brother has someone on the outside. And the other party was a big shot in the Gu group. Che, who cares who she is? A brother can only be his own. Dare to deceive, sure. I must punish my brother severely when I bring him back, to teach him a lesson. And that woman who hit on my brother, just as unforgivable. Saying that, Xia Xiaoshi quickly put on her clothes and ran towards the downstairs. Gu's group. Inside the spacious office, the bodyguard in a suit pushed open the door and turned back to ask the teenager behind him to say, "This is Ms. Gu's office. She's still in a meeting right now, so you can wait here first." Okay. When they heard Jiangshi's promise, the bodyguards left down the corridor. Jiangshi hesitated for a while, then whirled into the office and scanned the office. To be honest, he was actually a bit confused when he was suddenly brought here. But this was good in that it wasn't really a kidnapping, but Gu Lingyu had sent someone to follow him since he got out of school. He hadn't really wanted to come because of Xia Xiaoshi's extreme request, but Gu Lingyu had threatened him with the money he owed. Because of this, he had only just realized that his mother's debtor was actually Gu Lingyu. It's no wonder your own mom can easily run away with a huge debt. Thinking of this, Jiangshi also showed a helpless face and walked over to his desk, only to see that the sign identity riser on the desktop was clearly displaying 3 words Gu Lingyu. This look was Gu Lingyu's office. Gu Lingyu was only in her second year of college now, and it was surprising that she had a private office at the headquarters of the Gu group. It's certainly not for the average person to enjoy, although there was no position written on it. When Gu Lingyu officially graduated and worked, the position would not be too low, but he could guess why Gu Lingyu had come out for an internship so early, even during the busiest time of her sophomore year's program, and still managed to gain experience while juggling the company. In high school, Gu Lingyu is the president of the student council, taking care of studies while also organizing school activities and managing various things at school. Strong work ethic as well. In response, Jiangshi also lamented, Sister Gu was still as strong as she was back then. Only thing he couldn't figure out was that this guy was so busy that he had the leisure to look for him, and after he refused, he went so far as to threaten to come over with the money he owed. Hiss. It couldn't really be because Xia Xiaoshi had scolded her a few times. Then she gave it a remembrance and came to settle the score with herself. After all, it seems like there have been cases before. Thinking of this, Jiangshi couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. You can take these papers and just leave them in my office when you're done. I have things to do today first. Understood, Manager Gu. A conversation between 2 female voices came from behind. Jiangshi subconsciously looked back, only to see a young girl with a tall figure push open the glass door and walk in. Sister Gu? The young girl in front of her was almost 170 in height, with a delicate high ponytail cleanly tied behind her head, and that cold and beautiful face, elegant with a hint of danger, dressing up as the classic business style wear, upper body black suit white shirt, package hip skirt close to her figure, outline that body delicate curve, 40D thickened black silk wrapped with 2 long legs, slightly through the flesh color, don't have a mature flavor. This mature look, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was a female leader who had already been in the workplace for several years. It was also warm in the company, a world away from the sub-zero temperatures outside, so there was nothing wrong with Gu Lingyu's outfit, but to be honest, Jiang Shi was a bit dumbfounded. The difference between this and the schoolmate he remembered from before was a bit big. If the former schoolmate was the white moonlight in the eyes of many schoolmates, then the current schoolmate is the female boss in the workplace that scares many subordinates. What are you looking at, little brother? At some point, Gu Lingyu had already approached the front, her beautiful face hooked with a bad smile as she looked at him. Chapter 23 Sisters. Nothing, it's just that school sisters change is a bit big. I almost didn't recognize you coming. Jiang Shi scratched his head, subconsciously turning his eyes to the side. His gaze fell to the side, somewhat awkwardly tugging at the corners of his mouth. So what is it that senior sister called me here today? Gu Lingyu hesitated for a while and gave a light hum, then walked behind the desk, sat down in the chair and began to pack up the documents on the desktop. There's nothing much going on. It's just that you came to the capital and didn't even notify me, which makes me feel a bit strange. Jiang Shi was a bit surprised. I can't believe it's not about the defriending thing. I was forced to come to Kyoto, and it's only been a few days, so I haven't adjusted yet. Jiang Shi said. Really? Yeah, if senior sister doesn't have anything else, I might have to go back first. We'll get together some other time. To be honest, he was now more worried about Xia Xiaoshi's situation. After all, after going out to the milk tea store he had told Xia Xiaoshi that he would go back immediately, but now he had turned his head to come somewhere else, although he had just explained it to Xia Xiaoshi on Vixen. Xia Xiaoshi clearly didn't believe it. Even his explanation, he didn't quite believe himself. After all, his explanation didn't mention that he was going to meet a girl, so before Xia Xiaoshi realized it, he had to go back as soon as possible. Otherwise it would be a bit hard to muddle through simply by explaining when the time comes. What's more, having already had a previous conviction, Xia Xiaoshi would definitely not let herself off easily. In addition to the fact that in front of him was the schoolmate he liked in the past, and now, although he had long since faded away, he was still a bit embarrassed to face this scenario, and also somewhat wanted to escape from this place. No. Oh, Gu Lingyu said softly. Ha? Jiang Shi was even more surprised. Why? Won't my being here disturb you from handling your work? I'm ready to leave work. I'll leave later. So wait, don't you have to go home after work? Looking at school sister like this, she should have had a busy day, so shouldn't she go home and rest properly? I'd better not bother senior sister. I said no, do you hear me? Gu Lingyu's tone was clearly a bit impatient. At those words, Jiang Shi was more than a little puzzled. He realized that this schoolmate was a bit inexplicable today, not saying why she had to let him stay here. What are you doing? But he wasn't intimidated, and took a deep breath, a hint of seriousness flashing under his eyes. No, I have to go if there's nothing else going on, and I have things to do as well. Snap, a piece of white paper landed on the desk with a dull thud along with a white palm. Go, come see what this is. Gu Lingyu let go of her hand and pointed to the contract in black and white on the desktop. What is it? Facing Gu Lingyu's cold and arrogant face, Jiang Shi suddenly felt a little bad and walked over to the desk to pick up the contract above. However, when Jiang Shi finished reading, his expression froze directly. This is a large loan contract. The amount of money borrowed is even more than 7 million. All the borrowing regulations including the amount of money borrowed, the term of the loan, the interest rate, the purpose, the guarantee and the mortgage, and so on are very detailed. But these were not the point. The point was that the borrower above was actually written in his Jiang Shi name, and there seemed to be a red handprint that he had personally pressed down. No, didn't your own mom borrow the money? How did you suddenly become yourself? Jiang Shi looked at Gu Lingyu with some disbelief. No, how come you've learned to joke around too? It's not good to fake it to scare your former cute little brother. Ha ha ha. However, Gu Lingyu was expressionless and cold as if she was completely denying what he said. Seeing this, Jiang Shi was even more a bit flustered. Sister, speak up, don't scare my junior. You quickly say it's fake. To be honest, he actually thought of, before the mom ran away because to go outside to borrow a large sum of money, and then finished losing. The house also took out to mortgage. The timing and the mortgaged property were also exactly as stated in the contract. Damn, mom didn't borrow this money in her own name, did she? And now that mom has run away, if she is held accountable, she will definitely be implicated. I only saw the schoolteacher apathetic for a while before she let out a long sigh and replied, yes, it's true. Ha! Hearing these words, Jiang Shi suddenly broke down a bit. Mom ran away and left him even if it came here to meet the sick sister pestered not to let go. I was thinking of making money to save money to run away quickly independent, but I didn't realize that I already owed $7 million? Grass. People are opening with base money. You have no support, no experience, no real-world experience, and then you open up with $7 million in debt straight out of the gate? What's the point of playing with yourself? Oh, or just die yourself. Seeing Jiang Shi's lifeless appearance, the corners of Gu Lingyu's mouth couldn't help but also tickle with a hint of amusement. As for why Jiang Shi's name was written on this contract, it was because Jiang Shi's mom came to her to borrow money in the first place. If it was just a small amount of money she could just take it out. But Jiang Shi's mom had borrowed too much, more than $7 million. Although she could take it out, she felt that everything Jiang Shi's mom had mortgaged was too cheap, and she didn't think it was worth that much at all. And in the beginning when she left Jiang Shi to return to Kyoto, she said that she would let Jiang Shi take the university in Kyoto, in order to prevent Jiang Shi from forgetting about the agreement. So she utilized this contract to force Jiang Shi to come to Kyoto. It was a little earlier than expected, but she was happier. And as for why, it was naturally because the cute elementary school brother who accompanied him in the past can't flow into other people's hands. Gu Lingyu lightly hummed, seeing his frozen in place, lost look was also comforting. Don't worry, primary brother, as long as you are good and obedient then nothing will happen. Ah, what does that mean? Jiang Shi nervously gulped. What do you want to do? Senior sister, didn't want to do anything, just stay there obediently and wait for me to finish. After saying that, Gu Lingyue began to mangle the documents on the desktop again. To be honest, Jiang Shi was completely confused as to what Gu Lingyu wanted, but all he could think about was the $7 million. The loan contract in front of you is very detailed in each article, and you can't see a trace of forgery at all. If he didn't guess wrong, it must be that the old mom sold herself, and he'd long since reached adulthood, and now the blame was definitely on his back, and his mom was in a lost cause situation. That's not an ounce of resistance at all. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi was a bit lifeless and said, Senior sister, that I may not be able to pay back the money now, but, never mind, he couldn't say. He had absolutely no idea how he could pay back the $7 million. Oh, listen, little brother is still trying to pay the money back on his own? I have more than I need. Oh, give you a chance. Gu Lingyu put down the documents in her hands. A hint of meaning flashed through those scarlet pupils staring at him, and the corners of her mouth even rose slightly. If you really don't have the money to pay it back, elementary school brother, then you might as well use your body to atone for your sins. Chapter 24, Comics are secondary, darlings are primary. Ha? What body? What do you mean? You don't want a karma my waist, do you? Jiang Shi was a bit confused. How can you joke about that? What with paying for it with your own body? It can't be what you think it is, can it? Who cares about your loins? What's that? Literally. Looking at his clueless expression, Gu Lingyu couldn't help but sigh as well. Anyway, you can wait for a while, just follow me later. Just to be clear, you have no reason to refuse. Push it all off while you can, or you know the consequences. It's all in the contract. Hiss. Jiang Shi was dumbfounded. To be honest, he still couldn't figure out what this schoolmate was thinking. Originally, I thought that my sister had called him here simply to catch up, but I didn't realize that it had turned into a threat, and there are serious consequences if you don't agree. But it doesn't really matter if he's here or not. It's just that considering Xia Xiaoshi, if he didn't go back as soon as possible then Xia Xiaoshi might get angry again, and then he would have to coax him for a long time again. Bother. But Gu Lingyu was dead set on not letting herself go, and it seems like she's going to take herself back to her house? What's this for? Seriously, if it had been in the past when Gu Lingyu had invited him to her home, he would probably have started fantasizing about a homecoming with senior sister Gu by now. But he couldn't really think about it now that he had a little ancestor waiting for him at home. He panicked a little and pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and flashed the screen, only to see that Xia Xiaoshi's message bombardment was already 99 plus. All of them were swipes of emojis expressing her anger. If I don't go back, I'm sure I'll be in trouble. In response, Jiang Shi also tapped the input method to explain to Xia Xiaoshi while saying, Senior sister, I'm serious. If I don't go back, my life might be in danger. You shouldn't want to see your once cute junior high school brother in such a difficult situation either. Oh, why don't you go home and risk your life? Gu Lingyu took the thick coat hanging on a shelf aside and draped it over her body, got up and walked over to him, saying softly, well, no matter what danger there is, I'll cover you, school sister, so go back with me first. Seeing Gu Lingyu walking towards the outside, Jiang Shi froze in place for a moment, his face filled with helplessness. To be honest, He didn't really want to tell Gu Lingyu about his affair with Xia Xiaoshi, and it seemed that no matter how he explained, the Gu Lingyu in front of him still wasn't quite willing to let him go. But no matter what, he definitely couldn't stay by Gu Lingyu's side all the time tonight. This action would definitely cause Xia Xiaoshi's anger. After all, he was still living in Xia Xiaoshi's house, so he still had to be a bit more obedient. After all, Gu-senpai shouldn't have that kind of idea of wanting to keep herself around all the time, right? Now it's the older sister who threatens her with the money she owes for not being able to leave on one side, and the sickly sister who gets angry when she doesn't come home on the other. This gave him a bit of a headache for a while, and he was at a complete loss for words. Difficult to do. Go. The schoolmate held the glass door handle and looked back at him. Why are you still frozen there? I've already said that I'll take care of whatever it is for you. This is my place. You don't have to worry too much. Hiss. Okay. Hesitating again and again, Jiangshi still followed. When he came downstairs, he saw that the driver who had just picked him up was already waiting here in his car. After getting into the car, Gu Lingyu got into the back seat. She lifted her big long leg wrapped in black silk to rest on the other leg, and gently patted her side. Come up here, and by the way, tell me what happened to you in Kyoto in the past few days. And at this moment, Bai Chi-in, who was sitting in a small store in the distance, saw the two of them descending the stairs. Sure enough, it's this Gu Lingyu woman. She stood up and walked out of the small store just as she was about to run up to the two men before they quickly got into their car and left to depart. Damn! Bai Chi-in cursed and then stopped a cab at the curb. Get in the car and while buckling your seatbelt say, help me follow that black car in front of me. Please be quick and don't lose it. Wrap it up. The driver was also very quick to agree, and stepped on the gas and the car began to move. Suddenly, a call came from a contact on his cell phone named Edit, Moonlight. Seeing this, Bai Chi-in clicked to pick up the phone, and promptly pressed the phone against her ear. Editor, what's wrong? 7 Sound, what's going on with you lately? You haven't updated for 3 weeks. According to your usual update time you've been breaking off for almost a week. A lot of fans are already complaining. Oh, a gentle female voice came from the opposite side. I know, I haven't had much time lately while I've been moving. She made up a random excuse that while she did come back to Kyoto from outside, she had everything she needed at home and didn't need to go back and carry it at all. Said there wasn't much time because there was a troublesome woman in front of her who was obstructing her from finding Jiangshi. The comic she drew was super popular and very lucrative, with over 50,000 people paying to read each update, so the platform editors paid extra attention. And now that she's almost a week past her scheduled update, it's not unusual for an editor to call. Although long breaks would drop the number of paid and catch-up readers, she wasn't short of money, and in fact updating earlier and later would be the same. Not to mention, that manga was only because Enishi encouraged her to keep drawing it. If it wasn't for Etsy, that manga wouldn't even be where it is now, or it wouldn't even be drawn as long as it is now. And now that some other woman was hitting on her own Jiangshi, how can she still have the heart to draw comics? So now she had to follow up and bring Jiangshi back. Better hurry. Oh, the fans have been waiting for a long time. The caller on the other side of the phone softly consoled. Okay, just the latest chapter will be uploaded in the next couple days. I'll post a delayed update later. Don't worry, remember to do it as soon as possible. Oh, bye. The phone hung up. Bai Chi-in also let out a long sigh and opened the wall station manga, only to see that there were already 99 plus messages in the background. But she didn't even need to click on it to see. She knew that it was the fans who were urging for more. She usually still reads these messages in her free time, and many of her questions are patiently answered one by one. So it can be said that she has done what many authors and studios cannot do. After all, whether it's a novel or a manga, many authors basically rarely respond to messages from their fans. It was just that the current situation didn't allow her to waste time on it, because as far as she was concerned, the comics were secondary to the darlings. Thinking of this, Bai Chi-in clicked on the discussion post and quickly tapped on the input method. Delay in updating statement. I'm really sorry, all you fans who have been catching up on your reading. Chapter 25, you've really drifted. Schoolmate. Well, brother's location has started to change again, leaving from the Gu group, but surprisingly not towards home. Damn brother. In the car, Xia Xiaoshi sat on the passenger side, her hands cradling her tablet, her angry gaze locked on the locator that had been moving above her. Don't worry miss, no matter who the other party is, I will ensure the safety of young master Xiaojiang. Tong Xin, who was driving, replied softly. Xia Xiaoshi slowly remembered. A few days ago she deleted a woman named Gu Lingyu's schoolmate from Jiangshi's cell phone. Could it be that the person who took Jiangshi was Gu Lingyu? Damn it. As she thought so, she whirled around and said angrily, brother wasn't kidnapped. Rather, he was taken away by a smelly woman who dumped brother before. But brother even didn't tell me about it yet. When he opened Vixen, he only saw that Jiangshi's explanation didn't even have a single word mentioning that woman. My favorite brother. Something else happened to me halfway there. It's about my mom's arrears, so I might have to go back later to go. Don't wait for me. I'll explain it to you when I get back. Xia Xiaoshi puffed up her cheeks and frowned. Well, if it wasn't for the positioning installed in advance, it would have been cheated by her brother again. This stinky brother. I didn't realize there were quite a few people who liked young Master Xiaojiang. Tong Xian turned her head to look at her, then retracted her gaze to stare ahead and said, or maybe it could also be that young Master Xiaojiang didn't have the means to say it directly, or it could also be that he's afraid that you, miss, will be sad. I know. Seriously, Xia Xiaoshi had actually considered this. According to this message sent by Zhang Shi, there was no mention of other women though, only the matter of going to settle the money owed. She knew that Zhang Shi was also forced to come to Kyoto to temporarily live in her house because her family was in arrears and her family's property and other things had been mortgaged off afterward. It was unclear who their family's debtors were, but if this message sent by Zhang Shi was true, then Gu Lingyu would most likely be a debtor to her brother. And it's also possible that her brother was threatened by Gu Lingyue to leave with the money he owed. But she was also angry that Zhang Shi didn't tell herself anything. But the most detestable thing was that Gu Lingyu had used such means to kidnap her own brother. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi even bit her pink lips to death, squeezing out vicious words through her teeth. Brother, wait for me. I will definitely bring my brother back from that stinky woman. The limousine stopped in front of a single apartment, only to see the apartment all-glass curtain wall appearance makes the whole building looks exquisite and luxury. Also occupies a spacious land. The surrounding environment is even more quiet. Even cannot hear a trace of noise. At first glance, it looks like a place where rich people live. After getting out of the car, Gu Lingyu turned back towards the driver and said, I'm not going to the office tomorrow, so don't come pick me up. Yes ma'am. After saying that, under the watchful eyes of the two, the car soon took off. Okay little brother, come on in. Hiss. It's still a little chilly out here. Follow Gu Lingyu into the apartment. Seeing that she took off her jacket and casually threw it onto the sofa while walking towards the upper floor, Zhang Shi also slowly followed behind, his puzzled gaze falling on her moving back. Senior sister, you should also give me an answer. Right, tell me what you brought me here for? What about saying literally? Are you so slow to react now, elementary school brother? Hearing Gu Lingyu's words, Zhang Shi also narrowed his eyes slightly, eyeing Gu Lingyu's flirtatious figure in a black silk hip-hugging dress as she slowly made her way up the stairs, a hint of evil thoughts rising in his heart. Gu Lingyu entered the room, and Zhang Shi, who was following behind her, backhanded the door the moment she stepped inside, shutting it hard and fast, closing the door so loudly that Gu Lingyu also turned around to look at him, inexplicably with a somewhat bewildered look. Elementary school brother? Why are you closing the door? Sister, I don't want to make an effort. I'm sorry. Looking at Zhang Shi slowly walking towards herself with that expression of wanting to plot against her, Gu Lingyu couldn't help but pull up a hint of disdain at the corner of her mouth as well. The next moment Zhang Shi lunged towards her. She quickly sidestepped and dodged, followed by her hands fiercely grabbing Zhang Shi's arm, turning back and twisting to directly give him a reverse joint twist. The pain was so great that Zhang Shi directly screamed out, pain, pain, pain dash. Gu Lingyu's bright red pupils flashed with a hint of coldness. What is elementary school brother trying to do? Asterisk insects on the brain? Wrong, I was wrong senior sister. To be honest, although he had been talking to Gu Lingyu about his Kyoto chores all the way to the apartment, his mind had been thinking about the $7 million. Honestly, he couldn't think hard enough to figure out how he was going to pay back the $7 million. Sister Gu asked him to come to her home again and teased him like crazy. Could he not be moved? So it had to be the next best thing, using the classic encounter with a rich woman line. So and so, I don't want to make an effort to end all this annoyance. It just didn't seem to help. Gu Lingyu lightly grunted, then kicked him to the ground. Her jade feet wrapped in black silk ruthlessly stepped on his back and ravaged it. And, you have a girlfriend after coming to Beijing, right? Even if you have one, you still took your cell phone and gave me a paragraph of cursing, but even deleted it for me? What does this mean? It's not schoolteacher. Listen to me explain. Zhang Shi struggled frantically, and his heart was even more depressed. It turns out that he called himself here to settle the debt that Xia Xiaoshi scolded her for. No, then why is it looking for yourself? Zhang Shi, you're really drifting now. Not only did you try to plot against me, but you also indulged that girl in cursing your own favorite schoolmate. What? Only half a year has passed and you've forgotten about me? Not even an explanation afterward? What is the meaning of this? The more Gu Lingyu spoke, the angrier she became, and she stomped on Zhang Shi fiercely to prevent him from getting up. She blamed Zhang Shi for not only forgetting their agreement and not even contacting her even after coming to the capital, but even indulging someone else with a cell phone to give her a bad name. Not even a proper explanation for himself afterward. You're actually counting on such things, senior sister? I'm sorry. Zhang Shi also apologized repeatedly. Honestly, he hadn't even imagined that Gu Lingyu would call herself to his home to teach her a lesson because of something like this. Oh, man, you're so vindictive, aren't you? Seeing his somewhat guilty look, Gu Lingyu also took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Forget it, this isn't even the point. There's something else that I called you for. Come over first. Gu Lingyu loosened her foot that was stepping on Zhang Shi and turned around to walk inside the room. Zhang Shi then climbed up with a hobbling step and patted the dust on his body. What else is going on? Chapter 26. Damn, why is there another one? Under Gu Lingyu's forceful demand, Zhang Shi was forced to give an account of all the encounters in the past few days. Gu Lingyu, who was on the chair beside the desk, also turned her eyes to Zhang Shi, who was sitting on the bed beside her. After hearing this, and said doubtfully, it means that you're boarding at your mom's friend's house right now, and that her family's daughter is still very much in love with you, and even a little bit of a morbid kind of thing? Pretty much, Zhang Shi weakly replied. Meaning those messages replying to me were from her too? Yeah, it's just that I wasn't home at the time. Thought your boy really had a girlfriend. Only Gu Lingyu seemed to be relieved when she finished speaking. Zhang Shi didn't know what to say, and his heart was depressed. How is this Gu's focus so strange? It doesn't matter if she has a girlfriend or not. Shouldn't she be concerned about her own well-being right now? To be honest, ever since Gu Lingyu had rejected him with those words half a year ago, he had long since stopped having "she doesn't still like me, does she? She doesn't still have thoughts about me, does she?" He had long since stopped having such delusions of grandeur, even if it was now in line with this situation of delusion. After all, in his impression Gu Lingyu was a character who had an axe to grind. For Xia Xiaoshi to take his cell phone and give her a stinking scolding to come and settle the score with him is quite normal. It was just that he really wanted to rush back now, so that Xia Xiaoshi wouldn't go crazy and wreak havoc on himself at that time. As for the $7 million in arrears, if Gu Lingyu had pursued, there's really nothing he can do about it. Probably only exploded in place. Thinking of this, Zhang Shi sighed even more. Then senior sister, can I go now? No. Otherwise when I go back that guy at home won't spare me. Seeing the panicked look on his face, Gu Lingyu covered her mouth and laughed. Since you're having such a bad time then don't go back. A trace of surprise flashed under Zhang Shi's eyes. Are you joking with me, senior sister? Why so unenlightened? Gu Lingyu skimmed her mouth. Seeing my former elementary school brother living such a miserable life. As a school sister, I am really a bit intolerant. It also just happened that there are still free guest rooms at home. You will first live here in my place. Food and drink is not to worry about. And to and from school chauffeur pick up and drop off. And you are not electronic information major at, the same major at us. After that I can also give you tutoring tuition after employment homework at. Tutoring? Are you serious? Isn't this what you always fantasize about? It's sort of a reward from schoolmates for coming to Kyoto. After saying that, Gu Lingyu even turned her eyes to gaze at him, a hint of playfulness in her delicate eyes. Zhang Shi's gaze subconsciously turned to the side. Although the conditions Gu Lingyu said were tempting, Gu Lingyu's last words were as if she wanted to toy with him. To be honest, he was a bit reluctant because he had spent a lot of time with Gu Lingyu before this, only to be rewarded with an ambiguous answer from Gu Lingyu. It was as if Gu Lingyu had known his feelings earlier, but had intentionally not responded, even with a playful intention of asking him to come to the capital. He was disappointed at the time, and even though it's been a long time, it still sticks in his mind. After all, Gu Shuajie was the first girl he moved, and in the end it was that kind of result. And now, he didn't understand what Gu Lingyu was thinking at all, not only threatening him with a high price owed, but even asking him to stay and be her plaything like one. Since they had met before, Gu Lingyu had never listened to his opinions, and it had always been almost always him who had been obeying her. And as a result of rejecting myself now I'm coming back to me? He couldn't figure it out, but he already kind of wanted to swing for the fences because there was nothing he could do about the $7 million that was owed. What? By the look of you you're not quite willing? Gu Lingyu questioned with a slight tilt of her head. To be honest, it wasn't that he was unwilling to do so, putting aside the other factors for a moment. After all, Gu Lingyu was still considered a normal person, and was considered much better than Xia Xiaoshi, but he couldn't account for it. Xia Xiaoshi would definitely be the first one who wouldn't agree, and would definitely come over and make a scene, and it wasn't his initiative to live here, so there was bound to be a misunderstanding when the time came. So he was still reluctant. After all, there was so much to consider. But looking at Gu Lingyu it seemed like she wouldn't let him go either. So he's torn. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Qi-in searched aimlessly through the neighborhood. She's a little bitter because she lost the district is very large, covering an area of nearly 3 square kilometers. From the entrance to the district after a glance at the building are all detached apartments. The environment can be seen very good. At a glance it is known that this is a rich man's place of residence, but Gu Lingyu lives in which she has no clue. because this neighborhood is not the owner of the car cannot come in the district, so she sell outside the down on foot to walk in to look for. It's still nighttime, probably because there are fewer residents in this neighborhood, and you can't even find anyone outside to ask. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. She was helpless at this, but she was even more furious at the thought that her darling was about to be wrecked by another woman. Brother's localization shows that building right up ahead. Hurry up! Suddenly, a voice off to the side drew her attention to the Bai Chi-in turned her head to look, only to see a young girl with blonde emanations trotting towards the front with a tablet in her hands, followed by a woman in a winter maid's outfit. She had seen this maid before, the one who had come to pick up Ezekiel after school yesterday. Just the blonde girl next to her she wasn't sure about. The brother the girl was talking about? Who was that? Jiang Shi had told her before that he was staying at someone else's house. Their family shouldn't be living in a place like this either. And looking at them they seemed to be in a bit of a hurry, including the maid if she was here. It was enough to conclude that they were also here to find Jiang Shi. Only who was that blonde girl? Why did she come to see Etsy? Wouldn't it be the same as Gu Lingyu who had thoughts about her darling? What's with another? Thinking of this, Bai Chi-in also took a step to follow. After following them for a few minutes, the two were seen stopping at an apartment building. Xia Xiaoshi glanced at the tablet localization in her hand, looked up at the exquisite and luxurious-looking apartment in front of her, and turned her head to the maid Tongxin. That's right, brother's localization is showing up here. That smelly woman is definitely here as well. Speaking of this, Xia Xiaoshi even clenched her small fists, clenching her teeth in anger and said, "Damn woman is so shameless. She even brought her own brother back to the house. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Don't worry miss. According to the positioning on top of the tablet they've only just arrived home a short while ago. They shouldn't be doing anything yet. Just go and bring young master Xiaojiang back now." With that, Childish walked up to the door and rang the doorbell. Chapter 27 can only be your own. Ding dong. The ethereal sound of the doorbell rang for a while. See no movement. Xia Xiaoshi couldn't wait a furious rush forward, madly pressing the doorbell, and shouted, "Stinking woman, hurry up and open the door for me. Give my brother back to me." The constantly overlapping ringtones have become a bit shrill. Gu Lingyu, who was talking to Jiang Shi on the second floor, was a bit impatient. Who is it? So unqualified to keep ringing the doorbell in the middle of the night. When she finished speaking, she got up and quickly headed downstairs. Jiang Shi was also a bit surprised, but listening to the tiny female voice coming from outside, he suddenly realized something. Grass, this can't be Xia Xiaoshi's voice, can it? No, I don't think I sent her the address myself. How did this guy find me? Jiang Shi was also a bit flustered, and without caring that much also quickly followed. Downstairs, Bai Chi-in hid behind a utility pole, looking at the aggressively angry blonde girl in front of her, distressed and a little puzzled at the same time. Why does it feel like there's a sense of catching an adulterer? Well, exactly how many people love their dear so annoying. Originally, she wanted to go up and bring Jiang Shi back after finding Gu Lingyu, but the current situation was troublesome and even a bit tricky. It had only been 2 days since he had arrived in the capital, and Jiang Shi already had 2 more girls by his side. This made her annoyed and depressed. After all, before in high school, Gu Lingyu hadn't been so passionate about Jiang Shi as she was now with such abandon, and there were no other people obstructing her from enjoying Jiang Shi, because those people's thoughts had already been stifled by her before they acted on them. Only, Gu Lingyu is troublesome to deal with. Everyone else could be easily solved with money or items, but Gu Lingyu was born with pride and was also born into a wealthy family, so it was really troublesome. And now there was another unknown girl who looked just as stalkerish and difficult to deal with as Gu Lingyu. It annoyed her. She couldn't pretend anymore, or else her darling would surely be snatched away by someone else. But she knew for sure she couldn't just walk up now, or things would only get more messy. Thinking of this, Bai Chi-in slightly sank her eyes to gaze at the two. "Dear, how can you be like this? Obviously you can only love me alone." "Which one?" Shouting impatiently towards the door, Gu Lingyu stepped on her slippers and quickly walked up, and after pushing the door open, what met her eyes was a young blonde girl who was frowning and glaring at her. "You are? What can I do for you?" What's wrong?" It so happened that Jiang Shi ran down at this time. After seeing Jiang Shi behind Gu Lingyu, Xia Xiaoshi's expression suddenly changed and she shouted brother. After that, she directly rushed in beside Gu Lingyu. "My lady is interrupting," Tong Xian then said politely, and then stood outside to stand by. Except for special circumstances, she wouldn't rashly get involved in their affairs without Xia Xiaoshi's orders outside. In the room, before Jiang Shi could react, Xia Xiaoshi directly jumped into his arms, her mouth still muttering, "Stinky brother, bad brother," cheating Xiaoshi to the point where he ran to another woman's house by himself. No, there's a reason for that. Looking at Xia Xiaoshi, who was hugging herself tightly in front of him, Jiang Shi was a bit at a loss for a moment. Hurry up and go home with Sure. Seeing this, Gu Lingyue, who was standing by the side, also bristled, her scarlet eyes glaring fiercely at Jiangshi. Jiangshi, what do you mean by this? This is sending out the positioning to call for someone to come and save you. Ha! Gu Lingyu was a bit angry. She didn't expect that after she had made such a good offer to Jiangshi, Jiangshi not only dawdled and hesitated, but even called for someone to come to him? What's that supposed to mean? Don't want to stay with yourself? Obviously, he was ready to confess to himself before. Is it a bit too fast for this elementary school brother to change his heart now? Locking eyes with those terrifying red pupils, Jiangshi felt a wave of panic and explained, I didn't send a locator. Indeed, Jiangshi clearly knew that he had only sent a few words of explanation to Xia Xiaoshi while he was here, and the content was basically asking Xia Xiaoshi to wait for him at home, and that he would be right back. But this Xia Xiaoshi had inexplicably followed her here? It made him think of what kind of locator might have been planted on him. This Xia Xiaoshi, is she this controlling? Dread STH. Listening to the conversation between the two, Xia Xiaoshi slowly pulled out of Jiangshi's arms and turned back to stare at Gu Lingyu without any good humor. It's not even enough to bring my favorite brother home by force, but you still want to monopolize him? Stinking woman, what do you mean? Ha! Gu Lingyu was taken aback, glaring at the somewhat innocent Jiangshi, and also sighed helplessly. This is the unreasonable girl in your family? I can sort of see it. Jiangshi didn't dare to say anything. Seeing Gu Lingyu ignoring herself, Xia Xiaoshi revealed a disdainful expression and lightly grunted. Come on, stinky woman. Do you think I don't know that you brought your brother back again because you regretted it? Gu Lingyu raised her eyebrows. What are you talking about? Oh, I've read all your chats. Xia Xiaoshi revealed a disgusted expression. Once upon a time you rejected your brother's confession, and even tried to still think of hanging on to your brother so that he could get into a university in Kyoto and come to you so that you could continue to be your pet, right? Speaking of this, Xia Xiaoshi even more proudly spread his hands. Just a pity it, brother is not because you came to Kyoto, and brother has long forgotten you. Did not see that after going to the university are not looking for you, so you do not make a fool of yourself again. Damn stinking woman. After listening to Xia Xiaoshi's speech, Gu Lingyue was even more furious, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. Kid, what are you babbling about? Oh, Xia Xiaoshi disdained. Although she wasn't clear about Gu Lingyu and Jiangshi's real-life interactions, just by looking at their chat log she could also discover that Gu Lingyu's condescending attitude definitely didn't have any interest in Jiangshi in the first place, and when Jiangshi slowly lost no longer looking for Gu Lingyu slowly began to care about, and because Gu Lingyu itself is arrogant and only want to wait for Jiangshi to take the initiative to send a message to her. As a result, a year and a half had passed and Jiangshi had long forgotten Gu Lingyu, while Gu Lingyu regretted it. After her brother's unexpected arrival in Kyoto, Gu Lingyu seized the opportunity again at this time, pretending that her brother had kept his promise to come to him, but in reality, it was just a reason for her own regret of wanting to find her brother as well. Although all of this was her conjecture, she was almost certain that Gu Lingyu had taken the initiative to come to her brother because of her regret. She had seen many a girl lose a lover because of a moment of pride. Gu Lingyu is a typical girl of this kind, and she was different, since she would not let go after realizing that brother Jiangshi was someone she was worthy of committing her life to. After all, she wouldn't be as mouthy as Gu Lingyu, but Gu Lingyu seemed to refuse to admit it. But it was better this way, lest it affect her relationship with her brother. A brother can only be his own. Xia Xiaoshi pulled up Jiangshi's hand. The stinking woman doesn't admit it even if it's better this way. Then brother, let's go home. She doesn't care about you brother anyway. Okay. Looking at Gu Lingyu's somewhat more serious expression, Jiangshi also gulped in panic. To be honest, he wasn't very clear about Gu Lingyu's thoughts, but he also didn't quite agree with what Xia Xiaoshi had just said. What regrets come to themselves? It's really some bull asterisk. In his opinion, Gu Lingyu was merely trying to keep him here as a tool person to vent his emotions. His original idea wasn't really to stay here either. After all, he would rather endure Xia Xiaoshi's near-crazy possessiveness than be a tool person for Gu Lingyu to vent her emotions. But because of that $7 million thing, there would probably definitely be less dealings with Gu Lingyu in the future. Alas, I'll think of something after that. After all, I've known my senior sister for so long, so it shouldn't be too difficult for me. Thinking of this, Jiangshi also sighed. Senior sister, that won't disturb your rest tonight. I'll go back first. Hearing this, Xia Xiaoshi also revealed a satisfied smile and turned back to look up at Jiangshi. Hey, brother is the best. However, just as they were about to leave, Gu Lingyu spoke in a cold voice. Jiangshi, if you dare to leave today, I won't spare you afterward. Jiangshi was slightly stunned, and looking at Gu Lingyu's cold and serious expression, he was even more puzzled. What do you mean? You won't let me go again? Chapter 28 The Helpless Schoolmarm. Jiang you won't really believe what comes out of her mouth, right? Gu Lingyu's cold-eyed eyes glared at Jiang. Absolutely not. Jiang said seriously. You better be. Xia Xiaoshi slightly tilted her head and gazed at Gu Lingyu with scornful eyes. What else do you want to do? I've gotten you right and now you want to get your brother back? Kid, I didn't say that. So don't get ahead of yourself. Although Gu Lingyu didn't quite want to admit it, but the part she had said to Jiang before she left to go back to Kyoto had led to the fact that the two of them hadn't contacted each other again for a year and a half. She would indeed have some regrets later on, which was why she had called Jiang over the first time she knew he was coming to the capital. The purpose is to make up for the vacuum that has existed for a year and a half. It's just that she didn't want to explain too much because she was afraid that Jiang would get too carried away. After all, Jiang was still her own schoolmate, but she didn't have to explain so much to outsiders. And who is this girl in front of me? It's not like she's Jiang's girlfriend. Who is she to care about her search for Jiang? And this was his obedient schoolmate. As long as he said it, no matter what, Jiang would listen to him, right? Self-righteous? Stinky woman. My brother is my person now. Now you are the interloper. Interfering with my relationship with my brother. Aren't you ashamed at all? Xia Xiaoshi disliked back. Jiang has only been here for 2 days, so you don't think you have a strong bond with Jiang? That's better than you. A stinky woman who eats back. Brother will fall in love with me sooner or later. Hiss. Seeing the way the two were arguing, Jiang couldn't stand it anymore and mediated in succession. Stop arguing. What is there to quarrel about this matter? Gu Lingyu was indifferent, turning her eyes to glare at Jiang. You must stay here today. Do you hear me? She was more angry now. If it were in the past, she wouldn't have oppressed Jiang so much, but now she was so arrogant and domineering in the face of a other girl, because she was just a little bit too upset to swallow. What's more, even without the $7 million owed, she didn't think Jiang would not listen to her words and leave with Xia Xiaoshi. Brother won't stay here with this kind of smelly woman. Saying that, Xia Xiaoshi tugged on the corner of Jiang's coat, turned back with a sweet smile looking at Jiang and said, Right, brother, you definitely won't stay here, but want to go home with Xiaoshi, right? After looking at Xia Xiaoshi and sweeping Gu Lingyu's more serious expression, Jiang helplessly sighed as well. He hadn't expected the night to devolve into this at all, but if he really let him choose whether to stay or go, then he would definitely go back with Xia Xiaoshi, because he couldn't figure out what Gu Lingyu's idea was to suddenly want him to stay here. Is it because you feel sorry for yourself? To be honest, he didn't need to. He knew that as thick-skinned as he was, he would never want to depend on someone who had rejected him before, because not only was that awkward, but Gu Lingyu also seemed to only use him as a tool to vent his emotions. He was very diabolical. After all, he didn't want to make the same mistake again. What's more, Auntie Xia was quite good to him, both before and now, and if she somehow left now, Auntie Xia might be sad as well. Furthermore, it was Xia Xiaoshi. If he stayed here, Xia Xiaoshi would definitely be the first to disagree, and would definitely come and make a scene from time to time. Not only could he not stand it, but Gu Lingyu would definitely not be able to stand it either. If he said that Gu Lingyu might be angry at himself, but he cannot do anything about it now, and he whirled and looked up at Gu Lingyu and said, Sister, after that money, I will wait to contact my mom before I can possibly pay it back, and I will not run. As for now, if I do so, I will leave you alone for the time being. Hear that? Brother won't stay here. Gu Lingyu ignored Xia Xiaoshi's provocation and continued, Jiang, what exactly do you think? You won't really think that I'm threatening you to stay here with the money owed? No, I didn't think that, but Auntie Xia has been quite kind to me, and I'm afraid she'll be disappointed, so I'll have to go first. Jiang's tone was a bit low, and after he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the outside. Seeing his determined demeanor, Gu Lingyu held back the anger in her heart and couldn't say anything. Jiang, do you really not understand what I said? I said, no matter what accidents happen, I'll take care of them for you. If you leave now, then we won't be in contact in the future. Hearing this, Jiang paused, showing a trace of bitterness on his face. I'm really sorry, senior sister. I really can't. Xia Xiaoshi grabbed Jiang's arm and made a face at Gu Lingyu before leading him towards the outside. Brother, let's go. No playing with bad women. Gazing at the backs of the two leaving, Gu Lingyu also wore a disappointed expression, and in the end, she also took a long breath and turned around to go upstairs. Jiang, you really, outside. Brother, that bad woman didn't do anything to you, did she? How could that be? School sister Gu is still relatively conservative. How could she possibly do anything to me? It's more like I'm doing something to her, right? Jiang scratched his head. It's not like schoolmates are like you, not reserved at all. Shii doesn't believe it. But brother, next time don't fool Shii into saying something about going on an errand, only to turn around and follow another woman back home. there are a lot of bad women out there. Oh, but how did you guys know where I was? You didn't put a locator on me, did you? Who blames my brother for always lying? You guys? You really put a locator on me. Get rid of it now. No. At the back of the building in the distance, Bai Qiyin was peeking out and staring at the trio walking towards the outside, a hint of resentment in her muddy eyes. How can this be? Honey, and who is that woman? In the apartment, Gu Lingyue lay on the bed, her eyes scanning the personal data on the tablet. Xia Yi, the current CEO of Xia Group. Mom, Xia Yi is my old friend, and our company also have cooperation. Why curious about her? She is the elite of the workplace. Oh, follow her can learn a lot of things. Where you want to get to know? Seeing the message sent, Gu Lingyu tapped on the input method. Just happened to run into her daughter. Nothing much. I'll go to bed first. You go to bed early too. After sending the message, Gu Lingyu also rested her phone on the screen. Elementary school brother, you are really something. Evening is so big family. To be honest, she was actually more puzzled and wondered about the fact that Jiang Shi would reject her. She was thinking that although Xia Xiaoshi's family was also really rich, the conditions of staying at her place would never be worse than their family. Instead, it will be a little more comfortable. But it turned out that Jiang Shi even rejected her. To know, before this, no matter how big or small things, Jiang Shi would not reject her. Not to mention this time is still she is giving Jiang Shi benefits, 100 benefits and no harm, but even still be rejected. She really couldn't figure it out. Could it really be that? As Xia Xiaoshi had said, the words he had said after returning to Kyoto had disappointed Jiang Shi, and that was why he had rejected himself today? At that time when Jiang Shi was preparing to confess her love, she had already sensed it, but she really didn't have any desire to fall in love at that time, which was why she had said, when you finish your exams and come to the capital, I'll consider you. Such words. After that, she also realized that Jiang Shi's non-return of messages might change her mind, so she made extra preparations and made use of Jiang Shi's mother's contract of arrears, not really threatening with money, but she hoped that Jiang Shi would be good and obedient to be able to come to Kyoto to look for her, and at that time, if Jiang Shi confessed to her again, then she would definitely accept it. But I didn't realize that Jiang Shi would care so much about that statement, and even reject himself in front of other girls. Thinking of this, she opened her phone and cut to the chat window with Jiang Shi, on which there was only a just added friend. I passed your friend verification request. Now we can start chatting. The system sent the message. Jiang Shi now went back without even giving himself an explanation. It was really incomprehensible to her. However, when she tried to send a message to Jiang Shi, she thought of what she had just said to Jiang Shi. If we leave here, let's not contact each other. After stopping her fingers from tapping on the input method, she cut back to the main page of the screen. Jiang Shi, you, this guy said not to contact, still really do not contact. Where is the previous serious look to me gone? Just as she was helpless, her mom's message popped up again. Mother, we have a celebration banquet in a few days. It happens to be to celebrate the success of the first project with Xia Group for the first time. Xia Yi will be here then. And if you're interested in her daughter, I can ask her to call her daughter over too. How about it? Mom, how did you see that I was interested in her daughter? To be honest, Gu Lingyu had little interest in that arrogant young girl, and was mainly annoyed with Jiang Shi's sluggishness. It seems to be misunderstanding her now, but she had just said that kind of thing in a fit of anger, and now she wanted to go and ask for clarification, which made her feel really a bit disgraced. I can only put down my phone and wait to see if Jiang Shi will take the initiative to send a message. Chapter 29. Can you promise anything? What about villa? In a room on the second floor. No, you guys really put a locator in my cell phone? Quickly take it out for me. Just now on the way back, he stalked Xia Xiaoshi to ask why she knew her location, and as a result, Xia Xiaoshi was really able to admit to the matter of installing a locator on her cell phone. For a moment this infuriated him a little, and at once he felt deprived of privacy. There was a desire to immediately smash the phone, but then considering that it was the only thing of value on him, and then some heartache. No, can't take it out. Xia Xiaoshi decisively refused, and her pretty face showed concern again. If there is no more positioning, I won't know where my brother will go in the future, and I won't know that you were abducted by that bad woman today. Xiao Shi will not be able to come in time to save brother back. It's not like Sister Gu is going to eat me. So what are you afraid of? That bad woman is unsettled and wants to steal my brother. We must be careful. Jiang Shi didn't say anything. After all, he didn't feel how someone as arrogant as Gu Lingyu could possibly lower her stance to chase after him backwards, having been rejected before he'd gotten the message a long time ago. But speaking of Gu Lingyu, when he left the apartment just now, Gu Lingyu was clearly angry with himself. After all, he had refused Gu Lingyu's request. He had never refused Gu Lingyu's requests in the past, and Gu Lingyu had probably gotten used to his good behavior and obedience long ago, so he could understand Gu Lingyu's anger. If he were to do it in the past, he would definitely send a message to explain to Gu Lingyu, but now he didn't have that idea at all. After all, he knew that Gu Lingyu definitely didn't have any other feelings for him, and was only angry because he didn't fulfill her request. Sister Gu should soon forget. And as for that $7 million thing, better get a hold of mom as soon as possible and let her handle it. How could one possibly pay it back? Damn mom, selling herself out. But it seems that brother didn't take the initiative to go to that bad woman. It was that bad woman who found someone to forcefully bring brother back it. In that case, then I won't punish brother tonight. Hearing this, the corners of Jiang Shi's mouth twitched. No, combined with the fact that I still have to thank you for not punishing me. Right, brother is my man. No matter where he goes, whose house he goes to, how many people, how many women, how many men, he has to talk to me. Xia Xiaoshi snapped. And brother has already cheated on me twice. But come on. Jiang Shi also sighed. But he didn't want to break up too much with Xia Xiaoshi, so he simply nodded his head directly in agreement. But it was indeed Gu Lingyu who unilaterally wanted to take him back and wouldn't let him go about it. He really wasn't lying about that. Hey, good to know. Xia Xiaoshi revealed a satisfied smile. As if she had thought of something, she slightly tilted her head again, and a point of doubt was added to her deep blue pupils. But brother, what conditions did that woman use to threaten you to go to her house? Is it an outstanding payment? How do you know? Hey, Xia Xiaoshi confidently patted her steel plate-like chest. I'm very smart. Xiaoshi. Indeed. Whether it was what Jiang Shishou had told him or just now at Gu Lingyu's house, the matter of arrears had been mentioned. So she suspects it's possible that Gu Lingyu is a debtor to Jiang Shi's family and is even despicable enough to use the money she owes to try to get Jiang Shi to stay. Bad women are simply abominable. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi asked again. So how much does brother owe her? It's not me. It's my mom who owes it. Jiang Shi skimmed his lips. More than $7 million. For brother that's quite a lot. No wonder that bad woman can demand so much of brother and brother still doesn't resist. Xia Xiaoshi pressed her index finger against her lower lip, revealing a questioning look. Then is it true that as long as auntie keeps owing that bad woman money, brother must always listen to her? It's almost like this. Hearing this, Jiang Shi was even more heartbroken. The repayment date written on the contract had already passed more than 2 months ago, and as long as Gu Lingyu sued, the consequences would be very serious. And the repayer on that is still him. The guarantor is only his mom. That means he's primarily responsible. It's just not possible to be disobedient. In that case, then isn't it true that as long as brother also owes Shizuku that much money, will brother also do whatever Shizuku says? What are you playing at? Jiang Shi was puzzled. What Z means is if I help my brother pay back the money, can't my brother listen to Z that much too? Like kissing, hugging, sleeping together, aren't these all things you can ask for? Did you just say something weird? Jiang Shi froze. Chapter 30, can I buy all of you with my $100 million of pocket money? No. Oh. Saying that, Xia Xiaoshi fiercely pounced him on the bed, her legs wrapped in white pantyhose slightly topped between his legs, and lowered her head to look at him with even more some infatuation in her gaze. What are you doing? Jiang Shi looked at the lowly in front of him who wanted to cause trouble, and his face was puzzled. Eating, sleeping, doing, aren't these things what a normal couple would normally do? Sure is just doing it so that her brother can get used to it faster. Speaking of this, Xia Xiaoshi even showed some disappointment. Alas, it's just a pity that mom won't let Xiaoshi take the initiative on brother. So let brother to take the initiative on it. As long as that's 7 million Xiaoshi for brother to give, brother will listen to everything Xiaoshi, right? Xia clearly stipulated that she was not allowed to let her approach Jiang Shi too actively before Jiang Shi agreed to that request, fearing that she would be too clinging to Jiang Shi, making the other party feel disturbed, and also fearing that it would lead to consequences. And if it was Jiang Shi's initiative, then Jiang Shi would have to obey that request. But she could probably guess why brother Jiang Shi didn't agree to that request. Because as long as Jiang Shi once agreed to that request, there was no more chance to back out. What her mother Xia hated most was people who broke the contract. That way brother Jiang Shi would live as if he were dead. So she could only use various means to get Jiang Shi to agree. Because as long as she agreed, then Jiang Shi would be by her side for the rest of her life. Jiang Shi sighed and grabbed Xia Xiaoshi's shoulders and gently pushed her away. Come on. I didn't say I would completely obey orders. And you guys must have asked your mom for money too. That's 7 million. Not a small amount. Don't go bothering her. Indeed, it wasn't like Xia had any blood relationship with him, simply giving his mom face then letting him stay here on loan. While Xia probably wouldn't be short of money, there really wasn't much reason for him to ask Xia to pay this back to him. No, let brother listen to his own words, must be Xiaoshi to pay for it. 7 million only. Just rely on Xiaoshi's pocket money is completely able to solve it. Ha! Xia Xiaoshi got up and walked over to the drawer, taking out a blue bank card, handing it to Jiang Shi. humming disdainfully. What's stored inside this card is Xiaoshi's pocket money. It should be around 150 million now. Ha, raider? Zhang Shi's gaze was filled with surprise. 150 million ah. What's wrong, brother? Xia Xiaoshi said gently. Anyway, brother, you take this card and hit that bad woman hard in the face and say, asterisk 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 asterisk. This money is returned to you. Don't come to disturb me and Xiaoshi's happy life in the future. Since a few years ago, a fixed amount of $2 million had been credited to her card every month, which was the pocket money given to her by Xia. The purpose is for her to buy whatever she wants and not to worry about money. It's just that she stayed at home all day. Apart from buying some highly configured electronic devices and clothes, there wasn't much else to spend, and the high spending would basically not be there. And there was also Xia who would have finished paying for her beforehand. With each passing day, this money naturally becomes more. It was just that she didn't know how to spend it. If just spending that little bit of money could buy Zhang Shi's obedience, then she'd feel like she'd made a fortune. You guys are really rich. Zhang Shi lightly grunted and said with his hands clasped over his chest, jokingly saying, but I can tell you this, money can buy my body and my obedience, but it definitely can't buy my soul. Well, brother, you misunderstood. Xia Xiaoshi walked to Zhang Shi's side. Her slender little hand touched his head and said softly, Xiaoshi has never thought of measuring her brother with a few bills, but if this amount of money can buy her brother's company, then Xiaoshi feels it's worth it, because Xiaoshi just wants her brother to stay by her side all the time. In the face of Xia Xiaoshi's seemingly serious words, looking up to meet those clear blue eyes, Zhang Shi froze slightly. This guy, how can he say something so touching? But come to think of it, Xia was the plutocrat of the Xia group in Kyoto. The last thing he needed was money. But Xia Xiaoshi is serious about this statement. Tick-tock. The sound of a computer rattling on the side suddenly interrupted his thoughts, only to see Xia Xiaoshi slightly puffing out her cheeks. Well, it's coming to rush the manuscript again. Brother, you're not allowed to leave tonight. Oh, Z is going to paint. Brother is here with Z tonight. Not allowed to leave. After repeated instructions, Xia Xiaoshi handed the bank card to Zhang Shi, turned toward the computer desk, sat down on the chair and started tinkering. Zhang Shi looked at the bank card in his hand that was as heavy as an anvil in his mind, although it was a light one. To be honest, he didn't expect Xia Xiaoshi to say that kind of words, and he was really touched at that moment. However, after carefully thinking about it, he also suppressed the impulse to agree to Xiao's strange request. After all, he still had to consider the consequences more than anything else, and couldn't act on impulse. Not to mention that the money was owed by his own mom. He was a student who simply didn't have the strength to be able to pay it back. So I'll just have to pay it back when mom gets back. The senior sister shouldn't really use the 7 million various threats to do things. After all, he knew that the senior sister didn't lack money at all and wouldn't be that bad-hearted. Can't you really transfer the money you owe? No, let's just forget it. Xia Xiaoshi must have asked him to do all sorts of strange things with the money he owed, and as touching as it was to say, that would really mean that he wouldn't have any freedom at that point. Thinking of this, Zhang Shi also sighed and looked up as his gaze fell on Xia Xiaoshi, who was sitting at the computer desk drawing. Getting up and walking over, Zhang Shi placed the bank card on the desk. It's better for you to keep this money for yourself. Well, why? Xia Xiaoshi asked, looking up slightly and looking at him suspiciously. Let's wait for my mom to come back after that money before I ask her to pay it back. And I don't think schoolteacher will be the type of person who will keep threatening me with the money she owes. So I'll warn you in advance if schoolteacher still comes to me next time. Despite saying that, he didn't think Gu Lingyu would come to him at all. After all, Gu Lingyu not only had to be busy with her studies, she also had to be busy with things in the company. So where could she possibly still have her mind on him? Xia Xiaoshi seemed to understand his concerns, slightly bulging her mouth to squeeze out a sound. Good blah. Afterward, looking down at the screen, he said, then how about how brother is willing to listen to Xiaoshi? I'm not a robot. Zhang Shi was speechless, then his somewhat curious gaze fell on her screen, his mouth slightly open. This time the drawing is quite proper. Are you drawing for someone else? The digital screen shows a handsome Maid character holding a sword in one hand, hacking and slaying kobold monsters in the forest, and the special effects and graphics are beautifully handled. Let's take a look at this picture. If it is adapted into a drama, will be super hot. Only what surprised him was that Xia Xiaoshi would still be able to draw this kind of serious painting. You know, Xia Xiaoshi is a book artist, usually draws Lolita, teenage girls, catgirls and all these meat drawings, and he's never seen a drawing other than Thrasher. But today he actually broke the mold and drew a serious character for once. It's really a bit weird. No. Xia Xiaoshi shook her head. This is a cover drawn for a character in a Benji manga who is about to be kobold ****. She's naturally going to be more handsome as the heroine. Zhang Shi was dumbfounded. What's wrong, brother? Is there something wrong with what I drew? Looking at Xia Xiaoshi's innocent and cute expression, Jiang Shi suddenly didn't know what to say. Cool, but now I should be able to guess what the plot is in that comic. Never mind. Still shouldn't have trusted the Benji artist to get on the right track. Chapter 31. Does he really love me? I hope he takes the initiative. 7. Here's your package. Thank you. Please send it. On Sunday, at the door, a good-looking young girl wearing a white down jacket with a ponytail handed the palm-sized package in her hand to Bai Chi-in, slightly pouting. That said, when did Xiaoqi move over? Why didn't you tell me? Too much not treating me as a sister. I just got back recently, and I've been a bit busy, so I didn't get a chance to tell you. Bai Chi-in looked at the tightly wrapped express box in her hands, and a bad smile surfaced on her pretty face. Now honey can stay with herself a bit longer, only to see Wenko reveal a slightly worried expression. What exactly are you going to use this for? 7. Are you alright? If there's any other anxiety lately I'll take you to see a psychiatrist. Right? No need. I'm fine, Bai Chi-in said softly, then turned towards the house. Of course she's fine. It's just that 2 days ago when she saw another girl inexplicably appear beside Jiang Shi, she just couldn't stand it any longer. After all, if she continued to indulge Jiang Shi like this, Jiang Shi would definitely be possessed by one of the other 2 girls, or both of them could be possessed, and she would be the only one who could only watch. She's having a hard time. If it had been before, she would have been able to enjoy Etsy's time alone every day. But things were bad now, and Etsy also seemed to be somewhat aware of her tactics and avoided them, so she can't sit around anymore. She wants Jiang Shi to face her love head-on and then embrace herself and fall deeply in love with her. Since my dear can't take it, I'll have to be tougher myself. Thinking of this, the smile on Bai Chi-in's face became even more intense. That's fine then. Be sure to let me know if you're uncomfortable in any way. Wenko changed into slippers and walked into the room, looked around the room and sat down on the sofa. Lifting her head, her gaze fell on Bai Chi-in, who was receiving water at the water bar. But how come your manga hasn't been updated lately? It's been a week. I've been waiting for it, and it's almost time for the hero and heroine's confession scene. I'm looking forward to it. When will it be updated? 7. Bai Chi-in's manga was so hot that her friends around her loved her manga, and every now and then they would come to her to complain about the slow updates. It's now a week late for an update, and there's still half of the latest story to be colored before it's turned in and uploaded. This delayed shift is really her problem. It was just that she had more important things to do right now, and the rest would have to be put aside. Thinking of this, Bai Chi-in smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll finish drawing it as soon as possible then upload it." Okay, but it's also hard work, studying while also taking care of the fans who are catching up on their reading. It's okay, I took it into account. Bai Chi-in updates every half month, although she has to estimate her studies at the same time. But her manga has a complete plot outline from the beginning to the end. So if she spends an hour a day drawing, it's perfectly possible to update it in time. It's just that this time something else got in the way. Wenko sighed and added, "Then again, Xiaoqi, why did you transfer back to another school recently? Isn't it all about the exams? It's fine to come back after the exams. I was homesick, so I came back." Starting to snub me again. Wenko knew her reason. It must be about that boy again. He must have come back too. I think his name is Jiang Shi, right? That said, you accompanied him on such a long run over the years. How is it going now? Bai Chi-in shook her head with some loss. To be honest, although she had been following Jiang Shi all these years, there had always been people obstructing her during that time, especially Gu Lingyu. Not only in school before or back in Kyoto, she had always been teasing Jiang Shi. It made her spend even less time with Jiang Shi. Plus Jiang Shi was too shy to ever think much of her. It was killing her. Ugh, no confession yet. Ha, Wenko was a bit surprised. Is he slow or is it you? 7. Speaking of this, Wenko put her hand against her chin and pondered to herself. No, our family Xiaoqi is not only cute, but also has a gentle character. Not to mention the money. How can there be a man under the sky who isn't moved? So it's definitely not our Xiaoqi's reason? Then it must be that guy. But why? You two have known each other since you were kids. No matter what, you've been in love for a long time, right? I don't understand why you haven't gotten involved yet. Or is it that you two are missing an opportunity to confess your love? Well, don't know yet. Speaking of which, it's true that she hasn't even confessed her love to Jiang Shi positively, and has always loved and enjoyed Jiang Shi behind his back. But this really couldn't satisfy her. She preferred to be able to possess Jiang Shi all the time, so that she could fulfill her greatest desire. She also tried to utilize the long time to make Jiang Shi fall in love with her. Yet nothing worked. Is there something you're not doing right? She asked herself this from time to time, but she was helpless when Jiang Shi was slow to lay hands on her. Ugh, I'm dying of anxiety seeing you two hesitating. Why don't you go confess your love, Xiaoqi, and I'll go help you create the atmosphere? No need. Bai Chi-in smiled and brought up 2 cups of freshly brewed hot coffee. walking over to the sofa and handing one of the cups to Wenku. Thank you. Wenku took the cup of tea, sip a small mouth, said, you two, this situation is very serious. If you change this era, the old many people just know 3 days can't wait to go to the room. You two, this is really too dilly-dallying. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, have you two held hands in the last 10 years or so? That's a bit much. Despite saying that, Bai Chi-in just smiled. Held hands? Naturally, for sure. It's just that she wants Zhang Shi to take the initiative. Chapter 32, doing this is worth it because of love. That's still too much nah. I mean, you two are going really slow. This can't go on. Got it. I mean, you have to be tough. Wenku sighed. Otherwise, by the time your manga is finished and the hero and heroine are married and have a son and you two still haven't finalized your relationship, that's really a bit of a stretch. Bai Chi-yin's manga plot has almost reached its climax. The highly sweet plot of the male and female main characters confirming their relationship. Many fans are looking forward to her finishing her drawings quickly, and there are even quite a few gold masters giving tens of thousands of dollars in rewards requesting her to increase the number of drawings, purely for the sake of seeing the male and female main characters' daily sweet life after they get together. It was only that Bai Chi-in was also a veritable rich young lady, and she didn't lack money either. It's also barely been added to in the past few years, but it's not because I'm not short of money that I don't add to it. It's because it's just too hard to speed up the serialized comics that I personally keep up. But Bai Chi-in, in addition to this time, the previous every half month will definitely update, and never dragged more, even more stable than some studios. Only what puzzled her was that the hero and heroine of the manga serialized under Bai Chi-in's pen were almost together, and Bai Chi-in hadn't even confirmed her relationship with her own bamboo horse yet? What the hell are these two guys doing? Repeatedly pulling? By all rights, the two should have already confirmed their relationship long ago, and then started the little unashamed life of a young college couple. But she learned today that the two aren't dating yet, and it's amazing that these two don't even seem to hold hands. Or is there some other obstruction of the seven tones? It was also unlikely, as far as she could remember. The boy Bai Chi-in liked was about as normal as an ordinary person could be. His own best friend is both good-looking and gentle. His family has money, and he's also the boy's childhood friend. There's absolutely no reason why this would lose out to other girls, right? And two people, whether it is junior high school or high school, are the same class. To the university now. Also still the same major with the same class. Every day to see how to say there are more than 3 or 4 hours. It's not even done yet? She couldn't really figure it out, and covered her forehead with a pang of helplessness. However, Bai Chi-in just smiled innocently and didn't seem to take it seriously at all. Seeing this, Wenku sighed and said, why don't we do it this way? After you finish updating the chapters this time, you can issue another delayed update statement. How about taking care of you and your male lead first? Well, I'll think about it. Saying that, Bai Chi-in took a sip of the hot coffee. She'd actually stopped caring much about manga updates a long time ago, and a big part of the reason she was able to keep it up to date was because of Zhang Shi, who he loved and had been catching up on reading his manga. Liking your own manga, doesn't that mean you like her? That's exactly why she keeps updating it, and usually keeps the conversation between the two going with manga storylines. But now, there are other girls around him. As Winko said, the manga or whatever is irrelevant now. The most important thing is to deal with the matter at hand first. Those two outsiders. Wenku narrowed her eyes slightly, her head coming closer to her, some contempt in her gaze. 7. Are you really thinking about it? Of course. Bai Chi-in nodded. I'll work on it in my own way. Looking at her clueless look, Wenku sighed long and hard again. You're so shy. If you really try to follow your own methods, I'm really afraid that you guys won't be able to date for these 4 years in college. It's fine, even if we don't date. I've been happy with him all these years. Bai Chi-in shook her head. You're just too shy. If you want me to say just be bossy, you tie him to your house, step on him, and then just ask, do you want to date or not? If not, I'll get you killed. He'll agree. A hint of awe flashed under Bai Chi-in's eyes. Winnie smiled and waved her hand. But that's something you certainly can't do. I'm just kidding. Bai Chi-in just smiled and didn't say anything. Wenku stood up, her somewhat worried gaze falling on him. Well, I still have some things to do. I'll go back to school first. I'll come back to play with you after vacation. She wasn't in the same school as Bai Chi-in. She was a student at the Kyoto Medical School next door, and as the vice president of the school's student council, she had a lot of things to do in a day's time, and this time she took the time to come just to deliver the medicine to Bai Chi-in, and incidentally to see her good girlfriend, coming to the door to change shoes. When Ko reminded again, but Xiao-Chi, you can't indulge him too much. It's better to speed up the progress. Otherwise, if there is a competitor after that, it can be very difficult to do it. There are so many rich sisters and rich women here. Plus you're shy. When the time comes, you won't have any competitiveness at all. Don't worry, I will yet. Bye. See you next time. Bye. After saying goodbye to each other, Winkle pushed the door open and walked out. Bai Qing picked up her teacup and finished the last bit of coffee in it, and after cleaning up the tabletop, she picked up the package that Winkle had given her and headed towards her room. As Winkle said, on the surface she really wasn't competitive, and she understood that. And now that someone else had actually appeared by Jiang Shi's side, even he's starting to avoid himself on purpose. Obviously, he wouldn't have done this to himself before. This is undoubtedly a yes meaning to one's change of heart. One would never allow this to happen, because he could only love himself. Pushing open the door of the room, only to see a series of tools such as ropes, butterfly knives, tapes, gag balls and other tools on the desk, plus the medicines given by Wenku in her hand, so it can be said that it has been complete. The sunlight beating in through the window on the side of her face brought a smile full of love to her face and a hint of lurid fervor to her deep gaze at that moment. She loves him, so doing this was worth it. Darling, wait for me, oh, soon I'll be able to take you home. Afterwards, Bai Qing smiled with satisfaction as she packed up everything and threw it into the storage box. This is perfect. Just wait until the end of class tomorrow and you can come back with your darling. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Suddenly, a cell phone lit up on the side, and he turned his eyes to look at it. Moonlight edit, hasn't the latest episode been drawn yet? Another 2 days have passed. Oh. Seeing this, Bai Qing slightly raised her mouth to show a reluctant expression, and finally sighed. Forget it, it's better to go and draw for a while. Anyway, wait until tomorrow and you'll be able to see your darling Law. Chapter 33, after the end of the semester, you have to spend time with Shizuku. The cover is finally done. Noon. Inside the villa, sitting in front of her desk, Xia Xiaoshi stretched lazily, looking at the handsome Maid illustration that had just been completed on the digital board, revealing a satisfied smile. This one illustration was a free supply of manga covers she had given to an out-of-network well-known Benji artist, who had a similar style of drawing and hobbies to her in the cute character category. And the main thing is, that book artist is also a real loli. From time to time, she also provided Xia Xiaoshi with photos of herself in various shibori poses for her to use as reference, so that the characters she drew would be more dynamic and appealing. Only this time the painting seems to have changed its style and become a bit more mature. Still, the content is entertaining enough. She turned her head to Jiang Shi, who was sitting next to her playing with his cell phone, and pointed at the digitizer board screen on her desk. Brother, look, does Xiao Shi's drawing look good? Jiang Shi just raised his head and swept a glance, then nodded. Good looking. Hey, I'll send it then. With that, Xia Xiaoshi saved it on the digital screen and sent it out. Nice looking indeed, but can't you draw something decent? The kind that can be posted on a decent website. Jiang Shi said. Xia Xiaoshi's drawing skills were indeed unquestionable, but after years of drawing immodest illustrations, it seemed that her perverted component was already higher than his. Xia Xiaoshi is a girl, coupled with that morbid personality. I wonder how much life this guy can have after marriage. Ahem, painting or not painting serious actually does not matter. Anyway, I cannot get into it, simply just a hobby. Xia Xiaoshi said as she tapped on the keyboard to reply to the message. Indeed, no matter how leaky the drawing was, even as she was drawing, all her thoughts were on how she should make the picture cuter, fleshier and more astringent, because it was a testament to her drawing skills. She doesn't think much of any of the characters in it, it's just purely a hobby. And what Jiang Shi was thinking, she actually knew, but she really wasn't that high on the kink scale. After all, she'd gotten bored long ago after reading a lot of movies. Alright, say, brother, aren't you going on vacation soon? Go out with Shi. Jiang Shi glanced at her. Aren't you a home squatter? Well, Xia Xiaoshi beamed slightly. I'm not the one who's squatting at home. It's just that I want to go with my brother. Wait until after finals. I shouldn't have much time. Jiang Shi had been thinking about finding a part-time job after the end of the semester for the past few days, so he was going to go find Xia Yi to do him a favor and arrange a job for himself, and earn some money to expand his wallet first during the winter break. If you can't, you can work as a security guard downstairs in their company. He remembered that when he first came here, he had visited Xia's group headquarters, and he had specifically asked Xia Yi about the wages of those security guards, who were paid tens of thousands of dollars a month, and even the wages were comparable to technicians in most industries, and 6 insurance and 2 gold, a variety of annual leave, paid vacation, year-end awards and other benefits are all available. The main thing is also special leisure. It seems like the entry requirements are pretty high though, but since it's auntie's business, be cheeky yourself and just go on winter vacation for a month shouldn't be a problem. Then graduate and continue to come back as a security guard, and go straight to decades less. What else is there to feed on? Ugh, why? Go on, brother. Xia Xiaoshi grabbed Jiang Shi's arm hand and shook it back and forth, pouting. We'll see about that when the time comes. Che, brother must go anyway. Brother has no choice. Xia Xiaoshi skimmed her head and hummed lightly. Or else. Poof. Just no. Jiang Shi sighed helplessly. Even if he didn't agree, Xia Xiaoshi wouldn't care what he thought and only wanted him to stay with her. Knock. Knock. Miss, young master Xiao Jiang, you can come down for dinner. The Xia family master is already waiting for you downstairs. Childish walked to the door of the room and turned toward the two men. Upon hearing this, the two of them instantly agreed and then headed downstairs. Come and sit down at the dinner table. Only to see that Xia Yi was already at the table first to clip the food and start eating. Although Tong Xian also served as a maid in the service house, she had been at home for several years, and both Xia Yi and Xia Xiaoshi saw her as a family member, so they would sit down together for every meal. Auntie, I want to discuss something with you, okay? As soon as he sat down, Jiang Shi opened his mouth. Oh, Xia Yi glanced at him. Go ahead. With that, after Jiang Shi told her about wanting to work at her place during winter vacation, Xia Yi gently nodded her head in agreement. Of course there's no problem, but your specialty is electronic information, right? There's no suitable position for you on the headquarters side. Hey, Jiang Shi scratched his head a little awkwardly. It's a little embarrassing, but I want to go as a security guard. Indeed, he was only a freshman, and he hadn't even finished his major courses, so even if he was qualified to intern at Xia's group, his ability didn't allow it. A hint of surprise flashed in Xia Yi's eyes. No way. Xia Xiaoshi shouted from the side, looking at Jiang Shi with a somewhat grudging gaze. Brother has to play with me on vacation. He can't go to work. Looking at Xia Xiaoshi's protesting expression, Xia Yi turned her eyes to Jiang Shi again. The vacation isn't long anyway. Why don't you stay home with Xiaoxi? I can call you first if you don't have money to use. She actually could have agreed to the request Jiang Shi made, except that she was more spoiled to her own daughter. She probably knew exactly why Jiang Shi wanted to find a part-time job during winter vacation. Working as a security guard? It wasn't nothing more than for money. Money, too, was the last thing she lacked. Was such a thing? As long as she kept her own daughter company, there was no problem with how much she wanted, except that she had also noticed that Jiang Shi seemed to be resisting, but she also didn't intend to do so until Jiang Shi agreed to that request she had made. She wouldn't step in and interfere in their affairs, or else trying to take down a young boy who had just started college with youthful tenderness just shouldn't be too easy for her. But after all, we also have to consider the face of old friends, but also had to let the two little ones first slowly cultivate feelings first. That's just it. It's just that little bit of money. Z paid my brother. That's not good. I'd rather make my own money. Jiang Shi was a bit hesitant. To be honest, part of the reason for actually wanting to earn your own money is still not really wanting to stay at home all the time. Like the weekend, these 2 days off by Xia Xiaoshi has been clinging to him, has been making him stay in her room, except for going to the toilet is not allowed to leave one step, and even threatened him with an electric baton. It was a bit too much for him to bear, and he had asked Xia Yi for help, but Xia Yi didn't care at all and completely indulged Xia Xiaoshi. If men and women switched, then he was afraid that he might have been Xia Xiaoshi's slave a long time ago. He couldn't help but get a little creeped out thinking about it. No way. Absolutely not. Xia Xiaoshi firmly refused. For what? When my brother goes out there will be no one to go with me. A rare long vacation. Z wants to go out with brother. It's not like I'm not on vacation. I'm spending time with you when I'm on vacation. That won't work either. Xia Yi looked at the two arguing in silence, as if she thought of something. The corner of her mouth rose slightly. Since you don't want to stay at home, Xiao Jiang, when you're on vacation, come and be my assistant. You should know how to drive, right? Chapter 34, The Little One. He doesn't understand anything at all. With a driver's license, Jiang Shi in the high school after that summer has got a driver's license, can only occasionally drive mom's small mini grocery shopping cart to go out and have fun. Only the back was also deducted, so he hasn't touched the car in the last couple months, but he's still fine to be on the road normally. That's fine. I have things to do back at the office later, so you can drive me there. So I'm considered to be inducted then. That's fine. There's nothing to do this afternoon anyway. Jiang Shi was a bit surprised. Aha. Xia Yi then looked at the maid Tong Xian, who was eating in silence next to her, and said softly, Tong Xian, you can stay at home later. Okay. The maid nodded. Ugh, Mom. Xiaoshi has said no. Xia Xiaoshi clasped her hands on her chest and slightly puffed out her cheeks somewhat reluctantly. Don't worry. It's just the driver today. It won't be delayed for long. Xia said lightly. No way. No matter what. Xia Xiaoshi continued to retort. Shut up and eat your food. Gee whiz, bad mom. Xia Yi glanced at Xia Xiaoshi, who buried her head looking a little unconvinced. Kinda my stupid daughter. Instead, looking at the two who were bickering, Jiang Shi had some questions. Honestly, being an assistant serving tea and driving and all that doesn't matter to him. After all, as long as he can make money, it's better than being pestered by Xia Xiaoshi every day at home. although he knew that Xia Yi's intention was to let him stay at home with Xia Xiaoshi, and the rest would be given to him no matter what. Simply eating a soft meal would do, but the cost of this soft meal is too great. Although he sensed Xia Yi's attempts, it was good that Xia Yi was a normal person and didn't give him a hard time these days. Staying by Xia Yi's side as just an assistant shouldn't be a big problem. After the meal, after walking out the door, Xia Yi led him directly over the villa's garage toward the outside. Jiang Shi wondered, "Auntie, don't you want to take the one in the family garage?" Under the villa there is a garage, specializing in parking Xia Yi in and out of the car. That is a luxury car Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The more you drive out is very elegant and noble. Also, after all, the car is quite expensive. Rubbed and scratched is very difficult to deal with. It's not unusual to go to the garage and find a cheaper car. Thinking about it, he seemed to understand. A boy of your age shouldn't like driving such an old-fashioned car, Xia Yi said casually. A hint of surprise flashed under Jiang Shi's eyes. I didn't realize that such a luxurious car would be considered dirt in Xia Yi's eyes, but he could understand. After all, a plutocrat of a large corporation, the car he drove still had to fit the status somehow. Xia Yi then led him to the villa's communal underground parking lot. The parking lot is huge, but there are barely a few cars parked in it. Xia Yi then took him to the corner. An orange sports car came into view. The logo of the Golden Bull at the hood was very conspicuous. Jiang Shi know this car. The car label also a glance out. Lamborghini. A veritable sports car? Whether it is the car's whole body or the color, the value and horizontal recognition that is the top. No matter who it is, basically a look will conclude that this car is not cheap. It can be said to be a god car for girls, and the car didn't seem any cheaper than the Rolls-Royce at home. This car, you should like it more, right? Xia Yi swept him a glance, looking at his somewhat surprised eyes. The corner of her mouth slightly hooked into a smile. Jiang Shi had probably guessed what this Xia Yi was trying to do, tactically clenching his fist against his lips. Cough. Mom taught me not to be a picky eater since I was a kid. Xia Yi smiled happily. Haha, okay, then send me to the company first. Then drove to the Xia Group's headquarters. Although it was only a 20-minute drive, Jiang Shi drove with great care and never dared to accelerate. After all, he really is the first time to drive a luxury car, or more than 6 million luxury car. Plus there are a few months did not touch the car. He was afraid of bumping the bump, while Xia Yi probably wouldn't care too much. He didn't want his first commute to work to cause embarrassment. After parking his car downstairs at the company, he was about to open the door and get out of the car when Xia Yi pulled him back. What's wrong, auntie? Jiang Shi asked suspiciously. Xiao Jiang, you're a good boy. I won't force you to do anything about my daughter. Xia Yi landed on him with a deeply meaningful gaze. What do you mean? You can drive this car all you want. It doesn't matter if you bump it, just take it and play with it. Saying that, Xia Yi took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Jiang Shi's heel with both fingers framed. There is $10 million in this card now, and in the days to come there will be $2 million in the card every month. Do you understand what I mean now? Auntie, what are you? Jiang Shi dry gulped. How could he not get it? This is obviously trying to hit him with money and then agree to stay with Xia Yi, her daughter Xia Xiaoshi, all the time. Although it was not explicitly stated, but if he next bank card, then it is basically considered a tacit acceptance, and will inevitably not be able to escape her clutches in the future. Luxury cars plus high levels of wealth are basically completely irresistible to the average person. How is this not a form of coercion? However, he knew the severity of the price. If it was to be pestered by Xia Xiaoshi all the time, without any freedom at all, then there was no use in taking the money in the luxury car. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi waved his hand and refused. No way, no way, auntie, I just want to rely on my hands to eat a full meal. Xia Yi tilted her head slightly in doubt. Couldn't you also eat with your hands after agreeing? The corners of Jiang Shi's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of strange things was this aunt talking about? Seeing his hesitant look, Xia Yi also sighed. Alright then, in that case you should cultivate your relationship with Xiao Shi. Don't make Xiao Shi wait too long yet. Ha ha. Jiang Shi laughed somewhat awkwardly. Doesn't seem to give yourself the option to decline. When will the exam be over? Xia Yi asked again. Next Thursday, according to the test notice that the class president sent out to the group. It's vacation time after the test next Thursday. Okay, then I'll bring you in for induction when you're on vacation then. And again, how much do you want to be paid? Isn't this according to the rules and regulations? Jiang Shi sweated. I'll just take as much as a proper assistant gives. Xia Yi paused for a moment, his heart even more depressed. This little guy, I can't believe he's so clueless. After sighing, Xia Yi put the card back into her bag. Alright then, I'll go up to the office first then pushed open the car door to get down. Seeing this, Jiang Shi breathed a sigh of relief, resting his hands on the steering wheel and muttering, it's really unguardable. I almost moved. Ding, ding, ding. The phone suddenly rang. only to see that it was Xia Xiaoshi calling. When it was answered, there was a fierce voice of urgency on the other side. Brother, why aren't you back yet? What about the promised half an hour? It's 31 minutes now. Hurry home. Hurry home. The return trip takes time too. Jiang Shi explained helplessly. If he hadn't said to Xia Xiaoshi before he left that he would be back in half an hour, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get out at all after being pestered by Xia Xiaoshi. I don't care. I don't care. Brother, come home quickly. Don't ever go anywhere else. Got it, got it, got it. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Shi sighed and also drove his car to prepare for the return trip. Chapter 35. Dear, half an hour won't be enough. Finally the test is over. In the afternoon, on the square of the campus, Jiang Shi stretched his back and sighed lazily. Just the examination of these days back, time in addition to the necessary food and drink, almost no moment is his, are used in the company of Xia Xiaoshi. When he played the game, Xia Xiaoshi would have to make sure that there were no girls in the team, not even the passers-by she matched with, and then she would immediately download the game and play with him. When he sends a message, Xia Xiaoshi also has to confirm if it is for a girl, and also analyze its content for any cheating implications. Even when he went to the bathroom, Xia Xiaoshi would confiscate his cell phone so that he wouldn't contact other girls in the middle of the day, and then have to follow at the door and wait for him to come out. In response, he was helpless, but he could feel the true terror of his sickly sister. But now that it's vacation, Auntie Xia promises that he'll take him to the company for induction, and after that there's no need to stay at home on vacation. There's a reason to be able to go out, although it might be a bit tiring. At least he didn't have to stay with Xia Xiaoshi for the whole day and night. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi was also relieved. She, a clear and gentle voice came from the side, and Bai Qiyin trotted to her, her hands behind her waist, looking at him with a gentle and lovely smile on her face. What's wrong, Nine? How was the exam? Bai Qiyin asked softly. I still read the book before the end of the semester, so feel free to pass. That's good. Bai Qiyin asked again. Now are you ready to go home? No, it's still early. I'm going to go outside and hang out for a while first. The end of the last final exam of the day is at 4:10, and it's only 4:30 now after taking care of various things, because going back now would definitely be pestered by Xia Xiaoshi, so he might as well hang out outside for a while, even if he was shopping alone and didn't have much money, but that was still more fun than being pestered at home by that sickly girl Xia Xiaoshi. Moreover, he gave Xia Xiaoshi that he had helped the counselor with some other things after the exam and would not be able to go back until a little later. So even if Xia Xiaoshi saw his cell phone positioned off campus on the locator, there would not be a problem. So, Bai Qiyin was about to continue to speak, but was interrupted by Jiang Shi. By the way, your comic is not broken. Then the usual planned time to update late for a long time off. It's almost a month. What happened? When he opened his manga app a couple of days ago to prepare to catch up on Bai Qiyin's manga, he realized that it had been a month since the last update. In his impression, Bai Qiyin was all about half a month's worth of updates. He, who had always kept his anticipation for Bai Qiyin's manga, couldn't help but wonder. No la, just recently is not the end of the term. Are all put on the review. The next soon will be updated. Tonight on the pen began to draw. Bai Qiyin slightly raised her head. The bottom of her eyes flashed with some longing as she looked at Jiang Shi's side face and licked her lips. So, I'm all about improvising. The questions aren't difficult anyway. Jiang Shi scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, raising her head and gazing closely at Jiang Shi's side face. Bai Qiyin wondered what excuse she could find that would not let Jiang Shi realize what she was up to, but also make Jiang Shi obediently follow her home. Fix the computer. It doesn't work. Used it. Autographed comics were also given. Sigh. Should have known to give it to him later. What a good reason. What are you looking at? Bai Qiyin came back to her senses. Jiang Shi was currently staring at her blankly, confusion written all over his face. It's nothing. Bai Qiyin shook her head, her gaze returning squarely to the front. Seriously though, the hero and heroine should both be dating soon. If they are, then will the manga end there? Etsushi asked. Well, there's no drama in this one. The manga outline plot of Shirokatsuyan is just an outline from the hero and heroine from knowing each other, getting acquainted, pulling at their emotions, and finally after they've been dating. As to whether or not there would be a follow-up, she hadn't thought about that yet either. But she's completely unconcerned about this whole manga thing right now, because now that the end of the semester is over, if we don't make a move, it's going to be hard to get an excuse to ask him out afterward. He's his own, to take him home and hide him. He's his own, to take him home and hide him. He's his own, to take him home and hide him. Bai Qiyin slightly gasped for air, her pretty face even unconsciously flushed. Her mind constantly echoed these words. At this moment it was winter. The frenzied mood buried in the bottom of her heart even made her feel a little parched. I'll be off then, haha, bye. Returning to her senses, Bai Qiyin realized that she had already unknowingly walked to the entrance of the school, only to see Jiang Shi heading towards the side of the road after greeting her. Wait! Bai Qiyin rushed forward and pulled Jiang Shi's backpack, and the latter turned around to look at her reddened face and said suspiciously, "What's wrong? Why is your face still red?" "No, it's fine, just wanted to ask you to come home and sit down." Bai Qiyin slightly lowered her head and said somewhat sheepishly, "By the way, I'd like you to help me read the manga's subsequent plot." "Huh?" Jiang Shi hesitated for a moment and refused with some embarrassment. "Why don't we do it some other time?" To be honest, he noticed something strange about Bai Qiyin in front of him, inviting himself back to a home. Why was he still blushing? It didn't matter if he discussed the manga plot, it was just that he was afraid that this Bai Qiyin would mean something else. Boy, he was also a bit too embarrassed to refuse an invitation from a young girl blushing in the face, and it was his former hairdresser. No, because tomorrow is the climax of the plot. I want to show you, the drawing style and all, the plot and all, and I'll upload it if it's okay, Bai Qiyin said, and then slowly calmed down, her expression returning to the blandness of a moment ago. Facing the young girl in front of him who was waiting for her reply with an expectant face, Jiang Shi really had some no longer bear to refuse. In fact, it wasn't impossible to go. After all, he didn't have any evidence to prove that it was Bai Qiyin who had knocked himself out. Moreover, the time now was more appropriate, so even if he left for a while, he wouldn't arouse Xia Xiaoshi's suspicion. In front of her was also the hairy child that she had grown up with, and it would be a sin if she had wronged her. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Shi also nodded. "That's fine, but I can only stay for half an hour at most. After all, he was going to Bai Qiyin's home, so if he stayed in a residential building for too long, he was bound to arouse Xia Xiaoshi's suspicion." "Thanks. Now then," Bai Qiyin revealed a happy expression, and a wave of excitement was set off in her heart. "Hey, promise, but honey, half an hour is not enough." Chapter 36, We'll Always Be Together. By the water bar, Bai Qiyin was stirring the hot coffee she had just brewed, a happy smile spreading across her pretty face. Right now Jiang Shi was still in her room reading the new manga storyline, although she hadn't finished drawing it yet, but that wasn't the point. The point was that people had followed her home. "Looks like Honey is really enjoying her caricature. We'll definitely stay together after today, whether it's his own manga or all of his own. He has to be deeply in love to be able to She looked even more self-absorbed at the thought, and then she took out a small bowl from the refrigerator with pre-prepared medicines that had already been ground into powder. "Just stir it into your coffee for a while and it will never be seen. My dear will surely fall deeply in love with herself. We will enjoy this nice, long vacation and stay together all the time like a couple in the heat of the moment. Anything goes. There's nothing stopping us anymore." The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Oops, it's a bit overstirred. It took a moment to come back to her senses, and only then was she ready to pour the powder into her coffee. However, just as she had picked up the bowl and lifted it over the glass, slowly pouring the powder from the bowl into the coffee, suddenly, the door of a side room was pushed open, and Jiang Shi walked out, while saying, "The plot of the new episode is very good. Super sweet. It's just that a few subplots in the back are still in the draft stage, and it's not finished yet." 7 sound. Because the location of the water bar happened to be aligned with Bai Qiyin's room, Jiang Shi could see her as soon as she left the room, and she shivered in fear, hurriedly throwing the bowl aside, and the spoon in her hand quickly stirred the powder that had been poured into the coffee. "What are you doing? Reacting so much?" Jiang Shi curiously walked over and looked at her and asked. "No, nothing, just making coffee." Looking at her flustered expression and the coffee in her hand that had only brewed 1 cup, Jiang Shi was slightly puzzled. "So you still have the habit of drinking coffee?" "There is, but it's made for you." Hearing this, Jiang Shi was even more puzzled. He usually drank coffee, but if Bai Qiyin drank it herself, how could she only make 1 cup? How could it be 2 cups? His eyes scanned the countertop, above which was almost all very common furniture, except for a small bowl containing some white powder, and some scattered on the countertop caught his attention. Bai Qiyin seemed to have been adding this to her coffee just now, then panicked and put it down only when she realized it. He suddenly had a bad feeling. After dryly swallowing his saliva, he looked at Bai Qiyin's delicate face that was gradually regaining its composure from panic, and then crossed over to her side before he was ready to pick up the small bowl to find out what was going on. However, before he could touch the edge of the bowl, Bai Qiyin quickly reached out to cover the bowl and looked up at him, a hint of panic clearly flashing under her eyes. What are you doing? What is this?" Looking at her flustered look, Jiang Shi was even more certain that there was definitely something wrong with the powder. "Coffee made only for myself, and added strange powders. This can't really be a drug that can cause a person to pass out in a short period of time, can it?" For a moment, he looked at Bai Qiyin's gentle and innocent face, remembering the scene where he had passed out several times before, and felt a chill run down his spine. No, nothing. It's just something to sweeten it. It's just sugar. How can this be sugar? As far as Jiangshi could tell, it definitely wasn't sugar. Although that powder resembled flour, how could an average person add flour to their coffee? Even if you want to trick your friends, you wouldn't add flour, would you? Then there was only one possibility. Bai Qiyin is lying. Nah, the coffee I made for you, it's not hot anymore. You can drink it now. Try it first. Bai Qiyin picked up the glass and handed it to him, looking at him with a sweet smile and said. Yet Jiangshi subconsciously took a step back. How dare he drink? He was 90% sure that if he took one sip of this coffee, he would immediately pass out within 10 minutes. But he couldn't figure out at all why Bai Qiyin was doing this if that was really the case. He doesn't understand. Drink up. This is delicious. Bai Qiyin took a step towards him to get closer, signaling him to take the coffee. Jiangshi didn't dare to pick it up, looking at the delicate face with a harmless smile, and stepping back in some fear. This Bai Qiyin is not right. How good can coffee be? What's wrong? Drink, drink. Bai Qiyin kept urging. Jiangshi shook his head repeatedly, waving his hands to refuse while backing up. No, no, no. I just drank a Coke at school. I don't want to drink it now. You drink it. Ugh. This is for you to brew. Quickly drink. Bai Qiyin was on the verge of disliking the glass to his face. He panicked and took a big step back, facing that exquisite and flawless face in fear. I'm not drinking, since I've finished reading your comics as well, and you haven't finished yours yet. Let's discuss it some other time. I have to go back today. It's getting late. I won't be staying here anymore. Something was very wrong now. In the home of a youthful, petite beauty, and he even felt a hint of danger at the moment. Seriously, if all the fainting he had done before was because Bai Qiyin drugged him, then this was undoubtedly even more terrifying than Xia Xiaoshi. Bai Qiyin was his hairdresser, a girl he played with since childhood. He really didn't want to believe that such a gentle person was doing that kind of thing to himself frequently behind his back. I don't know what the purpose is, but it's not normal to be able to repeatedly drug him into a coma. Regardless, he was ready to run for it. Thinking of this, Jiangshi turned around and prepared to leave. Yet before he could take 2 steps, a huge pressure pushed him to the ground. Jiangshi ate the pain, subconsciously turned around and tried to get up. However, he only saw Bai Qiyin sitting on top of him, panicking while subconsciously trying to break free and stand up. A blade glowing with white light was against his neck. Honey, don't move yet. Seeing this, Jiangshi was slightly stunned, so scared that he didn't dare to move. Looking up along the slender hand holding the butterfly knife, he saw Bai Qiyin's face with a weird smile, her demonic powdered hair falling down her cheeks, and the bottom of her eyes showing what appeared to be excitement as she watched him closely. The living room had no lights on at the moment, and the dim light set off the exquisitely bizarre expression, which was somewhat appalling. Nine, what are you doing? Jiangshi was startled. Bai Qiyin picked up the coffee placed on the tabletop and slightly tilted her head. Why don't you drink it? You put the knife down first. Don't move. Drink it slowly and nothing will happen. Bai Qiyin reached out and brought the cup to his mouth. Open your mouth, dear, it's delicious. Really? Hearing this, Jiangshi knew that the Bai Qiyin in front of him had gone crazy, and there's definitely something wrong with the coffee in the glass, but he really couldn't figure out how Bai Qiyin could be such a person. Not only do they force themselves to drink faulty coffee, even went so far as to threaten with a knife. What the hell is wrong with this guy? And what did she call herself? Honey, don't you usually call yourself by your first name? Why would you call yourself darling at this time? What's the deal with this guy? Bai Qiyin. I'm afraid it's not just for a day or two. He had a bad feeling about this. In all the times he was unconscious before, Bai Qiyin would call himself dear. This kind of intimate address, it may even be good for your body. He didn't dare to think further, not daring to imagine that the gentle girl in front of him, who used to grow up with him, could be such a sickly person. He didn't dare to move, because the blade of the butterfly knife was almost pressed against his neck. If he wasn't careful, then he was afraid that he would really see blood directly. Why don't you drink? Why are you ignoring me? Why don't you love me? A succession of inquiries left Jiangshi somewhat at a loss for words, yet before he could ask, he only saw Bai Qiyin pouring the cup of coffee into his own mouth. As Jiangshi wondered, the young girl's soft lips disliked her. The former's pupils suddenly contracted, yet what followed was a liquid with a slight bitterness and irritation flowing into his mouth. Jiangshi, who had a knife pressed against his neck, didn't dare to struggle too much, and was forced to swallow almost all of the coffee. Seeing some brown liquid slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth, Bai Qiyin then straightened herself up. The corner of her mouth hooked into a satisfied smile and licked her delicate red lips. Honey, you won't be able to escape this time. Don't worry, we'll be together all the time this vacation. Jiangshi coughed a little hard, looking at Bai Chi-yin's almost crazy eyes, and felt bad. Chapter 37, Damn, the woman who took my brother? Who is it? Gu Lingyu. The sun was setting and in its place was the silence of night. Villa, dining table. Well, brother wasn't home before dinner again. Xia Xiaoshi chewed the rice in her mouth and said in a somewhat complaining tone. Xia A glanced at her. Isn't today the end of the semester? It's normal that Xiao Jiang will have other things to do, so maybe he'll be back later. Well, but my brother hasn't returned my messages either. Although Jiang Shi did tell her that he would be back later, she had sent him a message just now, and surprisingly, she hadn't replied until now. She's a little pissed off. All this time that my brother is away, I'm going to make sure that he doubles back over winter break. Well, the days when my brother is not at home, the meals don't smell good. Thinking of this, she picked up the tablet placed aside, tapped on the location software, and switched to the note name as favorite brother location. However, as usual, it will quickly jump to the icon that was positioned at the time of juncture, but at this time, it shows the locator has been damaged and cannot be positioned again. Xia Xiaoshi face full of doubt. Reclick still shows that the locator is damaged, no way to locate. What's going on? Xia Xiaoshi puckered her mouth slightly in some exasperation. This locator is a high-tech product with a thickness of only 2 mm and shares a charging port with the cell phone, which means that as long as the cell phone is charged, the locator will have power all the time. Even if it's dead, it should show low battery. How can it show that it's damaged? So she was able to conclude that Jiang Shi had dismantled the cell phone and then taken out the locator, destroying it outright. Brother the villain. She didn't hold back a curse. What again? Shai asked. Well, brother got the locator I put in her cell phone out and broke it. Locating? To be honest, for his daughter in Jiang Shi's cell phone installed locator this kind of thing, Xia Yi did not know, but in fact it does not matter. It was just a little unexpected that Shi would like Jiang Shi so much that she even had to keep an eye on him all the time at home. Forget it, just like it. Brother, this bad guy, what exactly does he mean? Did he go to some woman's house to fool around again? Afraid that Z would go and catch him in adultery? My brother didn't listen at all to what he said himself. I'm so angry. Looking at Xia Xiaoshi's exasperated look, Xia Yi said blandly, don't worry, as long as he's not kidnapped, Xiao Jiang he'll go home. After all, Xiao Jiang isn't a very rebellious child. Indeed, in her impression, this kid Jiang Shi was still relatively honest and decent. If he was trying to leave he would have talked to her anyway. It was only occasionally a little insensitive, and that bothered her a little. But the locator is destroyed. Sending messages to my brother doesn't reply either. I can't find out where he is either. Xia Xiaoshi said angrily. Let's eat first. Xia Xiaoshi, who still had the mood to eat. For the matter of the locator being damaged, she was already dying of anger. Obviously Jiang Shi said that he would go home to accompany himself as soon as possible after the exam. But now in return, the locator had been destroyed. But she also couldn't figure out why Jiang Shi would even think about destroying the locator when she had obviously gotten used to it over the week. Do you want to check yourself out again like before? Absolutely not. One would never allow that to happen. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi slowly clenched her small fists. After we find my brother, Xiaoshi will definitely not allow my brother to go out again. Work or anything else is also absolutely not allowed. If you can convince him, Xia Yi said helplessly, but you can't contact him now, right? Why don't you eat your fill first? Well, Xia Xiaoshi's brows were lowered and her mood had become bad. Indeed, without the locator, plus the fact that Jiang Shi didn't return messages or answer the phone, there wasn't much else she could do to get in touch with him. The first thing she thought of was that Gu Lingyu fellow. This was the only friend of Jiang Shi she knew, and the hateful woman who had tried to steal him from her before. Could it be that Gu Lingyu guy again? Although Gu Lingyu was rejected by Jiang Shi, she could still tell that Gu Lingyu was a bit unwilling, so it's not impossible to also go back to brother Jiang Shi. Damn Gu Lingyu, trying to snatch her brother away from her again. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi got up and looked back towards Tong Xian, who had already finished eating and was cleaning up. Maid sauce, take me to that smelly woman Gu Lingyu. The maid sniffed and quickly placed her cleaning tools beside her and headed her way. Okay, heading out now or? Of course we're leaving now. Yes ma'am, please change your clothes first. It's cold outside, Tong Xian reminded. Afterwards, Xia Xiaoshi quickly put on a thick coat and with Tong Xian in tow, she quickly headed outside. Seeing this, Xia Yi, who was eating, was also helpless for a while, not slowing down and clamping the dishes, still eating slowly. Chapter 38 Well, let's take the opportunity to send a message. Half an hour ago. Oh yo, I didn't realize that this cell phone really has a locator planted in it, or a highly sophisticated product. Sister, this thing should cost quite a bit of money, I'm sure. Inside the cell phone store, the owner held a large grainy black flake with tweezers and looked at the pink-haired girl in front of him with some awestruck eyes. Bai Chi-in just smiled lightly. I'm not sure, but thank you, just leave the rest to me. Subsequently, after the owner had installed and restored the cell phone, after paying, she took her cell phone and locator together and left towards the outside. Before that, she remembered seeing the blonde girl earlier when she was looking for Etsy with her tablet that night. She had guessed that Jiangshi might have been loaded with something similar to a locator by that girl, but she had checked her whole body and her backpack after Jiangshi had fainted and found nothing suspicious. There is also no location app installed in the phone. Then there's only one possibility. The cell phone is loaded with a locator. Now brought to the cell phone store to open a look. Jiangshi's cell phone really was that girl installed positioning. Thinking of this, Bai Chi-in revealed a disgusted expression and dropped the pellet-sized locator in her hand on the ground after walking to the side of the road. Snap! Bai Chi-in violently stepped on a foot. The locator directly shattered into a few small pieces, followed by back and forth before crushing a few times, completely broken. She only then felt relieved to leave. She couldn't take this back home. After all, she had to prevent it from having its final localized location going to the girl's computer before it was damaged. She wasn't interested in the girl, but she couldn't let the girl find her and Jiangshi. Otherwise things could get very messy. When he got home, he pushed open the rooms and walked in. On the exquisite and neat large bed, only a teenager was lying on the bed, covered with a thick down quilt, quietly sleeping. Bai Chi-in walked to the edge of the bed, her gaze full of infatuation falling on Jiangshi, reaching out her slender palm to caress his body. Honey, that's better. There'll be no one to bother us. I forgot that my darling hasn't eaten yet when he came to visit the house, so I'll go and make it for you. Saying that, Bai Chi-in headed outside again, ready to cook first, because the potion wasn't very big. Jiangshi should wake up tonight. Then when Jiangshi woke up, she would be able to feed him herself. After all, Jiangshi loved her cooking. Of course there was no need to worry about Jiangshi waking up halfway and escaping, as she had already tied Jiangshi's hands and feet securely with rope. Thinking of this, Bai Chi-in was even more happy with a smile on her face as she pushed open the door and headed towards the kitchen. Nightfall. A Rolls-Royce pulled up to the curb. Pushing open the car door, Xia Xiaoshi quickly got out of the car and ran towards the small area in front of her. Miss, slow down a bit. At this hour Miss Gu Lingyue should already be home. There's no need to rush. The maid, child's heart, also trotted to follow. If you don't hurry, the baby will be born soon. Xia Xiaoshi's angry face. If Gu Lingyue isn't at home, we'll go to the company and look for her. Say that he snatched Xiaoshi's brother. Shameless woman. Jiangshi hadn't returned her message for more than 3 hours. Nowadays people are basically all machines, especially college students like Jiangshi. The frequency of looking at the cell phone is also very high. Even if there was something going on, it wasn't so bad that he didn't return her messages for so long, right? Even called several times, and every time it was a no-answer situation. So she dared to conclude that something must have happened to Jiangshi, and it must have been hooked by some vixen again. The most likely one was still Gu Lingyue. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi became even more angry. Come under Gu Lingyue's apartment. Xia Xiaoshi fiercely pressed the doorbell while yelling inside. Gu Lingyue, come out quickly. In the living room, Gu Lingyue was sitting on the sofa browsing through the files on her tablet, when she suddenly heard the high frequency and intense sound of the doorbell and urging coming from outside the door, and frowned slightly. Listening to the voice, she guessed who it probably was. Arriving at the door, Gu Lingyue pushed it open and saw in her eyes the little brat who had made her angry before, and then said in a somewhat unfavorable manner, "Little brat, what do you want to do again?" Xia Xiaoshi stared at her with a resentful face. "Where is my brother? Has he been hidden by you again?" "What brother? Bitch, don't play dumb. Brother hasn't been home all day today. Did you bring him back again?" Gu Lingyue seemed to understand her intentions of coming here and waved her hand to dismiss. "Jiangshi is not here with me. Look elsewhere." When he said that, he was about to close the door, but Xia Xiaoshi reached out to stop him. "This is my house. Don't get too cocky, kid. I believe the hell out of you. You must have hidden your brother. I'm going to check your house." Before Gu Lingyue could react, Xia Xiaoshi rushed into the house past her in a puff of smoke. Gu Lingyue turned back to look, however, only to see Xia Xiaoshi had already run up to the second floor, also covering her forehead, suddenly feeling somewhat speechless. "In the end, who told your Jiangshi in my home again?" It was true that she had been thinking about Jiangshi for the past few days, but she wasn't shameless enough to bring someone back home again. After all, Jiangshi had rejected her that day, and since that day, Jiangshi hadn't sent her a single message. She was also a little depressed about this. "Hello MS. Gu, I'm sorry to disturb you so late." The maid, Tong Xin, came forward and said in a very polite tone, "Forget it, whatever, just don't go too far, and when she comes down later you take her and just get the hell out of there." Good. Gu Lingyue knew that even though this Xia Xiaoshi was an adult, her mind was still like a brat. She was a generous person, and Xia Xiaoshi's family's business still had deep cooperation with them in all aspects. So for the sake of this aspect, she didn't care too much. Come in and sit down. And when the brat doesn't find it should come down. Trouble. Gu Lingyu went back to the sofa and continued to browse through the files on the tablet while asking, so it's another case of Jiangshi not coming home and your brat's looking everywhere? The maid didn't sit on the sofa but stood aside. Yes, young Master Xiaojiang hasn't come home until now after the exam today and hasn't replied to the message. So our young lady came out to look for him. So do you have a clue? Said no at my house. Although she said that, Gu Lingyu also wondered because she knew Jiangshi very well. Jiangshi was usually a very attentive person. Messages and whatnot would basically be returned in seconds. Even if something was wrong, he wouldn't keep people waiting for too long. Moreover, Jiangshi just came to this side of the capital, also has no friends, and not much money, so at such a big night do not stay at home where can go? She was also a little confused. Well, let's take the opportunity to send a message. After all, he is also his own junior high school brother. Even if the relationship before the benefits of a bit stiff, but care about it can still be right. Thinking of this, Gu Lingyu picked up the cell phone on the side coffee table and clicked on the chat box with the note named Jiangshi Xiaoyi, hesitating before she thought of what to send. Me, schoolboy. Your little sister has come to your door again. You didn't send the wrong address again, did you? After sending it, Gu Lingyu tossed her phone aside and sighed in relief. Chapter 39, even more terrifyingly sickly than Xia Xiaoshi. 10 minutes later, only to see Xia Xiaoshi walking down from the second floor with a lost look on her face. Seeing this, Gu Lingyu hummed lightly, now you know that the person is not with me, right? Hearing this, Xia Xiaoshi jerked her head up, her complaining gaze falling on her. I haven't settled the score with you for bringing brother home earlier. You broke into my house twice, and I haven't even gotten to you yet, and you're getting to me? Gu Lingyu gasped and laughed, but didn't really want to theorize much with the brat in front of her. Alright, please go back if you know that the person isn't here, and don't disturb my work. Xia Xiaoshi was a bit unconvinced that Jiangshi wasn't here, and the guy in front of her kept driving her away, so wasn't he being vain? She then came up to Gu Lingyu's front, staring at her with contemptuous eyes. Brother really isn't here? Not in. Gu Lingyu said faintly. Well, looking at Gu Lingyu's expression that seriously didn't look like a lie. Xia Xiaoshi also sighed with some disappointment. Maid sauce, let's go. Brother shouldn't be here. Okay, the maid promised, then followed Xia Xiaoshi towards the outside. While walking, Xia Xiaoshi's mouth was still muttering, not here with the bad woman. Then where exactly did brother go? Nor do I know any of brother's other friends. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Gu Lingyu was also a bit depressed. She did want to go and talk to Jiangshi when she was free in the past 2 days, but it was a bit faceless. After all, it was Jiangshi who had come to take the initiative to find her before, and she was still a bit uncomfortable, so it's still on hold. Now that she had heard the news about Jiangshi again, she was also slightly worried. Do you have to give up your own schoolmates? To someone else? She picked up her cell phone, and Jiangshi didn't reply to her, and there was more than a hint of loss in her eyes. After putting her phone down, she went back to browsing through the files. See him in a few days when the celebration is over. Well, where the hell did the bad brother go? The wind of the winter night was cold and somewhat piercing, hitting the slender palms of her hands whose joints were already frozen and reddened. Xia Xiaoshi rubbed her hands together with a puff of breath towards them, her tone of voice tinged with exasperation and helplessness. But she didn't think about it that much, because in the whole of Kyoto, she only knew Gu Lingyu, a person related to Jiangshi. In addition to Gu Lingyu, she really could not think of a second person related to Jiangshi. For a moment she was a little confused as to where to look for someone. When we find my brother, I won't let him go out again. He won't respond to messages. He won't answer the phone. Bastard. Miss, why don't we go back first, and I'll try to see if I can pull up the last map location before the locator was damaged and move again? Tong Xin said. Ugh, is that okay? You can try first. Okay, then let's hurry home. Xia Xiaoshi saw some hope again and instantly quickened her pace. Good. In the kitchen, I saw several dishes with meat and vegetables on the table, and the fragrant rice was cooked by now. Just wait for honey to wake up. Thinking of this, Bai Qiyin also revealed a satisfied smile, and after untying her apron, she headed inside the room. Come to the room, only to see Jiangshi still lying on the bed. 5 hours had now passed and he had yet to wake up. Well, according to the medicine, honey should wake up soon. Bai Qiyin pulled the chair beside the desk to the side of the bed and sat on it before propping her elbows on her knees. Her hands lowered her chin with a doting expression as she looked at Jiangshi, quietly waiting for the medicine to pass. Honey, you're so pretty nah, please don't blame me. Oh, it's all done for the sake of my darling. To be honest, she did think about the consequences of her showing her desires to Jiangshi, because now other rivals had appeared to compete with her, and if she didn't go on the offensive, Jiang Shi would most likely leave her soon. And that's something she can't accept, no matter what. There was no way she was going to give up the baby she had loved for so many years to someone else. Not even for a minute. Even if Jiang Shi hated this behavior of hers, it didn't matter. As long as she loved him, she will find a way to make the other person fall in love with her. The teenager on the bed let out a soft murmur, his expression slightly embarrassed, only to slowly open his eyes after brewing. Honey, you're awake, Bai Qiyin said with a smile on her face. Jiang Shi slowly turned his head to look at Bai Qiyin who was beside him. Feeling his head a little drowsy, he subconsciously wanted to get up. However, he realized that his hands were firmly bound, and even with all his might, he could not break free at all. Yet again, he found that he couldn't move his feet, which were also bound and held together. What's going on? Honey, stop struggling and listen to me, okay? When he heard this, Jiang Shi froze for a moment. Just now, it was Bai Qiyin who drugged the coffee and then threatened to force it down his throat. And now, his hands and feet were tied, and this was in Bai Qiyin's room. Then this is undoubtedly Bai Qiyin's doing. After dryly swallowing a mouthful of saliva, a trace of trepidation flashed through Jiang Shi's gaze. Qiyin, why are you doing this? Of course I love you, Bai Qiyin replied decisively. So every time I fainted before, it was all you? Yeah, but that's because I love you so much, and honey you weren't forthcoming, so I had no choice but to do that. So forgive me, okay? I love you so much. Hearing this, Jiang Shi felt even more of a wave of fear for a moment, and his eyes were filled with endless surprise and incomprehension. In his impression, Bai Qiyin had always been a very gentle and pure image, and had always been like this since she was a child, never having done anything out of the ordinary. So he had a little more longing for her as well. Countless times of drugging, and today's threatening with a knife, tying himself with a rope. But what he didn't expect was, Bai Qiyin would actually do such things to himself behind his back. And the reason is to love yourself? He couldn't feel an ounce of joy. Instead, there was more fear. That wonderful image in his mind crumbled today. He inclined his head, a little afraid to face Bai Qiyin. What's wrong, honey? Don't you like me? Bai Qiyin got up from her chair and slowly approached him with her hands propped up on the bed. To be honest, Jiang Shi did have a good feeling about Bai Qiyin before this, but now it was more of a fear. Although he didn't know when Bai Qiyin became like this, it was undoubtedly abnormal, coaxing him into his home with the appearance of gentleness, using any purpose for the sole purpose of kidnapping him, simply to love him, to possess him. It's totally sickly, even more terribly sickly than Xia Xiaoshi. Chapter 40, Won't Let You Go. What's wrong, honey? You just have to love me. Promise to be with me all the time, okay? I don't know. Bai Qiyin was undoubtedly giving him a confession, even wanting to go one level further than being boyfriend and girlfriend after the confession. To be honest, if Bai Qiyin had confessed normally, he might have said yes, but the situation now is that he's tied up all over and in a completely forced situation. Moreover, the Bai Qiyin in front of him was abnormal, as if she had changed, and became unfamiliar to him. How could he have agreed to? Right now, his head was full of telling him that he had to get Bai Qiyin to untie him first and then quickly escape from here. Jiang Shi did his best to get up and lean back to sit by the nightstand, turning his head to look at Bai Qiyin. Although he felt it was a bit unlikely, he still said tentatively, 7 sound. You first untie the rope in my hand. No way. Don't think about running away. Bai Qiyin knelt down and sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out to caress his face. This will be our home from now on. Now that we're already on vacation, don't even think about going back, okay? Do you really not like me at all? Don't you want to stay with me? We used to be very close, right? As Bai Qiyin said, they did used to be close. Growing up, the two of them saw each other almost every day and never fought, and their relationship was always very cordial. However, Bai Qiyin's contrast at this moment really dealt a heavy blow to Jiang Shi's psyche, making him somewhat unable to accept it. Indeed, but the way you are now, I kind of have no way to accept it, Jiang Shi said with some embarrassment. Why? I'm still me? Bai Qiyin gradually calmed down. My dear, you may not be able to accept it for a while, but I love you very much. All these years have been deeply in love with you, but you are so slow. You have been refusing to take the initiative. There is no way out of it. I have to use this method. In the face of Bai Qiyin's words, Jiang Shi was completely unable to understand, and even got a little angry at one point. Annoyed, then why use this way? Drugging me, even threatening me with a knife. We've known each other for so long. Don't you think that this way is very abnormal? Bai Qiyin froze for a moment and shook her head, her tone still soft. Because I was afraid that if you knew my true side, you would leave me. That's why I hid it from you. Forgive me, okay? Qiyin, this look of yours right now is really a bit strange to me, and it even scares me a bit. So help me untie the rope first. No can do. You'll run away. Bai Qiyin cried out. then violently pounced up and hugged Jiang Shi tightly. Feeling the soft skin of the young girl and the fragrance of the young girl's body that came to his face, he was a little embarrassed. Don't be like this. If it was in the past, he even felt that something like Bai Qiyin actively embracing him would only happen in his dreams. Now I didn't expect it to be realized in this way. He wasn't happy at all, more like a little scared. However, with both his hands and feet trapped, he had absolutely no way to struggle, and could only passively accept all of the young girl's love. Really, don't you want to think about it? Volunteering to stay here with me forever. You're getting weird. Can you just calm down and we'll talk, please? I'm calm now. River time. I love you so much. Can you stop avoiding me? I'm a little pissed off right now. Jiang Shi was slightly stunned. You're the one who's kidnapped. You're the one who's victimized. You're still angry? Love yourself and force yourself? That's sick. He was a little exasperated. So if I say I don't love you, can you let me go? Hearing this, Bai Qiyin loosened her hands, and with a hint of anger in her gaze she met Jiang Shi's pupils up close, the latter being startled and sweating slightly. I'll make you love me. As soon as the words fell, just as Jiang Shi was still thinking about what things Bai Qiyin would do, Bai Qiyin's soft lips kissed up, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The 7 tones. The young girl's lips were soft and slightly sweet, and Jiang Shi, who was forced to fall into this sweet feeling, was somewhat confused. After a few minutes, Bai Qiyin slowly retracted her lips, a silver thread tugging between the two, quickly snapping with the distance. The teenager in front of him had his cheeks a little reddened from the kiss, and his gaze was a little misty. You guy, honey, is it good? Jiang Shi bit his lip, his expression slightly shamed. To be honest, he never envisioned that in the 19 years since he had been single in his mother's womb, he didn't expect his first kiss to be forced in this way, and by a girl he had fantasized about before. For a moment, he didn't even know if it was better to be angry or happy. Only Bai Qiyin tilted her head slightly. But does my dear really not have any fantasies about me? Jiang Shi was silent. All along Bai Qiyin was a delicate girl. Her innate face value was also high, and her figure was great. If the school came to a department-wide evaluation of the school's flower, then she was expected to be able to rank in the top 3, or even still the top of the list. In addition, Bai Qiyin was also rich, and it was such a good girl who stayed by his side. Sometimes he even had some inferiority complex for a while, not to mention his youthful ignorance. Bai Qiyin was sitting beside him in a short skirt with her long slender legs exposed. It was summer, and her sweat even carried a slight scent into her nose, so how could she not fantasize? After all, who wouldn't want to be in a sweet relationship with this kind of girl and make her love you and make your classmates envious? But he never envisioned Bai Qiyin being such a sickly girl behind his back, and how could he possibly admit it, given the situation? Thinking of this, Jiang Shi squeezed a hint of indignation from the corner of his mouth. No, ugh. Bai Qiyin faintly showed a somewhat disappointed expression. Can you let go of me now? No. Since you don't agree, let's kiss until you agree with me. Jiang Shi was confused, and before he could open his mouth to defend himself, Bai Qiyin kissed again. Chapter 41, This guy. Is he kidding, right? The last locus was found. On the second floor of the villa, Xia Xiaoshi was looking at Tong Xian, who was sitting at the computer table and operating with an expectant face. Upon hearing this, she hurriedly brought her head closer to the heel of the computer screen, her anxious gaze quickly scanning over it. Where is it? Tong Xian, however, shook her head. The locator. The positioning is at the entrance of a cell phone repair store in Awanda Plaza, and it's been several hours since the locator was damaged. It's probably hard to find young Master Xiao Zhang over there now. Ha! Xia Xiaoshi revealed a sad expression. What then? Well, truth be told, Childish actually had a slight clue about the pink-haired girl she'd met on her first day when she'd gone to pick up Etsy. At that time, she had a strong suspicion that the pink-haired girl had thoughts about Jiang Shi, and since Jiang Shi wasn't at Gu Lingyu's house, it was very likely that he was brought home by that pink-haired girl. As for the damage to the locator, she wasn't sure if it was intentional on Jiang Shi's part or if there was another reason. Since all of Jiang Shi's luggage was still at home, it was impossible to just leave. But the biggest headache, even if she knew of the existence of that pink-haired girl, there was no way for her to find the other party because she didn't follow Jiang Shi to that pink-haired girl's home at that time either. So since there was no way to solve the problem, she still decided not to tell about the girl, so that Xia Xiaoshi wouldn't worry all night. And there was no way for her to be certain that Jiang Shi must have been taken by that girl. Thinking of this, Tong Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Miss, think on the bright side. Maybe young Master Xiao Zhang's cell phone ran out of battery and then he's still busy outside because of something. Well, bad brother. Xia Xiaoshi was in a hurry. But she also had to agree with the maid sauce, since she had no evidence that could prove that Enishi had actually gone out to look for another girl, and it was also possible that her cell phone happened to be dead. But she was in a hurry. In addition to the fixed time for school every day, Jiang Shi must accompany her after class. Without being by her side, she would feel that something was missing in her heart, just like the feeling that she had to eat every day once the fixed time came. Oh, when brother comes back this time. Sure, definitely. Won't let brother out again. Absolutely. Xia Xiaoshi clenched her teeth and was furious. Bad brother. Beside the bed, Bai Qi-yin retracted her lips, blushing almost to the back of her ears. She gasped slightly and looked in fascination at the teenager who was also panting heavily on her face in front of her. Kai-oni, don't. Jiang Shi was a bit out of breath. Although the young girl's lips were soft and comfortable, Bai Qi-yin didn't leave him any room at all. Unable to move, he had absolutely no way to adjust his position, almost causing him to suffocate. Can you promise me now? Bai Qi-yin asked again. You are truly crazy. Jiang Shi turned his head away, not daring to look directly at the young girl in front of him. This feeling of being forced made him uncomfortable. Promising what? Seriously, if Bai Qi-yin was more normal and said this kind of, he would definitely agree. But now that he was asked to face a Bai Qi-yin with a sudden image change, how could he dare to agree? Even he was a bit scared. Seemingly thinking of something, Bai Qi-yin asked again. Honey, is it because of that girl that you didn't agree to me? What girl? Bai Qi-yin took out Jiang Shi's cell phone from his pocket. Because just now when he was in the cell phone store incidentally let the boss to Jiang Shi's cell phone has the password also broken. The cell phone store owner at the time heard her say that she couldn't remember the password, and even had some doubts as to whether it was her cell phone. But then after seeing her innocent and lovely face that didn't look like a lie, it was also a direct help to break it. So naturally, she opened her phone and tapped on the album. Into the eye is a row of cute photos, which are all a cute blonde girl in bed on their own to take a variety of astringent photos. A variety of poses plus a variety of cute clothes. The scale is relatively large. Lolicon controllers staring at the look of the 3 seconds will not accidentally nosebleed kind of. She disdainfully She made a sound, and then she turned her cell phone screen to Jiang Shi to show him. It's because of this girl that you didn't agree to me? Seeing this, Jiang Shi suddenly widened his pupils, a hint of surprise flashing under his eyes. What I don't remember saving this kind of photo He saw who the girl on top of the photo was at a glance. Blonde hair, petite figure, cute face. It was bound to be Xia Xiaoshi, but he had no recollection at all that he had saved a picture of Xia Xiaoshi. And it's the kind of photo that can't be seen. Bai Qi-yin didn't believe Jiang Shi's words. So you like her, dear? Is that why you don't agree with me? You're mistaken. Jiang Shi could guess that it must be Xia Xiaoshi's tricks, but Xia Xiaoshi's photos did appear in his photo album, and there were still dozens of them, all of the large-scale kind. But he definitely couldn't mention Xia Xiaoshi, or else Bai Qi-yin would definitely get even angrier, and the chances of him being able to escape would be even smaller. His head raced and good excuses suddenly came to him. Bai Qi-yin shouldn't have seen Xia Xiaoshi before, so they definitely don't know each other. Then say you are interested in coming in the evening. Just save it on the website to solve the occasional problem. It's socially dead, but it should work. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi pursed her lips and said in a thin voice, that photo, it's actually me at night. Wanted. You know the kind that boys need to settle. That's why I saved that kind of picture online. I don't know her. Oh, the corner of Bai Qi-yin's mouth slightly hooked up in a bad smile. Really? Lying is for puppies. Jiang Shi instantly agreed, but his heart was in a panic. I'm sorry, sis, this is a critical time. So, Bai Qi-yin still had a smile on her face. If he hadn't seen that blonde girl go to Jiang Shi at Gu Ling-yu's apartment before, then she would have really believed it. Honey, to escape me, I've even learned to lie. But it's okay. I'll become what you like. Thinking of this, Bai Qi-yin got up and walked towards the closet. Seeing her searching for something in the closet, Jiang Shi was also puzzled. What are you doing, Qi-yin? You untie me first. I'm uncomfortable. At least, they were also the childhood friends who grew up together in the past, and he thought that they should also be sympathetic and concerned about themselves, right? As long as he condescends a little bit, Bai Qi-yin might not be able to bear to loosen him up. After all, Bai Qi-yin used to be so gentle. And even though she has become strange now, she shouldn't be so bad that she hasn't retained a little bit of her former kindness, right? Nay, just untie it. I won't run away. Let's have a nice chat, okay? However, only to see Bai Qi-yin take out a few short skirts from the closet, stockings, and throw them on the bed, ignoring his words, and even started to undo the clothes on herself. The corners of Jiang Shi's mouth twitched. 7 sound. You, what are you doing? It must be very uncomfortable for a deer to be alone at night and need that sort of thing to settle, mustn't it? Bai Qi-yin tilted her head slightly. And don't you like that style, dear? I think after I change into it, and then the two of us together, we'll definitely be more comfortable than alone. I'm sure our relationship can warm up quickly that way as well. Looking at Bai Qi-yin, who was still continuously undressing. Zhang Shi had a look of disbelief on his face. This guy, is he kidding? Chapter 42, Sister Shi. You must listen to my brother's explanation when the time comes. Bai Qiyin took off the pajamas she was wearing outside, and her delicate and pinkish white shoulders were slowly revealed along with the fall of the clothing. Hey, what are you trying to do? Seven sound? Don't you mess around, have a conversation. Bai Qiyin stopped her hand movements after hearing these words. So you promise? Don't you cheapen yourself like that, I'll only get more, if you do. Bai Qiyin resumed her undressing. No. Seeing his flustered appearance, Bai Qiyin sighed and reached out her hand to caress his cheek, her gaze serious and infatuated. Dear, you are really too slow. Since childhood you didn't even dare to touch me a bit. Even if you touched me by chance you swiftly avoided it. You obviously like me, right? But why are you so afraid? Must I use such means to make you confess? Zhang Shi froze for a moment at his words. Me? No. On the contrary, you used such tactics to kidnap me. I resent it. Means don't matter. I just need you to be there for me. You. Zhang Shi had no words. But you do like me. Can you not admit that? Bai Qiyin gazed closely at Zhang Shi, her tone slightly more serious. She could sense that Zhang Shi had been interested in her for a lot of time before that, and there were even moments when she was on the verge of confessing her feelings, but in the end, she inexplicably gave up. She had expected it again and again, only to be disappointed. She couldn't wait. Before this, there was no doubt that he had a liking for Bai Qiyin, but the current Bai Qiyin terrified him, and there was absolutely no way for him to show his previous good feelings again, and Bai Qiyin's image is breaking a little bit in his heart. Let's not even talk about liking her. After this incident, he's afraid he'll avoid Bai Qiyin. If you've acquiesced, then why don't you agree with me? We're obviously in love with each other. We can always be together. We'll be very happy, and we'll definitely become the envied couple in everyone's eyes. So promise me, okay? Anticipation floated in the bottom of Bai Qiyin's eyes. No. Zhang Shi shook his head. What I like is the gentle Nanain from before. The current you has become a bit strange to me. I can't accept it. Bai Qiyin's face instantly went cold. It's still because of that girl, right? Where's the girl? Can you be normal? Zhang Shi was helpless. I forgot to tell you. I know that girl in the photo. Xia Xiaoshi, the daughter of the CEO of Xia Group. Now dear, you should be living in her house, right? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi was slightly stunned and hurriedly explained. No, don't misunderstand. I did not agree because of her. Okay, how can I agree with you like this now? Tie me up and then threaten me. Who else would agree? Right, at least you untie me. Let's have a good chat. He was telling the truth. Even without Xia Xiaoshi, there was no way he would have agreed in the face of Bai Qiyin's sudden change of face. All sorts of forcing himself. How is this different from a criminal who robs sex? What's more, the one in front of him was the one he longed for the most in his heart. Oh, honey, you wouldn't have lied to me before, and you're starting to lie to me when it comes to that girl? No, I'm afraid you're overthinking it. I really just simply don't have the money to board at her house. I really don't have anything in mind for her. Xia Xiaoshi was a sickly girl. This point Zhang Shi was especially clear, although she was very good in all aspects, but the sickly possessiveness made it a little difficult for him. Although sometimes Xia Xiaoshi's behavior did make him feel that she was serious, he really didn't think much of Xia Xiaoshi. After all, he didn't want to be imprisoned at home all day and played with as a pet. So long ago, I was ready to save up and then get the hell out of there, but now a sickly Bai Qiyin had popped up again, and the degree of sickness was not even inferior to Xia Xiaoshi. How could he possibly tell Xia Xiaoshi about it? If we really let these two people choke each other, I'm afraid the world would end. Then stay here with me all the time. Anyway, I don't lack anything. As long as you want, I can give you anything. Oh, as long as you stay with me all the time. Faced with Bai Qiyin's morbid remark, Zhang Shi only felt fear. Xia Xiaoshi in the beginning had said the same thing, and although she would threaten herself with an electric baton, she had never actually used it on him, and her daily life was still quite passable. And Bai Qiyin said to drug him, and it had been going on for what seemed like years, and he didn't even know about it once during those years. It was all done by Bai Qiyin sneaking around behind his back. That was scary enough, having even threatened him with a knife to his neck just a few moments ago. Honestly, it wasn't so much that it would kill him though, but he'd feel like the knife would actually go into some other part of his body if he ever disobeyed. After seeing Bai Qiyin's true colors, how could he still dare to stay with her all the time? What are you waiting for if you don't run away from such a sickly girl? Waiting for the white knife to go in and the red knife to go out? Thinking of this, Zhang Shi gulped. Qiyin, for the sake of us knowing each other for so many years, please don't be like this, okay? We can totally take it slow, right? Slowly? It's been almost 10 years and you're still taking your time? Am I supposed to wait until you're married to that girl and then dump me? Bai Chi-yin's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. Then she got up and walked towards the outside. But it doesn't matter, now that you're by my side. This moment is just the beginning of our happy life. This winter vacation. I will make you fall deeply in love with me. Oh, it's over. Watching Bai Chi-yin walk out the door not knowing what to do, Jiang Shi's face turned even paler. He then tried to struggle a little more, but the rope circled back and forth many times, tying his hands firmly behind his back, and he was only able to move his fingers, and there was no way to undo it on his own without being able to see the rope, not to mention the ropes on his feet, and it's complete nonsense to try to break them with brute force alone. So, he gave up. He remembered again. His cell phone had been installed with a locator by Xia Xiaoshi, and although the cell phone had been taken by Bai Chi-yin, as long as it was still in this place, then it was no surprise that Xia Xiaoshi would surely find this place soon and come to take him back. As much as he didn't want these two to meet, he was really kind of out of options. It could only wait, and Bai Chi-yin doesn't know what he's gone to do. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi also let out a long sigh and tilted his head to mutter, "Sis, I'll promise you anything when I get home. You must listen to my explanation then." Chapter 43, Done for. Honey, you should be hungry after tossing and turning for so long. Let's eat first. Bai Chi-yin pushed open the door and walked in with her hands holding a wooden tray with her freshly prepared meal on it, the freshly served rice still slightly steaming. Dinner. Jiang Shi froze, his heart even more depressed. No, is this Bai Chi-yin really planning to keep herself as a pet at home? Bai Chi-yin walked over to the bedside, placed the wooden plate on the bedside table, picked up a piece of meat and lifted her hand to catch it underneath and handed it to Jiang Shi's mouth. Come on, dear, taste if the meat I fried today is good or not. Looking at the stir-fried lean meat in front of him, Jiang Shi gulped. To be honest, he hadn't eaten tonight, and he was indeed already hungry. But this was Bai Chi-yin. After he learned that his previous fainting spells were all caused by Bai Chi-yin's drugged food and water, he now didn't dare to eat anything Bai Chi-yin gave him at all. Eat? Didn't you used to love my cooking? Bai Chi-yin seemed to see his concern and directly threw the meat on the chopsticks into her mouth. After chewing and swallowing, she said, "Don't worry, there's no medicine this time." Jiang Shi couldn't tell a strange flavor in his heart. If this Bai Chi-yin drugged herself twice in a row in such a short period of time, that would be really sick. I'll be able to eat my cooking every day afterward. Isn't that a happy thought? Bai Chi-yin asked with a smile, and then clamped on another piece and handed it to his mouth. Come on, eat. Can you really be happy with a sickly girl? I'm afraid I'll get depressed over time. Jiang Shi hesitated. Although he was very hungry right now, he was a bit tired of being forced to eat like this. You untie me, I'll eat by myself. Bai Chi-yin shook her head to refuse. Honey, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Said no, you're mine. Don't think about running away. Jiang Shi had the breath to speak. He knew Bai Chi-yin wasn't that easy to fool. So what if I pretended to agree to her demands? First let her release herself, and then run away while I'm at it. Although it's a bit shameless to lie and cheat a young girl in love like that. It's sickly. It's better to leave behind everything you want to run away from. It's important to save your little life first. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi pursed his lips, pretended to look serious, and slowly opened his mouth. Then I promise you, I won't run. Just let me go and I'll eat it myself. Late. No, you lied to me? You're lying to me. Honey, treating me like a little cutie. Do you? Bai Chi-yin's face was expressionless, her gaze cold, already completely lacking the gentle and amiable look she had before. Jiang Shi turned his head away and clenched his teeth. Gee, I can't believe I was seen. Be serious, okay? I love you so much and I want you to love me back after I confess. That's all I want right now. Is that okay? No. Since Bai Chi-yin refused to listen to him without remembering old times, he didn't want to say anything more. After all, no matter what he said, Bai Chi-yin wouldn't let him go. Bai Chi-yin sighed and put her chopsticks down. Why? Isn't the reason simple? Jiang Shi didn't have the good sense to say, forcibly drugged him and bound him, forcing him to say he loved her. How could he agree? I've explained this reason many times. Anishi, you're really too slow. If you keep hesitating like this, we can't plan to get married on that day again, so that I can officially embrace you as my wife, because I can see that other people want to possess you too. I can't afford to wait any longer. You should understand me if it's you. A hint of loss flashed visible under Bai Chi-yin's eyes, her tone soft and serious. Her original plan was to confirm her relationship with Jiang Shi in college and then get married once she graduated. But now that the first semester of freshman year was over, Jiang Shi didn't have the slightest idea about her. Even if sometimes she deliberately exposed a little bit in front of Jiang Shi even just shyly fled away and didn't move at all. She often wondered this, weren't all Jiang Shi horny? Or did they just have no idea about themselves? You're not bad looking yourself, right? And your body is okay. Why would you have no idea about yourself at all? When she was younger, it would have been fine, but now that she and he are both adults. Originally, it was clear that whatever Jiangshi did to her, she would not say anything. Instead she would cooperate with Jiangshi. But Jiangshi just did not act at all. Sometimes she could be pissed off at Jiangshi, but she put up with all of that. From what she knew, there were already 2 people who had thoughts about Jiangshi, and for the sake of those 2 girls, Jiangshi had left her out in the cold. There was no way she could endure it, because sooner or later if this went on, she would be abandoned by Jiangshi. She can't take it. Marriage? You guy. The corners of Jiangshi's mouth twitched, and a trace of dismay flashed under his eyes. He and Bai Qiyin hadn't even started dating yet, and she was even thinking about marriage? So this guy has more ideas behind his back than he does? Yeah, but you don't have that motive at all, and you don't even dare to confess? Makes me a bit disappointed. Does that mean you still like Gu Lingyu? Or is it that you like that little loli? Come on. No. In the past he did have thoughts about Gu Lingyu, but after Gu Lingyu returned to the capital he gradually lost his thoughts. Plus during the period there is Bai Qiyin has been accompanying him, and now for Gu Lingyu's view is only the university than his senior sister. There was also Xia Xiaoshi who didn't need to say much. A simple lending relationship. He would naturally run away when he earned money. After all, he couldn't tolerate her possessiveness of such high intensity. For Bai Qiyin, to be honest, he had thoughts. It's just that Bai Qiyin had acted too nice before, and although he sometimes fantasized about being with Bai Qiyin, he had always longed for her, and was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to be a friend if he failed in his confession. But the contrast between the current Bai Qiyin and the previous one was too intimidating. The way it was used was even more tiresome to him than he could say. If he did agree with her now, then maybe their life would be happy afterward, but he hated the way it started. Even with his former hairdresser, Shiranui 7 Sound, even if so couldn't escape, he would never submit. No, then why haven't you confessed to me yet? Bai Qiyin tilted her head slightly and said softly, it's okay, it's not too late, ah dear. Say love me properly and we'll be happy. No, there's no way I can accept the current you, Jiangshi said decisively. At those words, Bai Qiyin sighed in disappointment. Honey, you lost your last chance to negotiate with me properly. Bai Qiyin picked up the bowl and chopsticks again, picking up the dishes and handing them to Jiangshi's mouth. Eat quickly, dear. After all, after that you'll have to slowly familiarize yourself with this life with me until you come around. No, are you really going to keep me tied up all the time? You're sick, aren't you? Jiangshi was a bit anxious. There's no point in cursing me. I gave you a chance, and by the way, I've stomped on the locator in your phone, so don't try to escape again. Jiangshi froze. No, how did this guy know he had a locator in his cell phone? Is the check so complete? No wonder Xia Xiaoshi hasn't come to find herself yet. Without the locator, you really have to be tied up here all the time by Bai Qiyin. It's over. Chapter 44. The darling ended up absolutely on her own. Good boy. Eat up or you'll be hungry later. Not eating unless you untie me. Since he couldn't escape, Jiangshi decisively opened the pendulum. He didn't believe that she would starve herself to death. Seeing this, Bai Qiyin sighed and asked again, dear, are you really not eating? I'll eat it unless you untie it for me. Jiangshi repeated again, skimming his head, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked. Since Bai Qiyin loved herself so much, she definitely couldn't see herself starving, right? As long as he seized on this point of irrationality, Bai Qiyin would surely untie himself and immediately scatter his legs. After all, it would be up to him to escape now. Well, it looks like you're still thinking about that girl. Bai Qiyin put the dishes down, took out her cell phone from her pocket, and tapped on the camera. Look over here, honey. Jiangshi wondered and consciously turned his head over. However, before he could say anything, Bai Qiyin kissed him again. Click. Accompanied by the ringing of her cell phone, Bai Qiyin quickly turned back to check the photos taken earlier on her cell phone screen. Jiangshi was confused for a split second. Yet the next moment Bai Qiyin handed over her cell phone screen for him to see. And on it was an image of him and Bai Qiyin kissing. What do you want? I'll send this photo to Xia Xiaoshi and Gu Lingyu, so that they can see how we're in love. And after that they might naturally be disappointed in you. And then you won't have to have thoughts about them. Just be good with me. Right. I'm going to find another camera stand and send them a video of me and my darling in bed together later. So they'll know who's the rightful owner and won't bother us anymore. After all, that little loli looks like she's a tough nut to crack. No, Nanayoi, you're perverted. Lori seems to care about you, dear. You've already swiped hundreds of messages in just a few hours. However, he only saw Bai Qiyin completely ignoring him, lowering her head and sliding the screen of her cell phone to herself. And from Jiangshi's viewpoint she could see that she was browsing to brush her Weixin. And Jiangshi was really anxious this time, fiercely trying to break free from his bindings to stop Bai Qiyin. However, the ropes were just too firm, and it was futile for him to struggle anymore. It wasn't that he was afraid that Xia Xiaoshi would be disappointed in himself. He was afraid that Xia Xiaoshi would get angry and tear up Bai Qian. He was afraid that someone would get killed. And it's definitely going to be him who gets hurt in the end. He could guess that by now Xia Xiaoshi must have realized that he couldn't be contacted, and was probably already looking for him everywhere. And if he knew that he was with Bai Qian and even kissed, even though he was forced to do it, Xia Xiaoshi would probably explode with anger if she saw that picture of him kissing her. Moreover, Bai Qian used his account to send it to Xia Xiaoshi. If Bai Qian used his name again to make up a bit of strange words, then he could pass away. If you go back to the villa afterward, you'll be crippled if not dead. After Jiangshi thought for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Don't send, I promise you everything. At those words, a bad smile spread on Bai Qian's pretty face, slightly shaking her head, deliberately pretending to be deaf. I'll send out another friend circle. Well, what's a better copy to go with it? Making out with my dear husband is always such a good time? Or, on the first day of being happy together with my darling? It all feels pretty good. Why don't you add them all? Nay nine you. How come you guys didn't realize you were so perverted? Jiangshi was furious, but at this moment, there was nothing he could do to stop Bai Qian, and he also felt a bit powerless all of a sudden, so he could only pray, count on me to beg you, don't be like this, because he knew that if he really let Xia Xiaoshi know about the two of them, he would definitely not have a good day back at the villa after that. By then it will be a problem to get out of the house, not to mention trying to go to work and save money. Bai Qian slightly inclined her head with a bad smile on her face. Oh, then promise me everything? I'll try. I'll be a good boy and eat. So don't post. That's right. Satisfied. Bai Qian put down her cell phone and picked up her bowl and chopsticks again, picking up the piece of lean meat from earlier and handing it to Jiangshi's mouth. Jiangshi could do nothing about it and was also forced to bite down on the meat, chewing it twice before swallowing it down. He kind of hated to admit it, but the meat fry was really good. It's White Seven Sounds handiwork no doubt. Plus he was genuinely hungry, and has even enjoyed it for a moment, but it quickly dissipated. Is it good? Bai Qian asked again. It's good, Etsy said reluctantly. Then eat more. These are your favorite meals. Oh, Bai Qian was right. The few dishes on the wooden plate, kung pao chicken, shredded pork with green pepper, braised spare ribs, tomato and egg soup, these were all dishes that she had observed Jiangshi eating her own cooking all year round. Thus she was able to figure out that Jiangshi liked eating these dishes a lot. Of course, there must be much more than these few dishes. It's just that time and ingredients at home are limited to making these few. Jiangshi turned his eyes to the few dishes on the wooden plate. Ha, I really appreciate it then. It would be better if you could untie me to eat it yourself. That won't work. Bai Qian shook her head. Honestly, she didn't want to keep tying Jiangshi up, because otherwise, Jiangshi would definitely run away. After even if she wanted to chase after, with her strength there was absolutely no way to bind Jiangshi again. And now she confessed. Jiangshi looks very afraid of him. If she let go of Jiangshi now, Jiangshi will definitely hide far away from her afterward. If she wants to catch Jiangshi again and bring him back, it will be very difficult. So only some special means could be used to bind Jiangshi. The means are a bit harsh, but she doesn't care, as long as Jiangshi can always be by her side. After eating, Bai Qian also placed the dishes on the wooden tray and lifted them up ready to put them outside. Hey, you can't send them the pictures. Something could really happen. From behind came Jiangshi's command. Got it, honey, coming outside. Bai Qian sat down after placing the wooden plate on the dining table, then took out Jiangshi's cell phone from her pocket and looked at the picture she had just taken of herself and Jiangshi kissing. Because she was covered by her pink hair, she could only see a bit of her side face in the photo, while Jiangshi could see half of her face. Anyone who had seen Jiangshi could recognize that it was Jiangshi's face at a glance. Then, with an evil smile, she clicked on WeChat and quickly sent this photo to Xia Xiaoshi and Gu Lingyue, with the caption, "This is my green plum Xiaoqi. We're together after today's exams. Please bless us." How could she not send out the pictures? That was her enemy, and no matter what method she used, she had to make them see that she and Jiangshi were the real couple who loved each other, thus keeping them away from Jiangshi, so that she could marry Jiangshi as originally planned, and finally stay in love. After sending it out, both quickly replied to the message. Xia Xiaoshi, who is this woman? Brother? Brother? Who are you kissing? Brother? Xia Xiaoshi, don't you want me anymore? Brother? Who is she? You were forced, right? Tell me. I'll help you kill her. Sister Gu Lingyue? Gu Lingyu, what's the point of posting this photo? What's the point of posting this photo? It even has a caption. Have you found a girlfriend and come to me to show your love? Meh. After scanning the message, Bai Qian put her phone to rest. Seeing their reactions, she knew the photo had been a success when she sent it out. Next, as long as they let Jiangshi stay here all the time, they would naturally lose hope slowly and finally give up on Jiangshi, right? Heck, the darling ended up absolutely owning it. Thinking of this, Bai Qiyin picked up the bowls and chopsticks that Zhang Shi had eaten just now, and prepared to start eating. Chapter 45. Z wants to find you, and then kill you. After eating her fill, Bai Qiyin licked her lips, visibly satisfied with the meal she had made. Afterward, she tidied up the tabletop, and Bai Qiyin headed towards her room. As soon as she pushed open the door, Zhang Shi, who was bound at the head of the bed, stared at her and shouted, "Qiyin, you quickly release me. It's hard to die being tied up." Bai Qiyin walked over to Zhang Shi and sat down. "Alas, my dear, you always think of escaping. How dare I let you go? Then you're not really going to keep tying me up here, are you? Are you really crazy? I don't mind. I mind. Bai Qiyin, do you realize that you're committing a crime? Kidnapping. I know. It's just." Bai Qiyin pursed her lips, and after hesitating for a while, a pitiful look appeared on her pretty face as she looked at Zhang Shi aggrievedly. "But I'm doing all this for you. Could it be that we've known each other for so long? Would you bear to send me to jail?" I'm sorry." Faced with Bai Qiyin's two eyes glistening with tears and a very aggrieved tone, Zhang Shi's heart really softened for a moment. He is not a saintly mother either, because no matter what, Bai Qiyin is also his partner that he has known since he was a child. Until today, he and Bai Qiyin have never quarreled. Getting along is no different from the childhood sweethearts in the novels and comics, and even more cordial than that. No matter what he did, there would always be Bai Qiyin's shadow around him. Bai Qiyin could be said to have been a part of his life for a long time. Even the neighborhood in those days regarded them as a recognized couple. Even Zhang Shi's cooking was taught by Bai Qiyin's hands. Although at this moment, Bai Qiyin's behavior towards him had indeed constituted a criminal act, he didn't really have the heart to use the law to resolve this matter. This guy, he's playing the friendship card. Zhang Shi also sighed. "In that case, I won't pursue the matter if you release me. I'll pretend that nothing happened today." Hearing this, Bai Qiyin covered her mouth and laughed. "My dear still can't let go of me. Well, then stay obediently. When things are over, I'll let you go. You guys." Suddenly, the cell phone on the desk rang, and both eyes were drawn to it. Bai Qiyin walked up and picked up the phone and looked at it. It was her manga editor Moonlight. She could even think that the other party must have come to press for another draft. After all, it had been a few days since her last editor had come to her with a reminder, and she still hadn't finished drawing the latest episode. With a look of loss, she picked up the phone. "Seven sounds. What's going on? I said I'd update in a couple days, but it's been almost a week now. I'm going to get angry if you keep this up." Despite this statement, the editor's voice remained gentle. "I know, it's already being drawn now, and I should be able to update it tomorrow night. Well then, please try to hurry up a little bit. Now there are readers have been anxious to the point of cursing it, and even some people have called the editorial department to press for more. It is really a little, so serious. Well, then, please be quick. The phone hung up. Bai Qiyin also had a melancholy moment. Originally she was going to spend the night with Zhang Shi tonight, so that Zhang Shi had to be responsible for herself, but now it seemed that it would have to be later, because the editor had come back to rush the manuscript again, and breaking a shift would normally only affect new subscriptions, and manga recommendations, and overall the fee would be reduced, but none of that really mattered to her, except that this time the shift break had even affected the editor. To be honest, it would not matter if she was only scolded, but if her editorial responsibility had to be affected, she would be a bit upset, thinking that he was just a few frames away from being almost done anyway. It would only be a matter of a few hours at most, and since Zhang Shi couldn't run away, it would be fine to be a little late. Thinking of this, Bai Qiyin walked to the bedside again and touched Zhang Shi's face, unconsciously revealing her aunt's smile. "Honey, I'll go finish drawing the manga first. I'll come back to keep you company when I'm done updating it. If you're bored I'll put on the anime for you to watch, okay? Are you serious?" Zhang Shi's mouth twitched. "Who wants to watch anime? You untie me. I'll get depressed if I'm trapped for hours, okay? Don't worry, I'll be with you soon after I've finished my work." After saying that, Bai Qiyin turned around and walked towards the desk, with the sound of Zhang Shi's complaints still coming from behind her. "Untie it, come on. I need to go to the bathroom. Nanain, Qiyin, if you don't untie it, I'm going to go tell Auntie that you would even do such a thing behind her back. Hurry up, But Bai Qiyin ignored it. After all, with Zhang Shi's current attitude towards her, she had absolutely no reason to untie Zhang Shi. "At least wait until after our first time together? That way my dear would have stayed with me because of the factor of this blah." After all, from what she had learned over the years, Zhang Shi was a responsible person. "As long as then my dear will surely take responsibility for himself, and then my dear will fall deeply in love with himself, and only covet all of me in the future. We'll be the most enviable newlyweds ever, and we'll definitely end up happy. How wonderful." Thinking of this, The white sevens sound even some excitement. Cheeks unconsciously slightly red. Then also sat in the chair to pick up the electric paintbrush, then began to operate in the hand drawing board. Meanwhile, in the villa, my favorite brother. Pictures, my favorite brother. This is my childhood friend. 7. We're together after the exam today. Please bless us. Xia Xiaoshi sat on her knees on the bed with a black face, staring straight at the message sent on the screen, killing intent building up in her heart. The picture was of a pink-haired girl who could only see a little bit of her side face being kissed by Etsy. What she didn't expect was that her brother Jiangshi, who she was anxiously and worriedly searching for, was actually kissing another girl on the bed at this moment. She didn't even dare to think about what would happen to the two of them next. Originally, she had only suspected that Jiangshi had been kidnapped back by one of the girls, and now it seemed that her suspicions were not wrong. Brother Jiangshi, tied back by that so-called green plum Xiaoqi, and did things that neither she nor Jiangshi had done yet. Yet the most irritating thing was that she even sent the photo to deliberately piss her off. She didn't recognize who the girl in the picture was, but she was angry now and wanted to kill the girl. Immediately, she knew that Jiangshi would never intentionally post this kind of photo to deliberately piss her off, and even ignored the hundreds of messages and phone calls she had sent before, and directly sent a selfie with such a disgusting accompanying text. Then after she sent the message, the other person didn't reply again. This was clearly not in line with Jiangshi's style, so there was only one truth. It must be the girl in the photo, who kidnapped Jiangshi, and then also forced Jiangshi to kiss, taking pictures and sending them to her to purposely make her angry. Clenching her small fists tightly, the anger in her heart continued to rise. The girl in the picture with the pink hair kissing Enishi, she could never forgive. Sure is going to find you, and then, kill you. Chapter 46, The Clever Seven Tones. Etsushi Kodomo, Pictures. Jiangshi Xiaoi, this is my childhood friend Xiaoqi. We're together after the exam today. Please bless us. Inside the apartment, Gu Lingyu sat on the sofa with her long, round legs crossed, looking thoughtfully at the message from Jiangshi on the screen. Although she couldn't see the girl's proper face in the picture, she recognized who it was right away with the beautifully Sakura-like pink hair in the picture. In her impression, Bai Qiyin was Jiangshi's little childhood friend and had always had a crush on Jiangshi, and at that time, she could tell at a glance. But Jiangshi didn't seem to notice. It was because when she and Jiangshi at that time were running errands or chatting together, Bai Qiyin always used all sorts of excuses and reasons to take her and Jiangshi apart and bring them back. It caused her a headache as well. After all, Bai Qiyin had gotten in the way of a lot of things. And now Jiangshi would actually send her a picture of Jiangshi and Bai Qiyin kissing specifically. Are they finally together? Did Bai Qiyin get what she wanted? To be honest, she didn't quite believe it. According to the picture, it's clear that Bai Qiyin took the initiative to go up and kiss Jiangshi, while Jiangshi seems to be in a passive state. Was it forced? She wasn't quite sure, but thought it was possible. She had the impression that Bai Qiyin was a pretty docile girl, but got a little aggressive whenever something about Jiangshi was mentioned. Or maybe it was because she had rejected Jiangshi before, and this time she had sent the official photos of the two of them, specially to show off to her? If that was the case, then Gu Lingyu was a bit angry. She had clearly said on her way out that she would consider it as long as Jiangshi came to Beijing capital, but the other party had not only misunderstood her, but had even rejected her invitation to stay that night. That's just a bit insensitive, but there wasn't much she could do about it when it came down to it. Jiangshi not only ignored the message she had sent earlier, but even sent a picture of her and Bai Qiyin kissing. It really made her a little sad. She wasn't sure what was going on. Probably a bit of resentment from the fact that what was supposed to be her elementary school brother was now some other girl kissing and being affectionate. The heart is unconsciously a little hard. After taking a long breath, Gu Lingyu placed her phone aside and picked up her tablet to browse the web. I'll see you some other time. Elementary, and we'll talk about it then. And I hope you'll give me a good explanation. Well, I've finally finished drawing it. I'm in a bit of a hurry, but the quality shouldn't be too much of a problem. I'll upload it tomorrow night and let my dear take a look at it first later. Bai Qiyin placed the electric paintbrush on a pen holder aside and looked back, only to see the teenager sitting against the head of the bed, eyes slightly closed, head slightly tilted, motionless, seems to have fallen asleep. It was now after 2 in the morning, and it had taken her almost 5 hours or so to finish drawing this sentence. During this time, Jiangshi also kept making noise to ask her to untie it. No matter how she comforted her, it was useless, but also had to speed up to finish the painting. But it still took quite a while too, and it was normal that Jiangshi would fall asleep. Although it might be a little difficult for Jiangshi to sleep tied up, there was nothing that could be done about it. After all, if she loosened the ties, Jiangshi would inevitably run away immediately. Bai Qiyin got up and walked up to the side of the bed, her eyes lingering on Jiangshi's body for a while, revealing a faint light smile. That's so adorable. My dear, we'll be able to sleep together tonight. Saying that, Bai Qiyin walked to the closet to look for pajamas, while saying, "It's still the first time you sleep together. I hope that next time, dear, you will take the initiative to embrace me. Then I guess I'll be even happier." The next day, early morning, accompanied by a sound of nationalism in the room, Jiang Shi looked with some disbelief at Bai Qiyin, who was lying next to him in a deep sleep. Bai Qiyin had changed into a white lace nightgown at this time, and slept next to him without any concealment. That pure white fine mesh lace under the vaguely transparent white jade-like skin, pink and white like cherry, long hair like a waterfall scattered on the bed surface, white seven-sound curled up petite body lying on the bed couch, under the hem of the skirt that pair of white delicate white legs slightly curved, the overall bright body posture, quiet and elegant, like a beautiful landscape painting. As soon as Jiang Shi lowered his head, he was able to clearly observe the beauty underneath that fertile chest. He quickly skimmed his head, and his face couldn't help but be flushed with a touch of shyness. This guy usually wears very conservative clothes. Wearing this kind of clothes at this time is definitely on purpose. It's a bit too early in the morning to wait. As soon as you show your hand, you're unabashedly trying to seduce yourself into committing a crime, and then use your guilt to make you obey this guy. Right, damn woman. How is it that she likes to screw like this even more than Xia Xiaoshi? Hiss. Jiang Shi gently moved and felt a pain in his shoulder. He remembered that he had been tied up with ropes all last night and fell asleep against the bed out of boredom. When he woke up, he was still tied up. Instead, Bai Qiyin slept beautifully next to her. This Bai Qiyin is a little bit of hair small love or not red. At least he and she also know so long. Right, but even so to him, then don't blame him for not remembering old times later. At this moment, he even had the idea of ruthlessly torturing Bai Qiyin in his heart. Nah, he's the one who's tied up now, but he can't make it easy for her either. Still want a good night's sleep? Wake up you. Just as he was about to open his mouth to wake up Bai Qiyin, the doorbell suddenly came from outside. Ding dong. Who is it? Jiang Shi looked up at the door, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. It can't be Xia Xiaoshi who found her way here. Not right. The frequency of this doorbell wasn't quite right. If Xia Xiaoshi had been there, then she would have frantically pressed the doorbell to create a high-frequency noise. But now it was only ringing out at intervals of a few seconds. Not quite like Xia Xiaoshi's style, but it's fine if it's a person. As long as he wakes up Bai Qiyin now, Bai Qiyin goes out and puts the person in, and he screams for help. Whoever it is will definitely come to the room to take a look when they hear the commotion, right? Then he'll be saved. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi turned his head to look at Bai Qiyin, who was still sleeping. His small face suddenly flushed. Although he had seen what he shouldn't have seen, there was nothing more important than escaping now. Bai Qiyin, get up. Someone's ringing the doorbell. Jiang Shi's voice was louder. Bai Qiyin seemed to wake up immediately, instantly turning over, rubbing her sleepy eyes before slowly sitting up, propped up on the bed, turning her head to look at him, squeezing out a smile on her languid expression. Dear, good morning. Oh, someone outside is ringing the doorbell. Quickly go open the door. Jiang Shi skimmed his head to stop gazing at Bai Qiyin, his tone a little displeased. Yes? Bai Qiyin hesitated for a moment. She did hear someone ringing the doorbell outside. Her face couldn't help but show a hint of loss. This one coming so early in the morning to disturb my flirtation with my dear. How annoying. Nah. Come on, who's flirting with you? Jiang Shi tried to use his impatient tone in an attempt to get Bai Qiyin to hurry up and disappoint him and give up on himself. It's okay, I want to flirt with you just fine. With that, Bai Qiyin yawned and stepped on her slippers to head towards the cabinet. Seeing this, Jiang Shi was slightly puzzled. Aha, is this guy getting ready to go change? Oh, you still know how to be shy and change your clothes before you open the door. But it didn't matter. As long as people came and they desperately asked for help, they could definitely escape. Just as he was getting his kicks, Bai Qiyin walked up to him with a pile of film. I'm sorry, honey. Jiang Shi suddenly stared at his pupils, his eyes full of disbelief. Your family. Hiss. Aha. You. Woo. Jiang Shi's mouth was stuck by the tape, so he couldn't speak at all, and could only make an angry expression to express his dissatisfaction. Bai Qiyin cut off the excess tape, showing a slightly guilty expression. Sorry, I'll untie you when she's gone and make it up to you with a kiss later. Chapter 47, You Can Do It. The 7 sounds. No matter how Jiang Shi struggled, Bai Qiyin ignored it and walked straight towards the outside, closing the door tightly. Only then did he stop helplessly, originally wanting to rely on outsiders to help with the rescue. He didn't expect Bai Qiyin to have so much heart and soul. Even thinking of this, taped his mouth shut, and talk about rewarding him with a kiss? Although the young girl's lips were indeed soft, he who was forced to do so really couldn't enjoy it, and even almost suffocated yesterday. And now it's bad enough that if you can't shout, you'll just have to pray that the guy outside can get into this room. But the hope was slim. After all, Bai Qiyin, how could she let someone else enter this room? Moreover, Bai Qiyin's defense seemed to be doing exceptionally well, and after a day had passed Xia Xiaoshi hadn't even found this place yet. It's hard to do. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi also tilted his head, his face showing bitterness. Outside, Bai Qiyin came to the door and opened it. A delicate girl wearing a thick white down jacket came into view, and in her hand was a bag of hot breakfast that looked like it had just been bought. Winkle? Why are you so early today? Bai Qiyin actually guessed that it would be Wenko coming to find her, because before Wenko said that he would come to see her when the final year was over, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Didn't we say we'd go play together at the end of the semester? Come on, haven't you had breakfast yet? I bought it for you downstairs. Wenko handed Bai Qiyin the breakfast she was carrying in her hand before walking in towards the house. Hoo, it's still warmer to stay at home. Thanks. Bai Qiyin closed the door behind her and then walked towards the house as well. But I'm not planning on going out anytime soon yet, so you guys can come along. Ugh. Wenko walked over to the sofa and sat down, looking at her with a somewhat lost gaze. Didn't we say we'd go play together afterward? And the other sisters all made a date. Bai Qiyin shook her head. No yet. Is it because of the manga? Winkle asked. Well, pretty much. Bai Qiyin lied. Not so much because of the manga, because manga can be drawn no matter what time of day it is, and even when she's out and about, she can take her tablet with her and draw and work whenever she wants. Rather, it was because Jiang Shi, very rebellious right now, she needed to make Jiang Shi fall completely in love with her before she could loosen up. While it wasn't realistic to have Jiang Shi come around in just a few days, she would wait no matter how long it took. Whatever the means, she would use it too. As long as Jiang Shi could understand her and fall in love with her in the end, it would be fine, so there was no way she was going to leave at this critical moment. Ugh. Well then, looking at the state of your updates lately, you do have to catch up on your drafts over winter break, too. When Ko looked up and down at Bai Qiyin, looking at her somewhat sexy lace nightgown, she got up and walked over to her to size her up, the corner of her mouth hooked up in a bad smile. Qiyin, how come you've even changed your style of dressing lately? Are you two making progress? Or is it that hey you guys have? Speaking of this, the smile on Wenko's face became even more comical, turning to reveal an expression of anticipation. Not yet. Bai Qiyin's face showed a hint of flushing, a little shy. To be honest, this outfit was originally put on by her to try and seduce Jiang Shi, and as soon as she woke up and looked at Jiang Shi's blushing and shy appearance, she realized that it was very effective. It seemed that Jiang Shi really did like her, but he was just too shy to say it, and the two of them were very young. Jiang Shi had long had thoughts about her she was able to see, only lacked some courage, as long as she takes the initiative some more. After the two people, Jiang Shi will naturally take the initiative to take responsibility, and she will not have to find ways to bind Jiang Shi to love her. Ugh, not yet. When Ko grabbed Bai Qiyin's shoulders with both hands, her tone a little disappointed. Is that guy a young asterisk? If I were a male, looking at our Qiyin's outfit, my nosebleed would be able to flood this 100 square meter house. It's not that dramatic. Bai Qiyin smiled a little awkwardly. No, the two of you are progressing too slowly. I'll take a picture of you right now and send it to the guy. I'll make sure that he'll be able to think about it, and then you'll ask him to come over to the house tonight. It's bound to work out. No need. Though Bai Qiyin she was well aware that her body did have so much flavor. According to what she thought, Jiang Shi should be able to see her in this full form as soon as she woke up, and although Jiang Shi did react a bit, she was a bit disappointed that Jiang Shi seemed to be able to restrain himself, and now that Jiang Shi was still inside the room, she couldn't make Jiang Shi wait too long, or Jiang Shi would probably be really angry with herself, and that would be even more difficult. But she also couldn't let Wenko enter the room to find Jiang Shi. Thinking of this, Bai Qiyin deliberately rubbed her eyes. I'll figure out Jiang Shi's matter on my own. I'm still a bit sleepy right now. I still want to go to sleep for a while. Why don't you go back first, Xiao Ku? If there's time after that I'll contact you guys. Well, Wenko pondered for a while, also sighed long and patted her shoulder. Well then, anyway, you guys are also childhood friends. Sooner or later, then you cheer yourself up. If you become a success then treat your sisters to dinner, haha. Don't worry. Bai Qiyin nodded. I'll be off then, haha. Remember breakfast. After saying that, Wenko got up and prepared to leave. However, only to hear a loud bang coming from the room inside. There was a loud noise that drew the attention of both men. Ugh, there seems to be something in your room. 7 sound? Wenko couldn't resist his curiosity and instantly headed towards the room inside. Ugh, don't go in there. Bai Qiyin stepped forward in a bit of a panic and tried to pull Wenko. However, Wenko's movements were very swift, walking up and then directly pushing open the door. After seeing the struggling teenager inside, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up in a smile and turned back to look at Bai Qiyin. Qiyin, you can the two of you have done everything. And you're still hiding what you're doing from your sisters? Chapter 48 Xia Xiaoshi will definitely kill me. Oh, help Wu. Whoa. One could see that the Tai Jiangshi was like a maggot writhing and struggling madly, gazing at her with a somewhat hideous gaze, as if asking for help. She turned back to look at Bai Qiyin, who was a little nervous beside her, and couldn't help but feel a little shocked in her heart. Seriously, she hadn't expected at all that Bai Qiyin had such a big treasure hidden in her house. Seeing as how Bai Qiyin was probably trying to rush her away just now, this was probably the same reason. And the boy in front of him is still fully tied up, and Seven Sonic is still wearing his pure lust pajamas. Two people wouldn't have already. He. Ha ha. Looks like my family, White Seven Sound, has actually done what they proposed earlier. My family Seven Sound is really going out on a limb, but it's a bit not so good to have both hands and feet tied up, and even the mouth is sealed. Thinking of this, Wenko patted Bai Qiyin's shoulder, then walked over to Jiang Shi and squatted down, turning back to say, Qiyin, although I say this method is feasible, it can't be too much. People have to move around normally too, right? Both parties' comfort must be taken into consideration. I know it. Bai Qiyin just nodded dumbly. Right, Wenko said, then squatted down to give the tape on Jiang Shi's mouth to tear it off. With a tearing sound, Jiang Shi yelped in pain, and then he shouted, Sister, thank you, and for helping me to loosen the tie. Untie me. Wenko was startled by Jiang Shi's voice and subconsciously nodded her head and said, Okay. Then he wanted to untie his hands. Ugh, little can't be. Bai Qiyin wanted to go forward to stop, but was stopped by Wenko, got up and grabbed her shoulders, sighed and said, I'm really sorry Qiyin. I gave you that kind of request before. I didn't think that you really did it, but actually that was my joke. Don't take it seriously Qiyin. It's not good to kidnap the boy you like. I know. Bai Qiyin pursed her lips, hesitating to step forward to stop it. Quickly untie me. I need to go to the restroom. Jiang Shi urged again. Good. Wenko agreed, and then turned around to continue loosening Jiang Shi's hands. Look, people can't hold it in when they go to the toilet. They have to discuss it. But Bai Qiyin was dumbfounded, although she also knew that it wouldn't work to bind Jiang Shi like this. If not, Jiang Shi would have already been taken by someone else. That was something she could never allow. But with her friend here she couldn't say anything. Winkle, can't you just hurry up and leave? No way. Can't let Winkle untie it for honey. Bai Qiyin instantly wanted to go up and pull Wenko. However, Wenko had already untied the ropes on Jiang Shi's hands at this time, and the ropes on his feet were also fast. No way. Bai Qiyin cried out, stretching out her slender arms to try to pull on the rope. However, she was grabbed by Jiang Shi with one hand, and with the other hand, she pulled the rope away from her feet, and then stood up. Bai Qiyin looked at Jiang Shi, who was pulling her hand in front of her and gazing at her with a disdainful gaze. For a moment she was a bit startled and hurriedly said, Dear, don't go away, okay? We can discuss it. Discuss the hell out of it. Jiang Shi shouted, then brushed Bai Qiyin's hand aside and turned his head to his own cell phone on the desk, taking it before quickly pushing the door open and running towards the outside, leaving behind a sentence. Never again. Eshi, Bai Qiyin shouted with some aggravation, and when she quickly stepped out of the room to try to catch up, she realized that Jiang Shi had already run out of the door, only to hear the sound of footsteps getting farther and farther away. Fighting for physical strength, she knew deep down that she would never be able to catch up with Jiang Shi. There you go. Honey ran away. Ugh, what should I do? As her eyes fell on the hidden doorframe outside, Bai Qiyin was a bit at a loss for words for a moment. Winkle, who had come over to look at her progressively lost expression, was even a little confused for a moment. Did I screw something up? Aren't you guys playing some kind of game? No. Bai Qiyin didn't know how to explain to her, but now was not the time to explain at all. Rather, Jiang Shi had now run away, and her plan hadn't even been implemented at all before the person was let go. What to do? He won't forgive himself after this. He might even ignore him at school. He may not even reply to my messages, and he may black out all my contacts. What to do? Bai Qiyin, who couldn't think of an answer at all, was at a loss. Wenko patted her shoulder and asked with some confusion, What exactly happened to you two? Tell me about it, okay? What exactly is the situation? Bai Qiyin bit her lip, her face showing embarrassment. She turned her head slightly to look at Winkle next to her. To be honest, Wenko didn't know about the two of them either. It wasn't easy for her to blame Wenko for helping Jiang Shi untie the rope. After all, anyone who saw this would step in and help someone get unstuck. Thinking of this, Bai Qiyin also let out a long sigh. Better think of something else. Seeing Bai Qiyin silent, Wenko became even more confused. She had thought that Bai Qiyin had taken her words seriously, then actually went and kidnapped Jiang Shi back. And after she helped Jiang Shi untie the rope, she realized that Jiang Shi seemed to be really angry and then wanted to escape from here immediately. In the past, she had watched the two of them have a very cordial relationship. How come now their relationship seemed to have become a bit rusty? Or was it because of that strange suggestion he made? Thinking of this, Winko felt a little guilty for a moment. I'm sorry, A7 sound. On the other hand, Zhangshi fought his way out of the entrance of the neighborhood, turning back as he ran towards the front of the street with all his might. He didn't want to be taken back by Qi-in again, because he knew that if he was taken back again by Qi-in would be even more careful to prevent him from escaping. Luckily this time a girl whose name he didn't know but who was thankfully still relatively normal helped. Otherwise he really could have been stuck there this entire winter break. He didn't want to be so tied down or he would really get depressed. Luckily it's escaped now. He had been running aimlessly down the street toward the front, and had been running wildly for perhaps 10 minutes or so when, stopping at a corner, he braced himself on his knees and looked back with a slight gasp. Luckily, Bai Qi-in didn't follow. This Bai Qi-in, it's really scary. Even though he's a hairdresser, he didn't even show any mercy when he kidnapped himself. Zhangshi gritted his teeth. I really can't afford to mess with sick Jiao. It's better to stay away from her in the future. After slowing down, Zhangshi looked around, and then he also prepared to find a car to go back to the villa first. Alas, I still have to go back and explain to Xia Xiaoshi, but it's only a day late, so it shouldn't be a big problem. When he hit the car and waited, he opened Vixen and prepared to reply to Xia Xiaoshi's message first. He felt that it would be better to let Xia Xiaoshi feel more at ease first. After all, now that he had left by Qi-in, the one who was most desperate was Xia Xiaoshi at home. The last time I didn't go back for half a day I almost got killed. This time it's the one that's still overnight. At this moment, Zhangshi could even think of Xia Xiaoshi getting angry and wanting to get him killed. Tap the message interface, only to see a page of chat boxes almost all marked red. Anti-Xia, child Maid, class group full 8, Gu Lingyue, Xia Xiaoshi. He didn't care about the others for now. He'd better appease the one with the most powerful bomb. She then clicked on the chat window with Xia Xiaoshi. Xia Xiaoshi, better not let me know where you are. Stinky woman, if I let Xiaoshi know, Xiaoshi will kill you. Xia Xiaoshi, if you dare to abuse Xiaoshi's favorite brother, you'd better not let me catch you. I will kill you. Holy? Zhangshi felt a chill run down his spine, but he felt something strange. How do you say asterisk 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 asterisk? With that, he gazed towards the message above, and when he saw a picture he had sent to Xia Xiaoshi, his pupils suddenly widened in panic. That photo was of Bai Qi-in and him kissing. There's even a text that purposely draws war. What? Himself and Bai Qi-in are together to bless us in them? This was obviously sent out by Bai Qi-in on purpose to make Xia Xiaoshi angry, or in his name. No wonder Xia Xiaoshi said stinky woman. It's over. It seems like there's no way to go back home now. Otherwise Xia Xiaoshi will definitely kill him. However, by this time the fast car that hit him had come up next to him, and for a moment he was even a little hesitant to get in. Chapter 49, Time Bomb? In the room, Bai Qi-in sat on the sofa, her gaze dull and blank as she looked ahead. She let Winko leave first and didn't tell Winko about her and Zhangshi. After all, she didn't need to involve Winkle in what was going on between the two of them. It was a complete accident that Zhangshi was able to escape this time. She realized that she was a bit undecisive and should have been a bit more decisive in stopping Winko at that time, so that Zhangshi wouldn't have escaped away. It's hard now, to be honest. She was actually holding an expectant thought that after Winko took the initiative to help him untie it, under Winko's conditioning, Zhangshi would linger to have a good chat with her. But what she didn't think about was that Zhangshi didn't even hesitate and directly ran away, and left and never again. She couldn't help but feel a little more melancholy on her face at the thought. The way things were now, Zhangshi already knew all the things she had done to him. She also understood that he must have already not forgiven himself. She couldn't think of any other way to bring Zhangshi back. After all, the current Zhangshi must be very cautious of her, and might even have deleted all her chats. At the moment the phone was lying very quietly on the desktop with no messages. She hesitated for a while, but still picked up her cell phone and slowly tapped on Vixen, then tapped on the chat box with Zhangshi. The most recent message above was a week ago. After taking a deep breath, she still tapped 2 words on the input, in. After a moment of hesitation also clicked send. Unexpectedly, there is no red exclamation point. Zhangshi hadn't deleted her friends yet. Bai Qi-in was suddenly a bit delighted. Does this mean that Zhangshi still likes her? Yes, they are hair little, grew up together partners. Zhangshi how can be willing to delete her? As long as he follows up with a proper apology, as she should still be able to forgive, right? Thinking of this, Bai Qi-in's mood recovered a little, and then quickly tapped on the input hair. River time. I'm sorry, 20 minutes ago. With a raw look on his face, Zhangshi sat in the back of the fast car, which was on its way back to the villa. To be honest, after reading the message sent to Xia Xiaoshi with Bai Qi-in using his cell phone, he was already speechless. He remembered clearly that Naneo had promised him that he wouldn't send that picture out, and he skimmed through everyone else's messages. Bai Qiyin even sent the photos and copy to Gu Lingyu. Gu Lingyu was fine, he didn't need much explanation. But Xia Xiaoshi would be difficult. He had wanted to go to his friend's house for the night, but thought that the longer he left, the more powerful this Xia Xiaoshi bomb would surely be. Sooner or later, I'll have to go back to the villa and resign myself to my fate. I hope Xia Xiaoshi doesn't go too far. Just don't imprison yourself for a whole vacation afterwards. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi also let out a long sigh. Suddenly, the sound of a cell phone message rang, and he subconsciously raised his hand to look at it. Shiratsuki, is it in? Shiranui Shikian, Jiang Shi. I'm sorry, I admit I went too far. Can you give me another chance? I'm sorry, Shiranui Shikian, I won't do that next time. Forgive me, okay? Looking at the message sent by Bai Qiyin, Jiang Shi's heart panicked for a moment. Seriously, he now had a fearful mentality towards Bai Qiyin, and looking at this pleading message in front of him, he would subconsciously feel that Bai Qiyin was pretending again. He thought he had gotten to know Bai Qiyin very well over the years, but he hadn't realized that it was only superficial gentleness. In the past 2 days, he could see Bai Qiyin's true colors clearly, even though what Bai Qiyin did was to be with him. But the tactics are just too scary. Long-term drugging, the first 2 days of forcing with a knife, and the kidnapping. It's too scary. He was a normal person who couldn't accept it at all, so he was prepared to stay as far away from Bai Qiyin as possible in the future. After scanning the message, he put his phone to rest. He wasn't going to reply, and settled down to think about how he should explain to Xia Xiaoshi later, in order to make Xia Xiaoshi forgive him. The cab ride was not far from the villa, almost 15 minutes away. Get out of the car. Coming to the entrance of the villa, Xia Yi had given him the key to the villa before, and he would carry it with him every day. Pushing the door open, he saw that the villa was also very quiet. After changing his shoes, Jiang Shi gently walked towards the inside, a little panicked in his heart, afraid that Xia Xiaoshi would rush over and give him an electric baton. Although Xia Xiaoshi hadn't really used an electric baton on him, this time he felt sure that Xia Xiaoshi would be angry enough to use it against him. Yo, Xiao Jiang, you're back? The sudden voice startled Jiang Shi, and looking around, he saw that Auntie Xia was sitting on the sofa, crossing her legs and examining a document in her hands. Ah, yes, where did you go last night when you didn't come back all night? Xia Yi asked softly. There was a bit of a delay. Jiang Shi looked around the living room for a second and asked in a puzzled voice, is Xiaoshi upstairs? If Xia Xiaoshi was upstairs, she should have been able to hear a bit of a door opening downstairs. According to normal circumstances, Xia Xiaoshi should have immediately come down to look for him if she heard the commotion. But today, there was no movement, and no sign of the maid child's heart. He was a little curious. Xiaoshi Xia smiled slightly, her gaze falling on him with some deep meaning. Z went out early in the morning with Childish in order to find you. Ha? Out looking for me? The corner of Jiang Shi's mouth twitched slightly. Xia Xiaoshi shouldn't know where Bai Qiyin lived, right? Nice guy. These two guys aren't trying to find this whole neighborhood, are they? Chapter 50. It doesn't matter if you don't like me. I like you just fine. Z doesn't even know where I am, so where can she go up to look for me? Jiang Shi's head was full of questions as he walked over to the couch and asked towards Xia Yi. Well, probably called almost 1,000 people from our company, I guess, and went door to door looking for you on the grounds of market research. Xia Yi looked at him with a smile on her brow. For your sake, this time our loss is not small na. Xiao Jiang. Ha? Jiang Shi subconsciously took a step back, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. It's not like anything will happen to me. Ha ha. Seeing his amused look, Xia Yi laughed lightly twice against her red lips. Okay, come over and sit down. I've already sent a message to Xiaoshi just now. She should be back soon. Got it. Seeing Jiang Shi sit down, Xia Yi put her crossed legs down and inquired. But Xiao Jiang, where did you go yesterday? How come you didn't even return the message? Ah, well, Jiang Shi didn't know how to reply for a moment. He didn't know if Xia Xiaoshi had told Xia Yi about that photo, and it wasn't too good for him to say that it was Bai Qiyin who forcefully tied him back. Hesitating again and again, Jiang Shi still explained. I went to my classmate's house to help out a little bit, and then I slept there when it was too late. Only Xia Yi gazed at him with a skeptical look for a while before nodding. Alright then, I won't get too involved in your affairs anyway, but Z was worried about you last night, and I'm afraid it's going to be a little difficult for you to go out if you want to in the future. To be honest, Jiang Shi was actually able to guess what Xia Yi had said, and after this incident, Xia Xiaoshi might actually not let him go out anymore. He had also figured out that he would spend at least a few days to pacify Xia Xiaoshi before considering the later. After all, if you don't do anything, this whole winter vacation, not to mention going out to make money on the side, can't get out of the door is a problem. A strange thought popped into his head. How about trying to get used to Xia Xiaoshi's nature? To be honest, it wasn't actually impossible, but if he really went to adapt and submit to Xia Xiaoshi's super high possessiveness after that, it wasn't really clear if he would be able to gain some freedom. Because Xia Xiaoshi is a sickly girl, he usually all the rest of the time to spend at least 95% of the time to accompany Xia Xiaoshi around, all the information exchanged with the girl to get Xia Xiaoshi's approval, and even go to the toilet to follow him to see if he has no other girls secretly chatting and so on. That alone gives him almost no privacy. After pondering for a few moments, he's thinking that running away like this isn't going to be an option any longer. Moreover, Xia Xiaoshi seemed to seriously like him, so he also decided to try to cooperate with Xia Xiaoshi first during the winter vacation. Thinking of this, he also took a deep breath and said in a slightly solemn tone, "I know. I'll try to appease her when the time comes." "Good, then you're on your own." Xia Yi also did not say anything more. After all, if Jiang Shi is now in the situation, it would have been directly already from. It's not clear what the kid was thinking. "Right, the company will have a celebration party in 2 days. I'll take you there to have fun then," Xia Yi added. "Huh?" Jiang Shi was surprised. "How could Shi allow me to go?" "No, Z is going too. The daughter of the boss of one of our partner companies asked her to go by name. And even if I don't say anything by then, she'll definitely bring you along. That's not a problem. I'm fine with that." "Aha." Xia Yi picked up her cell phone and looked at the time. Then she got up. "Xiao Shi should also be back soon. Take good care of my daughter. Don't let her be sad again, because what she's doing is serious about you in my opinion. Don't let it down otherwise even for Xiao Zhangyu, Auntie won't be polite Hearing Xia Yi's gentle tone, Jiang Shi also smiled bitterly. "I know." Xia Yi stretched lazily, following which she turned around and walked towards the upper floor, while saying, "I don't need to go to the company today. I'll go upstairs to sleep for a while, and later on, Xiao Shi will be back, so you guys can talk about it." "Good." Jiang Shi nodded and was relieved after seeing Xia Yi disappear down the hallway. Slap. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from behind. Jiang Shi was startled and turned toward the door, only to see the blonde girl quickly ran to the living room too. Fierce eyes cruised the room for a while after the eyes locked in his body after the expression quickly transformed some aggrieved look. Shouted, "Brother!" After rushing to Jiang Shi's front, a brain was stuck into his arms. The maid, Tong Xin, also walked into the living room at this time and looked at the two of them with an expressionless face. "Brother, missed you so much. I thought you didn't want Z anymore." Xia Xiaoshi's two small slender hands tightly wrapped around Jiang Shi's neck, her head buried in his chest, her voice sounding somewhat aggrieved. "Ugh." Jiang Shi came back to his senses, raised his hand and touched the young girl's head, softly comforting. All right, I'm not back." Brother, do you really like that woman? Kissing her, don't you want Shi anymore?" Xia Xiaoshi's voice started to become a little weepy, and the next moment she slightly raised her head, her large pupils still carrying a few tears. Jiang Shi froze for a split second, his heart even more depressed. This guy, crying? I was just not home for a day, or is it because of the photo? That's totally what he was forced to do. He didn't expect Xia Xiaoshi to care so much about himself. Looking at Xia Xiaoshi's aggrieved appearance, he even felt a little guilty mentally for a moment. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Shi also shook his head and said, Don't want you, just had a little accident, stayed there that night." "Did that woman force you?" Xia Xiaoshi asked again. Pretty much. Sure knew it. It must be that woman who forced her brother." Xia Xiaoshi withdrew her hand and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, coming closer to his face. Her pitiful pupils locked eyes with him at close range. "Then brother, you must like me, right?" Hearing this, Jiang Shi was slightly stunned. To be honest, if it was normal, he might have lied and cheated Xia Xiaoshi so that he could muddle through. But the current Xia Xiaoshi seemed to be asking this question seriously, and didn't force him with dangerous objects like electric rods. If he really had to answer the question of whether or not he liked Xia Xiaoshi, he really couldn't answer. But in the face of the young girl's sincere confession at this time, he still had some touch in his heart, more or less, so it still feels necessary to give a response. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi took a deep breath, and as he was about to open his mouth, soft lips had already kissed him. Jiang Shi's pupils suddenly widened. However, only Xia Xiaoshi was seen slightly closing her eyes in a calm manner. Seeing this situation, a trace of consternation also surfaced on the indifferent face of the maid Tong Xin next to her. Soon, Xia Xiaoshi slowly backed up, gazing at him with a deep and pitiful gaze, and said with a faint smile, "It's okay if you don't like me. It's okay if I like you." Chapter 51. That's not good for anyone. In the face of the young girl's frank and firm confession, Jiang Shi's mouth opened slightly in surprise. "Sure, bad brother, not giving you a chance to refuse." Xia Xiaoshi interrupted Jiang Shi, then got down from his body, wiped the last tears from the corners of her eyes, and hummed arrogantly again. I've already said that my brother is mine. and there's no way I'm letting go. Looking at her arrogant and cute appearance, Jiang Shi unconsciously smiled, not knowing what to say back for a while. From the time he arrived here, he thought Xia Xiaoshi was merely bored and playing with him, and after a while he would discard him like a toy he was tired of playing with. After all, Xia Xiaoshi was also a child of a wealthy family, which was normal. It was just that what he didn't expect was that Xia Xiaoshi's remark just now was very serious and didn't seem fake at all. The moment he locked eyes with her, Jiang Shi even instantly wanted to say yes. Only, Xia Xiaoshi quickly reacted and interrupted him. But this little girl, it's really cute sometimes. Thinking of this, the corner of Jiang Shi's mouth raised a smile. Good, now that I'm on vacation, I'll spend some time at home with you all the time. I'm not going out. Xia Xiaoshi's pupils widened in surprise. Really? Really? Jiang Shi nodded seriously. Looking at that Xia Xiaoshi's lovely appearance, how could Jiang Shi still bear to lie to her? Just stay with Xia Xiaoshi during this time. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi also breathed a sigh of relief. But how long did you say a while, brother? About a week? 2 weeks, maybe? That won't work. Xia Xiaoshi shook her head and counted her fingers to herself while saying, any more brother's winter vacation is more than a month. 1 week to accompany Xiaoshi to draw. 1 week to accompany Xiaoshi to play games. 1 week to accompany Xiaoshi to study. 1 week to accompany Xiaoshi to go out and play. And then there's more if you have. Stop. Jiang Shi interrupted her, skimming his lips. I just want to ask you a question. Do I have no human rights? Xia Xiaoshi stared at him, her gaze slowly cold as well, her small fist slightly clenched reaching out to his chest. Xiaoshi hasn't yet looked for her brother to settle the score for lying and hiding things from me and going home with another woman, and purposely sending that kind of disgusting photos to piss off Xiaoshi. Is this brother going to explain this to me? I do apologize for this one, but I was really forced into it. Honestly, if Jiang Shi knew that Bai Qi would be so perverted and sickly, how could he still go to her house to help out? Not to mention all the simple little things like fixing computers and helping out with comics. There was absolutely no way he would ever step foot in Bai Qi doorstep again. But nay, Bai Qi was so well disguised that although he had his suspicions, Bai Qi never revealed his tale. The follow-ups were just normal. And now that he had seen through Bai Qi and discovered how terrifying she was, his former good feelings instantly turned into fear. When he saw Bai Qi again in the future, he was afraid that he would simply avoid it, because Bai Qi is just too scary. Xia Xiaoshi beamed with some small anger. Humph, brother, this idiot, have said that there are many bad people outside. It's good to stay at home with Xiaoxi. We can play with everything. Aren't you all pretty much the same? Just not to the same degree. Jiang Shi thought like this, then stood up and stroked Xia Xiaoshi's head. But it's still our Xiaoshi who's a bit more adorable. It won't be in the future. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoshi couldn't help but blush slightly on her face. This was the first time that Jiang Shi had complimented her like this when she came here. For a moment there was a little joy in her heart. Hey, brother is finally willing to praise himself. But, brother doesn't listen. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi clasped her hands on her chest and said with some arrogance, then brother still goes out to find other women. Isn't it better to have Xiaoxi? Bad brother. Okay, I won't go looking for them in the future. Jiang Shi promised. However, he basically didn't take the initiative to look for Bai Qi and Gu Lingyu either. They were the ones who came to him. There wasn't much he could do about that. But now it's good. Having fallen out with Bai Qi and also having a gap with his schoolmates, they shouldn't come back to him after that. He wasn't upset. After all, one had rejected him, and one was horribly sickly. It was too late for him to dodge. Okay, brother, hand over your cell phone. Xia Xiaoshi reached out her hand and asked for his cell phone. What again? Jiang Shi was puzzled. I wasn't the one who sent you a message yesterday. Don't get me wrong. It's not that. It's that woman. Speaking of this, Xia Xiaoshi clenched her teeth, and a trace of anger rose on her delicate face. She was a vindictive person, and if she said she would get the woman who forced the pink-haired girl who kissed Jiang Shi to die, then she would do it. Otherwise he won't be able to relieve his anger. Hurry up, Xia Xiaoshi urged. Jiang Shi was slightly puzzled, and took his cell phone out from his pocket. I said I wouldn't go back to them, and I didn't reply to the messages. And haven't you read everything else? So what else are you doing? He was telling the truth. Just now Bai Qi had sent him a message and he had only glanced at it before not replying. After all, Bai Qi is the class school committee, so only to stay a friend. Only later, in addition to the notification of some necessary things, he no longer dared to reply. I'm sure the locator was also broken on purpose by that woman, and forced brother to kiss. Even she hadn't kissed her brother before this. How dare she? I won't spare her. Xia Xiaoshi took the cell phone in Jiang Shi's hand and muttered as she slid the screen. What the hell are you doing? Jiang Shi had a bad feeling in his heart. Only Xia Xiaoshi quickly opened Vixen and slid up and down to find Bai Qi dialogue window. Humph, that's the woman, isn't it? Yes. Jiang Shi was slightly depressed. This Xiaoshi wouldn't want to take the initiative to seek revenge on Bai Qi or something, right? Good man. If these two pinch each other, I'm afraid it's going to start a bloodbath. How could he let those two touch each other? Thinking of this, Jiang Shi quickly snatched the cell phone from Xia Xiaoshi's hand. No, you two can't touch each other. Ugh, why? Xia Xiaoshi looked at him with some exasperation. Since this woman likes her brother so much, let's lure her to the house. Xiaoshi has to give her a taste of suffering. You guys, to be honest, when he was kidnapped yesterday, he also had a big grudge against Bai Qi and even wanted to return the favor, but there was nothing to be done about being securely tied up and unable to fight back. He wasn't hurt though, he just had a hard time sleeping, and now that it ran out he wasn't too keen on looking back on it. It's just that he was afraid of Xia Xiaoshi's this guy's tactics. If he really gave Bai Qi any injuries, it wouldn't be good for anyone. He didn't think it was necessary at all. Chapter 52 Unforgivable. Give it to me quickly. Xia Xiaoshi reached out and attempted to snatch the cell phone from Jiang Shi's hand. No! Say no! He directly raised his hand and held the phone up so high that Xia Xiaoshi couldn't reach it even if she jumped up. You know, his height is 180. Xia Xiaoshi is not even 160, although already an adult, but the petite body is actually a cute lowly. In Jiang Shi's eyes, Xia Xiaoshi was almost as good as a little doll, and also like a. So as long as there were no other people interfering, such as the battle maid next to him who had already started to clean up, with Xia Xiaoshi's body, that was completely out of the question to snatch anything out of his hands. Hurry up, Xiaoshi can't swallow this breath. If Xiaoshi doesn't teach her a lesson this time, she'll definitely come back to her brother next time. Xiaoshi must get rid of her. This scourge, Xia Xiaoshi said angrily. At that time, after receiving that picture Jiang Shi sent her, she was about to explode with anger. That woman dared to force Jiang Shi to kiss her this time and then send photos to provoke her. Then next time she would dare to sit on Jiang Shi and make a small video. It's too much, not only to avoid that woman from going back to Jiang Shi, but also to understand the hatred in her heart. So she must find that woman. Even if she didn't get that woman killed, she would make that woman taste the evil of the earth. She wanted to let that woman know that she, Xia Xiaoshi, was definitely not one to be messed with. No, you can forget about this whole thing. I don't want to see you two at each other's throats. Jiang Shi refused, and his gaze swept the child star working next to him again, declaring, also, in the future, don't you dare threaten me with a maid. Why? Xia Xiaoshi puffed up her cheeks and sulked slightly. Wouldn't that mean that brother can bully me as much as he wants me, Xiaoshi? Bad brother. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. No. Jiang Shi reached out his other hand and touched her head. Do I look like someone who would bully you? Aren't you usually the one bullying me? I'm just giving in to you. Calling it maid sauce, that's because Shia can't beat her brother at all. For example, right now, using your height to bully Shia on purpose. Well, no, I just don't want to see you guys fight. Jiang Shi sighed. Don't worry, I won't go looking for her again, and if I have any chats with them after that I'll take the initiative to show you all of them, okay? Well, Xia Xiaoshi narrowed her eyes slightly with a look of contempt. Then now brother show me. Jiang Shi was a bit skeptical. Then don't send her a message to come over. Got it. Now you can give it to poetry. Really? Really? Jiang Shi stared at Xia Xiaoshi's suddenly transformed appearance, slightly skeptical. This guy, I don't think he's going to fool me, right? After thinking for a while, he was still ready to trust Xia Xiaoshi for once. After all, there really wasn't much to see in his cell phone. That's fine. Saying that, he also put down his cell phone and slowly handed it over to Xia Xiaoshi's side. However, what he didn't expect was that Xia Xiaoshi snatched the cell phone and quickly ran towards the upstairs, arrogantly leaving behind a sentence. It's only strange if you know. Stinky brother. Jiang Shi froze for a split second, only to see that Xia Xiaoshi had already run up the stairs and disappeared into the hallway in less than 10 seconds. Asterisk. This guy, reacting. Jiang Shi quickly chased after him, however after coming to the second floor, only to hear a loud slamming sound. Jiang Shi came to the door of Xia Xiaoshi's room and tried to open the door only to find that the door was already unlocked. Snap! You guys open the door now! Give me back my cell phone! Jiang Shi slammed the door of his room. It wasn't that he forbade Xia Xiaoshi to meet with Bai Qi, but Xia Xiaoshi clearly went to her with a sense of revenge. He knew that Xia Xiaoshi would definitely not show any mercy when she laid her hands on him. In case you do give someone a serious injury, that's just a bit much. Yet all that could be heard was from inside. Brother, stay outside for now. Come back in later, brother. Jiang Shi smacked his lips. Unable to open the door, he could only door to the powerless persuasion. Don't post too much stuff, you guys. Room. Xia Xiaoshi listened to Jiang Shi's persuasion outside, but also just dismissed 2 sentences. I know. Having said that, she would show no mercy. If she dared to provoke her, then she was bound to strike back, hit her hard in the face with the opposite approach. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi climbed onto the bed and sat up in a coiled position, opening Jiang Shi's cell phone and tapping on the chat window with, "Bai Qi-yin," again, only to see that Bai Qi-yin had just sent him a few more messages. "Bai Qi-yin, return a message. Don't ignore me. My original intention is for you, or you can tie me up for a day. You can do whatever you want. Bai Qi-yin, Jiang Shi. Just forgive me, okay? Bai Qi-yin, we've known each other since we were kids. You should know that. I'm not going to hurt you, so don't be like this, okay? Gee whiz, phony, it's disgusting to see." With that, she aims to first lure Bai Qi-yin to her home under the name of Jiang Shi, and then use the ropes to tie up the restraints, subsequently launching a series of retaliation. Not only for the sake of Jiang Shi, but also for her. She had to get out of this bad breath. It seems like Nianyi and this guy are childhood friends. No wonder Nianyi cares about her so much. Damn it, it shouldn't be too obvious though, or the guy should get suspicious. After looking at the message on the phone screen and pondering for a moment, Xia Xiaoshi then typed on the input method, "Well, we're hairy kids, but your behavior disappointed me, and I have a super cute sister at home. She'll be jealous. That should be fine. Can't tell I sent it." Xia Xiaoshi muttered and whirled around before clicking send. The message from the other side was returned almost in seconds. "Shirokatsuki, then can you forgive me?" "Me, not yet. My cute sister at home is all pissed off already. It's your fault I'm having a hard time going out again right now." White 7 sound, "Huh? Your sister doesn't allow you to go out anymore?" "Shirokatsuki, I probably know. It's that little blonde loli, right? Does this guy know me?" Xia Xiaoshi was slightly puzzled. In her impression she could not remember a person whose name was Bai Qi-yin at all. Still pink hair, but that had to do with her personality. She wouldn't even glance at something that didn't interest her, nor would she make a point to memorize it. It will soon be forgotten. Couldn't recall seeing the other person at all, but she didn't care, and she didn't care enough to recognize the other person to even try to get her. However, the next sentence from the other party made her even more angry and almost smashed the phone. "The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money from your family. If you really can't trust me, you can also rent a room in our neighborhood. As for that little loli, if you don't like it, just stay away from it. There are still a lot of good people around you." Xia Xiaoshi's mouth twitched. She could see at a glance what Bai Qi-yin was playing at. What can't rest assured to let Jiang Shi go to her neighborhood to rent a room to live? This is obviously in the play aggrieved. Want to wait until Jiang Shi passed and then find an opportunity to start. And it's not even a problem that Bai Qi-yin fantasizes about wanting Jiang Shi to go over there. How dare she say she's not good? Aside from having smaller breasts and a shorter frame, what is she not better than anyone else? And trying to abet your brother away from her? Unforgivable. Just when she was about to frantically tap the input method to give Bai Qi-yin his one trifecta, she still calmed down and finished deleting those sentences again. After all, she was still using Jiang Shi's name, and saying so would definitely make the opposite side suspect that it wasn't Jiang Shi who was sending the message. Her goal was to lure Bai Qi-yin to her home first, and then vent her anger. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi took a deep breath and slowed down, and then her slender little hand quickly tapped on the screen. Chapter 53. Wait for it. Stinking woman. Jiang Shi, it's okay, Shi's sister is cute. I don't hate her. Jiang Shi, the main reason is that Xiao Shi's sister is very clingy to me. I can't get out lately. I want to go out too. Why don't you come to my house and take me out? In the room, lying on the bed, Bai Qi-yin looked at the message sent from the opposite side of the room in front of her, and was suddenly a bit puzzled. "Honey, you just said you'd never see me again. Did you just say that in a fit of anger?" "Right. We've known each other for so long. How can my dear break our bond because of this little thing?" And it didn't take long to reply to the message. Doesn't that mean that honey didn't mean to not reply just now? Probably because she was busy? Thinking of this, Bai Qi-yin's originally melancholic face gained one more minute of joy, and immediately replied, "But if I go to your house, that little loli shouldn't allow you to go out either." "Right, so what should I do?" She actually didn't really want to go to where Jiang Shi was currently living. After all, she knew that the screenshot she sent out was bound to cause that little loli's anger. She wasn't afraid of that little loli, but after all, Jiang Shi was still in that little loli's territory now, which was a bit unfavorable to her. But when I think of how Jiang Shi still seems to be in deep water, she's also furious and instantly tries to bring Eshi to the house. Ahem. Of course it won't be like last time. Otherwise my dear won't be able to stand it. Just relax a little when the time comes. Bai Qi-yin was full of smiles. Soon there was another message from across the room. "Jiang Shi, Xiao Shi's sister definitely won't grant me permission to go out. That's why I have to ask you to take me out. Just use some excuses. Aren't you my classmate? Just use what happened in school." Ha! Seeing this message, Bai Qi-yin was even more surprised. It's already vacation now. Ha! Aren't all the things in school taken care of? This kind of reason, Would that little loli really be stupid enough to believe it? Bai Chi-in raised her hand against her chin and pondered for a moment. That's right, since it was brought up by my dear, that should be enough to show that little loli is stupid. Ha, except for some money relying on her mother's rights to bind my dear, she's also good for nothing else then. Me, okay, so when do I go? Jiang Shi, how about just tomorrow at 1 p.m.? Shi's sister will be taking a midday nap, so I'll pack my bags first, and then I'll sneak out without the lovely Shi's sister's knowledge. It's the cute sister again. How come it always feels like Darling cares about that little loli? How come it's always the cute sister? Bai Chi-in looked at the message sent from the opposite side and fell into deep thought. Why is this message so strange? Is it really my dear who's sending the message? It's only been 2 hours since Honey left. Back home yet? It's not like that little loli took the cell phone, is it? Just as she was thinking about it, there was another message from across the room. Jiang Shi, of course Nanain. I'm not going to forgive you that easily. I'm just doing it for the sake of our hairdresser. We can't do that again in the future or else our relationship will end here. It seems to be dear. Bai Chi-in panicked and whirled around, quickly typing on it. Bai Chi-in, I know. I'll definitely come. So you're not angry? Seeing the other party's agreement, Xia Xiaoshi's face revealed a smug smile. Almost revealed. Luckily this woman is rather stupid. With that, she typed send in the input method again. Don't do it again like this time, or else I definitely won't forgive you. Well, Sis Z is looking for me again. I'm going to go and keep her company, before tossing the phone aside. She also stopped replying to whatever the other person was posting. That's great. This guy should be at your door by himself tomorrow at 1 p.m. Let's see if I don't teach you a lesson. I'm so smart. Go play with your brother. With that, Xia Xiaoshi jumped out of bed and headed for the door. She had now thought about what to do with Bai Chi-in tomorrow. She just had to wait for Bai Chi-in to deliver it to her door tomorrow. So what if Bai Chi-in is my brother's childhood friend? Judging from the way my brother had acted today, he must have liked himself better. Thinking of this, a sweet smile unconsciously appeared on Xia Xiaoshi's face as she pushed open the door and headed outside, downstairs, because there was no more cell phone. At this time Jiang Shi was chatting with Tong Xian who was drying clothes in the yard. Young Master Xiao Jiang, as I warned you before this, that girl is not as gentle as she appears. After all, that's also my hairdresser. After all, I've known him for so long, I definitely trust him unconditionally. I just didn't expect it. Jiang Shi sat on a small stone bench to the side, faintly looking at Tong Xian who was drying her clothes. I understand your feelings. It's just that I can see the lady's liking for you, although that may be your closest friend. But, friends and lovers, please be a little clearer. Tong Xian said. Lovers? In your eyes Xia Xiaoshi and I are now boyfriend and girlfriend? Jiang Shi showed a hint of bitterness on his face. He had only been here for almost a month, and what he hadn't expected was that both Tong Xian and Auntie seemed to treat him and Xia Xiaoshi as lovers. No, I just think you're running away from Shi's feelings, and although I have no reason to get involved in what's going on between you two, I think it's better for you to give Shi a quick reply sooner. Young Master Xiao Jiang, I already gave it a long time ago, but she won't listen. Jiang Shi was telling the truth. From the very beginning he had been very against Xia Xiaoshi's super high possessive behavior and had made it clear, but instead of ignoring it, Xia Xiaoshi got worse after that. This left him with no recourse either. But in today's, he did falter for a moment. Chapter 54 as expected. I'm only a girl, so I'm still scared. I know. Tong Xian slowly hung the last piece of clothing on the rack, picked up the basin containing the clothes, and looked at Jiang Shi. Well, it's fine for you to make your own decision. Seeing Tong Xian slowly walk towards the villa, Jiang Shi was silent for a while. He didn't understand what Tong Xian meant, and like Xia Yi, he probably wanted him to stay by Xia Xiaoshi's side at ease. He could understand. After all, they were all the people behind Xia Xiaoshi. Naturally they wanted Xia Xiaoshi to be happy in the end. And unlike him, his initial intention was just to stay well and be friendly with them, then make some money on the side and leave, not thinking of bothering them too much. It's just that the expected and the reality are so different that after arriving here, he gets caught up in this so-called forced love. He was actually quite thankful to Xia Yi. After all, not only before or now, had helped him quite a lot, and had never asked for anything or complained about anything, but instead had taken care of him under various aspects. This is probably the generosity of the rich. He vaguely remembered that when he first came here, Xia Xiaoshi was still normal, and even hated him a little and wanted to drive him away. After being together for a long time, he still only saw Xia Xiaoshi's true thoughts in his diary. And now, Xia Xiaoshi wanted him to stay here, but all he wanted was to stay for a while and leave. And Xia Yi, who was Xia Xiaoshi's mother, in order to take care of her daughter's mood, then naturally she would step in to help and look for him to discuss the matter of staying here. But thankfully, Xia Yi didn't interfere too much in his and Xia Xiaoshi's affairs either. though sometimes it did tempt him with little tricks, but he didn't really care. He does have a choice now, though in front of Xia Xiaoshi there might not be, but at the end of the day, it's Shay's call, right? Probably. Thinking about this, Jiangshi couldn't help but sweat. After pondering for a while again, he also got up and stretched and stopped thinking about it. After all, there is no money to think of anything is an empty thought. He then turned and prepared to enter the house. Suddenly, Xia Xiaoshi ran out from the doorway and jogged to him upon seeing him. What are you doing here, brother? Talked to the maid for a while, I guess. Jiangshi suddenly remembered something and held out his hand. Say, where's my cell phone? Move. Xia Xiaoshi pulled out her cell phone with a cute yellow big cat phone case pattern from her pocket and handed it to Jiangshi. You didn't send anything weird, did you? Jiangshi took the phone and subconsciously turned it on to open WeChat to check the chat log. Anyway, Z doesn't care. Z must give her some credit. But I know what you're worried about, brother, but Z definitely won't be as violent as you think, brother, because Z will use a special tactic to make her know what to do. Ha ha ha. Seeing Xia Xiaoshi's bad smile, Jiangshi was even less convinced. You'd better not make a scene. How can that be? I won't let her get hurt. Speaking of this, Xia Xiaoshi slightly lowered her head. For some reason a hint of redness flushed on her face, and her two little fingers poked each other. He. It's just to make brother cooperate with Xiaoshi for a bit la. What's your bad idea? Jiangshi looked at his chat with Bai Qi-in on the screen and was instantly filled with black lines. This Xia Xiaoshi had been baiting Bai Qi-in to come to the house the entire time, but that was fine. The words sent out were completely unlike his usual conversational style. Most importantly, Bai Qi-in even believed it? She was really going to come to his house tomorrow afternoon. What the hell is this Bai Qi-in? Can't you tell? Or is it on purpose? For a while Jiangshi was filled with speechlessness, not knowing how to explain to the opposite side. However, just as he was about to type, Xia Xiaoshi snatched his phone again. Brother, you're not allowed to explain to her. You guys. May opened his hand. Jiangshi was even a little less inclined to intervene, letting these two guys pinch each other. He couldn't care less anyway, but nay, both of them were closer to him, and he knew that pinching for his sake was really unnecessary. But this Xia Xiaoshi was still a stubborn donkey and wouldn't listen to him at all. He was even more helpless about it. Brother, just don't think about it. Anyway, it's between me and her. It has nothing to do with brother. And who said that Shii is going to punish her by violent means? Looking at Xia Xiaoshi's bad smile, Jiangshi was completely at a loss as to what this brat was playing at. But since he said it wouldn't cause any substantial harm, he didn't really want to care. But, then in that case, Shii, let's discuss something, Jiangshi added. What is it? Xia Xiaoshi asked, tilting her head slightly. It's room. No way. Why does brother always want to go out to work? It's tiring out there. And you're only a freshman? Isn't it the right time to play? Xia Xiaoshi duck sat on the soft bed. Crazy explained. You see what other college students are doing on vacation. There are a few to go to a part-time job. Not all at home every day to sleep until noon to wake up. Brush the video to play the game to go out and play. Everyone is not like this? Brother cannot? Anyway, no, Z definitely doesn't agree. After saying that, Xia Xiaoshi clasped her hands to her chest and her head was cast aside, completely not wanting to listen to any of Jiangshi's sophistry. Jiangshi sat on the edge of the bed and was somewhat helpless at the sight. It was just a discussion about him preparing to go out for a part-time job, but I didn't expect Xia Xiaoshi's reaction to be so great. Although, as Xia Xiaoshi said, he was merely still a student now, and there was nothing wrong with playing around. But because of his family, even with the subsequent help of Xia Yi, he was bound to have to embark on the path of growth earlier. After all, he was now completely isolated without Auntie Xia Yi's care, so getting out early was necessary. But how did this Xia Xiaoshi act as if he went out every day and never came back? Can't you stay with her when you come home? What the hell is this little loli thinking? Thinking of this, Jiangshi sighed even more. Then I'll stay with you for one more week before going out? I've agreed with Auntie Xia to go to her company for winter vacation. No, anyway, just know, my brother is mine for this whole winter break. I'll talk to mom on her end. Auntie has promised me. And don't you ever get tired of sticking together all the time. No way. You guys are really. Xia Xiaoshi turned her head slightly, looking at Jiangshi's helpless look, and toothed her mouth. Anyway, brother is not allowed to go out again for these half a year. He has to stay with Xiaoshi, or else Xiaoshi will tie brother up, ruthlessly, punish. Kid, there are only two of us in this room now. Don't be too arrogant, Jiangshi said without a trace of anger. Ugh. Xia Xiaoshi tilted her head slightly, a bad smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. So brother has been fantasizing about this? Then if mom and the maids were to go out, would brother really do that? If he would do it, then what would brother do to Xiaoshi? Seeing Xia Xiaoshi's provocative look, Jiangshi was not used to her. Ha, just like you said, punish hard. Ugh, so brother has been fantasizing about Xiaoshi all along? Xia Xiaoshi's small face flushed, not expecting him to dare to say that. That's true. I'd like to K you hard. Who made you so cute, right? It goes from morning to night to morning, day and night. Ugh, hi, brother? What are you talking about? Xia Xiaoshi's face turned even redder, and she subconsciously took 2 steps back, staring at Jiangshi with shocked and shy eyes. Seeing her shy look, Jiangshi couldn't help but snicker. I'm sure you're just a girl. You're still scared. Chapter 55, Be careful with your life. In the hallway, Xia Xiaoshi gently followed behind Jiangshi, her pace slightly messy, and her pretty face was flushed with a faint blush. After Jiangshi's perverted speech just now, Xia Xiaoshi seemed like a suddenly changed person, looking at him with a shy look with a point of apprehension. Although his speech was indeed perverted and counterintuitive, it not only showed him as well that the original Xia Xiaoshi could really be afraid. Usually it's nothing more than a mouthful. Isn't that a proper female child? Really? When he came to the corner of the stairs, Jiangshi was ready to go downstairs. A small, slender hand gently grabbed the corner of his coat, and he looked back, only to see Xia Xiaoshi looking up at him with a reddened face, her lovely pupils flickering with some complex emotions. What's wrong? Jiangshi wondered. If brother can confess to Shi, and be responsible, brother's fantasies can also be fulfilled by Shizuku. Jiangshi froze slightly. No, what are you thinking? This guy, that's a little off the wall. It's not brother you're thinking about? And you said something about wanting to Shi. Wasn't it brother's sincere words? Xia Xiaoshi skimmed her mouth, slightly unconvinced. Ha! The corners of Jiangshi's mouth twitched slightly, not knowing what to say for a moment. That's quite an indulgence. I feel like I'm really going to be lured by this little kid someday. But according to Xia Xiaoshi, it's good to be responsible. But he couldn't even protect himself now, let alone take responsibility for Xia Xiaoshi. With what responsibility? Take the head? Okay, brother, Xia Xiaoshi asked again, a hint of anticipation flashing in her gaze. Let's talk about it when we have the ability to take responsibility, Jiangshi said helplessly, then walked down the stairs holding the handrail. And how long is that? I don't know. So this I can take as a yes from my brother? Well, but if you let me go out to work, this is not good. My brother is clearly shaken up. Why are you still arrogant? Agreeing is agreeing. Ha! Next day, afternoon, Xia Xiaoshi took the sturdy rope in her hands and looked down from the window of the room, a touch of evil intent surfacing at the corner of her mouth. Just now, she had already used Jiangshi's cell phone to confirm to Bai Qi-in again. Just as she thought, Bai Qi-in would arrive here later around 1 o'clock. And then she would be able to get out of that bad breath. Her plan was to tie up Bai Qi-in as soon as she came into the villa and then launch her revenge. Although she had promised her brother that she would not allow violence and would not let the maid sauce interfere in this matter, but she hadn't actually intended to want to use violence to solve the problem, per se. She's going to do it. Tie Bai Qi-in up fiercely and let Bai Qi-in witness her kiss with her brother. Let Bai Qi-in envy them fiercely. Brother should cooperate with himself, right? If I can't, I'll just kiss my brother forcibly. I did it yesterday anyway. You should like Z's lips a lot. I haven't asked you how you feel yet. Let's go ask later. Thinking of this, a trace of infatuation passed over Xia Xiaoshi's face. Jiangshi, address locator. Jiangshi, here, while Shi's sister is asleep. Come and take me away. Streetside, Bai Qi-in got out of the cab and stood on the side of the road, looking up at the villa area in front of her. After taking a deep breath, Bai Qi-in put her cell phone into her pocket and walked towards the front. To be honest, she had actually seen that it was unlikely that it was Jiangshi who was talking to her from across the room. She knew Jiangshi. How could he be so friendly and chat with her after he got angry? Not to mention asking her to help take her from the blonde Lolita's house and go live near her again. Unlikely. So by and large it was someone else. I think it's the little blonde Loli, as you can tell from the chat logs. As for why she offered to come to the door when she knew there was a scam, that's because it's vacation time now. For the next month or so, there wasn't much she could do to ask Jiangshi out again, apologize, make amends and such. There's no way to do any of that. Even with Jiangshi staying at home now, it's difficult to even meet. If the door was only a little injured, if I could see it sushi, it wouldn't have mattered if I could have explained some of it. Arriving at the front door of a luxurious and exquisite villa, Bai Qi-in took her cell phone out again and after looking at the address and realizing it was correct, she pressed the doorbell. A good while later, a woman dressed in winter maid's clothing pushed open the door of the villa and came this way. Bai Qi-in probed her head through the gap in the courtyard's iron gate and looked inside, pursing her lips. It seems like the dear one should be doing well. Arriving at the front door and seeing the young girl with pink hair in front of her, Child's heart recognized who it was at once. Is Jiangshi's childhood friend? However, She wasn't sure why Bai Qiyin had come to her door, and Jiang Shi and Xia Xiaoshi hadn't told her about it. Uninvited? It was possible. After all, the lady hated the pink-haired girl right now, so she shouldn't be actively inviting the girl over, right? Thinking of this, Tong Xin said, "Hello, may I ask if you're here to see young Master Xiaojian?" "Yeah, Eshi invited me, can you let me in?" Bai Qiyin nodded softly. "Young Master Xiaojiang invited me." "Ah, that's good." Tong Xin also opened the door and let Bai Qiyin in. "Young Master Xiaojiang is currently resting in his room on the second floor. Let me take you to him." "Yes, please, it's okay." With that, Tong Xin led Bai Qiyin towards the entrance of the villa inside. But what made her wonder was, knowing that Miss was still angry, Jiang Shi would even invite this girl to the house? "Are you planning to do something in front of the lady?" She was puzzled. However, after walking through the door, Tong Xin was about to turn around and warn him, only to see Xia Xiaoshi using a stun baton against Bai Qiyin's waist, a smug smile floating on her face. "Don't move, oh, or watch out for the little life." Listening to the little loli's threats in her ears, Bai Qiyin remained calm and slowly nodded her head. Chapter 56, She's not worried at all. "Miss, what are you?" Tong Xin asked as she looked at the two with slight surprise and confusion. "Maid Jam, you don't have to care. This is between me and her." After hesitating for a moment, Tong Xin nodded his head and said, "Understood, but according to the family master's wishes, it's fine to just have fun. Please don't cause any deaths." Of course, Xia Yi had also reminded her that not only did she need to protect Xia Xiaoshi's safety, but she also needed to note to remind Shiver to pay attention to Xia Xiaoshi not to intentionally cause greater trouble. "Don't worry, maiden sauce, I won't let her get hurt, so go ahead and go about your business." "Okay." Seeing the child's heart leave in a sideways direction, Xia Xiaoshi turned her head to look at the calm Bai Qiyin in front of her. The stun baton in her hand was still tightly pressed against Bai Qiyin's waist, and added, "But don't move, oh bad woman, or don't blame me for not being polite." Bai Qiyin slightly closed her eyes and gently nodded her head. As she thought, it wasn't Jiang Shi who was waiting for her, but this little blonde loli. However, she wasn't flustered. After all, she heard the conversation between the maid and Xia Xiaoshi both. Xia Xiaoshi shouldn't be able to do anything to her. Moreover, the purpose of her visit was only to see Jiang Shi. As long as she could accomplish her purpose, it didn't matter if she cooperated with Lori. "Well, I know." Seeing her cold look, Xia Xiaoshi was more than a little angry for a moment with her brows furrowed. "This stole my brother's first kiss, and she's still acting like it doesn't matter. It's unforgivable." Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi clenched her small fists angrily and said, "Follow me upstairs. If you dare to move a little bit, please eat electric shock." It only takes a second for you to faint yet." Bai Qiyin didn't say anything, just remained silent as she was slowly guided up the stairs. She knew what was in Xia Xiaoshi's hand, and it wasn't a toy, although it wouldn't be too harmful. It did electrocute people in an instant. There was also a good chance that Xia Xiaoshi would flick the switch if she really resisted. She wasn't sure she could react past her. Plus there was a maid downstairs, and she was prepared to cooperate with Xia Xiaoshi first, so she could wait until she met Jiang Shi. Speaking of which room is Eshi in? Come into the room. Bai Qiyin's hands were folded together at her waist, and she was surrounded by ropes around her waist close to 10 times or so, and her legs and feet were also folded together to be firmly bound as she sat against the head of the bed. Although she was not too willing, Xia Xiaoshi threatened her with a stun baton, so she could only surrender. But Eshi should be here soon. Bai Qiyin turned her head to look outside the open door of the room for a moment and retracted her gaze to look at Xia Xiaoshi, who was arrogantly glaring at her. "What the hell do you want to do? Where is Jiang Shi? It's infuriating to think of your brother when you're all on your own." Xia Xiaoshi glanced at her in disgust. "You guys are not allowed to approach your brother again. Understood? On what basis?" Bai Qiyin wasn't going to spoil her. "By virtue of the fact that I am my brother's future wife, the one who's destined to be together for life. You're just a friend who's known brother longer. Don't be so arrogant." Hearing this, Bai Qiyin laughed. "That's nothing more than your delusion. Don't think I don't know that you were the one who was sending me yesterday's chat messages." Xia Xiaoshi's mouth twitched. "How did you know?" "Lori, are you still trying to ask how I knew to still come here?" "That's because Jiang Shi got angry and ignored me, and it just so happens that you did me a big favor, and even invited me to your house to help me meet him and give me a chance to find him. I still have to thank you for that." Speaking of this, Bai Qiyin even snickered twice, her tone somewhat mocking. "Ha?" Xia Xiaoshi became a little ugly face, then unconvinced and crossed her arms again, grunted twice. "Come on, stinking woman, dead to the end and still sophistry. Brother, is absolutely impossible to forgive you again. You may not know, yesterday my brother has promised me will only accompany me alone." "Ha, you think that just because you've bound Jiang Shi to your home with family reasons, you think he'll always be there for you?" That's nothing but your delusion, Bai Qiyin lightly hummed, proudly said. Jiang Shi and I have known each other since we were young, and we have spent much more time together than you have, and have already understood each other thoroughly. How could he not forgive me because of these things? As long as I apologize properly, he will definitely get back together with me. By then, when I get to school, I will confess my love to him, and we will be the most loving couple in the school until graduation, and then we will get married, she said. Ha ha. As for you, just stay home and be a good boy. Speaking of which, I've had quite a few loving experiences with Atsushi, going to and from school together, traveling together, we even took baths together when we were kids. Oops, it's just a shame that when we grew up Atsushi became shy, but those are experiences that some little blonde girl didn't have. What's there to show off about these? Xia Xiaoshi could see that Bai Qiyin was trying to provoke her, but she was no slouch, and she certainly knew that Bai Qiyin was Jiang Shi's brother's hairdresser, though it was true that she would be a little envious of Bai Qiyin's time and experience with Jiang Shi, and there was nothing to be sly about, but she wasn't convinced. What childhood sweethearts? It's all just clouds. The brother must be his own. No matter what tactics are used, one must win. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi sank her face. If brother Jiang Shi would really agree to your confession, you wouldn't have kidnapped brother to your house, right? Saying something like as long as you confess brother will agree. Idiot. Seeing her face that looked slightly angry and gloomy, Bai Qiyin smiled faintly. I tell you, oh, little lowly, not only before, or in the present, Jiang Shi are like me, oh, just he didn't have the courage to express his feelings. I kidnapped him for the purpose of just wanting to let Jiang Shi more understand my feelings. This time understand? Hearing this, Xia Xiaoshi got a little anxious and shouted, how can that be? Even if you confess to brother he won't accept it because brother has already accepted me. To be honest, she was really a bit flustered. Before coming here, Bai Qiyin had been accompanying Jiang Shi, and Jiang Shi never gave a real reason for his delay in agreeing to his mom's request, always used growing up as an excuse, because even growing up doesn't mean you can't say yes to your mom's request. She had a sudden bad feeling in her heart. The delay in granting her request couldn't be because of Bai Qiyin, could it? If what Bai Qiyin said was true, it's really possible that brother Jiang Shi. She shook her head vigorously at the thought. No, absolutely not. She would never believe what this guy said until she got an answer from Jiang Shi. She's going to call Jiang Shi over and make him say that he won't agree to Bai Qiyin's confession. I'm going to call my brother over. He won't approve of your confession. After saying that, Xia Xiaoshi turned her head and quickly ran out the door. Oh, brother, she bullied me. Slap. The door slammed against the wall with a noisy clang. Seeing this, Bai Qiyin also sighed in relief. Finally, she's willing to call her darling to come. Seriously, she had absolutely no interest in this little lowly. After all, the Jiang Shi she knew. How could she easily fall in love with this little lowly? Even with money, she knew herself that she was still rich, and remembered that she had offered to help Jiang Shi through difficult times in the past, but Jiang Shi had refused every time. If Lori could buy Jiang Shi with just money, then she was afraid that she would have gotten her way already. How could it have waited so long? Not even once would Jiang Shi come here for a temporary stay, and the two of them wouldn't necessarily recognize each other, so she's not worried at all. She's worried about just that. This time dear, seems to be really angry. Chapter 57, Brother Toki. Ooh brother. She bullied me. Room. Xia Xiaoshi suddenly pushed open the door towards Jiang Shi, who was sitting in front of the computer browsing the official webpage of Xia's group, and directly jumped into his arms. Looking at the aggrieved and whimpering Xia Xiaoshi who buried her head into her arms, Jiang Shi asked with some bewilderment, what's the matter? Someone else dares to bully you? Ooh, it's that stinky woman. She was bragging to me about her experience with you, brother, saying something about how Shi was just forcing brother to stay here. Brother actually doesn't want to stay here. Oh, Etsy was silent, thinking to himself, is there a possibility that it just started out that way? It's just better now, less reluctant. But according to reason, Xia Xiaoshi took the initiative to lure Bai Qiyin back home to teach her a lesson, so she should be the one who took the initiative, right? How could she be taught a lesson and cry? Isn't this a bit of a departure? Thinking of this, Jiang Shi also sighed and touched Xia Xiaoshi's head. Alright, don't pay much attention to what she said. I am prepared to stay here. Really? Xia Xiaoshi slowly raised her head to look at him. The corners of her eyes still had a few teardrops in them, looking very aggrieved. Well, really? Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoshi burst into a joyful smile and hugged Jiang Shi tightly. Brother is the best. Favorite brother. Really? Looking at the angry crying and still slightly cute Xia Xiaoshi in his arms, Jiang Shi couldn't help but smile. Well, there's no point for you two to argue, so hurry up and put her back. Xia Xiaoshi had told him what she was up to, and that when Bai Qiyin came to the house she would tie her up and then be teaching her a lesson. Now Xia Xiaoshi ran over, but Bai Qi-yin didn't move much, so she should really be tied up in the room by Xia Xiaoshi's threat. No way. That smelly woman said that as soon as she confesses, you'll say yes brother. This isn't true, right? You quickly go and reject her. Ha! A trace of shock flashed under Jiang Shi's eyes, sweating slightly. These two are really fighting for themselves. But if it was really like what Xia Xiaoshi said, Bai Qi-yin confessed to him. If it was in the past then he would inevitably accept it. But right now for Bai Qi-yin, he was even a little afraid. He also understood that Bai Qi-yin would want to explain it to him. But after yesterday's shadow, he really hasn't slowed down yet. That's a sickly girl who's been drugging him and doing strange things to him for years. Even if they are hairy, the psychological shadow left behind is not small. Seeing his hesitant demeanor, Xia Xiaoshi even locked eyes with him with an expectant and pitiful look. Brother, go quickly. Okay, go and prove that you won't agree. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Shi also sighed, thinking that if he didn't go, probably the fight between these two people would not be over even if they were afraid to wait until Xia Yi came back at night. Let's fix it as soon as possible. With that, he also nodded his head in agreement. That's fine, but don't add fuel to the fire on the sidelines and let people leave when you're done. Yeah, favorite brother. Ugh, you're a good guy. The pink room. Bai Qi-yin's hands and feet were both bound, so she could only sit on the bed seat, scanning the room from time to time and turning her head to pay attention to the door. According to reason this villa is not big. At most 1 minute Xia Xiaoshi can reach Jiang Shi's room, and then the time to call Jiang Shi to come over will not be more than 3 minutes, right? It was now more than 10 minutes later, and she was wondering why Jiang Shi hadn't come yet. It couldn't be that Jiang Shi didn't want to see himself. Thinking of this, Bai Qi-yin's eyes sank slightly, a hint of disappointment flashing under her eyes. To be honest, she was actually a little envious of Xia Xiaoshi, because Jiang Shi would rather accept Xia Xiaoshi's help than that of one of her companions who had accompanied him for many years by his side. She didn't understand why, but she was really a little sad at this point. After sighing, Bai Qi-yin muttered as her gaze fell on the painting equipment on a side desk. This little loli also draws I don't know what she draws. Anyway, deer is more like her own manga, right? After all, it's been chasing for so many years. Suddenly, there were footsteps outside the door. Bai Qi-yin subconsciously turned her head to look, and soon two figures appeared in the doorway. It was Jiang Shi and Xia Xiaoshi. Jiang Shi, I knew you were still willing to see me. A trace of delight flashed under Bai Qi-yin's eyes. Then she explained, Jiang Shi, it was my fault for drugging you yesterday. I apologize. We can still be good friends in the future, right? Before Jiang Shi could say anything, Xia Xiaoshi said first, brother is not here to accept your forgiveness. Brother is here to reject you. At those words, Bai Qi-yin looked at Jiang Shi with a doubtful gaze. Is what she said true? Jiang Shi also didn't want to say too much, intending to quickly resolve it to let Bai Qi-yin leave, and then walked up to her, saying, pretty much, because I really can't accept the ones you did to me behind my back, so it's better for you to go back earlier, and we'll talk about it after if there's anything else. Why? Bai Qi-yin tried to struggle against the ropes on her body, but to no avail. Jiang Shi, you untie me first, I can explain properly. Humph. Looking at Bai Qi-yin's anxious look, Xia Xiaoshi laughed out triumphantly. I've already said that brother won't agree with you. Brother only likes me alone now, right? Atsushi remained silent. I don't believe it. Bai Qi-yin bit her lip, her voice slightly aggressive. How could she believe that Jiang Shi must have been forced to say such things now that she was in the wrong place? Jiang Shi, help me get loose and let's go out and talk alone, okay? Xia Xiaoshi stood in front of Jiang Shi. No way. You're not allowed to take brother out. TSK. You're still really shady. I told you that my experience with Jiang Shi is something you have no way of comparing to. You're only a passerby at best in our relationship. Understand that, little loli? Bai Qi-yin provoked. Bull *******. Xia Xiaoshi turned her head to look at Jiang Shi with pitiful eyes. Brother, you quickly say no. We are not passersby. Seeing the situation, White Seven Sound even sighed, helplessly said, except the fact that the little loli, just me and Jiang Shi from childhood to big together to go to school, mutual counseling learning, and finally also on the same university as the appointment that you cannot be compared to. And not only is it so which the sweet and sour and bitter I and Jiang Shi together experience. And you stop it. Jiang Shi interrupted her. Although there was nothing wrong with anything Bai Qi-yin said, it was obvious that Xia Xiaoshi's mindset was still relatively childish. How could you possibly stand up to that kind of provocation? He sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off, following which he looked and patted Xia Xiaoshi by his side, saying, Xiaoshi, don't listen to her provocation. Experience again. Is more experience a big deal? Xia Xiaoshi grimaced down and clenched her fists. Brother, please cooperate with Xiaoshi right now immediately. Ha? What for? Just as Jiang Shi was surprised, he was suddenly pounced on the bed by Xia Xiaoshi, and when he came back to his senses, he only saw Xia Xiaoshi sitting on his knees, pulling out a stun baton from his pocket and placing it against his waist, looking at him angrily. Brother, don't move. Since she wants to experience it, let's show her. Isn't it just experience? We'll have it later. Hey, what do you want? Sure now wants. Brother. Hearing this, Bai Chi-in even froze. Chapter 58. It's a victory for Shii then. Z, are you crazy? It's fine to joke around at home. Don't say it in front of others. Hurry up and loosen the electric rod. Hey, you guys don't mess around. Looking at Xia Xiaoshi threatening Zhang Shi seemingly ready to do something bad, Bai Chi-in was a bit anxious. Only Xia Xiaoshi gritted her teeth and looked at Zhang Shi underneath her, holding the electric rod tightly against his waist. Doesn't she want me to experience with my brother? Even though my brother and I don't have much, but with my brother beside me right now, I can do it right now. You better be kidding. Z is serious. Since my brother won't take it off, Z is here to help my brother. Let her see my first experience with him today. Holy? The corner of Zhang Shi's mouth twitched, yet he only saw Xia Xiaoshi violently bending down in the next moment, her pink lips disliking him. Zhang Shi's pupils suddenly shrunk, and as he was about to get up and push her away, Xia Xiaoshi slightly raised her head and said, Brother, don't move. Just let Xiaoshi be capricious this time, blah 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 blah, or else Xiaoshi will only be able to kiss her fainting brother. You. Xia Xiaoshi didn't wait for Zhang Shi to finish and continued the kiss. She. Don't. On the side of the white seven sound to see this situation, white pupils flashed in the collapse. Zhang Shi grabbed Xia Xiaoshi's shoulders with both hands and pushed them away with force. Almost got it. Only Xia Xiaoshi's small face was slightly flushed, and a trace of intent flashed through the bottom of her deep blue eyes. But, brother, we haven't started the main show yet. At those words, Zhang Shi was even more filled with black lines. That's good. Then when the time comes, you mustn't beg and shout at me that I don't want it. Ugh, brother bad. Xia Xiaoshi hesitated for a moment and nodded her head somewhat shyly. Then that's good, abracadabra. But the purpose has been accomplished, and the stinking woman seems to have been convinced. Xia Xiaoshi grunted twice in triumph, got up and looked at Bai Chi-in, who was beside her with a lifeless face, and added, Stinky woman, now you see, my brother is very fond of me. We're the most loving couple. You just flashed to the side. Bai Chi-in clenched her teeth, that fierce eyes glaring at her in death, as if she wanted to eat her alive. Xia Xiaoshi, I'm going to kill you. Ha! Xia Xiaoshi wasn't afraid and crossed her arms. I'm not afraid of you. My brother is mine. I will never let you have him. Will you two stop pinching each other? Looking at the way the two were fighting, Zhang Shi was also helpless. He didn't want to see these two fight again at all, or else he was afraid that someone would really get killed at that time. He wanted more of a quiet life. Thinking of this, Zhang Shi also let out a long sigh and said, Okay Xiaoshi, you also stop. Let her go back. Ugh, but, don't worry, it's not like I'm going to run after her. Alright then. Xia Xiaoshi spoke in a somewhat dissatisfied tone, raising her head to stare at Bai Chi-in again. Stinking woman, since you've seen my brother and I's beautiful life, don't disturb us again in the future, or else I won't be polite to you next time. Only to see that Bai Chi-in didn't reply much, Zhang Shi walked up to her, ready to untie her. Although Shira Nguyen had done this to him before, he really didn't have much of a bondage play fetish, and looking at Shira Nguyen's expression he seemed to be angry as well. It wouldn't matter. Zhang Shi. Bai Chi-in raised her head slightly, looking at him with eyes that slowly softened as she said softly, What happened before? I'm sorry, I won't do that again in the future. Can you forgive me? In the face of Bai Chi-in's apology, Zhang Shi was about to open his mouth when Xia Xiaoshi heard this, she immediately jogged over and pulled Zhang Shi's arm, loudly stopping him. You two are not allowed to whisper. TSK. Bai Chi-in wanted to speak and bit her red lips again. She knew that she was now in someone else's territory. No matter what she said, Zhang Shi would definitely not be truthful with her. After all, Zhang Shi was now in a state of being a parasite. She had to take Zhang Shi out, that way she can have a real good talk with Zhang Shi. Thinking of this, she also skimmed her head and didn't speak again, quietly waiting for Zhang Shi to untie the rope for her. Poof. Xia Xiaoshi stood aside. I want to watch with my own eyes. Brother, you're not allowed to pity her. Just let her go back honestly. Not a word more. Got it. Zhang Shi was also helpless, turning his head and continuing to untie Bai Chi-in's rope. Downstairs, the two of them sent Bai Chi-in out the door. Looking at the hesitant Bai Chi-in outside the door, Xia Xiaoshi clasped her hands on her chest with a disgusted gaze. Stinking woman, don't come near brother again, or next time, Xiaoshi won't be so kind as to let you go. Okay, just cut the crap. After saying that, Zhang Shi also turned his head to look at Bai Chi-in. Alright, You go back first. As for that kind of thing, don't do it again in the future. Bai Chi-yin turned her head slightly. So do you mean you forgive me? Hey, you guys aren't allowed to talk anymore. Xia Xiaoshi interrupted them from the side. Why are you so annoying? Seriously, in order to meet Jiang Shi, Bai Chi-yin had been putting up with Xia Xiaoshi, while Xia Xiaoshi had been on the side to block her from dealing with Jiang Shi, making it completely impossible for her to hear the truth from Jiang Shi. She was annoyed, but couldn't help it. We'll have to find another opportunity. Wait for me. I'll make a chance for us to be alone. Thinking of this, Bai Chi-yin could only leave for the time being and walk out of the villa's front door. Go go go. Looking at Bai Chi-yin's slow pace of departure, Xia Xiaoshi said in a whipped voice, while reaching out on her toes to block Jiang Shi's mouth, stopping him from speaking. Jiang Shi was also speechless at this. However, he didn't intend to say anything more. After all, he knew that if he opened his mouth to say something, Xia Xiaoshi would inevitably find him in trouble later on. For the sake of peace and quiet, just shut up too. After all, he didn't want to see two more people at each other's throats, because in the end, he would definitely be the one who got hurt. After Bai Chi-yin's figure walked away, Xia Xiaoshi was also relieved and lowered her hand. Finally gone. It's a victory for Xiaoshi. Next time don't get into a chokehold with Bai Chi-yin. If Bai Chi-yin wasn't tied up I don't know what would have happened to you too. Jiang Shi was also relieved that he was telling the truth. Just now in the upstairs Bai Chi-yin looked at Xia Xiaoshi's eyes that really with a killing heart. If Bai Chi-yin was not tied up, plus he was not in the room, then Xia Xiaoshi really afraid that it will be killed back. After all, Bai Chi-yin is really sickly. Chapter 59. Shi-chan, remember to come over to the venue with the maid at 7 o'clock tomorrow night, at the dinner table. As the four of them ate dinner together, Xia Yi looked at Xia Xiaoshi, who was chatting with Jiang Shi next to her, and reminded her, well, must I go? Xia Xiaoshi said with some hesitation. Yeah. Xia Yi nodded softly. Good blah. To celebrate the success of the cooperation project, Xia Yi asked her to bring along to the celebration party, but Xia Xiaoshi is actually a little reluctant, because going to those are people in her mom's company, where one are some people she doesn't know. For all those people she didn't bother to negotiate. She's been to several celebrations that mom's company has thrown, too. It's super crowded every time it comes, and while it's not sociopathic, it's slightly uncomfortable for her to stay at home all year round, but she usually can't say no to her mom's words. But, this time with my brother. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi wrapped her arms around Jiang Shi, who was silently pinching vegetables to eat next to her. Brother, you also accompany Xiaoxi. Xiaojiang you go too. There are quite a few industry elites there. You can also take the opportunity to get to know them. Xia Yi said. I am fine with that. Jiang Shi nodded. Hey, with my brother with us, that's totally fine. Loosen up. Eat properly first. Jiang Shi flung his arms in an attempt to get her to loosen up, yet Xia Xiaoshi hugged her tighter. But brother can't go and meet other girls. How can I be that idle? Only after hearing this did Xia Xiaoshi slowly let go of Jiang Shi's hand and said with a smile, that's fine. Looking at how close the two were, Xia Yi's bland face also revealed a hint of a smile. By the way Xiaojiang, if at the venue, someone asks which family's child you are, just use my name. Jiang Shi was surprised, and after hesitating for a while, he responded, well, okay, after all, I'm attending with you guys. To be honest, he sensed a hint of something wrong in Xia Yi's words. It wasn't right to say that he was setting him up, and there was something strange about saying that he was spoiling him, but all in all, there was no way for him to refuse. After all, if Xia Xiaoshi would go to the venue, she would definitely ask him to let him go as well. Otherwise she would probably be annoyed by Xia Xiaoshi tonight, and that's all it took to say yes. Meanwhile, on the other side, I know, I'll come, so you're not mad at me? Jiang Shi, don't do it again like this time, or I definitely won't forgive you. Well, Xiaoshi's sister is looking for me again. I'm going to accompany her. Me, yes? Jiang Shi, no. Stinky woman. Seeing as you're a member of my brother's class, I didn't delete your friend, so don't send my brother any more messages, or I'll delete you. Bai Chi-yin sat on the sofa, looking at the chat message on the screen from 2 days ago, pondering. To be honest, she felt that Jiang Shi was forced to live in Xia Xiaoshi's house and had to listen to Xia Xiaoshi in all matters, and now Xia Xiaoshi refused to even let Jiang Shi use her cell phone. When she sends a message, the one who replies must be Xia Xiaoshi. It's not even loaded anymore. That's why she felt that those words Jiang Shi rejected her were nothing more than Xia Xiaoshi forcing her to say them, and as long as she alone could pull Jiang Shi out to talk about it, then she would know all of Jiang Shi's thoughts. Jiang Shi shouldn't like Xia Xiaoshi, right? Though she found it unlikely, she really wasn't quite sure what Jiang Shi was thinking, so she wanted to know what Jiang Shi really thought. She didn't believe that Jiang Shi really had lost his affection for her. The delay in confessing was also because of Xia Xiaoshi. Seriously, she doesn't believe it at all. But, she doesn't even have the means to contact Jiangshi right now. Thinking of this, Bai Chi-in exited the screen, clicked on the external site of the artist community, clicked on an ID named Xiaoshi *** blogger. The avatar is a pink cute little cat lady's big head photo. Fans 10W+, next to the artist certification logo. A highly popular and well-known artist at first glance. Bai Chi-in had previously seen Xia Xiaoshi in her room drawing this kind of cute department catgirl character, and had also spent more than 10 hours checking out this ID from various websites. She had already browsed through the painting style of the posted paintings, and it could be said to be exactly the same as the one she had seen at Xia Xiaoshi's house at that time, and the ID was also an abbreviation of the name. This was undoubtedly Xia Xiaoshi's personal account. As for why she was looking for Xia Xiaoshi's account, it was because she was a painter just like Xia Xiaoshi, but Xia Xiaoshi draws 18R, which is very astringent and violent, but the foundation is really very solid and the drawing style is comforting. But, it's her paintings that should be more liked by Etsy. I don't think Honey reads Benji too often, Bai Chi-in muttered, scrolling down as she browsed. Suddenly, the top suddenly alerted the blogger to a new post. When she was puzzled, Bai Chi-in directly scratched up, only to see that just now, Xia Xiaoshi had posted a post about the 37th Winter Kyoto AC Anime and Game Exhibition. The above comes with a text, Xiaoshi ***, sell cute little cat lady painting test. By the time the fans in Kyoto can come to support it. Bai Chi-in knows about this exhibition. A very famous ACG fan exchange place in Kyoto. That place is basically secondary. You can see a lot of hand-me-downs, cosplay, a series of things related to the second generation, and many moms set up stalls there to sell anime jewelry and ornaments. And the fair is fast approaching, just next Tuesday. Although she never went there, she wondered slightly, was Xia Xiaoshi going to this place to sell her books back then? By all rights it shouldn't be allowed. Forget it, whatever. If Xia Xiaoshi is going, then Jiangshi should be going as well. I should be able to see my dear again then. Bai Chi-in pondered for a moment and gave Xia Xiaoshi a follow. I've been following mommy for a long time. I've been following her with another number. Will mommy be there? I'd love to get to know you. That should be fine. As for why she said those first 3 irrelevant sentences, it's because some bloggers with high followings don't respond to post questions. As long as a statement is added that reflects that she is a big fan of Xia Xiaoshi, then it will increase the favoritism of some bloggers, which will increase the response rate to this question. She wouldn't do that to her fans, but she'd seen a lot of bloggers with high followings do it, especially high-minded lolitas like Xia Xiaoshi. Hopefully this little loli will be going in person. That way, Eshi would be there as well. There should be a chance. Chapter 60 Initiation. Finally I'm in. It's freezing out there sure. At the entrance of the banquet hall where the guests were like clouds, Xia Xiaoshi, wearing a short pure white dress skirt, was trying to rub her hands back and forth to get warmth. Even though she had already come into the warmth of the hall, there was still a trace of palpitations. It was completely different from her usual pursuit of simplicity and cuteness, and although her dress, although delicate and innocent, resembled an elegant little princess, it was winter now, and such a thin fabric wrapped around her body was really a bit cold. As for why she dresses the way she does, that's because not only will there be people from mom's business partners coming today, but it seems that their children will also be coming to participate in this so-called celebration banquet, and in order to not let her mom lose face in front of them, so as a daughter she doesn't really get to be naughty at times like this. But it was warm inside the ballroom, so even if you were thinly dressed you didn't have to worry too much. It would warm up soon. Afterwards, Xia Xiaoshi took the thick jacket off her body and handed it to Jiangshi next to her. Thank you brother for the jacket. I'll go to the private room first. Brother, remember to wait for Xiaoxi outside. No hooking up with other girls. Jiangshi took the jacket. Don't worry, it won't. Then I'm going. After taking a deep breath, Xia Xiaoshi revealed a solemn expression and turned her head toward the private room in front of her. Looking at her distant figure, Jiangshi couldn't help but sigh. It always feels like today's Xiaoshi is different from her usual self. Indeed, the usual Xia Xiaoshi in front of her that was all lively and cute appearance, not much different from a naughty child. And this is the time to be extraordinarily demure. After all, Miss was born into a large family and has been educated in professional etiquette since she was a child, so it's only natural that she would show a dignified side on such a necessary occasion. Tong Xin reminded, then turned her head to look at Jiangshi. Young Master Jiang, then you can play here for a while. I'll go to the side to wait for Miss. Good, Jiangshi answered softly, scanning the venue in front of him, which was carefully decorated, with the conversations of the guests and bigwigs coming and going, rising and falling. Spinning around, he also pulled out his cell phone and tapped on the vixen. Looking at the message on his phone. I'm a flexible dog in the mountains. Have you arrived yet? I'm just on the side of the banquet hall where the drinks are served, so you should be able to see me when you look to the left after coming into the banquet hall. This kind of large banquet hall. The people who came were almost all bigwigs from various industries, and he couldn't even see his peers who were the same age as him. Solely he left them to their exchanges. After all, there was nothing to talk about. If he insisted on using this Xiao's reputation to get to know those bigwigs, the other party would most likely survey him with questioning eyes and then embarrass the scene. That's why he asked Chu Sun before he came. And it was good that Chu Sun's family was also invited to this place. But didn't he just come in and was at the door? Since he was at the doorway, how come Chu Sun didn't see him and didn't greet him? Thinking of this, Jiang Shi turned his head and wandered to the left where drinks and food were provided. As expected, he only saw that Chu Sun was sitting on the side of the dining table, and was looking down across his cell phone seemingly playing something. I'll go find my friend first then. With that said, Jiang Shi walked towards Chu Sun's heels. Okay. After Tong Xin finished speaking, she went to the door of the box on the side and waited. Approaching Chu Sun's heel, Jiang Shi was a bit surprised when he looked at the anime and secondary game screen that was constantly flashing in his cell phone. It's really you too, coming to a place like this to play with the original. The sword light is like me, cutting through the chaos. The phone came with the game character's skill shouting. Chu Sun clicked on the map on the upper left to pause, looked up at Jiang Shi. There is no way. My old man insisted that I come over. Can't refuse. I came over. Bored out of my mind not to accompany my wife. Why? After saying that, Chu Sun put his cell phone into his pocket and stood up. But this damn place is super boring. Why did you kid think of coming here as well? Come with someone. Jiang Shi turned his head to look at the gate across the street. Chu Sun followed his gaze. His eyes narrowed into a black line, followed by a disgusted shake of his head. Is it to accompany the sickly little loli you mentioned to me earlier? Aha. TSK. I guess your little loli is going to have to fight the various ability bragging pandemonium that the other family disciples have started to save face as well. That outrageous? That's for sure. These people are vain. I probably understand what you mean. As Tong Xin had just said to him. After all, Xia Xiaoshi was also born in a big family, and her words and behavior also concerned Xia Yi's face. And what Xia Xiaoshi did today must have been to cope with this big mess of abilities that Chu Sun said had started for the sake of face. Why aren't you there though? Jiang Shi wondered. Me? Chu Sun skimmed his hand. Of course I went, but as soon as I went in I started playing a game and my dad got really impatient and let me out. You really have the leisure to be able to play a game on this kind of occasion too. Jiang Shi sweated. What's that? At least it's better than them pretending for the sake of today just for the sake of that vain vanity. This kind of competition, although it can't be said to be brutal, but it's just too stupid in my opinion. I'm not interested in it at all. Might as well accompany my wife to stroll around the big world. Indeed, Chu Sun was rather spontaneous, and although he was also considered a member of their family, he was completely uninterested in this kind of competition, and instead, he was a bit spiteful, so purposely swing in there and let Pops blow him out of the water. Chu Sun glanced at Jiang Shi. There's nothing going on right now anyway. Why don't you start up too? I'd rather not. Come on. There's not much to do anyway. Everyone our age has basically gone to the box for Smash. There's no one out there to interact with. Chu Sun paused for a moment. Oh no. Just now a girl came over to look for me, but looking at me in the company of my wife she had the sense to leave. That girl is super self-conscious. Ran away old and fast. I think it's not bad. At those words, Jiang Shi's mouth even twitched. Are you sure she isn't unable to stand your secondary attributes? Doesn't matter. Come on up. There's a reach over here for the unlimited supply of booze and snacks. It's just the perfect mecca to play the game. Or not. Then I'll keep my wife company if you don't come. Stay with it. Chapter 61. Why is this brat so annoying? Inside the box, Xia Xiaoshi had just finished dealing with the children of the other family businesses, and was now sitting quietly next to Xia Yi, burying her head in the bowl of freshly served rice. Nestled in her home all year round, she was actually not at all fond of this kind of drinking table culture, but it was good that she didn't make a fool of herself during her dealings with the other family disciples just now. Compared to the other children of the family, it was she who was more likable. But it wasn't that which annoyed her. Rather, there was someone in this compartment who annoyed her greatly. Gu Lingyu, and was sitting right across from her. She had even forgotten that Gu Lingyu's family business was her mother's main partner, and that she might meet Gu Lingyu when she came here, but she still couldn't stop being fed up in her heart. After all, this woman had tried to get her brother out of her house before, and the brother is out there right now, although Gu Lingyu should not have known that her brother accompanied her here. Still, she had to watch out for the woman before she left the box. Therefore, every now and then, she would look up at Gu Lingyu across the room to see if she was still in the room. Our little poems are just as brilliant as ever. A slightly handsome man in a suit suddenly walked over and struck up a conversation towards Xia. Xia Yi turned her head to look at him, one hand stroking Xia Xiaoshi's head. It's just like that, at home and like a child. Xia Xiaoshi got a little upset and slightly raised her mouth. Well, Mom, you're not allowed to talk about me like that. The man was her uncle, and in his presence she was still able to be her usual moment. Ha ha. The man laughed, slightly bending down to look at Xia Xiaoshi, and asked, but Xiaoshi is going to study abroad this year, right? How is it? Have you chosen a place in school yet? At those words, Xia Xiaoshi's eyes widened for a split second. A hint of despondency flashed visible under her eyes, and she slightly lowered her head, pursing her lips to look as if she was hesitating. Seeing her hesitant look, Xia sighed and said for her, picked it out and will go later this year. Why are you still waiting so long? Go after New Year's. Also go early so that you can take Xiaoshi to familiarize herself with the environment. Xia looked down at the silent Xia Xiaoshi again and breathed a sigh of relief. It's probably because Xiaoshi still misses the scenery over here, and there's no rush in time, so let her have some fun over here again. Well, that's fine, but it's better to be early. After all, if you're going to go over there, it's better to familiarize yourself with the environment before it's too late. Good. After the man left, Xia rubbed Xia Xiaoshi's head. Xiaoshi, don't be dumbfounded. Obviously it was Mom who held me down and didn't allow me to speak, Xia Xiaoshi said as she covered her head in some aggravation. Hear that? Early well, no well, Xia Xiaoshi said with a light hum, looking up slightly to the opposite side. Her eyes suddenly widened. The opposite seat was already empty. The Guling Yu, she's gone. Where are the people? Xia Xiaoshi got up and scanned around the room, all without realizing that anyone was in the room. Instead, there were already quite a few curious gazes gathered on her body. What's wrong? Xia looked up at her, puzzled. No, it's nothing. Xia Xiaoshi, who felt those gazes, was a little uncomfortable and quickly sat down, pulling Xia's hand. I want to go out and look for my brother. She had her head completely lowered during her mother's chat with her uncle, and after just 10 minutes of not looking at Guling Yu, the person had actually disappeared? She felt a bad premonition that if Guling Yu went out now there was a good chance she would meet her brother. Although Guling Yu couldn't lay her hands on a place like this, she was very selfish. Even if her brother said a word to another girl, she had to eliminate all the hidden dangers and get her brother to leave with her before then. Go on, don't make trouble outside, Xia said indifferently. Thanks Mom. After saying that, Xia Xiaoshi got up and pushed the chair away, so she headed for the door. 10 minutes ago. Mom, I have something to leave first. Guling Yu spoke towards the middle-aged woman next to her, and after getting up and looking at Xia Xiaoshi, who was burying her head across the room, she turned around and pushed open the door towards the outside. Seriously, she was a little speechless. Sitting in her seat, Xia Xiaoshi was able to keep her eyes on her and seemed to know what she was up to as if she had mind-reading powers and had been watching her. But this was a good sign. From the way Xia Xiaoshi looked at her, she could tell that Jiangshi should have come to the celebration as well. That's why he kept staring at her like that. It was just what she wanted. Because the purpose of her visit was not only to communicate with other elites within the industry, but also to talk to Jiangshi. Also taking advantage of Xia Xiaoshi's free time to interact with others, she left the box. She was well aware that Xia Xiaoshi would definitely look for her later if she realized she was missing. Although the time might be short, she only needed to take Jiangshi away to a quiet place to communicate before Xia Xiaoshi came looking for her. After all, these days, she had been thinking about her elementary school brother in her free time. She had avoided talking about the feelings that Jiangshi had expressed towards her, and had wanted to wait until Jiangshi came over here to talk about it. Yet she hadn't thought that Jiangshi seemed to have cared nothing about it. She had some regrets. But then again, because of Xia Xiaoshi's obstacles, she hadn't had the chance to look for him again since that day when Jiangshi left her room. And with the opportunity today, she felt the need to go to Jiangshi to make things clear. She probably knew her problem, so she was going to be blunt this time. In that case, the schoolboy should come around some. Thinking of this, Guling Yu came into the hall and walked towards the center while her eyes scanned the bustling surroundings, trying to find the teenager's figure. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the two teenagers at the table where the drinks were served. The other teenager she didn't recognize, but the face of the more boyish-looking teenager sitting next to him was instantly recognizable to her. That's Atsushi. After smoothing out her skirt and organizing it, Guling Yu walked towards the front. At this moment, Jiangshi was browsing through the messages on his cell phone. The sound of footsteps coming closer and closer caused him to be curious, and he subconsciously looked up, only to see a young girl in a purple bustier dress looking slightly mature was walking towards him. Sister Gu, why are you here? Jiangshi was slightly surprised. Sister Gu? What school Sister Gu? Chu Sun on the side heard just repeated a sound, while his eyes were still staring belatedly at the constantly flickering game screen on his cell phone, his two thumbs rapidly tapping on it, with absolutely no idea of raising his head. As soon as she approached her front, Guling Yu said in a somewhat hurried tone, Jiangshi, I want to talk to you alone. Come out with me first. Ha, Why? Jiangshi was surprised. No time to explain. Let's go to. However, before Gu Lingyu could finish, a complaining voice came from the side. Foxy, I knew nothing good would come out of your ass. Turning her head to look, Xia Xiaoshi was trotting over this way. Seeing this, Gu Lingyu also covered her eyes helplessly, and her heart was even more depressed. Why is this brat so annoying? Chapter 62, Disappointment. Gu, Velvet, you, individual, fox, sperm. Xia Xiaoshi shouted towards Gu Lingyu word for word, completely disregarding her dignified image at the moment. But luckily, the ballroom was more noisy and hardly anyone would notice this side. Xia Xiaoshi blocked in front of Jiangshi, tilting her head and glaring intently at Gu Lingyu in front of her. What are you doing here looking for brother again? What's it to you that I'm here to see him? Can you mind your own business? Gu Lingyu was speechless. Brother is mine, so it must have something to do with me. Rather, it's you. What are you doing here looking for your brother? Okay, you two don't act like you're enemies and fight whenever you meet. Okay. Jiangshi got up and placed his hand on Xia Xiaoshi's head. Then he turned his head to look at Gu Lingyu and asked with a smile. So does senior sister Gu have something to say? Let's say it here. It's a bit inconvenient if you're alone. Although he didn't know what else Gu Lingyu was looking for him after all this time. Whatever it was, he still didn't feel there was anything to talk about alone. And there was also the factor that Xia Xiaoshi would be angry to consider. So there was absolutely no way he would go talk things out with Gu Lingyu alone. Even if it was just something very small. As long as Xia Xiaoshi saw the two of them chatting face to face, he would absolutely suffer. So he has long been obedient. Xia Xiaoshi turned her head to look at Jiangshi. This Gu Lingyu doesn't have a good heart at first glance, taking advantage of the free time when Xiaoshi is chatting with others to run out and find her brother. Too despicable. It's fine. I'll always be here waiting for you. I won't run out. Jiangshi said softly. Aha, Z shouldn't have to go back to the private room later. We can go home after the company's people come up to the stage and finish their speeches. Good to know. Jiangshi, looking at the cozy way the two of them were getting along, Gu Lingyu was a bit at a loss for words for a moment. I didn't realize that this Jiangshi was so close to Xia Xiaoshi. What's wrong, senior sister? Anishi asked again. Rather nothing. Gu Lingyu was completely at a loss as to what to say, because she realized that Jiangshi seemed to have a relationship with this little loli that seemed to be as close as a boyfriend and girlfriend? Don't speak the thoughts in your mind as if they were blocked. 2. It had only been a few short weeks since they had seen each other, and she hadn't expected the two of them to become so close. She was a bit confused, but her plans to find Jiangshi and talk to him alone were completely out of the question. Because of this scene in front of her, even if she directly said that she had some regrets, Jiangshi wouldn't necessarily agree to go out with herself to talk about the past alone, and with Xia Xiaoshi in the way, no matter what she said, Xia Xiaoshi would inevitably interject, annoying her. But then again, she was a little upset. Since it's fine, then what are you doing here looking for brother? Xia Xiaoshi's tone was almost questioning. Gu Lingyu hummed lightly, just happened to see it and came over to say hello. Xia Xiaoshi flung her small hand at her. Since you're done with the greetings, then hurry up and leave. This is a celebration banquet open to celebrate the Xia group and the Gu group. I see no reason for me to leave. Gu Lingyu said without a trace of anger. She really couldn't stand the brat any longer. If it wasn't for the fact that the brat was a partner in the family, then she would inevitably have to call security to get her out. But nah, the status is the same. Vixen, don't think I don't know the bad thoughts of you guys. Now that I'm here, I'll accompany my brother. So just hurry back to the box. Go. Xia Xiaoshi of course could see Gu Lingyu's mind. What happened to see and come over to say hello? In all likelihood it was under the guise of looking for her brother. After all, ever since the last time she brought her brother out of Gu Lingyu's house, she could tell that Gu Lingyu was a little upset. Now that Gu Lingyu had taken advantage of her chatting to sneak out and try to take her brother away, it was entirely possible. After Bai Qiyin broke the locator in her brother's cell phone, she hadn't followed up with a locator for him, so she had to be extra careful, just in case some unsettling woman comes back and takes brother away. I just got out. Why should I listen to you? Because brother is mine. What's yours? Got your name posted? Stop. Seeing that the two seemed like they had no end in sight, Jiangshi hurriedly interrupted and said somewhat jadedly, Senior sister, if there's really nothing else to do, why don't you go find your friend first? Hearing that Jiangshi was all but dismissing herself, Gu Lingyu raised her eyebrows slightly, with some unbelieving eyes. Jiangshi, are you serious? What? Jiangshi was even more surprised in his heart. Could it be that school sister Gu is usually someone who enjoys arguing with others? Knowing full well that if he stayed here sure would keep arguing. It's a bit strange that she hasn't left yet. You don't look like the old Gu Lingyue at all? Could it be that you've become more extroverted since your internship? He was a bit confused, but it was better to let Gu Lingyu leave first, or else these two would definitely keep arguing. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi added, I'm sorry senior sister. As you know, Xiao Shi doesn't really want to see you. That's right, hurry up and go. Xia Xiaoshi chimed in. Not only does Xiao Shi not want to see you, brother doesn't want to see you either. Jiang Shi. Gu Lingyu was dumbfounded by the two men's words, and her mood suddenly dropped a great deal. To be honest, it didn't matter if Xia Xiaoshi asked her to leave her, but what she didn't expect was that Jiang Shi would let her leave. One must know that in the past, there was no way Jiang Shi wouldn't have taken the initiative to drive her away, but I didn't expect that now it was like she was a different person. Has it been too long since we've been in touch? Did Jiang Shi forget his feelings for her so quickly? But now it seems to be true. I didn't expect that in just such a short period of time, Jiang Shi would value this little lowly more than his feelings for himself. Facing the gazes of the two, Gu Lingyu felt a bit humiliated and also turned around to prepare to leave, leaving behind a sentence. Alright then, I'll leave first. However, without waiting for her to take 2 steps out, there was a shout from behind from Jiang Shi. Hokage, wait a minute. Gu Lingyu stopped her steps and looked back with some anticipation in her gaze. What's wrong, elementary school brother? Oh, that money thing. Jiang Shi scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. I want to wait until my mom comes back, then I'll ask her to return it to you, okay? Senior sister, you should know that too. That contract is not this thing. Gu Lingyu sighed, a hint of disappointment flashing under her eyes. Let's forget about this money thing. You can't afford to pay it back anyway. Who are you looking down on? Xia Xiaoshi said disdainfully. Xiao Shi didn't bring any pocket money, but Xiao Shi won't let her brother owe you any money. Now go and ask her mom for a check. Just you wait. Ha! The corners of Gu Lingyu's mouth twitched as she looked at Xia Xiaoshi, who ran away suddenly a bit puzzled. I don't care, okay? Chapter 63, Rejection. I'd better forget it. This is better returned when my mom comes back herself. No way. It must be returned today. Ugh. Seeing Xia Xiaoshi run towards the box without listening to any explanation at all, Jiang Shi was even more helpless. Seeing Xia Xiaoshi suddenly leave, Gu Lingyue turned back to look at Jiang Shi. It doesn't matter about the money. You don't have to worry too much. I also know it's not your problem, and I won't make things difficult for you because of this. Indeed, she also knew that money wasn't Jiang Shi's problem. Jiang Shi had only just started his freshman year and was completely incapable of paying it back. It was just that she wanted to use this money to make Jiang Shi stay by her side, and even if Jiang Shi refused, she wouldn't be annoyed and threaten Jiang Shi with this money. After all, that would seem quite shameless of her. But it's not like Enishi explicitly said he has no feelings for her anymore. And Xia Xiaoshi has left now. She hesitated to state it while she had the chance. Thank you, Hokage, for being considerate. Jiang Shi looked at the hesitant Gu Lingyu for a while. Senior sister? Why don't you just leave first? You two are going to fight again when Xiao Shi comes later. Hokage, you know, it's just that when we were in high school before, we were still quite close. Don't you remember? Gu Lingyu bit her red lips. The words almost squeezed out hard from the corners of her mouth. What are you talking about? Senior sister? Jiang Shi was somewhat unable to understand. Are you pretending not to understand, or you really don't understand? Jiang Shi? Gu Lingyu was angry and a bit shy at the same time. Seriously, she'd never said those shy, needy things to anyone else, even to those closest to her. And there were Eshi's friends next to her. And even though she hadn't paid any attention to them at all while playing the game, it was a little hard for her to say something like that. But Xia Xiaoshi was coming soon, and if he didn't say anything, it would be hard to get another chance next time. And I don't think Eshi would refuse, right? After all, it was his first time. Thinking of this, Gu Lingyu took a deep breath, and after brewing for a while, she put on a bashful look. Jiang Shi, are you in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with that little lowly now? When these words came out, not only Jiang Shi froze, even Chu Sun, who was playing the original next to him, also froze for a moment, and looked up at the two of them before continuing to lower his head to operate his cell phone. I guess not. Jiang Shi swallowed dryly, almost squeezing the words out from the corners of his mouth. Regarding the matter of whether Xia Xiaoshi was now his girlfriend, Xia Xiaoshi really hadn't explicitly asked to become a boyfriend and girlfriend. Logically speaking, since Xia Xiaoshi had been asking him to stay by her side, the boyfriend-slash-girlfriend relationship was bound to have been confirmed from the very beginning. He didn't know whether Xia Xiaoshi had already acquiesced to their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship or was waiting for something. He wasn't sure, but their day-to-day proximity is no different than that of a boyfriend and girlfriend. But none of this is very important. Here's the important thing. He seemed to have understood what Gu Lingyu wanted to say when she came to him in the beginning. To be honest, he actually didn't quite dare to think that the Gu Lingyue schoolmate who once rejected him seemed to care about his relationship with Xia Xiaoshi. Why? He honored his promise to come to Kyoto to attend college, and Gu Lingyue really started thinking about him, and even took the initiative to start looking for him? He was a little surprised, but really he had been indifferent for a long time. After all, he hadn't come to Kyoto for anyone. He had been forced to. Even if Gu Lingyu did tell him about that matter at this point in time, he would only laugh and reject it. After all, he had long since forgotten about Gu Lingyu, and now at most, he was only treating Gu Lingyu as an ordinary schoolmate. Since it's not, then you yourself should have the right to actively choose who to date, right? Gu Lingyu added. There is. Jiang Shi had a bad feeling in his heart and sweated slightly. That's good. Gu Lingyu hesitated for a moment, then added, didn't you say you liked me before? Since you don't have a date right now, how about going out with schoolmate me? Asterisk 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 asterisk? Hearing these words, Chusun's cell phone even fell directly to the ground, raising his head full of shock and looking at Jiang Shi, a burst of depression in his heart. Damn, is this guy so hot? What's with the little girl's support and the beautiful sister's confession? Jiang Shi, on the other hand, showed a difficult expression when faced with Gu Lingyu's request for a relationship. To be honest, he was both shocked and puzzled as to how Gu Lingyu could want to date him at such a time. He couldn't figure it out, but even without Xia Xiaoshi's presence, there was definitely no way he could accept it. After all, he had long since had nothing in mind for Gu Lingyu. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi shook his head and said softly, I'm sorry Gu-senpai. In the face of the rejection, although Gu Lingyu maintained a calm expression, she felt a trace of trauma in her heart. To be honest, she had actually expected that Jiang Shi would refuse if she said this now, but because of Xia Xiaoshi as an obstacle, she really didn't know how to slowly get along with Jiang Shi again. Solely, he just opened his mouth to mention that incident in the first place. If Jiang Shi accepted, then she would take Jiang Shi immediately. Xia Xiaoshi or whatever didn't matter, but Naiji Jiang Shi refused. Was it because of Xia Xiaoshi? Or was it because of his own negligence back then that led to Jiang Shi's disappointment? She doesn't know. There was nothing left for her to understand after what had happened. Thinking of this, Gu Lingyu sighed. Alright junior brother, that's it then. I'll leave first, bye. Well, goodbye schoolteacher. Seeing Gu Lingyu turn around and leave, Jiang Shi was also relieved. It's a good thing Shi didn't hear about Sister Gu's request to be her boyfriend. Otherwise, I'd have to go home tonight and be annoyed again. And at that moment, it just so happened that Xia Xiaoshi came out of the box, and she walked over this way with a check in her hand. She was a bit puzzled when she saw Gu Lingyu, who was walking this way, with a look of disappointment. This vixen said something to my brother again? Whatever, it's better to return the money to her first, or else this vixen will use it to threaten her brother again. It is really exasperating. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi walked forward, her small hand handing the check to Gu Lingyu's face. Here's a check for $10 million. Take it and then don't look for trouble from your brother. Gu Lingyu glanced at her impatiently, took the check over and strutted away towards the side, leaving behind a sentence. Kid, don't get too cocky. Slightly, Xia Xiaoshi made a face at her, then turned around and ran towards Jiang Shi who was communicating with Chu Sun in the distance. Suddenly, an idea popped into her mind. Since he had done his brother a favor, then can brother grant himself a small request? Hey, go ahead and ask. Chapter 64, It's not right to keep your darling tied up at home all the time. That's awesome, Jiang Shi. I didn't realize you turned out to be so popular. Ha? Chu Sun put his cell phone away in his pocket, his arm resting on Jiang Shi's shoulder, somewhat shocked as he looked at the distant Gu Lingyu. Jiang Shi sweated slightly. You've been listening the whole time you were playing the game, right? How could I not listen to such a powerful moment? But I don't want to get involved in this Shura, or I'm afraid I'll only be embarrassed, and maybe even scolded. Chu Sun's other hand was raised against his chin, with some analyzing meaning, but you would even directly reject people. Although that girl doesn't seem to care too much, but in fact, her heart has already been sad through the roof, right? Come on, if I had actually accepted just now, you'd probably see me on the news in a couple days. Jiang Shi turned his head, his eyes sinking slightly, and dude used to be the one who got rejected. Ah, what? Chu Sun turned his head to look at him, not really hearing him. Nothing, that's fine. Chu Sun turned his head to look at Gu Lingyu in the distance again, frowning slightly, but from my point of view, this girl doesn't seem like the type that gives up after her confession is rejected. It feels, but come on, what kind of confession is that? Jiang Shi interrupted him. Indeed, Gu Lingyu was merely using that so-called agreement to come to the capital back then to ask him. To him, it wasn't even a confession. It was more like a transaction. What to come to Kyoto and consider yourself. As a result, not a single message was sent during those 6 months. He wasn't a dog licker either. So how could he maintain his passion and still be unrequited until now? In the end, the university didn't go to Gu Lingyue's school as well. As for the matter of Chu Sun's comment that senior sister wouldn't give up on this engagement, in his opinion, it was not too realistic. After all, the schoolmate he knew had always been high-minded, and was as light as frost on the matter of relationships. I've been struggling with this agreement. I don't think it's like an older sister's style. What's on your mind? At some point, Xia Xiaoshi had already come to the front, slightly tilting her head and looking at him with some doubt in her large pupils. After coming back to his senses, Jiang Shi shook his head. It's nothing. Then Buddy will go and accompany his wife first. One step ahead. Chu Sun raised his hand in greeting, then turned his head towards one side and quickly left. He didn't want to stay here all the time to be a light bulb for the two people. Let's all explode. Good. Looking at the departing Chu Sun, Xia Xiaoshi turned back. Nani, brother, listen to me. Just now I have already helped my brother to return the money. Quickly praised Xiaoshi. Isn't Xiaoshi great? Jiang Shi he actually didn't really want Xia Xiaoshi to help him pay back the money. It's great. He. Xia Xiaoshi revealed a grinning look. Then if Xiaoshi is great, can brother promise Xiaoshi a small request? Go ahead. Seriously, Jiang Shi had almost expected Xia Xiaoshi to make a request. Originally, the arrears were with Gu Lingyue, so he almost didn't have to care, and Gu Lingyue knew exactly what was going on, and promised that she wouldn't threaten him with the arrears to demand it. And now the situation was that Xia Xiaoshi had helped him pay off that so-called arrears, so it was also equivalent to the transfer of arrears. Although Xia Xiaoshi wouldn't use a threatening tone to make demands, but now such a soft demands, he really had no reason to refuse either. After all, that's not a small amount of money, and it doesn't matter if you agree to it, as long as it's not particularly excessive. Then we'll talk about it at home blah blah blah. Looking at Xia Xiaoshi's innocent smile, Jiang Shi felt a bad premonition for a moment. Alright then. Oh yeah brother, why don't you accompany me to the Winter Comic-Con next Tuesday? I've rented a small booth there and I'm going to sell a collection of kitten ladies' drawings. What's the point of selling a collection of paintings? Are you still short of money? Jiang Shi was puzzled. Of course it's an interest. Xia Xiaoshi, as a blogger with 100,000 fans in a painting area, was active on the extranet all year round, but actually didn't have a lot of fans at home. Yesterday, she posted a thread under her account on various platforms that she would be attending the 37th Winter Kyoto Anime and Game Expo, and renting a booth there to sell her original Mo Catgirl drawing collection. However, it was only posted not more than a minute later and there were fan comments from the country that would join in. Of course she didn't do it for the money, it was more of a hobby. After all, as a painter, she still wanted more people to appreciate and enjoy her collection of paintings. What's more, she also got her fire by her original drawings in the Catgirl Mo genre, and she had been preparing for this Comic-Con for 2 months in advance. The collection contains not only her previous works but also her latest paintings of cat ladies, and each one in the collection is an original work that she has put her heart and soul into. Well, I don't think it's that kind of illustration for a book series. Jiang Shi looked at Xia Xiaoshi with a look of contempt. After all, Xia Xiaoshi is a veritable book artist. If you sell that kind of illustration or comic offline, then I'm afraid that halfway through the sale will be taken away by Uncle Dan. No, how could Z go down the line and sell that kind of stuff? She must have kept it at home. Xia Xiaoshi puffed out her cheeks and huffed. There's just a little bit of rubbing. At most, it's the kind where you can only see the chubby bits, and I've already passed the organizer's audit. As long as they're not selling anything particularly yellow, then go for it. Jiang Shi spread his hands and said, nah, brother is the best. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the room, the cluttered desk was lined with an assortment of tools of the trade. The pink-haired girl sat in her chair, her eyes slightly dulled as she gazed at the tabletop, contemplating. In yesterday, Xia Xiaoshi had replied to her comment below the post. Xiaoshi ***, right Tuesday the first half of the day in the painter classification No. 3 booth. To carry out the time will be able to see me. Welcome to Bio Painting Book O. With this comment reply, she was certain that Xia Xiaoshi would inevitably be at Comic-Con the following Tuesday, so she found the official group chat through the link Xia Xiaoshi posted for the Comic-Con, and it just happened to be recruiting staff inside, and she was successful in applying for the staff for the day of Tuesday. The security guards who maintain the order of the upper and lower half of the venue on that day, plus the logistics staff, will be paid $220 a day, to be settled together at the end of the 3 days of the Comic-Con. But the rest of the paycheck didn't matter. Her aim was Jiang Shi, and she was prepared to do both. If Xia Xiaoshi would take Jiang Shi with her to the Comic-Con, then she would go straight to the Comic-Con as a staff member and take advantage of the crowds. If Xia Xiaoshi didn't take Jiang Shi with her to the Comic-Con, then Jiang Shi would definitely stay at home. And that would be a better place to start, because the Comic-Con was crowded. One person definitely couldn't keep busy with the booths. so Xia Xiaoshi would inevitably bring the maid of the house along. But regardless, she was fully prepared this time. But she wasn't going to use that tactic to take Jiang Shi away like last time, because Jiang Shi would be afraid. So this time around she was going to relax a bit. Well, but dear can't get away from that little loli. What to do? Bai Qi-yin hesitates, fiddling with the rope on the tabletop. It wouldn't do to keep tying my dear up at home. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Mom and Dad are here. Better think about it. Bai Qi-yin came to the door and opened it, and what met his eyes was a couple. Chapter 65, Jiang Shi. You can piss me off. Qi-yin, how's it been moving over here lately? Why don't you follow us back and live with us after vacation? Dad, Bai Cheng said. It's fine, I'm fine living here alone. Bai Qi-yin turned toward the dining table, saying as she did so, Mom and Dad, go into the house first. The meal is already ready. The two behind her were her parents, who had come to visit her since she was already on vacation at the end of the period, and they just happened to have some time today. After all, she'd been living alone all semester, and as parents they weren't very comfortable with that. Your father is right. Why don't you go home and live? We don't quite feel comfortable with you living here alone. Oh. Mama Lan Qichin walked up to her, her tone slightly worried. The neighborhood's policing is okay, and there are plenty of self-defense tools in the house, so it's fine. Indeed, Bai Qi-yin's home self-defense tools cannot be too much. What anti-wolf spray, butterfly knife, baseball bat, rope drug and so on, everything. It's just never been used on so-called outlaws because she's never met one either. Moreover, after seeing the stun baton Xia Xiaoshi used earlier, she also ordered the stun baton online overnight, not to specifically defend herself against others. She was the one who wondered, since Xia Xiaoshi was able to get Jiang Shi to stay home all the time with this, could she do the same? Don't know, but want to, dear. You child, why are you so disobedient? Mom Lan Qichin sighed. She knew that her daughter Qi-yin was also a stubborn ass. Although she was usually understanding, she was very stubborn when it came to some things. But why didn't you ask Jiang to come over for dinner with you, knowing full well we were coming? Yeah. Bai Qing sat down at the table first and looked back at her. It's also been a long time since I've seen Jiang Shi. You guys should be in contact pretty often for a university. I don't have much time to watch you guys. You guys should be pretty good lately. Well, speaking of this, Bai Qi-yin sunk her eyes slightly, her tone a bit low. It's quite good. She knew very well that both Mom and Dad were familiar with each other regarding Jiang Shi. This was also due to the fact that she and Jiang Shi had been close since childhood, and the parents of both families knew each other and were familiar with each other, so much so that both of them treated Jiang Shi as their godson in the first place. Regarding why he hadn't called Jiang Shi over, that was naturally out of the question. Even if she used her parents' name to ask Jiang Shi to come over for dinner, Jiang Shi probably wouldn't be able to come over even if he had that idea to come. After all, with Xia Xiaoshi that hindrance in place, it was difficult for Jiang Shi to even think about going out alone, let alone running to her house for dinner in front of Xia Xiaoshi's eyes. Since she would be going back to Jiang Shi in a few days, she had neither called nor even sent a message to Jiang Shi. If she let Xia Xiaoshi know that she had called Jiang Shi at this time, it would most likely make Xia Xiaoshi notice that she would act on the day of the Comic-Con and strengthen her vigilance against her. To be honest, she actually wanted to teach Xia Xiaoshi a lesson. If she got in her way again this time, she would have to tie up Xia Xiaoshi together, to make Xia Xiaoshi try to watch her beloved kissing someone else as well. Qi-yin, what's wrong? Bai Qing looked at her out-of-place appearance and was slightly puzzled. Did you two have a conflict? No la. Let's eat first, Dad. The food is getting cold. Bai Qi-yin smiled, then picked up the bowl on the table and began to serve the two of them rice. It's also true that this kid, Xiao Jiang, is still relatively well behaved, and it's unlikely that the two of you could fall out. Bai Qing took the bowl of rice handed over by Bai Qi-yin and asked again, so what's going on? See how sad you look? I contacted Xiao Zhang's mom a few days ago, and there's been a delay in replying even now. Is something going on at Xiao Zhang's house again? Lan Qixing asked. Something came up. His mom seems to be getting ready to leave for a while. After serving both Mom and Dad their meals, Bai Qi-yin ruffled the strands of hair around her ears behind them and sat down to prepare her meal as well. This child, his mother also really do a business can let the child follow the aggrieved. Lan Qixin covered his forehead, also somewhat helpless, but his mom didn't tell us about this either. And we haven't seen Jiang Shi come to us? How has he been doing lately? Well, this I don't know. Honestly, Bai Qi-yin would like to know, too. Why didn't Jiang Shi come to her for help first after the accident? Instead, you're asking someone you've only known for a short time to stay with you? What? Is her house uninhabitable? She doesn't eat people? There's also some deliberate distancing of yourself. She had been wondering about this matter for a long time, and she even wanted to lift Jiang Shi's brain up sometimes to see what he was thinking. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi-yin remained calm and took a piece of bok choy into her mouth and chewed it slowly. I'll give Jiang Shi a call to ask, how in the world Saying that, Bai Qing then took out his cell phone from his pocket, lifted the black protective cloth case of his cell phone, scratched the desktop, tapped on the Weixin to find a memo named, "Jiangshi you kid," after a phone call. Ugh, Bai Qing wanted to stop it, but thought better of it. Even if Xia Xiaoshi was next to Jiangshi right now, she didn't recognize the caller as her father, and Jiangshi probably wouldn't make a point of explaining. If she could really rely on her father's name to get Jiangshi to come over, then she wouldn't have to go through all that trouble. After all, she is now even difficult to find a way to contact Jiangshi. Xia Xiaoshi, like a monitor, has been monitoring Jiangshi's cell phone. As long as she sends a message over, the reply must be Xia Xiaoshi. But Xiao Jiang is also a child with high self-esteem. He won't necessarily accept it if you hit him like this. Lan Qixing looked at Bai Qing and reminded, "Then of course I know. Shoo, I only saw Bai Qing's cell phone ringing continuously." For a while several of the three paid attention to the cell phone. Bai Qing even lost her mind to eat. She also especially wanted to hear what Jiangshi would say after answering. After a few more seconds of ringing, the opposite side picked up. Bai Qing immediately tapped on the speakerphone, pressed the phone against his ear, and opened his mouth to say, "Xiao Jiang how have you been lately? Don't worry, authors who have learned their lesson. I'm sure it'll all be tightened up, so if you have any comments, please feel free to mention them at the bottom of this entry yours." Chapter 66, He kid even promised to be my son-in-law. 3 minutes ago. Brother, who's calling? Xia Xiaoshi, who was sitting in front of the desk and drawing rapidly on the hand-drawn screen, slowly raised her head and looked at Jiangshi, who was holding the phone in front of the window, and asked suspiciously, "It can't be a call from some girl again. It's an uncle I know." Jiangshi looked at the phone with the idea of, go forward, avatar as a middle-aged man's scenic selfie of the contact called, and then he also lifted the screen to Xia Xiaoshi to show her. Xia Xiaoshi squinted her eyes slightly, looking at the content on the screen. Well, this name, at first glance, it's a big uncle. Good to know. I'll take it then. Well then, brother will take it first, and Po will have to go all out to catch up on the drawing. I'll try to finish the drawing by tomorrow, and then print out a poster of SHII's version of Catwoman. The Comic-Con was still days away, and she was going to take this opportunity to make a perfect poster that was uniquely her own, and hang it on the back of her booth when the time came, so that not only would her old fans see her at a glance, but she could also attract more attention from them. It's a total win-win. Tell Xiaoshi later what that uncle and brother said. Oh. After saying that, Xia Xiaoshi buried her head and continued to move her pen. It's just an uncle. What can he say? Jiangshi walked to the window and looked at the incoming call on his cell phone, thinking, even if he hadn't written a note in the first place, he remembered who the ID was. It was Bai Qing's father, Bai Qing. Bai Qing was very nice to him back in the day, and the call was definitely answered. And of course, he couldn't let Xia Xiaoshi know that this was Bai Qing's father, or else he should misunderstand him again. However, since coming to Kyoto, he hadn't even seen Bai Qing for quite some time, and he wasn't sure what this sudden call was about. Thinking of this, Jiangshi also clicked on answer and put the cell phone against his ear, only to hear the greeting coming from the opposite side. "Xiao Jiang how have you been lately?" "It's okay, what's wrong uncle?" Jiangshi asked. "Nothing matters, this is not to see the seven sound, plus think of you. I heard that your old mom and out of things slipped, worried about whether you have things. It's fine, I'm sorry that uncle is worried." Although Jiangshi didn't turn on the speakerphone, he still looked back at Xia Xiaoshi, only to see that she was still absorbed in drawing the manuscript, and was also relieved. After all, uncle just mentioned the word seven sounds. If Xia Xiaoshi had heard him, he would have immediately rushed over and pinched his cell phone. "In that case, then you should be free on your recent vacation. How about having dinner together?" Well, for Uncle Bai's sudden dinner invitation, Jiangshi had a little hesitation. Not that Uncle Bai would do anything to him. Uncle Bai had been very good to him from the beginning to the end, and so was Mother Bai. It was only that if he went to a dinner party, then Xia Xiaoshi would inevitably ask to go along as well, and Bai Qing will also definitely be attending the meal together. He really doesn't want these two to meet together, or else he is afraid that they will pinch each other in front of their uncles and aunts. It's scary to think about. "What's the matter? No time?" The greeting came again from across the room. Uncle Bai's thick and gentle tone for a moment made Jiangshi a little embarrassed to disappoint the other party's good intentions. After taking a deep breath, Jiangshi also replied, "It's probably not so good these days, since there are still some things to deal with at home. So, yes, uncle, I'm really sorry, I'll treat you all to dinner when I have time." A reply came from Jiangshi on his cell phone. Bai Qing, who was beside her, also sighed, saying that there were a bunch of things to deal with, was lying and deceiving. She knew that it must be because of Xia Xiaoshi's matter that Jiangshi was not able to come out. After all, Jiangshi couldn't say that he was going to stay at home with the other girls. That was probably because he was afraid that her parents would be upset. "That's fine. I heard that you've been in trouble lately. How about it? Can you handle it by yourself? Bai Qing said. No problem, uncle. It's not a big deal. Isn't this winter vacation? Really can't come to uncle's side. Uncle's side has everything. By the way, Qing alone in this side to live, I don't feel at ease. You guys have been close since you were little. To come here I am the most at ease. Hearing these words, Bai Qing tightened her mind even more. She was curious to know how Jiangshi would reply to these words, though she wasn't worried about the safety of living here on her own. But what she was thinking was Jiangshi really not worried about living here? Although Jiangshi had warned about this on the day of the move, it was only a reminder and no actual action was taken. But she needs his company too. Guess it's because of Xia Xiaoshi again. Won't agree. After only hearing a moment of hesitation on the other side of the phone, a voice came out. Uncle, this I know, but there's really a bit of no way to leave on my side. Okay Dad, stop. It's okay, Bai Qing said as she shook her head in a gesture. Bai Qing glanced at her inside, also nodding his head. He said, that's fine, then I won't bother you. There's time for a few of us to get together for a meal. If there are still difficulties then contact Uncle Ah, don't be afraid of trouble. Okay, thanks Uncle. Bai Qing then hung up the phone. This kid, what's going on? He doesn't even have time for a meal. With that, he turned his head to look at Bai Qing again. Qing, did the two of you really have a fight? In his impression, this kid Jiangshi was not a person who was good at refusing, not to mention just having a meal together. When he was small, it was not uncommon for two families to have a meal together. It wasn't so much that he felt Jiangshi had changed, but he had the feeling that he was purposely avoiding it. After all, how busy can a student be on winter break? So he concluded that it was estimated that there might have been a little conflict between Nanain and Jiangshi. There's no quarrel law. Jiangshi indeed does not come out too conveniently these days. Bai Qing laughed bitterly. That's odd. The kid wouldn't have turned down our invitations before. Qing, haven't you guys spent any time together in the past few days of winter vacation? Lan Qing asked softly. Well, no. Bai Qing shook her head. How can this be? You before that can be inseparable. How to the university instead more distant? This kid is not and other girls in love. Bai Qing slightly raised his eyebrows, revealing a heavy look. No, I have to personally make a trip to find Jiangshi. This kid even promised to be my son-in-law before. I can't let him off the hook. Indeed, when they were still 11 or 12 years old, Jiangshi had promised him that he would be his son-in-law when he grew up. After all, the boy was well behaved and had always been there for his own daughter, despite the very many changes in his family, and the two of them had grown up in the eyes of both families. The main thing is that the Seven Tones love it too, though that was a promise made when he was a child and didn't know any better. Then he didn't care. He had to take responsibility for what he had promised. Dad, don't be like this. Bai Qing hastily reached out to stop it. Next Tuesday, Jiangshi should be available. I'll have him come over for dinner then. We'll get together then. Bai Qing, who was about to send a message to Jiangshi, you kid, stopped his hands and looked up at her. What's wrong? Chapter 67. Something's not right. Something's not right. Yeah, right now Jiangshi doesn't have time, but he should have next Tuesday, and I'll bring him back. Bai Qing explained. She thought of a plausible reason that would keep Jiangshi from struggling to get home. The Jiangshi she knew was a boy who was not good at refusing. Refusing on the phone that 9 times out of 10 there was Xia Xiaoshi getting in the way. As long as she found an opportunity on Tuesday, and after that, after she went to see Jiangshi alone, she invited him home for dinner in the name of her parents, then Jiangshi would probably be swayed, and there would be no need for her to get Jiangshi to come back in that way. Jiangshi wouldn't hate her, I guess. It was a bit mean to use her parents' name, but there was nothing she could do about it, because she missed him so much. Is that so? Alas, I should have asked just now. It seems that there is still a connection between you two. Then let Jiangshi come next Tuesday night. It just so happens that I will have time then as well, to find out what the hell is going on with this kid lately. Bai Qing looked at his schedule on his cell phone and said, and after I see Jiangshi, I have to teach this kid well. Can't let him. This kid has a family flower and then go pick wildflowers. Then I can't spare him. In the eyes of Bai Qing and Lan Qing, these two children were similar to the younger two. No matter if it was at the beginning or now, both of them were hoping that the two children would grow up smoothly and then start a family with their help. The two of them had developed very well under their watchful eyes even before college. They just didn't understand how going to college was just the right time to fall in love, and now they were kind of estranged, so they couldn't just ignore it. After all, Jiangshi was also considered their godson, having watched him grow up since he was a child. They're still looking forward to the time when the two will be married. Dad, don't you say that. It's fine. Your father is doing it for the good of you too. Lan Qishan chimed in. Well, I know. Bai Qing lowered her head slightly. Hurry up and eat, Dad. Mom, that's fine, but don't let Jiangshi not come by then. Don't worry, it won't. Room. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Shi was also relieved when he said that I have something to do and can't go to the dinner party, and without explaining the exact reason, he had already panicked a bit, because he was still quite afraid that Uncle Bai would misunderstand him. But fortunately, Uncle Bai didn't continue to ask, or he wouldn't have been able to explain. There's no way he can say it's because he has a sickly sister at home who won't let him go out, right? That's obviously unlikely. Brother, are you done with the phone call? Xia Xiaoshi turned her head to look at Jiang Shi, who walked over and asked, what did that uncle say? Nothing, just haven't seen you in a long time, just concerned about how I'm doing, and invited me to dinner in the meantime. Then why don't you go, brother? Z wants to go along too. Not going, I've declined. Hearing this, Jiang Shi's heart was even more depressed. He didn't want to refuse his uncle's kindness, but that was Bai Qiyin's father, and if Xia Xiaoshi knew about it, it would be hard for him, so just in case the two met, he still refused Uncle Bai's kind offer. Well, that's fine, then help Z get ready for Comic-Con next Tuesday blah blah blah. Xia Xiaoshi turned her head and looked at the cat lady drawing on the hand-drawn screen that was still in the sketching stage. It's almost another 5 or 6 hours of drawing. Sure needs to work harder. Well, cheer up, I'll just go back to bed. No, brother, stay with me tonight. Accompany what? You go ahead and draw yourself. I'm going to my room to get ready to wash up. Jiang Shi waved his hand. Of course, Xia Yi would not allow them to sleep together at night. Xia Yi had clearly told Xia Xiaoshi before he agreed to that request. He was not allowed to let him stay in his room all the time at night or stay in his room all the time without leaving, so he could just refuse Xia Xiaoshi's unreasonable request for company at night. Although this caused Xia Xiaoshi to have a lot of grievances. Xia Xiaoshi was also surprised to listen to Xia Yi's words and did not go against them too much, but the usual daily routine Xia Yi wouldn't care. Whatever Xia Xiaoshi or how, lol, it's always the one who gets hurt. Didn't brother promise himself a request? Just now at the banquet. Xia Xiaoshi slightly beamed with a somewhat complaining tone. This won't work. Auntie Xiao will be angry. Change your request. No change. This is it. Xia Xiaoshi got down from the chair and walked to Jiang Shi's front. An evil smile surfaced on her pretty face. It's okay. Before I came back I confirmed with Mom. Oh, the banquet will be held until the early hours of the morning. So Mom will also wait for the banquet to end before she will come back. Oh, what do you mean? Looking at her strange expression, Jiang Shi was slightly puzzled. That is to say, brother can mess around some today. Oh, Xia Xiaoshi's slender fingers gently ruffled Jiang Shi's chest, her tone slightly more pretentious. Tonight, even if brother is the same as the male protagonist of the ribbon, saying something like carelessness or something, oops, forgot asterisk and so on, it doesn't matter, because as long as it's you, it doesn't matter. The corners of body Jiang Shi's mouth twitched. Female brat, you'd better not be too arrogant. Oomph. The little loli let out a cute nasal sound, hands clasped chest and turned her head away. Xiao Shi is a female brat. What's wrong with it? Brother is weak. Don't even dare to lay hands on Xiao Shi. Oomph. Brother weasel. Weed fish. Big mongrel fish. Good. Listening to Xia Xiaoshi's continuous mockery, Jiang Shi was also instantly a bit furious. He couldn't stand taunts. He had to give Xia Xiaoshi a little punishment to see today. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi grabbed both sides of Xia Xiaoshi's chest with both hands and turned his hands to throw him directly onto the big bed. Brother? Xia Xiaoshi barely reacted, and after coming back to her senses, she propped her hands on the bed and looked at Jiang Shi, only to see Jiang Shi directly unlocking the door, and then walking towards her. Her face suddenly flushed slightly, her gaze surprised and shy. Brother? I'm not ready yet. Kid, aren't you arrogant? You asked for it today. Ugh, have you finally gotten the hang of it? Brother. Looking at the mischievous bad smile on Jiang Shi's face, Xia Xiaoshi subconsciously took 2 steps back because she felt a hint of a bad premonition. Today's brother is a bit strange. Chapter 68 All Things Considered. Tuesday morning, Comic-Con first half. A luxury car stopped at the side of the road. Xia Xiaoshi pushed open the door and jumped down, her hand still holding the tablet while checking the post while walking towards the showroom door. And behind her, Jiang Shi took a suitcase down from the car and dragged it towards her. Childish poked his head out the window. Miss, when you send me a message, I will come and get you, okay? Oh, you go home and get busy first. Xia Xiaoshi nodded. Since the small merchants who were going to set up stalls to sell ACK-related items needed to come in an hour earlier than the launch, they also drove here as soon as they arrived. Since there wasn't much to take, plus Childish still needed to take care of things at home, she was also allowed to go home and take care of things at home. And at this point, there are hardly any people outside the showroom. Only a few scattered boys and girls in cute costumes dragging large bags of gear with them toward the gate. This is our rented booth. Painter's classification booth number 3. Saying that, Xia Xiaoshi showed her Comic-Con booth ticket to the staff in front of the gate. Okay, The booths are in the innermost gallery once you're inside. The staff also opened the gates after they finished speaking and let the three in. Walking in the spacious and unoccupied hall, Xia Xiaoshi slowed her pace to follow Jiangshi. Brother, we're only selling the first half today. Well, you've only printed 80 picture books anyway, and each one is relatively cheap as well. So based on the volume of your fans then, I have a feeling that you'll be able to call it a day and go home in less than an hour. Jiangshi analyzed. He was right. Xia Xiaoshi sells a cheap collection of paintings for $15, but the quality is so high that even printing a copy of the collection costs more than $15. So Xia Xiaoshi didn't come to this Kyoto Winter Comic Con to make money, but entirely to give back to her fans. While the drawings are all high quality in the shibari realm, most of the people who come to this Comic Con aren't particularly decent. Moreover, Xia Xiaoshi had specially made a large poster for this stall with her original Catgirl illustrations, with a slight hint of her fatness showing, and that alone was enough to attract the old colorful batch of people in the neighborhood to view the collection of drawings. Even if Xia Xiaoshi's fans wouldn't specifically come to the Comic-Con to buy her collection, the passersby and cosplayers around who came to patronize the Comic-Con would presumably come to take a look at it and spend 15 yenzi on it. It's also expected to sell out quickly. Sure didn't mean it like that. Xia Xiaoshi pointed to the outside of the exhibition hall and said, what Xiaoshi is saying is that if the first half isn't over after the picture book is sold out later, brother will accompany me to stroll around the Comic-Con and buy some things on the way. It's okay, it's kind of out to see the world. Jiangshi nodded in agreement. Seriously, it was his first time at Comic-Con and he wasn't familiar with the rules here at all. Looking at the surrounding merchants who, like them, were preparing to set up stalls to sell ACT-related items, they were all dressed in cosplay. For that matter, he even felt a little bad about the rules for a moment. Come to the far end of the hall and find their partition. After position 3, a few people also began to set up their stalls. Meanwhile, on the other side, a young girl in gray overalls with long black hair waist-length behind a gray duck-tongue cap had just passed through the gates and was heading towards the stall area. Coming around the corner, she leaned against the wall and turned her head to look at the two men who were setting up their stalls at stall position number 3 in the painter's area ahead of her. Sure enough, both are here. Before she left, Shiranui Chian had wrapped her now eye-catching pink hair in a hairnet wrapped in a hat, and was also putting on a long black wig on the outside, and she was wearing a white mask with a cute anime design on it. Even her mom and dad probably wouldn't recognize her when they saw her in this outfit, not to mention a surprisingly stupid girl like Xia Xiaoshi. Also because of the anime mask and the reason for the work tag on the chest, at Comic-Con other people will not suspect that it will be her in this outfit is not a staff member. It's perfect. Although she didn't think it was necessary to lie to a surprisingly stupid girl like Xia Xiaoshi, but for the sake of Jiangshi, and mom and dad, she must not miss this time. Hey, what number are you? What area are you in charge of? And why are you still here? A staff member came her way and shouted. Bai Qiyin looked back and apologized softly. Sorry, I'm number 11. 11 right. Then wait until the back door closes in 20 minutes before you check the booth tickets of these merchants. And when you're done come help out at the front and be quick. There's going to be more people coming to participate in Comic-Con this session than usual. Okay, no problem. Bai Qiyin nodded. As temporary staff, they will come to the exhibit area a day in advance to train, familiarize themselves with the terrain, and issue workstation numbers and cards, and her job is to check their stall tickets and payment vouchers for the day a second time after it has been carried out. Once the small businesses selling small items from their stalls are all here, the purpose is to prevent some people from faking tickets, and once the checking was done, she had to go to the entrance carried out in front to help other colleagues with the checking of tickets. Of course, she wasn't sure how soon Xia Xiaoshi would leave, but looking at Xia Xiaoshi and Jiangshi, who were only wearing civilian clothes, she estimated that the two would leave quickly after selling the collection of paintings. So, she wasn't going to go ahead and help out again, because she was going to be looking for an opportunity to get her hands on it while she was checking her stall tickets. Just in case the two of them sold out and left Comic-Con by the time she was still working ahead of them, it would not be worth it. Subsequently picking on them again during the second check of the booth tickets and taking Jiangshi to the backstage storage room, she planned to discuss with Jiangshi alone there, about the dinner tonight. If Jiangshi refused, then she would have no choice but to take him away by force. In the back storage room, she also spent a lot of money to hire 2 bodyguards, and if Jiangshi did not agree to, then when the time comes, just force a costume on Jiangshi, then tie and gag him, then forcefully bring him to the car outside. If it draws attention, then explaining to them that they're playing a very new plot play will probably fool them perfectly. After all, in a place like this, it should be considered normal for this to happen. Only, though she would add to the burden of other staff members by not cooperating with the work in this way, and she would feel some guilt in her heart, but she was out of options. Big deal. No paychecks, plus follow up with some red envelopes back to them in the work group as an apology blah blah. and now she had everything ready to go. Just until after the carryout was crowded and busy with small businesses, and she was ready for action. Chapter 69 Speechless. 20 minutes later. Comic-Con exhibition. The interior of the showroom and the exterior plaza were packed with people dressed in various cosplay costumes exchanging ideas and discussing with each other, creating a lively atmosphere. At the innermost part of the hall, at the stalls there were also quite a few people who were browsing around the stalls at this time. 2 staff members in gray overalls were seen inspecting the other stallholders one by one. Xia Xiaoshi couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Brother, what are they doing there?" Jiang Shi followed her gaze, "Probably checking the booth tickets. It's fine, it's none of our business. Feel free to wait for the fans to come and buy the album." "Yes, oh yeah, Mom's been out on a business trip for the past 2 days and she's not even home." Speaking of this, Xia Xiaoshi slightly raised her mouth and looked at Jiang Shi with a somewhat complaining gaze. "When you accompany Xiaoshi tonight, you can't be as mean to Xiaoshi as you were the other night." Jiang Shi looked at her in wonder. Xia Yi did tell him that she was going out on a business trip for the next 2 days and wouldn't even stay home. It was just that he was completely a little confused as to what Xia Xiaoshi was saying. "What's so mean? You still playing dumb, brother?" Xia Xiaoshi somewhat angrily clenched her small fists and gently hit him, adding, "Brother completely disregarded his own life and only thought of his own happiness. Xiaoshi is dying of embarrassment. Bad brother, you'd better phrase it clearly." Jiang Shi bristled, seemingly remembering that night. "Who made you like being a female brat? Well, then isn't Shi also trying to get her brother to take the initiative? Who knows?" Xia Xiaoshi wanted to say something, and skimmed her head with a light hum, not wanting to pay attention to her brother. Seeing this, Jiang Shi was even more sweaty, just scratching an itch. "I didn't eat you." Indeed, recalling the night after the banquet, after Xia Xiaoshi provoked him, he directly locked the door of his room in anger. Of course he was still emotionally stable, remembering the admonition Auntie Xia had given him not to do that sort of thing to Xia Xiaoshi until that request was made, so it was just a small lesson for Xia Xiaoshi. Bad brother, it's obviously just a little bit short. Well, suddenly, a staff member dressed in black clothing with black hair waist-length behind a duck-tongued cap walked over. "Hello, as we now want to prevent stallholders from falsifying their stall tickets, we now need to check your stall tickets with the payment records of the stalls you applied for at the time." Xia Xiaoshi glanced at the long black-haired girl wrapped up tightly in front of her. What a pain in the ass. After sighing, Xia Xiaoshi also handed over the stall ticket, and then picked up the cell phone beside her, tapping on the Weixin to show the girl the payment record from the other day when she applied for the stall. A total of $630 was paid for payment records. "You watch." The girl carefully glanced at the payment history on her screen and gave a slight nod before going back to meticulously examining the booth ticket in her hand. After a while, the girl shook her head. "There's something wrong with this ticket of yours. Please come with me backstage to review it." "Huh?" Xia Xiaoshi was a bit speechless and frowned. "What's wrong with this one ticket?" "The problem with the numbering is not the same as the 20 we sent out. This is what you sent me. How can there still be a problem? And with this one sentence we have to cooperate to go backstage to deal with it? What about our booth? Besides, there are payment records here." "Your payment record. The payee on it isn't our Winter Comic-Con official either," the girl said faintly. "How is it not official?" Xia Xiaoshi's emotions were a bit agitated. She quickly picked up her cell phone and turned to the official page of the Kyoto Winter Comic Show and handed it to her. "I applied for the booth on the official website, and I also paid there, then the tickets were mailed directly to my door. How could there be a problem?" "Indeed, all the processes, she did all of them on the official website, and this staff member just said she had problems?" They also told both of them to go backstage and cooperate with the inspection. "How is that possible? You're deliberately nitpicking, aren't you? And it's not like they're just going to leave all of a sudden. Now that Comic-Con is underway and a large number of people will be coming in later. What if the fans who came all the way to the capital found this and didn't find anyone? Wouldn't that still be infuriating? I'm really sorry, your booth ticket number is indeed incorrect. It's not one of the 20 booth numbers we have on sale this time." The girl remained calm in her explanation. When Xia Xiaoshi heard this, she immediately became a bit angry, and Jiang Shi, who was on the side, also went up to stop her and comforted her. "All right, Xiaoshi, don't get excited first. Sorry for the intrusion, but please cooperate with us." The girl apologized again in a sincere tone. "But the Comic-Con has started. We just leave like this now. What if the fans come and can't find us?" Xia Xiaoshi felt a wave of resentment in her heart and looked at the black-haired girl in front of her breathlessly. "How speechless. I'm going to complain about them." To be honest, Jiang Shi also felt that it was quite unreasonable. After all, they only had 2 people in a stall, and no one would care if they all shouted away the stall at once. He then glanced at the girl's costume. Although it was a bit strange to be wrapped up too tightly, but the chest was carrying a work tag with the staff's number, as well as the area they were responsible for. It shouldn't be deliberately difficult for them either. Well, that's a bit of a tough one. After thinking for a while, Zhang Shi said, how about this? Why don't I just follow you alone to cooperate with the inspection, and let my sister watch over the store here? After all, now that it's already underway, there has to be someone left to guard the store, right? The girl hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yes, thanks for the accommodation. Zhang Shi turned his head to look at Xia Xiaoshi. Then you can stay here and watch the stalls first. I'll go cooperate with their inspection. Well, although a little unconvinced, Xia Xiaoshi didn't want to waste too much time because of this, nodded her head and said, then good blah. I'll trouble my brother to help Xia Xiaoshi go and solve this problem. It's nothing, be back soon. Good. Then tonight Z gives brother a reward. That won't be necessary. Stupid brother, please follow me this way. As long as the back-end computers have your data, that will be taken care of quickly. With that, the girl headed off to the side. Then sure, take care of yourself for a while. I'll be right there. Zhang Shi then followed the girl. Well, hurry up. Looking at the two people's distant backs, Xia Xiaoshi was a little upset in her heart. Because the ticket and the payment record were both real, Xia Xiaoshi didn't panic. No amount of investigation could turn it from real to fake. It's only a matter of selling the Ekabun. And it's not complicated for her to just give them out after the fans pay for them, so it's perfectly fine for her to do it alone. It was just the staff member in front of her that she was angry with. There's a little bit of spiffiness to it. Hello, may I ask if this is a collection of your own paintings? Suddenly, a girl in a cosplayer Kamusojin came over and asked, pointing to her drawing collection on the tabletop. Turning back, Xia Xiaoshi replaced her face with a smile and replied enthusiastically, yeah, want to take a look? It's nice. Oh, let's see. I hope you'll enjoy it. Chapter 70, sorry. Follow the staff member in front of you to a room that resembles a storage room. It was a big room, but the room was all filled with shelves full of props, and it didn't look at all like a place where some backstage official stayed. Seeing this, Zhang Shi was also slightly puzzled, looking at the walking in front of him and stopping. Hello? Is there really a computer in this place that can check the background data? Of course you can check, but not now. Oh. The girl turned around, removing the ducktail cap from her head and dropping it on a shelf to the side, taking the black wig off as well, revealing a head of pink hair that was wrapped in a white hairdo. Seeing this, the corners of Zhang Shi's mouth twitched slightly, sensing a hint of something wrong. Pink hair, you can't be. It's me. Oh. As the hairnet was removed, and a head of long, sultry pink hair fell out, the young girl removed the mask from her face as well, and an innocent, harmless, and delicate face was revealed. Seeing this, Zhang Shi was even more shocked. Chi-in, why are you here? Came to see you. Only by Chi-in said with a smile, then slowly walked towards his heels. No, you came here on purpose to find me, didn't you? And applied for staff on purpose? You could say that, but I'm doing this for you. Just hear me out, okay? Zhang Shi subconsciously took a step back. Seriously, he hadn't expected Bai Chi-in to show up here at all. He hadn't seen Bai Chi-in since the day she went out of his house. I didn't expect to see you again in this way. And the tone of looking for Bai Chi-in or specifically coming here to look for him? He had neither sent a friend circle nor had he told Bai Chi-in that he would come to the Comic-Con. Then how did she find him? That weird? And also specifically applied for staff. Using this ticket to bring him here? I'm afraid that Bai Chi-in had already plotted before this, right? Bai Chi-in has always been so meticulous. He inwardly lamented that, because he didn't even notice it at all. But what was Bai Chi-in trying to do with all this? To tie herself up again like last time? And bring him home? Not really. Thinking of this, Zhang Shi couldn't help but sweat. Go ahead. Just don't do it again like last time. Don't worry, it won't, as long as you don't run away. You say. Zhang Shi didn't intend to run away either, because Uncle Bai had called him 2 days ago. Maybe Bai Chi-in had come to him because of this. He was still prepared to listen to Bai Chi-in finish his sentence first. Bai Chi-in walked up to him. Mom and Dad will be back home for dinner today. They want you to come over as well. Can you come? Oh, yeah, that's really what happened. Zhang Shi thought to himself, but also shook his head and said, you know, there's no way for me to go out right now. Why? Bai Chi-in questioned. Seriously, never understood why Zhang Shi kept staying at Xia Xiaoshi's house when he didn't want to be imprisoned by Lori to keep her company. Wouldn't it be nice to stay close to you? Was he worse than that lowly? She couldn't understand. After all, I'm going to have to keep bothering people afterward. So, you know, then why don't you come to me for help? Looking at Bai Chi-in's gaze that was full of confusion and anticipation, Zhang Shi's gaze was evasive and he somewhat didn't dare to look directly into her eyes. We've known each other for so long. I don't feel good about it. And it was also my mom's idea to let me go and stay at Auntie Xia's house straight away. Not to mention that I didn't expect Xia Xiaoshi to turn out like that in the beginning. Indeed, At the beginning when things happened, his mom meant for him to go to Xia Xiaoshi's house, and he went as he was told. Afterwards, he didn't have the good sense to ask Uncle Bai and Auntie Bai for help again. After all, he already had food and shelter, so he didn't mind this or that. I'm getting a little angry. Jiangshi was surprised. Ha, why? Bai Qiyin's eyes sank slightly, and a trace of loss flashed under her eyes that was visible to the naked eye. We've obviously known each other for so long. You didn't come to me, and I'm kind of sad. Ugh, but it's not too late. Jiangshi, will you come to my house and stay with me? We can still go to and from school together like before. Eat together. Together. Bai Qiyin paused, then added, anyway, my father also really wants you to come. As long as you agree, we don't have to care about Xia Xiaoshi at all. The corner of Jiangshi's mouth twitched slightly. Why are you suddenly talking about this? You're not thinking of tying me up again, are you? No, Bai Qiyin decisively denied. Seeing her serious look, Jiangshi hesitated for a while, but finally sighed. I'm sorry, Qiyin, there's really nothing we can do now. Xia Xiaoshi will come and make a scene. Indeed, if it had been before then it would have been possible to consider this request from Bai Qiyin, but now that it had been so long ago, he had long since gotten a clear picture of Xia Xiaoshi's character towards him. If he left at this time, Xia Xiaoshi would inevitably make a scene. Even if it was just a meal at Bai Qiyin's house, Xia Xiaoshi would probably be furious, and then the two of them would pinch each other again. Or for that little lowly Xia Xiaoshi? Bai Qiyin frowned slightly. Jiangshi, you like her? No, it has nothing to do with that. Then you're coming back with me. Told you, there's really nothing I can do, so don't give me a hard time. Nanoin, if you don't agree, then there's nothing I can do. Do it. Do it? What do you mean? Two men in black uniforms suddenly appeared behind the shelves and walked up to Jiangshi's body. He was a bit baffled. Hey, what do you mean? Seven sound? Didn't we agree not to do this? I'm sorry, but I must take you to see Mom and Dad today. I've promised them well. By the way, satisfy myself. Hey, this is still outside, so will you guys behave yourselves? I'll yell for help later and you'll get arrested. Bai Qiyin ignored it and pointed to a character Kajuat inside a paper box next to him. You guys help put this outfit on him. Gag him when you carry him out later, and then another person will follow with a camera to take pictures. Just make the illusion that you're filming. After hearing what Bai Qiyin said, the corners of Jiangshi's mouth twitched. No, Qiyin, you've already prepared this in advance, right? So thorough? Don't be like this, Nanaoi. Let's have a conversation. We're hairdressers, don't embarrass me so much, okay? Bai Qiyin sighed and shook her head. I'm sorry, since you can't accept it, then I'll have to force it a bit. Later on, when you see Mom and Dad, it'll be fine. Chapter 71, still not back? Do it. Yes, Missy. Hey, don't do that. Aha. Jiangshi was held down by two professional bodyguards. Part to black tone plus purple secondary tone with cos clothes to him set up, tied up 5 times. One of the stronger bodyguards carried Jiangshi directly on his shoulders. Afterward, Bai Qiyin used a towel twisted into a stick shape on the side to gag his mouth again. Jiangshi's distinctive outfit at the moment was strange, but at the Comic-Con, even if he carried it out like this, then the onlookers wouldn't think there was anything wrong with it. All of them will also just watch for fun and then leave. Looking at Jiangshi's difficult look, Bai Qiyin couldn't help but also reveal a guilty look. Get on the car later and I'll loosen you up. 7 tones. A wave of indescribable injustice ran through Jiangshi's heart. I didn't expect to be kidnapped the first time I went out this winter vacation. Or by the most familiar of friends. What a sin one has created. Another bodyguard held a camera in both hands and aimed it at Jiangshi. Miss, it's ready. Okay, please go straight to the back door and avoid passing by the stall area. Bai Qiyin reminded. No problem. As soon as the words fell, the bodyguard who was carrying Jiangshi pushed open the door and walked out, although Jiangshi was still struggling and making sounds, but it didn't matter at all because the other bodyguard was filming with a camera pointed at Jiangshi, so that no matter how miserable Jiangshi screamed, the cosplayers and passers-by around him would just assume that it was because he was acting hard enough. Bai Qiyin followed them outside. The bodyguard was seen carrying Jiangshi towards a car by the side of the road and quickly running away, while another bodyguard was very professionally chasing after the followers with a video camera. The trio's behavior was also eye-catching, and passers-by couldn't help but be impressed as their gazes were drawn over. Holy, so really kidnapped, the way you look at the lead actor. It's like he's really been kidnapped. Is this some kind of skit? That guy is still wearing Ikado's cosplay costume, and his expression when he was kidnapped fits the persona perfectly. Belongs to yes. Laughing my ass off. Is this the big young man who came to Comic-Con to play second fiddle and got caught by his rich family's mom and dad? Accompanied by the spitting around, the bodyguard carrying Jiangshi took the lead to the front of the car, and after shoving Jiangshi into the back, he also got into the driver's seat. Once Bai Chi-in and the other bodyguard carrying the camera got into the car, the bodyguard kicked the gas and took off. Lobby, booth area. I didn't realize that Xiaoshi herself is so cute, and also the drawings are super cute. You're selling it so cheap. I think you can sell it a little more expensive. Thanks for the support, but no thanks. It wasn't meant to make money. Xia Xiaoshi's face was smiling as she looked at the dwindling number of picture books on her desktop, and she couldn't stop feeling a little happy in her heart. It's only been running for less than half an hour now, and the illustrated book is already more than half sold out, and there are still a lot of fans lined up behind it right now. I'm sure all the illustrated books will be sold in 20 minutes at the most. It only made her wonder why her brother hadn't come back when he'd been gone for 10 minutes. It's just checking a ticket. Does it take that long? She turned her head slightly, her somewhat worried gaze looking towards the place where Jiangshi had just left. Well, what about the promised quick go and quick return? Hello, Xiaoshi? I want a portfolio. The urging of a fan came from beside her ear, so Xiaoshi turned back. Okay, $15 a book. I can't believe it's only $15 when it's so beautifully painted. Thank you. You're welcome. Oh. Xia Xiaoshi responded with a smile and sighed as she looked at the long line of fans behind her. I think my brother will be back when the sale is over later, so I can just close up the stall and go for a stroll then. That's pretty good too. With that, she picked up the collection of drawings on the table and handed it to the next fan. On the road, inside a moving black sedan, Bai Chi-in removed the towel from Jiangshi's mouth, and a bit of spittle sprayed out of his mouth. The latter coughed twice and looked at her with complaining eyes. 7 sound. You're too despicable. I'm sorry. I'll untie you when we get home. Only you can't run away. Bai Chi-in sunk her eyes slightly and muttered. I've done so much preparation for today. From Comic-Con, Jiangshi was brought out to the car midway through the show in no more than 15 minutes, though it hadn't been a long time. He could tell that Bai Chi-in had indeed made all the preparations for today, applying for staff, hiring bodyguards, lying to intentionally lure him to an unoccupied storage room in the back, and specs on the fastest route from inside the Comic-Con halls to the curb, and a means of filming that wouldn't draw attention to him even if he kidnapped him midway through. This series of planning was enough to prove Bai Chi-in's intention for this kidnapping of him. But why? Bai Chi-in has been extraordinarily attached to him ever since she had a showdown with him, pursuing him with absolutely no bottom line. What he doesn't understand is why Bai Chi-in has become like this. There was no escape now anyway. He was still ready to be quiet and ask. It wouldn't really be what he thought it would be. Bai Chi-in has really been in love with him all these years, right? Thinking of this, Jiangshi took a deep breath and asked, Chi-in, why did you have to go to this extent? Hearing this, Bai Chi-in paused for a moment, and was about to say, it's all because of you that I'm doing this. But when she saw Jiangshi's serious look, she was also very patient and began to explain. Magic City, inside the office of a certain company's high-rise. As a newcomer to the job market, you've done a great job this time around. And secondly, you have an even better future as a student who is very much still a sophomore. Keeping it up. On the sofa, Xia Yi's gaze with appreciation fell on the girl across the room who was walking towards her with her hands clasping papers. Thanks for the compliment. Gu Lingyue put the documents in order on the coffee table and sat down next to Xia Yi. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow there are still things to do, and only after that we'll go back to Kyoto. These 2 days we'll have to continue to let you help. No problem, right? Xia Yi asked again. Originally, she was going to bring her personal secretary to assist her on this business trip, as she usually does, but Gu Lingyu's mom, her friend, discussed with her that Gu Lingyu wanted to come out with her to get acquainted. Seeing as it wasn't too important, she agreed, but what she didn't expect was that the ability of the student in front of her, who was just a sophomore, could even be compared to the secretary who had stayed by her side for 2 years. Although it was still a bit short of a flame, it was bound to be a talent after it was cultivated. Of course it's no problem, but I would like to ask you to do me a favor afterwards. Gu Lingyu replied. What favor? Just say it. Xia Yi said cheerfully. Gu Lingyue said with a smile on her brow. It is after this return that I would like to get acquainted with your daughter. Oh, hearing this, Xia Yi was even more surprised. Why? She knew herself that her daughter Xia Xiaoshi was usually very mischievous and was not at all the same type as a calm and collected girl like Gu Lingyue. Why did Gu Lingyue want to know Xia Xiaoshi? She was a little confused. Just simply want to get acquainted. Is that okay? Looking at Gu Lingyu's serious expression, Xia Yi hesitated for a moment and said, That's nothing, but my little daughter, you should know, is very naughty. That's precisely why I wanted to get acquainted. Alright then, when we get back, come visit my house. You can find her yourself then. Considering that the age difference between Gu Lingyue and Xia Xiaoshi wasn't too big, it was also just the right time for her daughter to learn from Gu Lingyue. Xia Yi simply agreed. Thank you, Auntie Summer. Gu Lingyu smiled and gave her thanks. Part of the purpose of her visit with Xia Yi was to grow her own insights, as well as learn from the work of the top bigwigs, and the other part is a trip to Xia Xiaoshi. And of course her purpose wasn't to actually get to know Xia Xiaoshi. Who would purposely try to get to know such a mean-mouthed immature brat? Of course it was to get to Jiang Shi. Ever since Jiang Shi had declined her invitation that day, she had pondered over it for several nights before she was probably clear on the reason. It was just a rejection, but she didn't want to give up her elementary school brother, who had accompanied her through that low period, to someone else. Xia Xiaoshi. This brat, how could she be afraid? It was her who had overestimated her position in Jiang Shi's heart before, and she now realized that she had to be a bit more proactive. Jiang Shi would probably only be able to feel her heart. Chapter 72, Nanine, you are not thinking about the consequences at all. Soon the car was parked below the neighborhood. Upstairs, Bai Qiyin also used the key to unlock the door, pushed it open and looked back at Jiang Shi, who was already untied, and said, "Come in first, Mom and Dad won't be back until the evening. You're not going to have the 2 bodyguards behind you brought in as well." Jiang Shi turned to look at the 2 majestic bodyguards behind him, sweating slightly. "I won't run away." "Ah, really?" Bai Qiyin was a bit hesitant. "Didn't we all agree just now?" "Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who changes his mind at the drop of a hat." And with 2 big professional men behind him, the kind that could just carry him and run, how dare he say no? Of course, this is just a second. Just now in the car and White 7 Sound talk, he also promised White 7 Sound this meal invitation. That's why Bai Qiyin helped him loosen the rope and not be carried up by the 2 bodyguards. As for why he agreed to Bai Qiyin, it was because of Uncle Bai and Auntie Bai's invitation and Bai Qiyin's serious words. Bai Qiyin was also his hairdresser, so it was still completely necessary to seriously listen to her thoughts. Only what he didn't expect was that Bai Qiyin had liked him for even longer than he thought. According to Bai Qiyin, that started in elementary school and has been maintained until now. Honestly, he actually couldn't believe it, but after thinking about it, he also thought it was somewhat possible, although Bai Qiyin didn't show it too obviously. In the previous years when he moved around due to family changes, Bai Qiyin would follow him around every time. This actually illustrates. After hearing those words from Bai Qiyin, he even felt a little guilty for a moment, nor did he know how to respond. It's just that when he thinks of all the things Bai Qiyin has done to him over the years, somewhat unspeakable, it's really a bit egregious. Even he had been kept in the dark and only recently realized it. It also made him a little unbalanced in his mind. Most of the factors for not agreeing to Bai Qiyin were actually still because Xia Xiaoshi would get angry about it and then be even more strict about his freedom when he returned home. But, in the end, he agreed to Bai Qiyin's dinner invitation. After all, there was no way he could return to Comic-Con. So Li complied, and when the evening meal was over, "I'll probably be able to leave, won't I?" Thinking of this, Jiang Shi paused for a moment, a bad feeling in his heart. "That's fine, I trust you." Bai Qiyin hesitated for a while, but finally chose to believe Jiang Shi. Then her gaze went to the 2 bodyguards behind him. "Then you guys go back first. The commission is over here." "Okay, Missy, if you're satisfied with our performance today, please give us a positive review on the app. It's important to us." "No problem. Thank you. Then we'll take our leave and wish you a good life." With that, the 2 bodyguards turned around and headed downstairs. "But you can't run away." "Oh." Bai Qiyin reached out and gestured for Jiang Shi to enter. "Don't worry, I won't run away if I said I promised you." "That's good." With that, Jiang Shi also followed Bai Qiyin inside the room. "Change your shoes and come into the living room." Bai Qiyin's gaze still fell on Jiang Shi's body all the time, with a look of fear that he would escape. To be honest, his choice to trust Jiang Shi was actually justified. After all, since they had been together for so many years, Jiang Shi had never broken the promise between them, and she didn't want to rely on that kind of tactic to make Jiang Shi stay here. It was all out of necessity. "Mom and Dad won't be coming over until later. I'm going to go make dinner, so you can play here for a while, and the manga for the newest episode has been drawn but not yet released. If you want to read it, it's in my room." "Ha!" Hearing these words, Jiang Shi's heart involuntarily trembled. After all, the last time, Bai Qiyin also used reading manga as a way to lure him into the bait, and then gave him a kidnapping in the room for the whole day. It's all psyching him out. Subsequently, Jiang Shi also shook his head and refused. "It's better to forget about it. You cook first, I'll swipe my phone for a while." He was actually most worried about Xia Xiaoshi right now. After all, he temporarily ran away and didn't give Xia Xiaoshi an explanation, leaving her alone at the Comic-Con, which was quite a guilt. So he was still prepared to explain to Xia Xiaoshi first, but he definitely couldn't explain that he had run to Bai Qiyin's house in the middle of the day. Then this is too inexplicable. Xia Xiaoshi will definitely kill him. A rare trip out to run away to someone else's home, or inside the home of Xia Xiaoshi's most hated girl. It's a death sentence. I'm afraid. What excuse should be made? No, it's still hard to get back as soon as possible, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Shi also turned his head to look at Bai Qiyin, who was washing dishes in the kitchen. Qiyin, after seeing Uncle Bai, Auntie Bai, I'm leaving. Oh, hearing these words, Bai Qiyin in the kitchen was slightly stunned and silently lowered her head, continuing to scrub the dirty dishes in her hands. Seeing that there was no response, Jiang Shi, who was sitting on the sofa, was even more depressed in his heart. Nanaioi, you're not thinking about the consequences at all. After sighing, Jiang Shi also tapped on Vixen and tapped on the chat window with the note named, super cute little sister Shi, in the chat window and sent a message. Of course, he certainly would not note such a fleshy note. It must have been written during the time Xia Xiaoshi had taken his cell phone. He then also typed on the input method while muttering, definitely can't stay here all the time. After meeting Uncle Bai and Aunt Bai you have to. Chapter 73. When is Shi so easy to bully? Mommy, you draw really well. Will you come to Comic-Con next time? Will you bring new artwork? After handing the last illustrated book to the fan in front of her, Xia Xiaoshi also replied with a smile. I don't know. It takes a long time to draw a portfolio at a time. So next time, if you want to come, then maybe it won't be in Kyoto. That's good blah blah blah. If mommy comes to sell her portfolio next time at a comic convention, please post. The satisfied fan in casual clothes who came specially to buy the illustrated book replied, okay. After the last fan left, Xia Xiaoshi was also relieved and stretched and stood up. Finally, sold out. To be honest, the illustrated book sold out a lot faster than she thought it would. The feedback from the fans was also very good and she got a greater satisfaction. Just, why hasn't brother come back yet? I didn't have time to do that because I was too busy selling illustrated books. It's been almost an hour. Why hasn't my brother come back after going backstage to check the tickets? She couldn't help but wonder a bit if it took this long to check a broken ticket. She's going to complain about them, but it was still important to find my brother first. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi took out her cell phone from her pocket, only to see that the note titled, My Favorite Brother, sent 2 messages. She clicked on it and frowned slightly. My favorite brother, I may be late. My favorite brother, they took me away because of the ticket, and I may have to deal with it until this evening, they said. Looking at these 2 messages, Xia Xiaoshi suddenly felt that her IQ was being held down and snubbed by Jiang Shi. It's just checking the authenticity of a ticket. Why does it take until the night? What the hell is brother doing? Lying to yourself again? Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi stomped her feet in anger and directly made a phone call. It's also possible that what the brother said wasn't false because the authenticity of a ticket was brought inside the company. According to my brother's nature, there was a real possibility that he would follow in order to solve the problem. There's no reason for brother to lie to her, is there? If the organizers of this Comic-Con really made her brother leave for that long because of a ticket, then she would never spare them. Xia Xiaoshi stomped her foot with some urgency, waiting for the phone to be answered. Yet a minute passed and the call went unanswered, until finally the screen displayed a string of, the other party did not respond, characters and then automatically hung up the phone. What's going on? Why isn't brother answering his phone? Xia Xiaoshi got a little angry and dialed another one over, yet still the other party did not respond. TSK. She typed in Jiang Shi's phone number on the dialing key and called again. This time, however, it prompted a direct message. The other party's cell phone is turned off. Please dial again later. How could it be turned off? Xia Xiaoshi looked at the screen with some anxiety, and then sent several messages to Jiang Shi on Vixen. Well, this bad brother wouldn't be the cell phone is out of battery, right? How also not in the last grid of electricity, and I said it. Where to go Xia Xiaoshi then walked out of the stall area after sending a message to Tong Xian for her to come and pick her up, ready to go to the staff to ask about the situation. Leave the location and go to the most crowded first gallery area. Xia Xiaoshi weaved her way through the crowd to the entrance gate to find the man in gray overalls and asked, Hello, may I ask where a boy named Jiang was taken by you just now? Hello. The staff member turned her head to look at her with a slightly puzzled expression. Didn't catch your drift. We haven't taken anyone out. Xia Xiaoshi's face showed her displeasure. But you just had a staff member say something about our tickets being fake and then took my brother away. Hearing her words, the staff member was even more puzzled. Are you talking about booth tickets? The second check didn't check for fake tickets and didn't take anyone away. No, your staff just did take my brother away, and she had her work license with her. Like, number 11? Number 11? The staff realized. Speaking of which, we do have a temp here who is number 11, but she said she had a stomachache halfway through and then left on leave. So maybe the person you're talking about is related to number 11? You've got to tell me where it is. She's taken my brother away and I'm going to file a complaint against her. Xia Xiaoshi was furious. How could a staff member somehow want to take her brother away? Why? She didn't understand at all, nor pondered what this staff was for. We don't know. She was a temporary worker and only registered some basic information, not detailed to the point that her address was registered. and she didn't tell us where she was going before she left. The staff spread their hands, so we don't know where she is, and the temp can't file a complaint. Hearing this, Xia Xiaoshi was even more confused. I didn't realize that this Comic-Con was such a show? No way. My brother is more important. We'll clean up this Comic-Con when we find my brother. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi also gritted her teeth and said, then you guys should have her phone number, right? Give it to me, I'll go find her. There is. It's just that this is employee information that we can't disclose even if they're temps, and I'm only a temp, so I can't disclose it even if I know about it. Xia Xiaoshi suppressed the anger in her heart and glared at him with a frown. I'll transfer you 1,000. Her phone number is 106 **************, and her registered name is Lee String. Shay, wait for me. Sweeping $1,000 for the staff member in front of her. Xia Xiaoshi wrote down the phone number, and when she stepped aside she quickly entered this number into the dialing key and called it. However, only to hear the prompt. The number you have dialed is empty. The corners of Xia Xiaoshi's mouth twitched, and she turned her head in annoyance to look at the staff member who was looking at her cell phone with a beautiful look. When is Po going to be bullied? Stinky Comic-Con. I'm going to find my mom and kill you all. Chapter 74, sooner or later. You'll be pissed off at your brother. After hearing the phone number on the cell phone indicate that the number is empty, Xia Xiaoshi aggressively walked towards the staff's heel. Hey, Stinky, the number you called is empty. What empty numbers? This string of numbers is from the information registration form that was sent out in the temporary work group that everyone filled out. The staff spread their hands. Anyway, I filled in my own real cell phone number. I just don't know if the girl named Li Qing on the 11th filled it in for real anymore. Saying that, this staff member took out his own cell phone, tapped on their work group, tapped on the temporary staff information registration form, and then handed the screen to Xia Xiaoshi. TSK. That's so lame. Xia Xiaoshi impatiently looked at the form above, only to see that the registered name of the No. 11 license plate was called Li Chun, and the phone number on it was the same number that the staff member had given her. But it's an empty number. Did the guy fill it out by accident? Or did he do it on purpose? She didn't recognize the girl with the name Lee String, nor did she remember a girl with the name Lee String in her brother's contacts. But this is strange. Why did this girl take brother? This made her even more angry. And her brother explained to her that he was the one who was taken outside to check the authenticity of the booth ticket by this girl whose name was Li Qing. The staff had already explained to her that her brother was totally lying to her. What, checking the authenticity of a ticket to the point of having to deal with not only leaving Comic-Con to check it, and checking into the night? I'm afraid it's all done by the end of the night, right? The thought of my brother running off with someone when I'm just out selling something today? Or a girl? It didn't stop her from freaking out. Did the brother plan this for a long time? Or for some other reason? Sooner or later, I'm going to be pissed off at my brother. The staff member at the side looked at Xia Xiaoshi's eyes that looked like they were about to kill. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly in fear, and he took a few steps back. Since there's nothing going on, then I'll leave first. I still have to take care of other work. The money can't be refunded. After saying that, the staff member ran off to the side in a puff of smoke. Xia Xiaoshi didn't care to ask for that little bit of money back, because now she had to find her brother as soon as possible. And the girl whose name was Li Qing. Seriously, what she didn't expect was to go out and play with her brother for the first time since he came to her house. I was going to take advantage of the sale of the picture book to hang out with my brother in the neighborhood, and go on a date like a normal couple. But, her brother left her alone at this Comic-Con, and left with other girls. Woohoo! For a moment, she was more than a little aggravated, then turned away. People come and go in the large exhibition hall, and a forlorn and helpless figure weaves its way through the crowd, trying to find something. On the curb, a Rolls-Royce pulls into a parking space. A woman wearing a thick and black and white Maid outfit in winter got down from the car and looked at the message sent by Xia Xiaoshi on her cell phone, her face showing helplessness. MS. Xia, brother is missing again. Come to the Comic-Con and help me find him. Young Master Xiao Jiang. Was it taken away again? After sighing, Tong Xian also tucked her cell phone into her white apron pocket and walked towards the entrance while checking around looking for Xia Xiaoshi's figure. After entering the showroom and looking around for a while, she came across a lost loli sitting in a chair by the wall, her head buried in her hands and checking her cell phone. Miss, Child's Heart shouted ahead of him. After Xia Xiaoshi raised her head and saw her, she suddenly revealed a resigned expression and rushed to her and hugged her, crying, "Oh, Maid sauce." Brother ran away with another girl again. Childish gently stroked her head and soothed. All right, I know miss. Woo. The two then sat on the edge of their chairs. After Tong Xian had pacified Xia Xiaoshi, she also finished listening to Xia Xiaoshi recount all the things that had happened before she left. She pondered for a while and said, is it possible that young Master Xiao Jian was forcibly kidnapped by someone else? According to reason, Young Master Xiaojiang should know that you would be sad after he left, and it has happened quite a few times already, so he shouldn't have left without permission. Well, does it mean that the girl named Li Cord kidnapped her brother? Xia Xiaoshi was still a bit still because his brother had abandoned him several times. She really wanted to find her brother right now and lock him inside her room and Kim hard. And then the girl who kidnapped her brother, dismembered. That's the only way to get rid of her. I'm not sure if this one. I don't really feel that young Master Xiaojiang will always challenge your bottom line. Childish pondered. Only if it's as you say. That does make it a bit hard to find. What should we do then? Xia Xiaoshi was slightly flustered. Indeed, this Comic-Con was huge. And Tong Xian had heard Xia Xiaoshi say that she had looked for information on that staff member who had taken Jiang Shi away. Seems like all of that staffer's information was false. Jiang Shi's cell phone seemed to be turned off even now, and it was indeed a bit hard to find in this huge exhibition hall, and they had most likely already left the Comic-Con. Damn, why is my brother so good with the opposite sex? Xia Xiaoshi on the side stomped her feet in anger. Obviously having Xiaoshi is enough. Can the other fishy cats hurry up and die? Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. The child's eyes scanned the surrounding walls until, finally, they locked onto a security camera. Miss, let's go find the staff at the Comic-Con and ask them to help us pull up a surveillance camera, Tong Xian said as she got up. Hearing this, Xia Xiaoshi suddenly realized, right, you can also tune in the surveillance. Well, the Comic-Con surveillance seems to be fully set up. Tong Xian pointed on several surveillance cameras on the opposite wall. The area of the stall you're in should have surveillance. After looking at it you should know where young Master Xiaojiang is. Let's hurry. Good. Xia Xiaoshi instantly felt like she saw hope. They then approached the staff, and after nearly 20 minutes of explaining and bouncing around, the staff agreed to their request. Came to the surveillance room at Comic-Con. Looking at the images on the large screen in front of the monitoring room, Tong Xian walked up to the security guard on duty and said, "Hello, please help us adjust the images of the Comic-Con that was just launched at that time of the day. Of the booth area. Thank you." The young security guard who was lying on a chair and was happily swiping his cell phone and smiling from time to time, sniffed, but also did not say anything more, and helped them to adjust the surveillance. Soon, the security guard tuned in to the time when it had just been carried out, and pointing to the topmost screen, he said, "See, there's the surveillance screen of the stall area." After that, the security guard proceeded to recline in his chair and swipe the video like a boss. Chapter 75, I'm the only one who's going to be okay. The two men stared at the image the security guard was pointing at. Only on the screen, the tightly dressed staff member walked over to Xia Xiaoshi's booth, and after communicating with them for a while, Jiang Shi followed that staff member and left. Their gazes shifted back to the image of the large exhibit hall location, only to see that last staff member leading Jiang Shi to a room. Yet there was no footage of that room in the dozen or so surveillance images. They then had the security guard speed them up as well. Until about 10 minutes later they saw a man in a cosplay suit still gagged with a towel being carried out by a bodyguard. There was another man carrying a camera following behind filming the two, and together the three of them looked as if they were making a movie. But upon closer inspection, the man being carried by the bodyguard was still able to tell that it was Jiang Shi even though he was covered in a cosplay suit. Snap! Brother was really kidnapped. Xia Xiaoshi slammed the desktop, her tone slightly agitated. Don't be in a hurry. Miss, look again. That girl hasn't come out yet, Tong Xian reminded. Soon, a girl with pink hair was seen coming out of the room again. It's that stinking woman. Snap! Xia Xiaoshi slammed on the desktop again, making a loud noise, startling the security guard who was swiping the video next to him, looking at the two of them, and then back to looking at the video on his cell phone. You've come to the Comic-Con to catch an adulterer, haven't you? There's nothing in that locker room. 10 minutes would be a long time. Little sister. They ended up going to a black sedan on the curb outside the showroom, and drove off. Childhood watched the footage from when they got in the car a few more times as she tried to get a good look at the license plate of the sedan, but can't see the license plate number at all because of the blind spots in the field of view. Damn it! I've already warned that she's even come to hit on my brother. I'm going to kill her. Xia Xiaoshi was annoyed. She didn't expect that the only time she went out, she would be intercepted by someone else, or by Qi-in, whom she had warned before. Moreover, Bai Qi-in seemed to have made sufficient preparations to kidnap her brother. He also applied for a job as a staff member at Comic-Con just to take his brother away from her. She couldn't spare Bai Qi-in. When she found Bai Qi-in, she would definitely give the other party a profound lesson. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi asked towards Tong Xian, "Can I find my brother?" There were some difficulties. The license plate number was in the blind spot of the surveillance's field of view and completely invisible. Indeed, as Tong Xian said, it was still difficult to find Bai Qi-in without checking the license plate number. Although she had seen Bai Qi-in a few times already, she never knew where Bai Qi-in lived, and Jiang Shi had never given them a word. Ha! Xia Xiaoshi let out a surprised cry and pondered in her mind. Yet she couldn't recall Bai Qiyin revealing where she lived. For a moment, she was disappointed again. Because if we don't find the two people as early as possible, with the white 7 sound that stinky woman idea, surely she would have already given her brother to. Since we don't know where young Master Xiao Zhang's people are yet, it's better to go home first and think about it. Good blah. Afterward, Xia Xiaoshi had no choice but to also follow Tang Xian as she left the monitoring room and headed outside. Meanwhile, on the other side, the living room, Bai Qiyin carried 2 cups of water and walked over to Jiang Shi, placing one of the cups on the desktop in front of him. Jiang Shi, you are not allowed to let that little lowly know that you are in this place. Jiang Shi nodded. I know, that's why I turned my phone off, ready for her to explain when I get back tonight. Bai Qiyin just raised an eyebrow and didn't reply much. Why are you always thinking about going home? This water. Jiang Shi looked at the water that Bai Qiyin had just beaten on the desktop and was also a little afraid to drink it. This doesn't add another computer accessory, does it? Bai Qiyin saw his hesitation and picked up the glass of water in front of him and took a small sip, handing it to him again. Don't worry, there's no more of that added. Ha, good. Jiang Shi took the glass of water and also believed her, followed by slightly lowering his gaze to fall on the wall of the glass. After all, after the last 2 times Bai Qiyin drugged him, he had already deeply realized the lesson. And even though Bai Qiyin had already tried it this time, he was still a bit hesitant. Bai Qiyin propped her chin up with both hands, her gaze staring at him with some anticipation. Drink why don't you drink it? I didn't add that anymore. And didn't you see me drink it earlier? Drink it, you can drink it, really. Stop reading. Jiang Shi sighed, then placed the glass on the coffee table. I'm not very thirsty, drink it later. Ugh. Bai Qiyin showed an expression of disappointment and lowered her head slightly. Alright then. She probably knew that Jiang Shi was now affected by Xia Xiaoshi's influence, and that was why she was deliberately trying to alienate her. Because Jiang Shi was staying at someone's house, that's why Jiang Shi kept going along with Xia Xiaoshi's nature. She was also aware of this point, so all she had to do was convince Jiang Shi to leave Lori's home, then everything would be fine. It's just that it seems a little difficult. After all, Jiang Shi had already stayed at Xia Xiaoshi's house for more than a month. And it seemed that he had already agreed to certain requests from the other party a long time ago. That was why Jiang Shi hesitated and even refused her request to leave Lori. If that's true, then one can only Shuwei serve him. Thinking of this, Bai Qiyin asked again. Mom and Dad won't come over until dinner time. Are you bored? Nah, just wait until the evening. Jiang Shi said. Indeed, there was no way he could go back now, after all. If he did, he would never be able to get out again. What was promised he was still prepared to do properly. And looking at Bai Qiyin's behavior, it seemed to have reverted to that gentle look from before. No more drugging or threatening myself with a knife. Can communicate properly now. Hopefully it will stay that way. He was also relieved. Alright then. I'll go get the original manga for you. While relieving your boredom you can also help me see if there are any problems with the plot in the meantime. Bai Qiyin turned around and walked towards the inside of the room. She was actually a little depressed inside, because she realized that she didn't seem to be able to convince Jiang Shi. She could tell that Jiang Shi seemed to have been anxious about if she doesn't go back earlier. Xia Xiaoshi will definitely get angry. This matter. She was bitter. Obviously it's fine if I just ditch that lowly straight away and it's just me. Why so reluctant to give up? Well, in that case, just have to ask Mom and Dad and them. Chapter 76. Have you all thought that far ahead? Evening. Knock. Knock. Jiang Shi, can you go open the door for me? I'm still frying food away from it. Only Bai Qiyin's voice was heard from the kitchen. Good. Jiang Shi, who was swiping his phone on the sofa, answered, then got up and walked to the door. Opening it, what came into view was a middle-aged couple, Uncle Bai, Auntie Bai, long time no see. Jiang Shi smiled and greeted the two. Bai Qing patted Jiang Shi's shoulder. Yo, Jiang Shi you kid, how come you didn't have time to call you last time, but you have today? Ha ha ha. Jiang Shi scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, yeah, I have time today. It's been so long since I've seen Xiao Zhang. Looks like he's grown up again. Lan Qishan replied with a smile as well. No, Uncle and Auntie, you guys come in first and talk about it. The food will be ready soon. After all, Jiang Shi had a close relationship with Uncle Bai and his family since he was a child. And even though he hadn't seen them for a while, it still gave him a very intimate feeling at the moment. There were already several freshly cooked dishes on the dining table, but Bai Qiyin was still in the kitchen preparing the last dish at that moment. Jiang Shi then invited Uncle Bai and Auntie Bai to his home, and the few people came to sit at the dining table. How have you been doing lately? As soon as he sat down, Bai Qing began to inquire towards Jiang Shi, his tone slightly heavy. It's okay, don't worry uncle. Jiang Shi just replied softly. HM? Bai Qing questioned, looking at him with a look that seemed to have seen through everything. Why? What's the point of being polite with uncle? If you have something to say, just say it directly. Yeah, what's there to say in front of us? It's not like we're outsiders. Your mom left you alone in someone else's house. I'm afraid you didn't have a very good time there all by yourself, right? Lan Qixing chimed in from the sidelines. Good or pretty good. Jiang Shi scratched his head. Auntie Xia was good to him, and Xia Xiaoshi was pretty good to him, but it was at the cost of losing his freedom, because Xia Xiaoshi was slightly a billion times more possessive. He had almost no freedom at all. That's the only thing that's not so good. Everything else is pretty good, but surely he couldn't just say that someone was holding him prisoner. After all, that's just a bit ridiculous in these peaceful times. Is it really good? Lan Qixin asked again. Aha. Jiang Shi nodded seriously. After all, his uncle and aunt used to treat him very well, and he didn't want to make them worry. Since you're doing well, that's fine. If you have any complaints, tell us anon. I know. Thanks, auntie. Lan Qixing looked back at the kitchen, and then back at Jiang Shi. To tell you the truth, we don't feel too comfortable with Qiyin living here alone, and the whole person is stubborn and refuses to go back to live with us. So look, why don't you come over to live with Qiyin? We're also relieved that it's you. Ha? Jiang Shi gave a surprised cry and hesitated for a moment. It's not good. Seriously, he was a little confused, and for a moment was even more confused about how to reply. He wouldn't actually turn down a request from his aunt and uncle, but odds are he's going to have to turn down his aunt and uncle's offer, too. There was no other reason than he had to consider Xia Xiaoshi. Although he had already stayed in Xia Xiaoshi's house for a month, it was also possible to mention that he had left to go elsewhere, but Xia Xiaoshi was too possessive of him, and if he went towards Xia Yi to ask for his departure, Xia Yi should have let him go, but Xia Xiaoshi would never agree, and would definitely put in a series of actions to make him stay there, and it was still the kind of thing that would directly physically make him stay. No way at all. Furthermore, he knew that it wasn't good for Bai Qiyin to live here alone as a girl. After all, Bai Qiyin was his hairy little friend that he had known since he was a child, and he would really be a bit worried too. It's just that if he really came over here, then Xia Xiaoshi would inevitably come over and make a mess, which would affect Bai Qiyin. It's just too hard to consider both sides, but he was currently residing in Xia Xiaoshi's house. It's actually very difficult to break away if you want to. How is this bad? What? Did you two have a fight? Lan Qixin questioned. Bai Qing was also watching Jiang Shi from the sidelines, and the two of them had actually suspected that the two were having a fight since that day. If the two really have a fight, if the long Cold War does not make up, they as elders still need to care a little more. After all, this kid, Jiang Shi, that was greatly likely to be their future son-in-law. There was no fight. Jiang Shi shook his head. Though it was true that he had begun to be a bit afraid of Bai Qiyin before because of that strange tactic of his, but after seeing Bai Qiyin's obsession with him after he left, his heart felt slightly guilty again. Moreover, Bai Qiyin had made a point of explaining to him this morning, apologizing for the drugging, so he couldn't say anything more. Really? Then why won't you come over here to live with the Seven Sounds, and have a girlfriend over there? Lan Qiyin frowned slightly, staring at him with a look of contempt. Ha? No. Jiang Shi, you kid. Bai Qing also asked in a questioning tone. I was skeptical when I called before. You kid can promise to be my son-in-law, but you can't go pick wildflowers temporarily. Ha? Faced with the two men's questioning, Jiang Shi was more than a little sweaty for a moment. What? You don't remember? You said you'd be my son-in-law before. Why are you backing out now? Bai Qing repeated another sentence. Ah, no. Enishi remembered. It's like he really promised Bai Qing to be his son-in-law. And he was even particularly super excited before when Bai Qing made this request at the time. Instantly, he agreed straight away, though it was nice to think about it now. After all, it was Bai Qiyin, and if all those things before were put aside, then he couldn't tell you how much he was looking forward to it. It was just that what he didn't expect was that Uncle Bai had always remembered this agreement of theirs as well. Your mom promised us that in the beginning, too. Speaking of which, Bai Qing sighed. Although your mother is still out there nowhere to be found, but there are uncles and aunts you two do not have to worry about the problem of money. The car and house money our two families have long been ready for you. Was intended to let the two of you as soon as you graduated from school to get married. But uncle, how do you feel that you are still a little concerned about it? Ha? Auntie and uncle, have you already thought that far ahead? That's for sure. I was thinking that after you guys get married, you can go out and start a small business on your own, and if that doesn't work out, come back and take care of the company for your uncle, and when I retire, you guys can just take over. Ha? That's not good. Jiang Shi was slightly shocked. Uncle Bai was also too good to himself, right? You don't have to care. After all, at that time, our company can grow to such a large scale now. Your mom also has a share of the credit, only in the middle of taking the money and leaving, but it doesn't matter. Bai Qing said. Anyway, you two just be good. Chapter 77, I don't want to leave you again. Don't worry uncle and aunt, we're fine, that's fine, even if there are things the two of you have to communicate well in the future. If you can't, find us, okay, I know. Here comes the last dish. Bai Qiying came out of the kitchen with a plate of delicate chili fried pork and walked over to the dining table, where she placed the fried pork at the last empty spot on the table. You can start eating, let me refill your meals. Jiang Shi hurriedly got up, ready to help refill their meals. There's no doubt that Uncle White and Auntie White are good to him, but on the other hand he was still living in Auntie Xia's house. Not to mention that Auntie Xia had said something similar to Uncle Bai and Auntie Bai to him. It's also a way for their two children to get along and slowly familiarize themselves with inheriting the family business in the future. But, now, on one side was Xia Xiaoshi, and on the other side was Bai Qiying. It was really hard for him to choose. After serving the meal, Bai Qiying was also carrying a rice bowl full of rice and eating quietly. She, who had been in the kitchen earlier, had actually been paying attention to their conversation over here. Though she could hear that for her mom and dad's request, Jiang Shi was quite difficult. However, she knew that she alone would definitely not be able to convince Jiang Shi. So Etsy, since there's no girlfriend out there, then hurry up and stay here. Facing Auntie Lan's renewed invitation, Anishi hesitated. To be honest, if one actually had to really consider it, Bai Qiying actually living here alone was really quite unsettling. It's only natural that he would be worried. But if we really stayed here, what should we do about Xia Xiaoshi's side? Xia Xiaoshi will definitely come over and make a scene. And Xia Xiaoshi, he really kind of can't bear to break her heart. He didn't answer. After all, Uncle Bai and Auntie Lan had already said this. He didn't know how to refuse. Our family Qing's cooking is as good as ever. Jiang Shi, you learn more too. Next time cook us a meal. Bai Qing smiled and patted Jiang Shi's shoulder and said, returning to his senses, Jiang Shi subconsciously nodded. No problem. Well, what a good boy. Then, in the midst of small talk, several people finished their meals. Since Jiang Shi didn't drink, Bai Qing just had a small drink and didn't chat too late. About half an hour later, Bai Qiying also started to clear up the table. Bai Qing also got up at this time, his palm landing on Jiang Shi's shoulder. It's getting late, so uncle and auntie will go back first. Good. Promise uncle. Don't make 7 sound wait too long, okay? Well, don't worry, I know. Meeting Bai Qing's heavy eyes, Jiang Shi also nodded gently in response. That's good. Bai Qing looked up at the kitchen. Qiying, then dad will leave first. You two have a good chat. Yes. A reply came from the kitchen in the form of a cry from Bai Qiying. After nodding his head towards Jiang Shi in greeting, Bai Qing turned his head and led Lan Xishan towards the door. To be honest, even though the two kids were verbalizing it, he could actually tell that some conflict should have occurred between the two. It's exactly the same thing they've come to settle today. He had said all he needed to say, and Jiang Shi should have known it all himself. Probably would have stayed here with the 7 tones as well. Room. Jiang Shi was helping to clear the table together. The two then finished clearing the tabletop. Jiang Shi also let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the sofa with a backward lean, looking slightly tired. Phew, not so much physically tired as mentally tired. Seeing his lifeless look, Bai Qiying covered her mouth and laughed, walking over to him and sitting down. What's wrong? Nothing. Jiang Shi shook his head and said, his heart even more depressed. I just don't know what to do about it. After the counseling of the aunt and uncle, Xia Xiaoshi and Bai Qiying, he didn't know how to choose. Not at all. Bai Qiying can see Jiang Shi's concerns, and after mom and dad come to say and persuade a meal, Jiang Shi seems to be really shaken. Probably still thinking about that little loli? Why can't you let go? Well, but it was good to see that Atsushi was still by his side now since he had faltered if he had. Thinking of this, Bai Qiying said, didn't you already agree to what mom and dad said? Still thinking about it? Promise. To be honest, he did not yet directly agree. After all, he also had to consider the consequences. Xia Xiaoshi's matter. Honey. Bai Qiying's sudden affectionate call caused Jiang Shi to snap back to his senses, his heart involuntarily trembling as he looked at her in slight shock. He wasn't shocked that Bai Qiying would call him dear so affectionately. It was because before, when Bai Qiying had been going down on him, she would have been frantically shouting this. He subconsciously thought that Bai Qiying was going to start being sickly again. Ha. Don't worry, it won't be like that again, Bai Qiying explained. That'll do. Just when Jiang Shi was depressed, Bai Qiying got up and walked across to his front, then sat directly on top of his legs, her hands propped up on the back of the sofa on both sides of his head, her gaze serious and deep with him. What are you doing? Jiang Shi was puzzled. Jiang Shi, you know how I think. It hasn't changed all along. I'm sorry for the things I did to you before. Forgive me, okay? After all, when Bai Qiying first kidnapped him, Bai Qiying had already told him all her thoughts. It's just that there's something wrong with Bai Qiying right now. being overly proactive. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi also nodded his head. Okay, anyway, things are over. Don't be like that in the future. You come down first, hey. No, you have to promise me today. Bai Qi-yin didn't wait for Jiang Shi to make a reply and directly kissed him. The latter's pupils widened slightly, his eyes filled with surprise. Bai Qi-yin quickly retracted her lips and laughed softly. My dear, isn't it true that you're not resisting incorrectly either? The corner of Jiang Shi's mouth curled into a bitter smile. So soon, you gave me the chance to resist? Freshman year is half over, but it's not too late. You should still be able to get married after graduation is planned. So don't resist, dear. Bai Qi-yin's gaze became unusually firm as she looked at him fondly. Let's officially date. I don't want to leave you again. Chapter 78. The 7 sounds are now flipping their faces faster than a book. Villa. Xia Xiaoshi stood at the end of the bed, furiously stepping on the big teddy bear under her feet to get out of breath. Damn you, Shiranui Nanain, where the hell did you take your brother? Damn it, abominable. I can't spare you. I'll kill you, and I'm going to draw your book to insult you. Suddenly, Tong Xian walked in through the door. Miss, the meal is ready. Please come down and dine. Well, don't want to eat it. Got a clue about my brother? Xia Xiaoshi stopped moving and sat down on her butt. I'm really sorry, young master Xiao Jiang. Can't find his whereabouts yet. Bai Qi-yin's level of caution was much higher than they thought, and after returning from the Comic-Con, they had tried many methods, but they still hadn't been able to find Jiang Shi either. Jiang Shi had sent a message to Xia Xiaoshi before he left in the morning saying that he would be back in the evening. With no choice, they could only wait for Jiang Shi to keep his promise and return. Thinking of this, Tong Xian added, why don't you come down to eat first? Miss, maybe young master Xiao Jiang will be back later. That woman will definitely not let her brother back. Xia Xiaoshi's tone was slightly lower. Indeed, if my brother had actually gone to take care of something, there was still a possibility that he would return in the evening. But the brother was taken by Bai Qi-yin and kidnapped. Even if his brother wanted to come back, it was simply impossible for Bai Qi-yin to put his brother back. She's known it for a long time. Bai Qi-yin, this stinking woman. No news at all for a week or two. She thought that Bai Qi-yin should have given up. She wouldn't have to worry about it, and would be able to spend her days in peace with her brother. And then slowly after that, her brother would agree to her request, and then smoothly become an official young couple, and finally go to the marriage hall with her brother. Think of the happiness. But what she didn't expect was for Bai Qi-yin to come back halfway, and plotted for so long, just to take her brother away from her. She knew that there was no way that Bai Qi-yin would let her brother back, so she must find Bai Qi-yin and skin her. Whatever, maid sauce, now take me to my brother. Alright, ma'am, I'd suggest eating before you go, though, come back and eat together when you find your brother. The other side. Room 7 sounds. Faced with Bai Qi-yin's request to socialize, Jiang Shi was more than a little confused for a moment. Is this guy unaware of his situation? How could he possibly date? Xia Xiaoshi was still waiting for him at home. Xia Xiaoshi happily invited him to go to Comic-Con with him during the day today, and then she got herself a date at night? And it's still the white 7 sound. If Xia Xiaoshi knew about it, then I'm afraid he would kill him. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi pushed her to the side of the sofa. No, if we really go out, Xiao Shi's influence will be very great. I think it's still necessary to talk to her clearly before doing so. Why even think about that little loli? As long as we can be very happy. Bai Qi-yin did know what Jiang Shi was worried about. Only she felt that Jiang Shi was worrying too much. Earlier it was Gu Lingyu, then Xia Xiaoshi. Really tough. Thinking of this, Bai Qi-yin sighed and added, but since you put it that way, you're also thinking about us, right? To be honest, because of Uncle Bai, Auntie Lan's persuasion, Jiang Shi did falter, and if it wasn't for this series of events, he, who already had a crush on Bai Qi-yin, probably would have pursued Bai Qi-yin during his college days and smoothly become a boyfriend and girlfriend. According to what the uncles and aunts say, they will probably end up getting married without any problems. Xia Xiaoshi, on the other hand, was only considered to be a somewhat possessive friend in his temporary place of residence, and although she gave him quite a lot of feelings, it was indeed far less than the companionship that Bai Qi-yin had been providing for so long. It was only natural that he would consider Bai Qi-yin's request for a normal relationship, but he also had to consider Xia Xiaoshi. He didn't know what to choose. Jiang Shi was also tired for a while. Now Xia Xiaoshi must be looking for him all over the world again. He still decided that it was necessary to go back and explain, and by the way, to Auntie Xia as well, that it would be better to get out of there earlier, because then Xia Xiaoshi would keep pestering him, otherwise things won't be finished. After all, he didn't want to keep fretting over such things. He just wanted a normal life, a normal relationship, not the kind where you go crazy every day and just imprison yourself in your house. It wasn't his style to be indecisive all the time. He had to be decisive. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi stood up and said, "I'd better go home first to discuss this with Auntie Xia." Bai Qiyin also got up and tugged tightly on his coat corner. "That's not good enough. Take the cell phone and talk." How could she let Jiang Shi leave? When Jiang Shi returned home, how could that little loli still let Jiang Shi out? It's not like she's stupid. Cell phone. Jiang Shi pulled out his cell phone from his pocket, only to see that Xia Xiaoshi's message box was already 99 plus red dots. He'd love to explain on his cell phone, but he doesn't know how. After all, if he truthfully explained that he had come to Bai Qiyin's house for dinner, then Xia Xiaoshi would probably be furious, and the next time she waited until he returned to the villa, she wouldn't let him go out even if it was an occasion that he had to attend. So Bai Qiyin is right. Once you go back, it's very likely that you won't be able to get out. But Xia Xiaoshi also made him uneasy. He was hesitating. You can only explain on your cell phone, or just don't. Just stay home with me, and if you really need to get your luggage, then I'll go with you after a while. Bai Qiyin hummed lightly. Anyway, if you can't go back, do whatever you want. Otherwise, I can only say I'm sorry. Honey, nanaioi. What do you want again? No, I was going to say, since she needs you, don't I need you? You and I are a bit strange. Can't we just be reserved like before? Indeed, the current Bai Qiyin was completely different from her previous gentle and reserved self. How could the previous Bai Qiyin be so proactive and use that kind of tactic on him to forcefully keep him? And the current Bai Qiyin is indeed a shadow of her former self. Or, Bai Qiyin was always like this? A sickly young woman. You're hiding it deep enough. Thinking about this, Jiang Shi couldn't help but sweat slightly. Sorry. Bai Qiyin came to him, her slender hands holding his face as she looked at him with a slightly downcast mood. Because otherwise, you're going to be snatched up by someone else. Jiang Shi didn't know what to reply for a moment. If Bai Qiyin had said that earlier, then they might have already started falling in love. It's not going to get to this point where it's hard to make a decision, but Bai Qiyin's persistence made him feel a little guilty. After thinking about it for a while, Jiang Shi also sighed. Fine. After all, listening to Bai Qiyin's tone just now, it seemed like she hadn't intended to let him leave since morning either. If he said he didn't agree, it might be possible for Bai Qiyin to pull out a knife from behind her. After all, the 7 sounds are now flipping their faces faster than books. Chapter 79. Is it Bai Qiyin? Hearing him agree, the corners of Bai Qiyin's mouth also slightly hooked into a satisfied smile. That's nice. The rooms at home are all empty. Which one do you want to sleep in? Well, is all right. To be honest, Xia Xiaoshi at home, that was all hard on him. Basically impossible to refuse. Here at least you can still make your own choices, which is still a bit better than Xia Xiaoshi. Bai Qiyin walked to the entrance of the room next to the water bar. This one then. Isn't this your room? Jiang Shi sweated. The bed is huge. Even you came to this one, didn't you? The corners of Jiang Shi's mouth twitched slightly. Well, Bai Qiyin slightly raised her mouth slightly unpleasantly, then sighed. Come in first. It's still early. Help me read the manga. With that, Bai Qiyin pushed open the door to the room and walked in. It's okay. Jiang Shi was close behind. Come with me to the room and sit at the desk. After helping Bai Qiyin finish reading the latest chapter of the manga, Jiang Shi looked back at her and complimented. Not bad. I originally thought you would end it after the two of them were dating, but I didn't realize that there was a follow-up romance chapter. And the sweetness level is also very high. The manga of Shirokatsuyan is updating very slowly, and in the last episode the hero and heroine have confessed and become lovers. This latest episode opens up the next chapter along with the romance, the cohabitation chapter after college graduation. Plus the plot is also very consistent, with the single female lead's romantic tug-of-war literally causing him to involuntarily conjure up an aunt's smile. I have to admire Bai Qiyin's penmanship. It's just so strong. Thanks. You like it. Bai Qiyin looked at him with a smile on her brow. It's just that the hero and heroine in my manga are already living together, so don't we have to speed up our progress a bit as well? Jiang Shi stood up and scratched his head. They don't seem to have much to do with us. Of course there is. Bai Qiyin pointed to a picture on the computer screen of two people sitting on a bed in a room blushing shyly at each other and not daring to look directly at each other. Look, isn't this now the plot that belongs to us? I don't think you're afraid of being shy right now. You're being bossy. Speaking of which, Jiang Shi was even more reminded that Bai Qiyin was hardly ever shy, and a lot of the time it seemed like she was eager for him to do something to her. But it was fine. After all, he didn't want to keep watching Bai Qiyin put on that gentle exterior to deceive him. Jiang Shi pushed away the chair, got up and prepared to walk towards the outside. Then I'll go outside and find a room to clean up. Oh yeah, I also want to go find a part-time job lately. I did say that before when I was in school. Only because of Xiaoshi's reason I haven't been able to go. Now then I should be able to do it, right? Work stuff? I'll go with you after that. It's okay. However, before Jiang Shi could take 2 steps, he was pulled by Bai Qiyin again. Anything else? Why don't we just sleep here? Honestly, I'm a bit scared at night. Bai Chi-yin's tone was slightly lower, and she looked as if she was serious. That's not very nice. What's wrong with sleeping with the girl you love? And we're not kids anymore. Mom and Dad are fine with us being together. So let's not be formal, okay? Bai Chi-yin stepped forward and hugged Zhang Shi from behind, her tone soft. I don't want to wait. Chi-yin? Zhang Shi was slightly stunned, looking back at Bai Chi-yin who was close to him, her eyes filled with shock. Isn't this a bit too fast? No, it won't. 2 days later, on the road, inside a luxury car, Tong Xian was concentrating on driving the car when the sound of the family head and Gu Lingyu talking came from behind. Sure should be at home with Zhang Shi right now. Just go straight upstairs to her if you want to get to know her. Well, thanks Auntie Summer. Speaking of which, childish, I don't think these two little guys have caused any trouble in the past 2 days of traveling, have they? Xia Yi asked towards Tong Xian. No, Tong Xian faintly said, but young Master Xiaojiang hasn't come home for 3 days, and Miss is quite sad at home. Oh, Xia Yi frowned slightly. What's going on? I only know that young Master Xiaojiang was taken away by another girl of his who liked him, and I'm not too sure about the specifics, and I can't contact young Master Xiaojiang. Tong Xian was right. According to the young lady, Zhang Shi hadn't replied to her messages in the past 2 days, because she couldn't find Zhang Shi everywhere she looked. The lady was now depressed at home, and the dolls on the bed had already been killed by her a dozen times. I see, so let me call Xiaojiang now. Xia Yi took her cell phone out of her bag, so she dialed directly over. To be honest, she was originally afraid that Xiao Shi had been going to harass Zhang Shi during her absence. In case Zhang Shi didn't hold back it would be difficult. Then she would have no choice but to force Zhang Shi to agree to that request. It was something she didn't want to see. After all, she still wanted Zhang Shi to bring this up on his own more than anything else. Also for the sake of this matter, she had specifically instructed her maid, Tong Xian, to keep an eye on the two. But what she didn't expect was that Zhang Shi had even left for several days already. Is it ready to leave the villa? She's not sure. However, the phone was not answered until the last moment of ringing. What the hell is Xiaojiang doing here in the end? How come he doesn't even answer the phone? Not really. Tong Xian's guess was actually that Zhang Shi was trying to answer the phone, but the odds were that he was forced to not be allowed to answer the phone, right? That pink-haired girl, presumably just as much as the lady in her own house, had forced Zhang Shi, trying to take Zhang Shi for himself. That's why. Never mind. Let's drive back and check on Z. Xia Yi showed some displeasure and took her cell phone back into her bag. On the other hand, Gu Lingyu, who was on the side, listened to the conversation between the two and couldn't help but ponder. She told Auntie Xia that she wanted to meet her daughter, but that was really just a front, because she knew that Zhang Shi was in their house. That's why she found this reason to go to Zhang Shi. Only, now it seems as if Zhang Shi has left, taken by another girl? Looks like someone other than Xia Xiaoshi is interested in Zhang Shi. Gu Lingyu suddenly thought of someone. It wouldn't be White Seven Sound, would it? Chapter 80 said you'd help me. Go get Shii down here. Say there's a guest at the house, and I'll ask what's going on with Xiaojiang again by the way. Okay. After getting out of the car, Tong Xian rushed towards the upstairs of the villa. There seems to be a little something going on at home, but that's okay. You and Shii can talk first later. Xia Yi looked at Gu Lingyu behind her and explained. Come in first. That's okay, you go ahead. Gu Lingyu followed Xia Yi into the villa. To be honest, the purpose of her trip was for Zhang Shi, and she had little interest in Xia Xiaoshi. After all, she also knew very well that the moment Xia Xiaoshi saw her, she started attacking as if she had seen an enemy. Without Zhang Shi here, she really didn't quite want to meet Xia Xiaoshi, but since she was here, she couldn't let down Auntie Xia's goodwill, and went in first to observe, and in the meantime, to find out more about which girl's house Zhang Shi was actually at, because she only suspected it to be Bai Chi-yin now, without solid proof. Or maybe it was still another girl. After all, the schoolboy was quite handsome and excessively nice, and there were too many people who liked him in the first place. Fidgety, so she's not sure. Moreover, Zhang Shi didn't even reply to Auntie Xia and Xia Xiaoshi's messages from them now, so he probably wouldn't reply to his own messages either. She was prepared to ask first. Come to the villa. Xia Yi greeted her and sat on the couch, then sat across from her. Alas, Xia Yi held her forehead with a slightly distressed-looking expression. These two little guys are really not letting people worry about them either. Gu Lingyu also just smiled lightly in response, but her heart was slightly depressed. It seemed as if Zhang Shi was still on good terms with them. In the room on the second floor. What? That vixen Gu Lingyu came to the house? What for? It was brought back by the head of the family. It seems that Miss Gu wanted to get acquainted with you, and it seems that she came to the house because she wanted to make a friend. In the face of Tong Xian's words, Xia Xiaoshi, who was already in a bad mood, was even more furious at this time. Oh, Surely you want to come to find your brother. Damn, why are they all still here? My brother is clearly mine, Xia Xiaoshi complained. After 2 days of not finding her brother, she didn't expect Gu Lingyue to come and get involved, which made her even more angry. What wants to come to know itself? Trying to rely on her mom not recognizing her, then pretending to want to recognize her, then getting her mom to bring her home to her brother, right? She knew all about Gu Lingyue's virtues. How could she have come to know her on purpose? Because she hated the woman Gu Lingyue. Miss, after all, it's the family head who called you. You'd better come down first, Tong Xian added. Well, for mom's sake, please don't worry. Young Master Xiao Jiang he will definitely come back. Don't be overly sad. I know, you go ahead and go down. I'll be there later. Childish nodded, then turned his head away. Well, after all, it was her mom's request, and she wasn't going to say no. It was just that the 2 days that her brother had been gone, and the fact that she hadn't heard a peep from him, annoyed her. For a moment, it made her wonder if Bai Qi-in had drugged her brother with something, or is it that Bai Qi-in is also monitoring her brother's cell phone? She won't let her brother send her messages back? Is brother tied up at home too? Z misses you too. The thought of the image she saw on the day of the Comic-Con of her brother being kidnapped by the bodyguards hired by Bai Qi-in. She got angry, but Bai Qi-in hid it too well, and they couldn't find Bai Qi-in's home even after 2 days. With that thought, Xia Xiaoshi stepped out of bed, stepped into her cozy shark-style plush slippers, and prepared to head down below. When she hadn't gone more than a few steps, something suddenly occurred to her. Since Bai Qi-in and Jiang Shi used to go to the same school, Gu Lingyue is also. Then could Gu Lingyue also know Bai Qi-in? If they did, would Gu Lingyue know where Bai Qi-in lived? After all, both of them seemed to be based in Kyoto as well. She was prepared to ask Gu Lingyue. After all, if she didn't find her brother soon, the two are afraid of having a baby at home. Aha! Xia Xiaoshi is going crazy. A brother can only be his own. If you want to have a baby, you should have it with yourself. At this point, downstairs, Tong Xian had just made tea for the two of them and was currently in the kitchen preparing the noon meal. Z, come on. Xia Yi looked at Xia Xiaoshi who was walking down the stairs towards the bottom, only to see her slate face. Her resentment seemed to be great. When Xia Xiaoshi walked up to her, she then sat down next to Xia Yi. What's wrong, Mom? What's the situation with Xiao Jiang? You two had a falling out? Xia Yi asked. How could it be? It's not like I'm going to mess with brother. Niani I love sure. Xia Xiaoshi was telling the truth. It was impossible for her to mess with anyone but her brother. So what's going on? Kodo didn't answer my call just now. Brother was kidnapped by another girl to the house. Oh, what to do, Mom? Xia Xiaoshi said, and hugged Xia Yi, slightly aggrieved in tone. Seeing this situation, Gu Lingyue on the side just looked at the two in silence. She wasn't surprised that Xia Xiaoshi would be so capricious at home. She was just surprised that Xia Xiaoshi didn't drive him away as soon as he saw her. That's good. After a few shallow chats later on to find out who Jiang Shi was kidnapped by, she was ready to leave. According to you, it looks like Xiao Jiang is still in demand, and the competition isn't small? Seeing as you forced Xiao Jiang to be at home every day, you even resorted to kidnapping? Xia Yi couldn't help but smile. No laughing. Xia Xiaoshi slightly skimmed her head, beaming her mouth a bit unpleasantly. Brother doesn't even know where he is right now. In case he runs away with that woman, then what should Xiaoshi do? Xia Yi pondered for a while. She also sighed and got up. That's it. I'll give Xiao Jiang a call later. You first talk to Lingyue first. She specially came to look for you, wanting to make friends with you. You guys talk first. I'm a bit tired from just getting off the plane. I have to go and sleep for a while. She thought it was something else, but it turned out to be that Jiang Shi had been brought home by the other girls. It's just that what she didn't expect is that Jiang Shi is so popular. Her own daughter's controlling nature is so high. She didn't expect there are other girls who like Jiang Shi to go down on her. This surprised her a bit, but still, until Jiang Shi agreed to that request of hers, she wasn't going to interfere in the matters between these little kids. With that thought, Xia Yi turned toward the stairs, ready to go to bed for a while. Ugh, Mom, help Z. You'll have to work this sort of thing out for yourself. I'm going upstairs first. Seeing her mom ignoring her, Xia Xiaoshi clasped her hands on her chest and spat out somewhat angrily. Bad mom. Promised to help Xiaoshi's helplessly. She could only turn her head and look at Gu Lingyue who was sipping tea on the side, her face suddenly becoming disgusted. Hey, stinky woman, what the hell are you looking for me for? Chapter 81, Playing Games. Didn't do anything. Gu Lingyue slowly placed her teacup on the pedestal and said, it's just that I'm quite surprised that I wasn't kicked out in front of your mom. So you go? Xia Xiaoshi deflated her mouth, not giving her a good look. To be honest, if she hadn't wanted to try to see if she could ask Bai Qi-yin's whereabouts from Gu Lingyue, she would really kick Gu Lingyue out. After all, she could see Gu Lingyue's purpose at a glance. This guy doesn't die either. Damn it. Now is not the time to get angry. We have to ask before we kick her out. You've come all this way. At least wait until I finish my tea before you leave. Gu Lingyu said softly. Indeed. She didn't want to interact much with Xia Xiaoshi. Only for the sake of Jiang Shi's whereabouts it was still necessary to ask a few more questions. It's not too late to ask before you leave. And it's like this brat can see what he's up to. Humph. You heard me talking to Mom. My brother has been kidnapped away. I know. Gu Lingyu faintly said. Xia Xiaoshi glanced at her, her heart even more depressed. This stinking woman. How come she's so calm? Forget it. I'm not going to break up with her more. It's more important to ask out my brother first. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi spoke again. Hey, you should know brother's friend, the girl whose name is Bai Qi-in, right? Oh, the corners of Gu Lingyu's mouth were slightly hooked. Sure enough, it was Bai Qi-in who took Jiang Shi. To be honest, she had actually expected Xia Xiaoshi and Bai Qi-in to be at each other's throats. After all, the Bai Qi-in in the beginning had disturbed her quite a few times when she stayed with Jiang Shi, and it was annoying. That was something she still knew better. Only now there was both Bai Qi-in and Xia Xiaoshi. These two were difficult to deal with. I'll have to find a way to get my little brother to stay by my side voluntarily. Looking at her silent appearance, Xia Xiaoshi asked again impatiently. Hey, do you recognize it? Gu Lingyu pretended to look back. Don't recognize. Previously, she and Bai Qi-in had dealt with each other for many years, and although they were both of the not-so-friendly kind, the bottom line was that she and Bai Qi-in basically knew each other. She knew where Bai Qi-in's family lived now, only she definitely couldn't admit it in front of Xia Xiaoshi. After all, right now Xia Xiaoshi was definitely in a hurry to find Bai Qi-in, and if she admitted it, Xia Xiaoshi would definitely pester her to bring her along. One Bai Qi-in was fine to deal with, but if you added a brat, it's hard to say. You really don't know? You're lying to me, right? Xia Xiaoshi climbed onto the couch, her head coming up towards her and, the skeptical gaze stared at her a little hard, followed by a shake of her head. I don't know. I'm usually too busy to know much about people I'm not interested in. Indeed. She had quit the student council a long time ago and stayed by herself in her apartment every day after class, and she basically didn't take the initiative to socialize except for necessary things, although she basically went back to the office on Saturdays and Sundays to check in. There was so little time that she could do less, so from time to time she would also come home from work very early, and after coming home from work, she often wondered how happy she would be if her elementary school brother was at home with her. After all, in the old high school days, Jiang Shi often accompanied her to study and discuss things together. It was very cozy and comfortable at that time, and Eshi is good at everything, very warm, and now that they're in college, instead they're drifting apart. She wasn't willing to do that, so she had to find Jiang Shi. She wanted to go back to the old days, so no matter what method she used, she had to bring Jiang Shi back to her side, and now that it's vacation, she was going to stay in the company all the time, but she thought it would be better to settle things with her elementary school brother first. Oh, I don't believe you. Quickly tell me where her family lives. Xia Xiaoshi questioned again. How could she possibly believe Gu Lingyu's bull *******, knowing that her brother isn't even here anymore? Gu Lingyu still won't leave? This must be weird, right? So this must know something, right? I don't know. I've been told I don't know. Gu Lingyu repeated it without any good humor, then stood up. Alright, since you don't welcome me, I'll leave first. With that, Gu Lingyu was ready to leave. However, the next moment, she only saw Xia Xiaoshi acting like a kitten, directly pouncing on her from the sofa. Gu Lingyu, who didn't stand steadily, collapsed on the sofa and frowned at Xia Xiaoshi on top of her. What are you doing? I've said I don't know. Get off. I don't believe it. Xia Xiaoshi stalked her to death, not letting her leave. You must know that stinking woman, or you wouldn't want to leave so quickly. Tell me quickly. Don't recognize. Told you I don't recognize it. Ugh, dead little brat. Don't pull my hair. For a while, being pestered by Xia Xiaoshi, she was speechless for a while. Why is this brat so sensitive? Boring. Get off me. If you don't let go, you don't let go. Tell me where my brother is and I'll let go. In the end, after a series of entanglements, Xia Xiaoshi held onto Gu Lingyu's arm for dear life and wouldn't let go. Humph. I don't believe you. You must be trying to sneak away and go behind my back to find your brother, right? Bad woman. You're not allowed to go. Brother is mine. To be honest, she wasn't sure if Gu Lingyu recognized Bai Qi-in, but looking at Gu Lingyu's look of not panicking at all, she was a little fired up, as if she was hiding her brother behind her back with the same look. She also has no other clues about her brother, so she has to be a rogue. After all, she didn't know if Gu Lingyu was lying or not. No, really convinced. How could Gu Lingyu admit it? Even if Xia Xiaoshi was at loggerheads with her for a whole day? What are you two doing? I can hear you two moving from the second floor. Xia Yi appeared on the stairs at this time, looking at the two people who looked like they were fighting, and queried, "Why are you guys still fighting?" No, Gu Lingyu hurriedly explained, almost pulling a smile from the corners of her mouth to face it, playing games. After all, it was a bit embarrassing for this to happen the first time she came to someone's house as a guest. "Mom, this guy is bad. She knows where my brother is but won't tell me. She also wants to snatch brother away from me." Xia Xiaoshi revealed a slightly aggrieved expression and cried towards Xia. The corner of Gu Lingyu's mouth twitched. "Kid, what are you babbling about again?" Xia was slightly puzzled, looking at Gu Lingyu's unbothered expression. She was suddenly a bit confused. "You too, what's going on?" Chapter 82 The Grand Challenge. "Just help me put all the groceries in the fridge." "Yeah, no problem." Pushing open the door, the two men were carrying 2 large bags of freshly purchased groceries from the supermarket in each hand. Afterward, Eshi helped stuff all the dishes into the refrigerator. "Phew, that should take care of all the food for the next week." Bai Qiyin breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Jiang Shi behind her. "Say, are you really not going to go back to mom and dad's with me?" Jiang Shi was organizing the dishes just now to clean up the dirty things that fell down, while replying, "Well, I think I have to get my luggage back before I say anything. I'll give Auntie Xia a call later." Bai Qiyin had already asked him this question when he was buying vegetables at the market just now. Uncle Bai's side was farther away from this side, and he probably knew why Bai Qiyin asked this. Probably because he was afraid that Xia Xiaoshi would bother her again. To be honest, he had spent the past 2 days being cozy with Bai Qiyin. Although being bombarded by Xia Xiaoshi's messages and phone calls every day brought a little panic, it was still better than staying in the villa and being glued to Xia Xiaoshi all day long. Compared to before, Bai Qiyin was also a lot more possessive, but still getting along wasn't too far from before. To be honest, Xia Xiaoshi was also very nice to him, but he didn't know how to respond well to Xia Xiaoshi's liking. Or maybe he's actually said it many times before. Xia Xiaoshi was an adult, but her mind was still relatively childish under the shelter of Aunt Xia, and she simply ignored his words. Although childish, Sure was really cute, and sometimes he was even a little heartbroken at her confessions. Pretty much the same obsession with the white 7 sound, so he felt the need to make a trade-off. Only, he certainly can't go back to Uncle Bai's house with Bai Qiyin now. All his own things are still in the villa, although none of them are too valuable, but he has to say hello to Aunt Xia again. After all, they had taken care of him for more than a month, so it was a bit rude to leave without saying hello. And Xia Xiaoshi's sister. Okay then. Suddenly, a ring came from the cell phone. Bai Qiyin pulled out the cell phone from her pocket and saw the message from her best friend on the cell phone. Unconsciously smiled. Seeing this, Jiang Shi was slightly puzzled. "What are you laughing at?" "It's nothing. It's just that I thought if I went over there earlier I could have gone to Dad's company part-time earlier too," Bai Qiyin added, her eyes still on the screen. She was right. Since Jiang Shi was going to go out for part-time work during this winter vacation, going back to his dad's place earlier would be 100% beneficial. The place where they lived now was also closer to the villa area where Xia Xiaoshi lived, and if they quietly went back to their dad's place, it would basically be hard for Xia Xiaoshi to find them again. Before school started, Xia Xiaoshi basically couldn't bother them anymore, and by that time, Xia Xiaoshi would see them together again. Then Xia Xiaoshi would probably be dead in the water. There's no rush. I'll call Auntie Summer first to say something. Okay then, I'll wait for you to finish your call. Jiang Shi walked to the side of the sofa and sat down, ready to call Auntie Xia first. Bai Qiyin walked over and gently held his hand, looking at him with a slightly worried gaze. "But you can't sneakily tell them the address and let them take you back." "Don't worry, it won't. That'll do. Let's play a game later." What a game?" Jiang Shi had just finished speaking when the call he had made was already connected, and he hurriedly pressed the phone against his ear and said, "Auntie Xia, it's me, Jiang Shi." Seeing this, Bai Qiyin also quieted down and got next to him while listening to the conversation and replying to the message on her cell phone. Looking at the message suggestions from Winkle, she laughed at times Auntie and was shocked at times at once. "Xiao Jiang, why didn't you answer the phone before? What's going on?" A puzzled greeting came from Shai on the other side of the phone. I'm sorry Auntie Xia. I didn't have time to pick it up for the past 2 days due to a few things." Jiang Shi had a slightly guilty tone. Auntie Xia called just now, and he didn't answer because he hadn't figured out how to explain. "It's fine, but you haven't been back for the past 2 days, and I heard from Z that you went to someone else's house. Are you planning to leave the villa?" Well, thank you for taking care of me this month. I've been thinking about it for 2 days, and I think I'd be better off leaving sooner rather than later." Only to hear the opposite side hesitate for a moment, and spoke. "Well then, I won't force you, only Xiao Shi. You know, she definitely won't agree. Won't you think about it? And my request? Well, it's because I'm thinking about Xia Xiaoshi that I'm preparing to leave as soon as possible." Jiang Shi was right, because he had discovered that if he stayed there all the time, Xia Xiaoshi's dependence on him would only grow heavier. This is also compelling. Another sigh came from the other side of the phone. I can agree. But I don't really want to care about what Xiao Xiaoshi thinks about you. What should I say? Xiao Jiang, you've already been by Xiao Xiao's side for so long, and now you're talking about leaving ah? Although in Auntie's eyes you are still considered little ones, but what about cheating? Auntie doesn't quite agree with it. Oh. Hearing this, Jiang Shi froze for a moment. Huh? No. Why does Auntie sound so strange? How come there is a tone of not being able to spare yourself if you dare to escape? A chill ran down Jiang Shi's spine. Auntie can first say, oh, I don't care about your business. If you want to leave you should come to the house to get your luggage, right? Xia Yi asked again. Yeah, okay, well, let's just find a time to come back and get it. For now. After the opposite party said this, they simply hung up the phone. However, Jiang Shi gulped a little nervously, still thinking about the sentence Xia Yi had just said. What about cheating? Auntie doesn't quite agree with it. Seriously, he didn't agree to anything. How does that count as cheating? Ah, hello. Although he heard that Xia Yi was agreeing to his request, Xia Yi's tone was very strange. It was like the tone of voice that deliberately lured him back and then turned on her. Although Xia Yi wouldn't do such a thing, but it's not certain that she will cooperate with Xia Xiaoshi. It must have gone nowhere. Forget it, let's just give it a while. What's wrong? Did she say something? Looking at Jiang Shi's somewhat terrified expression, Bai Qi-yin asked. Didn't say much. Agreed, but I think it's better to get it sometime later. Okay then. Bai Qi-yin stood up and smiled softly at him. Let's play the game while there's nothing else going on. As I said earlier. What a game. Girlfriends introduced me to the game. Come with me to the room first. Don't worry. It's a serious interactive game. Jiang Shi hesitated for a moment. To be honest, the recent Bai Qi-yin was a bit perverted. It was as if some kind of potential had been stimulated, changing from her previous reserve to a very active one. The last 2 days have been a real experience for him. It seems that after confessing, he doesn't intend to be his old self in front of himself, but at least it's sort of more normal than drugging before. After all, in terms of perversion, he's actually no slouch. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi also nodded and said, alright, it's quite idle now anyway. Seeing him agree, the smile on Bai Qi-yin's face became even brighter, her hands resting against her back, and on her cell phone was the very chat she had just had with her best friend Wenku. Wenko, you mean you want to interact with him? Is that still a bad solution? Is any scale of interaction acceptable? Me, both. Wenku, couple challenge. EXE, picture, this game is a big carousel. Randomly shaken to which option? You have to do that option written on the requirements. The most suitable for the two of you. The above picture is all the requirements. Don't look at the above play basically are quite normal and boring. But the above can be there are two explosive content take off a piece of clothing clothes off. Take off all your clothes. Me, awesome. But, it's randomized. It's hard to control. The developer has changed the background program. Your gameplay is one person shaking once. The first hand will keep shaking to the take off a piece of clothing option, until after 3 times. The second hand will draw take off all the clothes option. How about the take off all the clothes option? After 3 times, the second player will draw the take off all clothes option. How's that? Isn't it exciting? Me, wow. Nice. It's a little astringent, but thank you. Winkle, that's for sure. Remember to take precautions. Chapter 83, I just wanna be with you Couples Grand Challenge? Jiang Shi's eyes narrowed slightly as he bent down to look at an option-like dial on the computer. The requirements on here all look okay. It's this one to take off one piece of clothing, and the one to take off all of your clothes. Aren't these 2 requirements a bit too perverted? It's okay there's a heater in the house. You won't catch a cold. Bai Qi-yin reminded. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with catching a cold. Are you sure you want to play? Jiang Shi questioned. Indeed. There are 13 options on the top spinner, and the other 7 are just more normal couples challenges. Things like, saying one good/bad thing about the other person, pissing them off in 10 minutes, figuring out how to make them submit to you in 3 minutes, giving them a kiss, touching their legs for 10 minutes, wearing white silk for a day, etc., are all still relatively normal. Why does it suddenly seem like a real couple? Well, if it goes well, it's probably going to be a done deal after that too. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Bai Qi-yin and sighed at her look of eagerness to play. Just play a few games. You can't always draw that undressing option anyway. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi also nodded in agreement. Alright then, let's play a few games. Aha! Bai Qi-yin stood up. Then you rock first. Me first? Jiang Shi paused for a moment. One person shakes it once, right? That's fine. With that said, Jiang Shi reached out and touched the mouse, sliding it to the button in the center of the big carousel and clicking it directly. The pointer began to rotate through the 13 options. Soon the needle began to slow and slowly, finally pointing on the take off one piece of clothing option. The corners of Jiang Shi's mouth twitched. No, am I even this unlucky? Straight away, I drew the one I wanted the least. Bai Qiyin covered her mouth and laughed. Willingness to gamble is a good thing. Hiss. That's fine. It's just one dress, plus the jacket. I'm wearing a total of 3 dresses out today. It doesn't matter. Jiang Shi then took off his thick jacket and threw it onto the bed, revealing a white sweater. With that he pointed to the computer screen. Your turn. Yeah. Bai Qiyin placed her hand on the mouse and clicked on the rotation button in the center, and the pointer began to rotate. Slowly, the pointer stopped. It falls on kissing each other's asses. Seeing this, Bai Qiyin's face involuntarily surfaced with an ant's smile. Looks like Coco was right. It's really good. Well, Jiang Shi was slightly taken aback, and suddenly felt that the two of them weren't quite right for this game. But soon, Bai Qiyin came closer to him, her soft lips coming up to his face and kissing him gently. I'm done. It's your turn. Jiang Shi touched the cheek that had just been kissed, slightly shy. Okay, let's hope we don't draw that one again. With that, Jiang Shi used his mouse to click on the dial again. The pointer begins to turn on the dial. Soon, the dial stopped once again at the take off a piece of clothing option. No? Jiang Shi turned back violently and looked at Bai Qiyin in surprise. No, why is it so strange? Why can I draw this twice? I don't know. Bai Qiyin innocently shook her head. Ha? The corners of Jiang Shi's mouth twitched slightly. Why does it feel like a trick? That's 2 dresses left for yourself. But I didn't win the lottery. And we're at home now. It's warm. It's okay. Jiang Shi hesitated for a moment and also took off his white sweater, revealing the last of his bottoming shirt. After all, he's a willing gambler. I'll smoke it then. Bai Qiyin clicked the reels to spin. The pointer was finally landing on the name one of the other person's faults. The option. Hey, look, I just didn't draw that option. Aha. Jiang Shi nodded lightly, his heart even more depressed. Could it be that you have really bad luck? Tell me then. One of my shortcomings. Jiang Shi added. After all, after knowing each other for so many years, he actually wanted to hear what Bai Qiyin had against him. Disadvantages. Bai Qiyin's slender index finger pressed against her lips, revealing a thoughtful look. Probably just a bit slow. Why do you say that? Etsushi questioned. Well, because for so many years you didn't even notice my feelings, and always going for other girls. I'm a little upset. Bai Qiyin slightly sank her eyes with a somewhat unpleasant expression. She was telling the truth. After all these years, the only thing she hated was the flaw of Jiang Shi's slowness, because Enishi always neglected her, to find another girl. It was the same when the university went back to Kyoto. Instead of coming to himself first, Jiang Shi went to Xia Xiaoshi. At the time she was very unhappy. Sorry. Etsy skimmed his head, a slightly guilty tone. Just don't do that in the future, because it was hard to get you out of there. Saying that, Bai Qiyin beamed again and pointed at the computer screen. Now it's your turn. Good. Jiang Shi slightly then reached for the mouse and clicked to turn it. The pointer then began to rotate. To be honest, he felt a little guilty about what Bai Qiyin had said. After all, it was true that he hadn't noticed that Bai Qiyin had turned out to be harboring so much emotion towards himself, causing Bai Qiyin to waste so much time looking for him. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi sighed even more, and for a while, all that went through his mind was how to make it up to Bai Qiyin. However, the next moment, only to hear from the ear, the pointer has stopped. Quickly do the request, right? Jiang Shi snapped back from his thoughts. His eyes subconsciously fell on the screen, and when he saw the results of the reels on the screen, his eyes widened, only to see the pointer stop again and again and again at the take off one piece of clothing option. Asterisk. The bottom of Jiang Shi's eyes were filled with shock. This isn't right, is it? How come it's this again? I'm down to my last piece of clothing. Humbug. Looking at Bai Qiyin's snickering appearance, Jiang Shi suddenly felt that something was wrong with her. Slightly narrowing his eyes and looking at her contemptuously. Did you intentionally set something up? How could I possibly draw that one option 3 times in a row? I don't know. Bai Qiyin, with a smile on her face, urged, willing to bet. Oh, hurry up. Hiss. Are you sure? This is the last of my clothes. Aha. I'm not shy. I'm shy. I don't care. You take it off before I shake it. Jiang Shi was slightly shy, although there were quite a few times when he was a child that he stripped naked in front of Bai Qiyin, but now he's all grown up. Being naked all by myself couldn't have been more embarrassing. Jiang Shi took a deep breath and finally took off the last piece of clothing, revealing his sturdy upper body. Thinking that I don't have to do anything. I'll stop playing when Bai Qiyin draws the last one. He was also relieved. Looking at his naked and sturdy upper body, Bai Qiyin slightly widened her eyes. A trace of longing flashed in the bottom of her eyes, turned her head and clicked her grip on the mouse. Then I'll smoke it. Jiang Shi watched as the dials began to turn. expecting it to end in a hurry, I guess. Even though this was at home, there was a girl my age next to me, and being naked was really embarrassing. The next moment, however, the dial landed on top of the take all your clothes off option. Jiangshi's pupils widened once again. Oops, a little shy there. Looking at Bai Qiyin, who didn't seem scared at all, Jiangshi was startled. You're not really going to take it all off, are you? I'm willing to gamble. I'm willing to lose. Bai Qiyin walked over to him and undressed while looking up at him with a smile on her face. Jiangshi grabbed her shoulders and stopped her. Forget it, it's just a game. Let's not play it. Bai Qiyin skimmed her lips, and in the next moment violently broke away from his hands and pushed him away with force. Unsteady on his feet, Jiangshi backed up and sat down on the edge of the bed. However, without waiting for him to open his mouth, Bai Qiyin had already taken off her jacket and casually thrown it onto the chair next to her, revealing the white lacy nightgown inside. 7 sounds? What are you? Bai Qiyin didn't say much in return, and in the next moment she jumped into his arms, bracing her hands on either side of his head and holding him down. Jiangshi now understood what she was trying to do. This game is on purpose, right? No, it was intentional. What's the difference, hey? Bai Qiyin's eager eyes looked at him. Her left hand slightly raised to her chest, and a small square piece of pouch had appeared at some point between her two clasped hands. But since we both drew this kind of request, we have to be willing to gamble. By the way, come and do something wonderful together as a couple. Nay 9. You guys are really good at this. Jiangshi's pupils were filled with shock. No, I just want to be with you. Chapter 84. It's okay. 20 minutes ago. Really? Why did you have to follow me here? A burgundy Ferrari was traveling on the road, and Gu Lingyu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was slightly annoyed. Why the irritation? Because next to her, that was her nemesis Xia Xiaoshi sitting next to her, with a smile on her face and a happy look on her face. As for why Xia Xiaoshi was sitting in her passenger seat, that was because just now in the villa, Xia Xiaoshi had revealed the matter of her acquaintance with Jiangshi, and had also accused her of saying her purpose was to come for Jiangshi, and it wasn't anything at all to make friends. Although it was true that, as Xia Xiaoshi said, she came to the villa just for Jiangshi. But after Xia Yi finally heard Xia Xiaoshi's words, she originally thought that Xia Xiaoshi was fooling around, but she finally asked her if she knew Jiang Xiyu. To be honest, she also had a bit of weakness. After all, Xia Yi was also considered her teacher, and there would be more interaction in the future. In the end, he also agreed to Xia Yi's request, and had no choice but to bring Xia Xiaoshi with him. She was genuinely bitter, but it didn't matter that her request was to not let Xia Xiaoshi bring her housemaid with her. At most she would just verbally annoy her twice. When the time comes, if you bring Jiangshi with you, you can just leave the brat on the side of the road. Thinking of this, the corner of Gu Lingyu's mouth hooked up slightly. Kid, you still have a chance to get off now. Otherwise I think if you're alone, with Bai Qiyin's tactics, you're afraid you'll have no way to return. Poof. The young girl let out a cute snort and skimmed her head with her hands clasped over her chest. I'm not afraid of that bad woman. Even if I don't have Maid Jam by my side, my brother will definitely protect me. Indeed, in the past, wherever she went she would always take her maid with her, never going out alone, though mostly for convenience, but also for her safety. Even though she wasn't accompanied by a maid this time, she didn't have to worry too much, as long as she saw her brother. Brother will surely protect himself, but don't worry, I certainly won't do anything to you. Of course, I won't care what she does to you yet either. Gu Lingyu glanced at her, and I've already brought you out, so don't go back and say anything bad about me in front of Auntie again. I know. I wouldn't want to pester you if I didn't have no choice. Saying that, Xia Xiaoshi slightly lowered her head, a trace of loss flashing visible under her eyes. If she didn't have no other choice, she wouldn't have pestered Gu Lingyu, who had suddenly come to the house. She missed her brother so much so that I couldn't sleep at all for the past 2 days. Messages to my brother are not returned. Calls are not answered. She had absolutely no idea what to do. Even though her brother was stopped from coming home by that woman, in the past 2 days, she had also felt a sense of helplessness like never before. So, she wouldn't pay any attention to what Gu Lingyu said. She had to bring her brother back anyway, whatever it takes. After driving for almost 10 minutes or so, Gu Lingyu pulled over to the side of the road. After getting out of the car, she looked at the residential buildings in the neighborhood in front of her and mused. I also don't know if Bai Qiyin still lives here. Hurry up and go. If you don't go to save your brother, later on, your brother will be ked by that bad woman. Xia Xiaoshi came to the side and urged. It's really possible according to Bai Qiyin's character. After her previous dealings in high school, Gu Lingyu was considered to be more aware of Bai Qiyin's nature. Shirokatsuan can be said to be completely uninterested in anything else, but with Eshi she will do anything to keep the other. In response, Bai Qiyin had already influenced her many times for Jiangshi. This infuriated her a bit as well. But how could she possibly give up on Bai Qiyin just because he was Jiang Shi's hairdresser? Jiang Shi that can also be his own elementary school brother. Why should I give it to her? And Xia Xiaoshi next to her. We have to find a way to throw Bai Qiyin to deal with it. After thinking about it again and again, Gu Lingyue left a sentence behind and walked forward. Go. Xia Xiaoshi followed closely behind. This should be it. In the hallway, Gu Lingyue's gaze was exposed on the door in front of her and said, then why don't you go in and bring your brother out? With that, Xia Xiaoshi anxiously went forward to press the doorbell directly. Gu Lingyue saw this and reached out to grab her immediately. Wait, but Xia Xiaoshi seemed to be in too much of a hurry, and before she could pull back, the doorbell was pressed twice by her. Ding dong, ding dong. What for? Xia Xiaoshi looked back at her with some displeasure. Why are you so stupid? Bai Qiyin usually lives alone at home. She must be very cautious, alright. How could she suddenly open the door to a stranger? Gu Lingyu covered her forehead slightly helplessly. If she saw it was us through the cat's eye, how could she still open the door? Well, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Realizing the problem, Xia Xiaoshi slightly skimmed her head and lowered her tone a bit. But even if I know it's me, I'll just block here. I don't believe she won't come out. Ugh, forget it, I've pressed it. Let's wait and see. Room, bed. Hearing the bell outside, the two who were embracing and entwined slowly loosened up, a hint of boredom rising to the young girl's slightly reddened cheeks. Who is it? Just now when Ku even returned his message, so he shouldn't come to the house suddenly. So annoying. Who could that be? Thinking of this, Bai Qiyin looked at the teenager on top of her. Don't mind the outside. Honey, you continue. Is it really okay? Jiang Shi looked at the shy young girl underneath him and asked. To be honest, he wasn't a decent guy and it was unlikely that he would be able to say no the way the so-called gentle and yang asterisk heroes in anime did. Because Bai Qiyin had taken such an initiative to molest him, then naturally he was not quite able to endure it. But for the first time for both, he still has to be a bit more rigorous. And as for why Xia Xiaoshi molested him before, he basically did nothing about it. And that was because Xia Yi was explicitly rejecting it. If one did do that, it really goes against his principles. And now the words, Bai Qiyin agrees, and Uncle Bai and Auntie Lan are also supportive. Then, as long as it's you, it doesn't matter. The young girl beneath her murmured softly, closing her eyes slightly. Jiang Shi took a deep breath and was reaching for the props on the nightstand when the bell rang again outside the door. This time the ringing was more frequent, cranky, and slightly irritatingly loud, as if someone had done it on purpose. Hiss. Who the hell is that? Etsy grumbled with some impatience. Is there anyone from Seven Sound coming to the house today? Bai Qiyin opened her eyes and gently shook her head. No. And at that moment, the bell outside the door continued to ring. Jiang Shi's interest at this point was all slightly worn out. Who the hell is it? I'll go take a look. With that, Jiang Shi picked up the jacket aside and put it on his body, stepping on his slippers and walking towards the outside. Well, Bai Qiyin slowly sat up, the flush on her face still slow to dissipate as her gaze fell towards the door. To be honest, she was more than a little nervous about the fact that it was her beloved for the first time, and even slightly excited, but she wasn't too keen on showing that side of herself at the moment, and she wanted Jiang Shi to take the initiative. It might feel a little hard to accept, but one would probably be a little happier that way. It's just how someone always interrupts when it matters, but it's okay. It seems from the actions of the darling's initiative towards herself, must have already made up her mind. Thinking of this, Bai Qiyin stepped on her slippers and picked up the clothes she had just dropped on the seat and draped them over herself. Chapter 85, Damnation. Who is it? Coming, don't press it. After Jiang Shi shouted, he walked to the door and then opened it directly. Upon opening the door, however, he was slightly shocked by the two people who met his eyes. Sister Gu? How did you guys? Brother! The moment she saw Jiang Shi, Xia Xiaoshi's gloomy expression suddenly changed, excitedly going straight forward to hug him, her head buried into his chest. I knew you were here. Brother! Xiaoshi! Jiang Shi subconsciously grabbed both of Xia Xiaoshi's shoulders with both hands and gently pushed them away. The latter wore a puzzled expression. What's wrong, brother? It's nothing. Why did you come here with senior sister Gu Lingyu? Jiang Shi was slightly embarrassed. I don't think I've ever given the address to Xia Xiaoshi and the two of them. How did it come to be at this time? Gu Lingyu walked up. I heard that the fishy cat took you away again, so I came to pick you up and take you home. Jiang Shi was surprised. Xia Xiaoshi came to look for him. He could understand. But why did Gu Lingyue also come to look for herself? What do you mean you're being taken home? To the villa? Aren't they rivals? Why do they seem to be working together? For a while, he was more than a little confused. Yeah, brother, Xiaoshi is here to take you home. Xia Xiaoshi tilted her head to look inside the door and realized that no one was there. Hurry back with Xiaoshi while that bad woman isn't at home. What follows you back? Gu Lingyu was a bit dissatisfied, pulling on the brim of Xia Xiaoshi's clothes and forcefully pulling her aside. I drove to find it. Jiang Shi must have gone back with me. Saying that, Gu Lingyu pulled Jiang Shi's hand again and was about to walk out. Jiang Shi, there are some things I want to talk to you about. Come with me first. Later on Bai Qi-in is back. Hearing this, Jiang Shi was even more puzzled. Why should I leave? Why should I go with you? Brother is mine. Xia Xiaoshi turned back and pulled Jiang Shi's other hand towards herself. Brother, quickly go home with me. I've already seen in the Comic-Con surveillance that it was this bad woman who kidnapped you. You must be very reluctant to stay here as well. Come back with me. It's not that. Z, listen to me first. Despite Jiang Shi's explanation, the two seemed as if they hadn't heard it, and they directly started arguing. Kid, but I drove you here, and I have a lot of things to do to find Jiang Shi, so you'd better loosen up or I'll throw you to the side of the road when the time comes. On what grounds? My brother, and I'll call my own car to take my brother back. I don't need a ride from you, stinking woman. Just hurry up and leave yourself. No, what the hell are you two doing? Seeing the two of them get out of hand, Jiang Shi was even more speechless and hurriedly stopped. These two couldn't really have come together to find themselves. Honestly, though, he had indeed been brought back in a rather nasty way by Bai Qi-in at the time. But then Bai Qi-in gave him all sorts of explanations, as well as Uncle Bai and Auntie Lan's persuasion, and he actually figured it out. It wasn't as bad as Xia Xiaoshi and Gu Lingyu and the two of them thought. However, he only saw Gu Lingyu and Xia Xiaoshi completely ignoring his words, each tugging on his hands to try and pull him out the door. She. Suddenly, a weak voice came from behind them, and all three gazes looked inside the room, only to see Bai Qi-yin's hand holding the doorframe. Her clothes are just a jacket. The white lace nightgown inside with the slender white legs below are visible. One can't help but salivate a little. Seeing this, the two young girls at the door both had their pupils widened, each shocked. Brother, you're not already with her. Jiang Shi, are you being drugged? You shouldn't be such a casual person, right? Ha! Hearing these two spouting off, the corners of Jiang Shi's mouth twitched. No, you are at least a young and vigorous adult. It's not like Yang asterisk. How could he stand up to that kind of molestation? And even if you did, you'd still be responsible for it. What are these two so surprised about? You guys are still annoying. Bai Qi-in walked over towards this side, and when she saw the two young girls at the door, she also sighed helplessly. Forget it. Since we're here, let's make it clear. The matter between Jiang Shi and I hope you won't bother us again in the future. The three of them each sat on the sofa, and on the side, Bai Qi-in made tea for several people and placed it on the coffee table. She then pulled her jacket a little tighter and sat down on the small couch off to the side. Xia Xiaoshi, who was sitting on the side, had a disgusted expression. She didn't want to stay here and instantly wanted to take her brother away, but he didn't seem to be very willing to go back with her straight away. She doesn't understand why this is. Thinking, my brother won't be mesmerized by this woman. And this woman was dressed so burnt, walking out of the room. At first glance, it seems that just now, she was the brother who deliberately seduced. Abominable. But the good thing was, he had just asked his brother, and they hadn't started yet. And to that, she was relieved that, luckily she came in time, or else her brother's innocence would have been tarnished. Jiang Shi, who was sitting on the side, was even covering his forehead with both hands, a look of distress on his face. How did this happen all of a sudden? And it was still Bai Qi-in who offered to talk to them. It wasn't too good for him to refuse. It was just that what he couldn't figure out was how senior sister Gu Lingyu was suddenly here as well and said she had something to say to him. Xia Xiaoshi alone was fine. Now there are three of them. They're not on good terms. If they were together, they'd fight like hell. Bai Qi-in, what do you want to say? Gu Lingyu crossed her legs and looked at Bai Qi-in next to her with a cold and stern gaze. You don't think you're trying to say that Jiang Shi is now with you and want us to stop bothering you guys, right? Before I came here, I did know that you also brought Jiang Shi back by force, so don't lie to yourself with such lies, right? It really doesn't mean anything, because during her high school years, Bai Qi-in had often interrupted things between her and Jiang Shi, so she had never been very good-tempered towards Bai Qi-in, and she had to take Jiang Shi with her this time. No matter what, it's only fair to let Etsy know what he thinks. That way, Anishi will remember how we felt back then. Chapter 86, Stupid. That's right, my brother was supposed to be hanging out with me at Comic-Con that day, and then you guys took him away. Xia Xiaoshi's complaining eyes locked onto Bai Qi-in. I hate you. In the face of Xia Xiaoshi's complaints, Bai Qi-in was indifferent, a bland expression that never changed. After all, her purpose was pure. It was just for Jiang Shi. The other consequences were completely indifferent. As for why they were now invited in as guests, it was because these two had already sought out the house, and surely they could not be driven away. So much for her trying to convince them of that. Let them understand that Jiang Shi was her fiancé and then leave on their own. So not only did she treat them with good tea and water, she made Gu Lingyu a calming coffee and brewed sweet juice for Xia Xiaoshi. and finally tried to suppress his disgust as best he could. Sincerity is good enough. Thinking of this, Bai Qi glanced at Zhang Shi, who was sitting aside slightly distressed, and picked up the juice on the tabletop and took a sip expressionlessly. Seeing this situation, Xia Xiaoshi was even more a bit angry. I thought to myself, how is this woman not nervous at all? It was clear that he had come to take his brother away, and she's not the least bit upset? So down on herself? I can't believe I have the luxury of drinking juice. No, Z can't panic either. I must bring my brother back today. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi also picked up the juice on the coffee table and took a tactical sip. Seeing her drink the juice on the tabletop, Gu Lingyue on the side raised her eyebrows slightly, hummed softly, and muttered, "You're also really daring to drink her stuff." The voice was so small that several people didn't hear it. Afterwards, Bai Qi glanced at Xia Xiaoshi, which then retorted, "If you didn't use that kind of tactic to leave Zhang Shi behind first, I wouldn't have made it so difficult for Zhang Shi. Not to mention that, it was clear that Zhang Shi and I were developing well. In the end, we were broken up by you. Your bull asterisk 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 ting." Xia Xiaoshi gritted her teeth. "So what if you've known each other for a long time? Obviously I'm the one who likes brother more. Brother will end up liking me too." To be honest, it wasn't as if she actually didn't know that her brother would have some feelings for his hairy little friend, Bai Qi. It was also because of this that after learning of Bai Qi existence, her control over Zhang Shi was only strengthened, because she was afraid that one day her brother would leave her. "That's just you unilaterally forcing him. He doesn't like you," Bai Qi faintly said. "You're not a forced brother now. Have the nerve to talk about me," Xia Xiaoshi said without a trace of anger. "My relationship with Zhang Shi is far better than you think, and now that Zhang Shi has decided to leave your place, just hurry up and leave, okay? Don't bother us. I'm really tired of arguing with you. How can it be? Did you guys drug your brother? He didn't tell me he was going to leave me." Xia Xiaoshi was slightly agitated and walked up to Zhang Shi, pointing at her. "Brother, quickly deny it. Brother, you were just kidnapped by her, and then threatened, right?" Zhang Shi was in a bit of a dilemma and was a bit hesitant for a while. To be honest, he actually didn't really want to get involved in their discussion, and even hoped that this argument would hurry up and end. And as for Xia Xiaoshi's questioning, he actually didn't really want to reply. As Bai Qi said, he was basically forced to stay at home by Xia Xiaoshi, and he was not used to this kind of life, because it's not like he's a squatting member of the family. It's really hard for him to get used to Xia Xiaoshi's possessiveness. Just later there is really nothing to do, cannot escape, is also ready to slowly go to submit to Xia Xiaoshi's possessive desire. But in the end, Bai Qi persistence, and Uncle Bai and Auntie Lan's persuasion, made him feel that there was really no need to get used to it. He had others to rely on. He admitted that Xia Xiaoshi was cute, but her dependence on him was just too strong, and if he didn't leave earlier, that dependence would only end up being stronger. And if it does come down to it, cutting off will only be more difficult, because he had heard from Auntie Xia that Xia Xiaoshi would be studying abroad in the second half of the year, and this was already a nail in the coffin. Actually, he was supposed to go after New Year's Eve, only he heard Xia Yi say, Xia Xiaoshi was waiting for him. He didn't see much need for it, so he thought it would be better to cut off the relationship sooner rather than later. Thinking of this, Zhang Shi also sighed, and was about to open his mouth when the body of the young girl in front of him suddenly couldn't stop collapsing down on himself. Zhang Shi was blinded for a moment, subconsciously holding down the fallen mouth, still muttering, "Brother, answer me quickly." Xia Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi? Zhang Shi looked at Xia Xiaoshi in his arms, who had slightly closed her eyes. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, subconsciously looking at Bai Qi. "No, Qi, you drugged the water again." "I'm sorry," because she's so unreasonable, not really wanting to argue with her much yet. Indeed, she had known the brat's unreasonable character when she had visited the villa earlier. Communicating with Xia Xiaoshi was simply a waste of time. It would be better to use a special method to send her away directly. "But don't worry, you won't be unconscious for long." Bai Qi laughed softly again. Seeing this, Gu Lingyu's gaze fell on the coffee in front of her. Sweating slightly, "Tsk, what an idiot." Bai Qi turned her head to look at Gu Lingyu again, the smile on her face even thicker. "I didn't add O in your coffee. You can feel free to drink it." Gu Lingyu raised her hand to refuse. "No need." "Why? The coffee powder used is very expensive. I brewed it carefully." "Oh, it'll go to waste if you don't drink it." "Ha!" Gu Lingyu snorted lightly and said in a cold voice, "Sorry, I never eat what strangers give me." "We're not exactly strangers." Bai Qi was quite familiar with Gu Lingyu, and she was also quite resentful. It affected her and Zhang Shi's relationship in high school, and it's still haunting her now that she's in college, and now that she was on vacation. Shouldn't Gu Lingyu be soaking in the company as her strong woman? Why do you still have time to come to Zhang Shi? You don't really want to give up your ideals for Eshi, do you? What a tangled mess of women. This isn't important. What's important is that I've come to find Jiangshi for something today. Gu Lingyu withdrew her gaze and landed on Jiangshi. Do you think he might go with you? Bai Qi-yin frowned, a hint of caution flashing under her eyes. Since you've just told Xia Xiaoshi that you won't force him, you shouldn't be able to restrict his personal freedom. Right, the choice is up to him, right? Gu Lingyu asked back. I'm not going to restrict his personal freedom, but I also don't think that Eshi will go with you. Indeed, Jiangshi had already promised her that as long as she made a request to stay, Jiangshi will not leave. Hokage, do you have something for me too? Jiangshi asked suspiciously, then got up and gently placed the unconscious Xia Xiaoshi on the sofa to lie down. There's quite a lot of things that I want to talk to you about, but it's not too good to explain right now. But anyway, why don't you come with me first? No, Bai Qi-yin chided, slightly anxious, biting her red lips. What gives you the right to take him away? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Gu Lingyu, Jiangshi doesn't like you anymore. Can't you honestly leave now? This is my business, not yours. You, Nanain, don't be in a hurry. Let's hear her out first. Jiangshi interrupted her and looked at Gu Lingyu with a slightly serious gaze. Senior sister, if it's about what happened before, I think it's better to forget about it. That matter should have already passed. Hearing this, Gu Lingyu's heart trembled, slightly sinking her eyes, hesitating for a while before taking her cell phone out of a side bag, scratching a few times to get up and present the screen to Jiangshi. Jiangshi narrowed his eyes and was shocked when he saw the message on it. My mom's message? Yeah, here's the payment your mom made you the other day. Most of it was to pay me back, but she also left you some of it, along with a message for you. Chapter 87, Can't spare you. Why would my mom send a message back at this hour? The message on Gu Lingyu's screen was a message from a woman named by the name Jiang Shi, and below it was a record of more than $8 million in payments. Gangi is his mother, and this is the money his mother called in. After he took a look at it, Gu Lingyu put the phone back. In addition to paying me back, your mother also left you almost $1 million extra for your university studies afterward. Jiangshi was a bit incredulous, although her mom was usually quite a pitiful person. With frequent accidents, she hadn't let him starve over the years. Every time he transitioned, mom took care of it for him, although it was basically through mom's connections. It's been almost 2 months since his mom left, and although he also thinks that she should come back, how could he suddenly transfer so much money? This was really a bit unbelievable to him. Seemingly seeing his concerns, Gu Lingyu sighed and added, Don't worry, the company has already checked that money. It's the regular way. Yeah, what about my mom's message? Come with me. I'll bring you the money and show it to you then. Speaking of this, Gu Lingyu pursed her lips, her tone placed a bit lighter. By the way, I myself have many things I want to say to you. Hearing this, Bai Qi-yin on the side couldn't listen anymore and turned her head to Jiangshi. Jiangshi, don't believe her. Her intentions are obvious. Gu Lingyu glared at her, slightly speechless. Bai Qi-yin, I see you're just like that brat now. Why have you become so childish as well? Bai Qi-yin calmed down and skimmed her head slightly. She could indeed feel it. She was becoming fast like Xia Xiaoshi, too aggressive about Jiangshi. As soon as she saw the other girls next to Jiangshi, she would panic, wanting to immediately pull Jiangshi back to her side and hide him. Let Jiangshi stay by his side alone. No one else is allowed to touch. But she really didn't seem to give much thought to Anishi's thoughts. Was she so flustered because Xia Xiaoshi did the same thing? That seems to be the case. But wasn't that all because these two in front of her wanted to steal Jiangshi from her? Everything else could be conceded to others, but not Jiangshi. There was no way she was going to concede this point. Thinking of this, Bai Qi-yin looked at Jiangshi and once again discouraged. Jiangshi, you can't go. Auntie's matter isn't urgent. Auntie will definitely send you a message afterward. It's just $1 million. It doesn't even matter. You're a really greasy woman. Gu Lingyu gritted her teeth and also turned her head to look at Jiangshi. Jiangshi, don't be influenced by her. Follow me first. Jiangshi, you guys this. In the face of their different demands, Jiangshi did not dare to look directly at them for a while. To be honest, about whether that message from his senior sister was true or not, he actually did not doubt it. After all, his senior sister had never lied to him, for which he still dared to be sure. It was just that he was a bit confused about the rest of his schoolmates' business. But since his mom made the payment for him, he must have taken it. That's $1 million. It meant that he would no longer have to look at other people's faces to live his campus life after that. So, he definitely wants to go. And as for Bai Qi-yin's request to stay, he felt that it was actually superfluous. After all, it's not like he's going to leave suddenly, read his mom's message, and then come back after getting the money. To be honest, he was a little less than pleased that he had used Bai Qi-yin's money for the past 2 days. If I had that $1 million, there would be no need to worry much after that, and one could even be independent on one's own, not having to rely on others at all. Thinking of this, Jiangshi walked to Bai Qi-yin's front and gently touched her head. It's fine. Are you still going? Bai Qi-yin raised her head, her gaze somewhat lost as she looked at him. I'd like to see what my mom told me too. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. To be honest, Jiangshi actually didn't feel that there was much need for Bai Qi-yin's worries. After all, senior sister Gu Lingyu wouldn't really make things difficult for him, and there wouldn't be a situation where his personal freedom would be restricted. Seeing Jiangshi gently comforting Bai Qi-yin, Gu Lingyu on the side shifted her gaze away, a trace of envy visible in the bottom of her eyes. If you agree, then I'll be waiting for you downstairs at river time. After saying that, Gu Lingyu picked up her bag, got up and headed for the door. To be honest, watching Jiangshi treat Bai Qi-yin so well, she was truly envious of Bai Qi-yin at this moment. But it seems that Etsy has long since gotten over their previous relationship. She was a little unsure of what to do. After lingering at the doorway for a moment, Gu Lingyu turned back to look at the ambiguous appearance of the two men, and after sighing, she turned around and pushed open the door before heading downstairs. After all, it's my mom too, so I'd kinda like to see her leave me a message. Listening to Jiangshi's explanation, Bai Qi-yin was slightly displeased and slightly pouted. There's still that 1 million, right? Indeed. After all, in my situation, still quite in need of money. Jiangshi scratched his head and smiled somewhat awkwardly. Bai Qi-yin still understood Jiangshi, no matter when he was a child, or now. Jiangshi's self-esteem was relatively strong, plus the fact that he was usually careful with her money for the past 2 days. She could also understand that Jiangshi needed the money. It was just that she was a little afraid of what Gu Lingyu would do to Jiangshi. After all, Gu Lingyu's intentions had already been shown clearly enough. Surely it wasn't just to inform Jiangshi about his mother. Gu Lingyu definitely wouldn't let her tag along either. But she was relieved, hesitating again and again. Bai Qi-yin also breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, then you have to come back early. You can't just take the money and sneak away. If it doesn't come back, I can't spare you. Don't worry, how could I be such a person? Jiangshi promised, then looked at Xia Xiaoshi, who was still unconscious on the sofa. Qi-yin, why don't you help me send her back? Oh, Bai Qi-yin's voice was drawn out, sounding unconcerned. Jiangshi had a bad premonition. Why don't I just drop it off on my way? No, I'll take it. Chapter 88, Plotting. Seeing Jiangshi out the door, Bai Qi-yin picked up the cell phone on the side and then called the contact Xiaoke directly, ready to ask when Ku to help send the sleeping brat in front of her back, and she herself was going to go follow Jiangshi. Seriously, how could she let Gu Lingyu take Jiangshi away like this? Although Gu Lingyu's stated purpose was only to deliver a letter to Jiangshi, but she felt sure there was more to it than that. As for why she didn't just take a taxicab and just have the cab driver send Xia Xiaoshi back, that was because Xia Xiaoshi had a flawless cute face, a more juvenile body, and simply the gospel of lowly control lovers. Although the probability is small, if you do encounter a demented man, the consequences are unimaginable, mainly considering that in a short period of time Xia Xiaoshi's estimation will not be able to wake up, so that will be sent directly out may indeed be a little dangerous. As much as the brat annoyed her, she wasn't the type to joke around with another girl's well-being. It was just that she didn't have time to deliver it herself, and it was more important now that Jiangshi was there. So she was also preparing to call Wenku over to help send Xia Xiaoshi back. When Wenku got through, she briefly explained what had happened, and the other party quickly agreed to prepare to come over. After hanging up the phone, Bai Qi-yin sent Wenku the address that Xia Xiaoshi had sent to her the other day by borrowing Jiangshi's Weixin with the text, I put the key under the carpet at the door. Help me send her to this address. Just say that Jiangshi asked you to send her back. Thanks. After turning the phone off, Bai Qi-yin's gaze fell back on Xia Xiaoshi. Although I won't do anything to you, I do hold a grudge. I still haven't settled the score with you for abusing my darling in front of me last time. Saying that, Bai Qi-yin went back to her room, and after putting her clothes on, she carried out the photographs bundled up in a bundle from the drawer. The bundle was slightly heavy, hundreds of photos, and all the photos were some of her and Jiangshi's previous childhood photos together, from childhood to college, and the last 2 days of their lovey-dovey photos together. There were far more than 100 photos, just considering that Xia Xiaoshi couldn't afford to take them all away. Knowing that Xia Xiaoshi would definitely not take kindly to Jiangshi, she simply reprinted another copy to show the brat the depth of their bond. She then took one of the nicer gift bags and put all of these pictures in it. Coming into the living room, she placed the gift bag into Xia Xiaoshi's arms, maneuvering Xia Xiaoshi's 2 arms to hold onto the gift bag. Seeing this, Bai Qi-yin faintly revealed a smile. A gift for you. Hopefully this gift will make you understand something and stop bothering us. Bye. After saying that, Bai Qi-yin walked towards the door. Can't you just say it? School marm, what my mom told me. On the burgundy-colored sports car, Jiangshi looked suspiciously at Gu Lingyu who was beside him with sunglasses and driving. Later, when we get home, okay. Jiangshi looked back inside. To be honest, he probably guessed what Gu Lingyu was trying to say, aside from the things his mom had left messages about. After all, in the past 2 months, Gu Lingyu had looked for him, basically because of that once agreement. To be honest, he was actually a bit confused as to how school sister Gu, who was usually such a high-strung person, could keep dwelling on this. According to reason, after he forgot about that agreement, senior sister Gu Lingyu should also naturally stop paying attention to it. How come Gu Lingyu was so attached to this matter recently? Thinking of this, Jiangshi turned his head again and added, "Senior sister Gu, about that engagement thing. I'm not thinking about that right now." Gu Lingyu interrupted him. "Oh, that's so." Jiangshi scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. "Since you don't care, senior sister, it's good." Gu Lingyu pulled down her sunglasses slightly and glanced at him. "It's not that I don't care. I just wanted to ask you how you've been doing lately." "It's okay." Seriously, on the question of how he's been doing lately, that's definitely not good. At one point, he was imprisoned at home by Xia Xiaoshi, and at another, he was kidnapped to Bai Qi Yin's house. I've experienced this 2 or 3 times in just a few weeks. It's really a bit embarrassing, not at all the life he wanted. That's why he's been thinking about this thing of being able to be independent, instead of being manipulated all the time. It's exhausting to live like this. Is it annoying that those 2 brats have been bothering you all day? Gu Lingyu asked again. "Well, a little bit. It's okay, your mom made you a decent amount of money. It'll be no problem at all to pay for you to go to college for those 4 years, and after that you can live out there on your own." Jiangshi just faintly replied with a sound. Gu Lingyu was also just silent. The main thing was that Jiangshi would not accept excessive kindness from others. Even after Jiangshi's mom left, she tried to help Jiangshi, but Jiangshi gave her an outright refusal. Afterwards, he was forced to accept that kindness at Xia Xiaoshi's house that Jiangshi's mother had arranged for him. She knew that Jiangshi was, by and large, not too keen on accepting it, but that was because there was no way around it before she had to give in. And just 2 days ago, Jiangshi's mom transferred a considerable amount of money to him for his schooling. There would be no need for Jiangshi to stay at those 2 brats' house that much. She also finally had a valid reason to persuade Jiangshi to leave Xia Xiaoshi and go out to rent a house of her own to live independently on her own. She knew river time. Even if she didn't counsel Jiangshi so much, Jiangshi himself would probably move out and live on his own. Of course none of this mattered. What mattered was those 2 idiots, especially Xia Xiaoshi, shouldn't be able to kidnap Jiangshi with the so-called Jiangshi living in her house. So Jiangshi is her own. This kind of absurd to the extreme reason, right? She'd had enough of that brat's ridiculous reasons. She even got a little excited for a moment at the thought, but quickly calmed down. After all, we're driving now, and it wouldn't be a good idea to get into an accident later. Pull over in the neighborhood. Go in the house first and I'll bring you your stuff. Good. Following Gu Lingyu into the house, it was still the same detached single apartment from before. Jiangshi sat on the sofa in the living room, waiting for Gu Lingyu. On his cell phone, Bai Qi Yin also sent a message. "Bai Qi Yin, hurry back when you're done with the stuff. That woman is plotting against you." "Bai Qi Yin, can you reply me in time? I'm afraid that she's also like Xia Xiaoshi. Your cell phone has been taken away. I'm afraid that she'll be the one to send me the message again at that time. Worrying a little too much." This Naneo. He was clear that his senior sister would not use such tactics against him. After all, compared to Xia Xiaoshi, senior sister Gu Lingyu was still a bit more mature. Still, he was prepared to reply just in case Nanine was worried. After all, he didn't want these 2 pinching each other before together again. He just wants a quiet life. Thinking of this, Jiangshi tapped quickly on the input method to send a message to the other party. Chapter 89, I need you more. Jiangshi, don't worry, I'll go back soon. Bai Qi Yin, who was still in the cab, looked at the message sent by the other party on her cell phone. Slightly unpleasant. How can you be so assured? This woman can intentionally bring you to the house. Indeed, she realized that Gu Lingyu didn't take Jiangshi to the company, but directly back to her own apartment. Obviously it's just a matter of giving a bank card and reading a message. You have to come to the house. How can this be serious? It was hard not to suspect that Gu Lingyu was unsettled, so she had to follow, and she also had a bad feeling that after Jiangshi got the money, though it probably wouldn't go back to Xia Xiaoshi's place. But, there's also a good chance that you'll leave from your own home just because of this. LOL. This Gu Lingyu, why did she have to come at this time? It's obvious that Jiangshi is going to stay in himself. Thinking of this, Bai Qi Yin looked out the window with a despondent expression. Either way, it's not in her favor. Shiranui Nanain, don't eat anything she gives you. Remember that. In the living room, Jiangshi couldn't help but sweat as he watched the alert on the screen across the room. Honestly, no one has drugged him since he was a kid. It's just Shiranui Shikian. Right. It's a little strange to be reminded of that. She Gu Lingyu walked down from the second floor. At this time she changed into a furry shark pajamas, holding 2 bank cards in her hand. Jiang Shi, that brat helped you pay back the money before and directly gave a card of $10 million. I think you shouldn't be too reluctant. Well, does have a point. At that time at the banquet, Jiang Shi originally did not want Xia Xiaoshi to help pay back the money. Want to wait for mom to come back after that, but Xia Xiaoshi insisted on paying back. He could not stop. And now, listening to Gu Lingyu's words, his mom had already paid off the money. She approached Jiang Shi and handed 2 bank cards to him. So I helped you separate the money. Inside these 2 bank cards, one has $10 million in it, one has more than $1 million in it. The $10 million is to pay back Xia Xiaoshi, and the other is the one your mom left for you. Thanks. Jiang Shi took the bank card and looked at the 2 bank cards in his hands, and for a moment, he was actually a bit relieved. This mom is finally being extravagant, because with this amount of money, 4 years of college would be a complete relief, and there would be no need to live humbly under the oppression of others all the time. Thinking to himself, Xia Xiaoshi's sum of money still had to go back and pay it back. After all, he didn't want to owe people. Now with this money, it was also perfectly capable of being independent, and there was a legitimate reason to go and explain to Xia Yi that he was ready to leave. To be honest, there were many times he even wanted to accept that request from Xia Yi. It was a bit costly, but after all, it was just too tantalizing for him to hold on to a bit. But in the end, I held back. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi also breathed a long sigh of relief and pressed back the joy in his heart, holding the 2 cards tightly in his hand. Gu Lingyu leaned in and sat down next to him, handing her cell phone to him again. This is a message from your mother. You should read it first. Good. Jiang Shi looked at what was on the screen. Pa, I have to be a relatively long time before I come back. To you to play the money I let Lingyu to you. This more than $1 million had better use in the blade of the knife. Oh, cannot be used to go to spend the day wine and liquor it, otherwise it will not be enough. But in accordance with my idea, you should also be fast to the Xia Yi family daughter raiders it. I am not a little redundant of the money to play it. That's pretty much mom's style. Seeing the last sentence, Jiang Shi was even a bit speechless. Mom seemed to want him to do something about Xia Xiaoshi in particular, and he was a little confused. Is mom that desperate to get him into the summer family? And this message doesn't mention the point at all. But it's okay, even though mom didn't say she wanted it back. At least the $1 million was a saving grace. Okay, I'm done reading. Gu Lingyu retrieved her phone. Now that you can live outside on your own independently, you don't have to be oppressed by that brat anymore. Why don't you go back and move your stuff out today? Just so schoolmates have already identified a house for you. How about it? Getting out of there was indeed the plan, but it's a bit quick to be looking for a house so soon. Soon? Gu Lingyu tilted her head slightly and looked at him suspiciously. It seems like you're living in Bai Qi Yin's house now. You shouldn't want to be a parasite all the time either. Well, Gu Lingyu was right. If he didn't have no choice, he would never have been able to live off others. Not to mention living in someone else's house like this all the time. And although none of them would say anything, he would still be uncomfortable. So he's definitely thinking about leaving. But before that, it was still necessary for him to go and make it clear. After all, those were the people who had helped him, and it was rude to leave without a fight. Gu Lingyu placed her hands on his shoulders and said seriously, "School brother, you can actually stay at my home as well." No need. Jiang Shi wondered. I mentioned it just now. Why is this schoolmate still talking about it? I knew it. Gu Lingyu sighed. Even though I've basically gotten used to being alone, I still usually feel a bit cold when I return home. Consider getting a pet, a cat or dog or something, Jiang Shi suggested. To be honest, he actually admired Gu Lingyu, because not only in high school, but also in college, they were all alone. I basically don't socialize except for necessary things, so I don't have many real friends to talk to, and instead of going to college and going back to my own home, I chose to rent my own room out there and live alone. Gu Lingyu has seemed to have come alone like this for the past year and a half of her life. No, I don't really like it. How about going home to live with your aunt and uncle? No need. Gu Lingyu shook her head. Actually, none of it is necessary. Listen to me, okay? Gazing at Jiang Shi's serious pupils, Gu Lingyu also changed into a more serious look. Actually, compared to other things, senior sister, I need you more. Jiang Shi was slightly stunned. Need me? Gu Lingyu slightly skimmed her head, her tone slightly low. Well, whether it was in high school, or I realized it after I went to college, I kind of can't stay away from you. Chapter 90. Hey, no way. Why? In high school, they did have a somewhat flirtatious relationship, and the two spent more time together. But it's been so long since I left after high school. As things stand, regarding the matter of Gu Lingyu's words about not being able to leave himself, he still didn't understand it more than anything else. Because, like you. Speaking of this, Gu Lingyu slightly skimmed her head. her hair on the side falling down, her flushed face covered. No way. Hokage? You're coming too? Jiangshi subconsciously moved 2 steps with a surprised face. Faced with this strange reply, Gu Lingyu was slightly embarrassed. What do you mean? I'm coming too? I just kind of don't understand what you're thinking. Sister. Seriously, having Bai Qi-in and Xia Xiaoshi were enough for him. Why did schoolmate Gu Lingyu come up with this? He doesn't quite get it. Schoolgirl likes herself? It's been so long. Why would he still confess to himself? Looking at his slightly resistant appearance, Gu Lingyu was silent for a moment before opening her mouth. There's nothing hard to understand. I just feel a bit regretful that I didn't say it earlier. Although you originally had Bai Qi-in by your side, and now there's also that little brat Xia Xiaoshi. Even if you don't agree with my confession, I don't really want to give up because you're the one who was originally supposed to be mine. And it's not just a classmate relationship. Gu Lingyu's tone was very light, and the shyness on her face had long since faded, replacing it with a serious look as she locked eyes with him. With Gu Lingyu's words, Jiangshi didn't even know how to speak for a moment. Although he could tell that senior sister Gu Lingyu was serious, there was definitely no way for him to accept the sudden confession. After all, the feelings for sister Gu Lingyu had long since dissipated the summer she graduated. To come back to the matter now, there's absolutely no need to talk about it anymore, not to mention the other two. Hokage, I'm really sorry. Although she knew beforehand that this might be the outcome, Gu Lingyu still involuntarily shuddered in her heart and squeezed out a bitter smile at the corner of her mouth. It's fine, I understand. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Saying that, Jiangshi was about to get up, but was grabbed by Gu Lingyu's shoulder. What's the point of leaving so soon? There are still other things left to finish. Jiangshi half bent over and looked at Gu Lingyu, slightly surprised. What's wrong, senior sister? Is there anything else? I'm sorry about that thing that was agreed upon before. It should have caused you a lot of bad feelings. I hope you can keep it out of your mind. Gu Lingyu added. It's okay, I've forgotten. Saying that, Jiangshi tried to get up again, but was pressed back by Gu Lingyu with force. The former's mouth twitched. Senior sister, what exactly are you trying to do here? Gu Lingyu withdrew her hand inside. Actually, it's nothing. I'm just saying that college has just begun, right? Even though you're rejecting me now, it won't necessarily be the same in the future. It's better if you don't, schoolteacher. Jiangshi was slightly flustered. You can't turn out like them. Me? How? Wouldn't be as childish as them. Only, I have needs of my own. Jiangshi was silent. To be honest, after so many days of being subjected to a series of fights by Bai Qi-in and Xia Xiaoshi, he was tired of it all. Don't want to go through this kind of day at all. He just wants peace and quiet. If Gu Lingyu was still following Xia Xiaoshi and the others around, then he wouldn't have to live in the future. It would be hard to be robbed by these guys all day long. The various demands annoyed him, but there was nothing he could do about it. Moreover, his refusal to go back to Xia Xiaoshi's house after being taken away by Bai Qi-in from the Comic-Con was partly due to this, for not really wanting to dwell on it too much. Or in the end, Xia Xiaoshi couldn't detach herself from her dependence on him. He felt the need to stop Gu Lingyu. Thinking of this, Jiangshi spoke. Senior sister, I think there's really no need for you to dwell on the past. Yeah. Gu Lingyu's heart was slightly unbalanced. She probably understood what Jiangshi meant, pursed her lips and asked again. So you already have a choice in your heart, right? Well, meanwhile, on the other side, after Bai Qi-in got down from the car, she jogged towards the neighborhood. It had been half an hour since Jiangshi and Gu Lingyu had gone out. It had been almost 15 minutes since the two of them had arrived to stay at the house. By all accounts, it's only a matter of 2 or 3 minutes to pick up something and read a message. How come it's not out yet? She wouldn't believe it if Gu Lingyu didn't make a move. She jogged over towards the apartment where Gu Lingyu lived, ready to go in and greet her as a guest. Honestly, she actually found it most difficult to deal with Gu Lingyu, because she knew Gu Lingyu was the girl Jiangshi once liked. If Gu Lingyu really took advantage of the situation and the two of them rekindled their old feelings, then she might go crazy. Thinking of this, Bai Qi-in quickened her pace. However, when she was halfway there, she only saw Jiangshi walking head-on. Ugh, Bai Qi-in froze for a moment, rubbed her eyes and looked at the teenager walking over in front of her, stopped and muttered softly, Jiangshi, Qi-in, why are you here? Jiangshi approached her, puzzled. Didn't we agree that you should just wait at home? Bai Qi-in was a bit embarrassed for a moment. She didn't expect Jiangshi to come back on his own before she even got to Gu Lingyu's house. Strange. Is it really because I've been worrying too much? Gu Lingyu didn't do anything? Bai Qi-in's gaze turned aside, slightly embarrassed. Well, I take walks. Who's out for a walk in the middle of the afternoon? Jiangshi spat. And even if you take a walk, you walk a few kilometers away from the neighborhood. Ha! This guy must have followed me because he was worried. Sorry, I was a little worried, Bai Qi-in added. her tone slightly guilty at this point. It's fine. Jiang Shi could tell what Bai Qiyin was worrying about. Gu Ling, you didn't do anything to me, nor did she force me. Just sent a payment, then helped pass on a message. In order to keep Bai Qiyin from thinking too much, he still decided not to say what Gu Lingyu had said to him, and he answered truthfully to the schoolmate's question just now. Gu Lingyu's senior sister, who understood the matter, didn't say anything more. After all, senior sister wouldn't be the kind of person who stalks people, and finally let him go. Would Gu Lingyu even be that kind? Bai Qiyin was a bit in disbelief, but looking at Jiang Shi coming out in one piece, she could at least be sure that Gu Lingyu hadn't done anything more, and she was relieved. Then go home first. I've already asked Wenku to send Xia Xiaoshi back. Thanks. Seemingly thinking of something, Bai Qiyin looked up at him, pursed her lips and asked, then Gu Lingyu shouldn't be bothering us anymore after that. Well, it won't, Etsy said. After all, he had already said that much, and he felt that senior sister Gu Lingyu probably wouldn't come back to him about that agreement. That's good, but that thing about auntie transferring money to you, after you get the money, you shouldn't leave me. Go live outside by yourself. Well, hey, no way. Chapter 91. Lovely. Xia Xiaoshi. I'll put the key under the carpet at the door. Help me send her to this address, and say that Jiang Shi asked you to send her back. Thank you. Looking at the message sent on her cell phone, a young girl walked to the door and took the keys out from under the carpet, and he then opened the door and walked inside after changing his shoes. That said, it shouldn't be so difficult to return home. It's hard to believe that Nanai drugged the others, isn't it? Wenku muttered. The one just now was out shopping when she received a message from her best friend Bai Qiyin. Said she was asked to help return the girl who had fallen asleep in the house. She thought, it's broad daylight, so it's not a problem for a girl to go home by herself after waking up, right? So there's only one possible truth. The Seven Tones also drugged the others. To process the scene. After that, I have to remind Seven Sound that she can't be allowed to go on like this, or I'm afraid something will happen to her sooner or later. Thinking of this, Wenku walked to the living room. His eyes scanned around the living room, and after finally seeing the little loli that was lying on the sofa, he immediately stared at his pupils, and a light even flickered out of his eyes in excitement. Wow, so cute! Under the soft light in the room, the young girl was lying quietly on the sofa, her golden hair spread out casually. That small face was quiet and innocent, her eyelashes were hanging down gently, and her breathing was soft and even. Wenku carefully walked forward and stretched out a finger to poke Xia Xiaoshi's delicate face, and then suddenly retracted it as if electrocuted, the smile on his face becoming even more intense. What a cute little loli. I didn't realize Nanai knew such a cute girl. Why didn't you introduce me to her? Hey, little loli, you're lucky to have met me today. If you had met another sister, it would have been dangerous. Good thing it's me. Had ha. Bai Qiyin didn't say much to her about the girl, but just asked her to come and do a favor and send the girl at home back. Wenku carefully measured the figure of Xia Xiaoshi in front of her, and pinched her face, slightly puzzled. Not waking up like this, it looks like she's really been drugged. What is this Seven Sound doing drugging her? It wasn't explicitly stated. It can't be. At that, Wenku shook his head violently, throwing out the forbidden thoughts in his head. Nanai shouldn't be that kind of person. Looking at Xia Xiaoshi's adorable appearance that didn't wake up, Wenku pondered. But what Qiyin said is also right. If we really just throw this little guy into a cab and let the driver drop him off, I'm afraid it's really a bit dangerous. It's rather better to say that this kid is so cute that it's foul. Ahem. It's better to finish the mission first. After pinching Xia Xiaoshi's cheeks again, Wenku's gaze fell on the gift box in her arms. Never mind. It's better not to pry into people's privacy. Saying that, Wenku placed the gift box aside, followed by Xia Xiaoshi's princess hug. So light, kind of like a life-size doll. Soft. What if? Forget it. Wenku slightly bent down and lifted the gift bag with 2 fingers, carrying Xia Xiaoshi and heading downstairs. Coming to the side of the road, she placed Xia Xiaoshi lightly on the passenger side of the car and fastened her seatbelt before driving and preparing to take her home as well. Almost 15 minutes later, come to the villa area. Still a rich little loli. Looking at the extravagant villa neighborhood in front of him, Wenku stayed in the car for a while before pushing open the door and picking Xia Xiaoshi up again. Follow the address to the front of a villa courtyard. The doorbell was rung and a woman in a winter maid's dress came quickly toward the door. Upon seeing Xia Xiaoshi in her arms, she cried out worriedly, "Miss!" Pushing open the door and looking at the unfamiliar young girl in front of her holding Xia Xiaoshi, Tong Xin asked suspiciously, "My young lady, what's going on here?" Just fell asleep. Wenku sweated slightly. Seeing that the family in front of her was properly rich and noble, she was afraid that it wasn't too easy to mess with. She definitely couldn't say that it was the Seven Sounds that had drugged this little loli. Okay. Tong Xin picked up the sleeping Xia Xiaoshi and sighed slightly. "Are you a friend of Jiang Shi?" Didn't follow back? No, I haven't seen him yet. Yes? Tong Xin was slightly surprised. She remembered that Xia Xiaoshi should have gone to look for Jiangshi. How can you fall asleep in the middle of the day and be brought back by someone else? Did Gu Lingyue do it? Or is it by Qi Yin? Knew I couldn't let the lady go out alone. Yeah, if it's okay then I'll go first. Oh, Wen Ke said, and handed the gift bag in her hand to Tong Xin. And this? It seems to be a gift from Seven Sound to her. Childish raised an eyebrow slightly. By Qi Yin? Will you give the lady a present? After a moment of hesitation, Tong Xin also took the gift bag. Thank you for bringing our young lady back. It's okay, go ahead haha. After seeing Wen Ke leave, Tong Xin turned around and took Xia Xiaoshi back to the house. Come into the room on the second floor. She removed the jacket from Xia Xiaoshi and gently placed it on the bed, tucking in the covers. She muttered as the gift bag was placed on a side nightstand. And I don't know what happened. Standing by the bedside, she looked at Xia Xiaoshi's slightly aggravated sleeping face, and for a moment she was even more distressed. She wasn't sure what Miss went through when she went out with Gu Lingyu. It was only clear that the lady's purpose was to go to Jiangshi, but in the end, she came back in this wretched state, and not with Jiangshi either. This probably also indicates whether Jiangshi is really not returning to the villa, decide to leave after that? But honestly, she was aware that it was better for Miss. After all, ever since the last time Jiangshi left, the young lady had begun to care about Jiangshi. Afterwards, Jiangshi once again came to the villa, and even more out of control for Jiangshi showed high possessiveness. She was well aware of the fact that the young lady liked Jiangshi, but it was just a bit too much. If this continued, the young lady's dependence on Jiangshi would only become heavier. She wasn't quite sure what Eshi herself was thinking, but she felt that if Jiangshi was going to leave sooner or later, it really might as well be sooner rather than later. After all, the young lady's mind is not that mature. Otherwise, in the end, if Jiangshi's decision wasn't Miss, then Miss would only suffer more. With that thought, Childish took a long breath and pushed the door open to leave. Chapter 92, As long as my brother is alone. Brother? Where's brother? Seemingly out of a nightmare, the young girl sat up violently from the bed, panting slightly, a hint of panic still hanging on her delicate face. Seeing that she was in a room, Xia Xiaoshi also slowly calmed down. Well, how did she come back to the room? Wasn't he still in the smelly woman's house just now? Xia Xiaoshi was suddenly startled, her eyes scanning around the room. Where's brother? Did brother send himself back? Xia Xiaoshi lifted the quilt, stepped on her slippers and was ready to head downstairs. However, when she went downstairs, Childish told her that it wasn't her brother who sent her back. It was the other girls who sent her back. She returned to her room in exasperation and stood in the doorway with a look of displeasure on her face. She remembered what had happened this afternoon. Careless. I didn't realize that this stinking woman had put something strange in the water I drank. Damn it. Piss me off. Alas. At the end of the day brother didn't come back. Xia Xiaoshi showed another lost expression and slowly walked over to the desk and sat down, clasping the tablet on the desktop into her arms with both hands and opening Vixen. Just see the note titled, My Favorite Brother. There are red dots on the avatar box. The brother sent her a message. However, after seeing the content of the message, her expression froze. My favorite brother. I'm sorry sure. My mom transferred money to me. I have to move out recently. Thanks for taking care of me. I'll be back tomorrow to get my luggage. Don't stop me. I've already told Auntie Xia. My favorite brother. Oh yeah. And that money you paid back for me. I'll give it to you tomorrow. My favorite brother. And, I repeat, not for anyone else, but for myself. Don't you think too much? What moving out to live? I think it's moving out to live with that woman. Brother the villain. I'm going to kick your ass. Xia Xiaoshi clenched her teeth in anger. How could she not know what her brother was thinking? What with moving out when you're rich? It must be with that woman. And it's not guaranteed that it was the woman who asked for it to make her brother leave her. And the brother doesn't resist. Why? Is Z not cute enough? Or is Z not good enough? Well, but brother must still be in that woman's house right now. What to reply to this message? I don't think my brother would lie to me. Let's ask if it's true that you're going to live out alone first. After calming down for a while, Xia Xiaoshi quickly sent a message on the input method. Then brother, I don't think you're trying to abandon Shichan. Soon after, the opposite side replied to the message. My favorite brother. What I said above is what I've always said I think. There's no abandoning or not abandoning. Don't think too much. I've always treated you like a sister. TSK. It's not like she's my own sister. Obviously anything goes. Xia Xiaoshi's eyes sank slightly as she continued to reply. So is it an explanation that brother is the one who suddenly had to leave Xiaoshi and then went to live at that woman's house? My favorite brother. No, I rent my own room. Oh, Xia Xiaoshi suddenly stared at her pupils, surprised yet still a bit puzzled. That woman. She even agreed to let my brother leave? Wouldn't he or she be able to make his or her brother As she thought about it, she noticed something was wrong again. What makes this woman so indulgent to her brother? It can't be. That woman has been with her brother, and then also already pregnant with my brother's baby, right? No way. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi panicked and typed on the input method. Brother, that woman isn't pregnant with your child, is she? What about Z, my favorite brother? No, I didn't. I told you not to think about it. Seeing this, Xia Xiaoshi breathed a sigh of relief. But then the question arises, why did that woman indulge her brother so much? Brother Stinky has a good relationship with women. Maybe one day a few more women will come out to fight against him. It's infuriating to think about. But since that woman was giving her brother a break, that was a good thing, because then one would have a chance to find one's brother. But brother doesn't seem to like Xiaoshi being so clingy. Xia Xiaoshi muttered, a hint of melancholy flashing visible under her eyes. She was glued to the screen, expecting a message from her brother. Soon after, another message came from the other side. My favorite brother, okay shii, don't think about it too much. I didn't talk to you after I left from Comic-Con. I'm sorry about that one. Well, is that all? My favorite brother. It's late now. Go to bed early. Good night. No sleeping. Looking at this last message, Xia Xiaoshi suddenly became anxious and quickly tapped out on the input method. Sleeping is fine, but you're not allowed to sleep with her. Brother, because you've already slept with Shizuku. Brother, you're not allowed to sleep with another girl. That's not allowed. From now on, you can only sleep with Shizuku, my favorite brother. No, don't think too much. Pissed off, Xia Xiaoshi's face turned red with anger. The deal was that I could only sleep with Shichan. After slowly calming down, Xia Xiaoshi threw her tablet violently onto the bed behind her, and was about to pounce on the bed when she noticed the white gift bag on the nightstand. What is it? Xia Xiaoshi walked forward, picked up the gift bag with one hand, and reached inside with one hand to remove the contents. The thing came out as a thick stack of photos. However, when she saw the contents of the photo at the top, the expression on her face froze, only to see that the photo was the very same photo of the smelly woman and her brother kissing at home. It's the same one that was sent to her last time, and yet there were at least 100 more photos in this stack. She grimaced and slowly pulled away the tape holding the photo together. As expected, it was filled with photos, basically of the two of them. Although the characters in the photo are still very young, the girl with pink hair on top, and the handsome face of her brother, she'd recognize it instantly. At this glance, she knew that it was Bai Qiyin who intentionally let her bring it back together while she was asleep. Damn, is this trying to make Shii envious? Xia Xiaoshi was furious and took out a pair of cute pink-style scissors from the drawer. Directly picking one of the photos, he directly cut out the part of the photo with Bai Qiyin on it and threw it into the trash can. She picked up the half of the photo that she had kept of Jiangshi, and looked at Jiangshi's childhood appearance on it, unconsciously raising a smile. My brother was so cute when he was little. I want to take such a brother into my arms, and bully him hard. After admiring it for a while, Xia Xiaoshi looked at the hundreds of photos scattered aside and sank her face again. They must all be pictures of that woman and her brother together. But it's okay, as long as brother is alone. Saying that, Xia Xiaoshi picked up the photo again and muttered with some excitement while playing with cropping the part on it that only had Jiangshi on it. It just so happens that I don't have a picture with my brother, so I'll just put it together with my own picture later, and then I'll go take a picture with my brother afterward. Ugh, if only there were only two people in the world, my brother and I, then no one would have been able to stop us. Chapter 93, it's okay, right? Inside the apartment. Me, but don't be tempted by Bai Qiyin. Since you want to be independent, then get out of there early. The house below this you can look at. Using the identity of the schoolmate can reduce the rent a lot of link *8. Zhang Shuebi, thank you for your kind words, senior sister, but forget it. I've just made an appointment with a couple of landlords to look at houses. Me, ugh, that's fine. Then, when you've settled down, schoolteacher will bring a gift to see you again. Jiang Shuebi, thank you, sister. Me, no, the gift is wrapped. Looking at the message chatting with Jiang Shuebi, Gu Lingyue also breathed a long sigh of relief and tossed her cell phone's resting screen to the side. Eshi, you're really making my schoolmate's heart ache. She could see that the reason Jiangshi wanted to get rid of her and Xia Xiaoshi as soon as possible didn't seem to be entirely because of Bai Qiyin. Jiangshi seems to be more interested in being left alone in peace. It was as if she couldn't stand being messed with by Xia Xiaoshi and Bai Qiyin, and that's why she wasn't allowed to intervene. Just in case the three of them pinched each other and there were bad consequences. She wasn't quite sure, but at least Jiangshi's words gave her a feeling like that. Honestly, just if she was rejected twice just for that, she was a little less than thrilled inside, but it wasn't a big problem, and it would probably be much better when Jiang Shueji lived alone. Thinking of this, Gu Lingyu went upstairs and took off her shark pajamas. The mirror revealed a white blouse on her upper half, a pleated skirt and slightly see-through padded black stockings on her lower half. black silk for nothing. I was going to tease this elementary school kid. The stuff is all ready to go. Speaking of which, Gu Lingyu sighed even more, lost in thought as she looked at herself in the mirror. After all, she was still very clear about Jiang Shi's preferences, sheer black silk, or a college-style pleated skirt and blouse. So when Jiang Shi came to the house today, she went upstairs and directly changed into the pajamas that wrapped around her whole body. Inside was 30D padded and slightly flesh-permeable black silk, and a pleated skirt with a blouse. Was going to be ready to wait until things were talked over. A little teasing of Eshi. If you're interested, it's not really a problem if you do it in one step. After all, there's not much in the house. She was also well aware of Jiang Shuebi's responsible behavior. Only in the end it didn't work out. The living room. Jiang Shi was sitting on the sofa and was scratching his phone, looking for an apartment on the rental app. Bai Qiying carried a cup of freshly brewed hot juice and walked over towards him, placing it on the coffee table. Here, this is for you. Ah, thanks. Jiang Shi nodded his head in greeting, and then buried his head in scratching his cell phone again. Bai Qiying sat down next to him, her gaze falling on his cell phone screen, a hint of displeasure flashing under her eyes. Are you really not staying? For Jiang Shi to want to leave here and go out to look for a house by himself. This matter Jiang Shi had discussed with her this afternoon. As for Jiang Shi's reason for doing so, it was because Jiang Shi was afraid that he would feel guilty if she gave too much, but it was a reason she couldn't really understand. Because they're friends from the time they played together, these payments don't matter at all. The parents have also become quite familiar with each other and have even agreed to the marriage on both sides. Although Jiang Shi's mother was still abroad and hadn't replied to her messages, it shouldn't be a big problem, and it seemed that Eshi hadn't considered what he himself had given to her before. It made her a little angry, but Etsy didn't seem to like the feeling of being forced to stay too much. To be honest, she didn't want to do that either. It was just that those two, Xia Xiaoshi and Gu Lingyue, were just too difficult to deal with. This should be their happiness. Who are the two of them to get involved? But in the end she didn't stop it too much, just tried to attempt to hold it back, because she respected Etsy's own thoughts. It's just that she's a little scared of those two. I'm sorry Nanine, I think it's better to leave now, Jiang Shi faintly said, but don't worry, it won't be too far from this side. To be honest, he had actually considered staying here. It's just that if he stays here all the time at this stage, it was definitely going to affect Bai Qiying because Xiaoshi already knew the address of this, and with his knowledge of Xia Xiaoshi would definitely keep visiting this place afterward. There was also school sister Gu Lingyu. After the conversation and chat just now, senior sister was going to visit him again, although that was not a problem, but it was mostly Xia Xiaoshi, because there was certainly no end to their bickering, and if he stayed here all the time, he would certainly be a chicken and dog every day afterward. Might as well go live alone. And finally, by the way, Xia Xiaoshi put that idea to rest and let the brat go out to school properly. Well then, Bai Qiying came close to his heel and looked at his cell phone. Why don't you stay in our neighborhood? I just looked and there are houses for rent as well. Then what's the point of me going out to live? Jiang Shi sweated slightly. Indeed, his intention in going out was to get the three of them to stop messing around. If he was still living in the neighborhood, Xia Xiaoshi would definitely mistake it for Bai Qiying asking him to stay here again. And then they would argue again. He can't do anything yet, and most of all, he must be the one who gets hurt at the end of the day. It caused him a headache as well, so he's definitely moving out of the neighborhood, but not too far. Aha, Bai Qiying softly hummed, looking at the freshly brewed juice on the coffee table and pursed her lips. It's fine. Jiang Shi heard some loss in her voice and followed her gaze to look at the juice on the tabletop. The corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. Qiying, you shouldn't have put anything in this juice. Scared? Bai Qiying grabbed the glass containing the juice and took a small sip straight from it, handing it to him again. You drink. Jiang Shi took the glass and looked at the mouth of the glass that the young girl's red lips had just pursed, and couldn't help but have some reveries in his heart. Nanaya really isn't shy in front of herself at all. It should. It's okay. Chapter 94, What's the gift? Still sleeping in on the weekends. At noon, pushing open the door of her room, Xia, dressed in a small raccoon pajamas, came out lazily, yawning and ready to walk to the bathroom. Suddenly, the afterglow noticed his daughter sitting thoughtfully on the couch at the moment, scratching her tablet. She stopped. You know, Xia Xiaoshi wouldn't go downstairs and move around in the living room at this time on weekdays, no matter if it was when she was on vacation or when she had a teacher come to the house. She usually slept in until she naturally woke up at around 10 o'clock every morning. Xia Xiaoshi, on the other hand, was dressed at this time, sitting quietly on the sofa, as if she had changed into a different person. Xia Yi walked up and inquired, what's going on? Waiting for my brother. Xia Yi remembered. Last night, Jiang Shi gave her the slip. He said that Jiang Shi had transferred him a sum of money that was enough for him to maintain his living expenses for 4 years in college. so that's why he was ready to leave the villa and prepare to go out to live alone, though she did understand the boy's mind, not quite wanting to accept what was being given to him, and having a bit of a high self-esteem. If Jiang Shi didn't really have no choice, he probably wouldn't have come to the villa to ask for her help, so she only stayed for a little while and finally agreed to Jiang Shi's request. He said he'd be back today to pick up his luggage, right? From his mom Jiang Shi has news this is only a day's time. This Jiang Shi thought of leaving immediately. She did think it was a little too soon? Forget it, but the kid's supposed to be looking for a job when he settles down. Let's talk to Xiao Jiang about the company later. But it looks like Shi is still a bit unable to accept the fact that Xiao Jiang is ready to leave. Thinking of this, Xia Yi reminded, there's no need to wait, Xiao Jiang is already determined to leave. I know. Xia Xiaoshi skimmed her lips and slightly lowered her head. She did know about her brother leaving the villa and getting ready to go out and live alone. She hadn't wanted to agree, but her brother had insisted on leaving. If she even stops her brother from this, then he'll probably get bored of her blah blah blah. After a night of deep thought, she decided it would be better to let her brother go out to live alone. She can go to her brother's house and play with him every day though, but she was always worried about one thing, that is, will brother alienate himself as a result, and then all you think about every day is spending time with other girls? If that's the case, what should I do then? Well, bad brother, isn't it good to look at yourself more? Looking at her sad look, Xia Yi also couldn't help but sigh. It's fine, I'll talk to Xiao Jian later. Aha. Xia Xiaoshi nodded lightly, her gaze falling back to the chat window of the screen, quickly tapping on the input method upon seeing the message sent. Xia Yi didn't try to persuade more. After all, she also knew Xia Xiaoshi's feelings for Xiao Jiang. This kind of thing, it's better to let them deal with it on their own. Then, turning toward the bathroom, me, how often do you come to the house? Brother? My favorite brother. Around noon or so. Don't you dare pull any tricks. Auntie has promised me. I won't. Come on, brother. Z is waiting for you at home. My favorite brother. Well, this bad brother. Why is he so wary of himself? Xia Xiaoshi was slightly anxious. She had clearly agreed. This bad brother was still so wary of himself. It's not like you've done anything bad yourself. Okay, at most, I forced my brother to do it, and fulfill my own little desires. It's not that my brother is too tempting. After yawning and thinking for a while, Xia Xiaoshi tapped on the input method again. Why don't I come along? Table. Bai Qin stopped the chopsticks in her hand that were holding the food and asked. Jiang Shi, who was sitting next to him, shook his head. You'd better be good at home. I reckon Xiao Shi, she shouldn't be too keen on letting you go, and you'll probably fight again then. He understood what Bai Qin was worried about, afraid that Xia Xiaoshi would make things difficult for him and wouldn't be able to get out of the villa when he went back. Bai Qin pursed her lips, a hint of worry flashing under her eyes. This I do know. It's just that I'm afraid Xia Xiaoshi will make things difficult for you again, not letting you leave or something. It's fine. With Auntie Xia around, Xia Xiaoshi won't say anything more. Jiang Shi could be said to be sure, because yesterday, he had asked Auntie Xia's permission. With Aunt Xia's consent, Xia Xiaoshi probably wouldn't say anything more if he wanted to leave. After all, Xia Xiaoshi listens to her mom, and just now in the chat, Xia Xiaoshi had agreed to his request to leave. Though I don't know what happened to this little ninny that she could agree to be able to understand him within a day, but just be able to talk properly. But don't pull out a murder weapon while talking. That's just a little too much for him. To be honest, he was even a little bit looking forward to being alone afterward. That should be a little more peaceful. Well then, I can skip it, but I have to go to the house tour this afternoon, or I'll dash. Bai Qin wanted to speak, her gaze glancing to the side with a slightly haughty tone. It was as if she was going to get angry when Jiang Shi refused. That's not a problem, just looking at a house. A soft aha. With a sound of agreement, Bai Qin was still hesitant, for Atsushi's slowness and shyness, she felt that she needed to speed things up a bit. Otherwise, there's always the fear that the other two are making a fuss out of it, because she had discovered on her own, how she alone, whether verbally or as a matter of fact, could not stop Xia Xiaoshi and Gu Lingyu. That said, don't worry too much about me. Don't you have things you haven't done yourself? Like your manga, for example, Etsy reminded. Bai Qin came back to her senses. I know, I'll draw it later when you're there. Etsy was right. She was overly preoccupied with him these days, to the point where she barely touched her manga or anything else. It's only 5 days until the next release date, but she's barely even started drawing the next installment. Although the fans were hyped, her attention was basically on Jiang Shi. As soon as she heard that Jiang Shi would be leaving here soon, she had no motivation to paint at all. 7 tones? Jiang Shi narrowed his eyes slightly at her listless appearance. Don't delay the update. The fans are rushing. I see. After sighing, Bai Qin started moving her chopsticks. Jiang Shi could tell that she was in a bit of a bad state, and after pondering for a while, He said, how about this? I see that there's still quite a bit of your next story that you haven't finished drawing, so if you can release your manga on time in the middle of this month, I'll give you a gift. Upon hearing this, Bai Chi-yin's heart was delighted and she raised her eyes to stare at him with a gaze full of anticipation. Really? Any gift will do? Of course. Jiang Shi nodded. After all, it wasn't like he couldn't even get food money out of his pocket now before his mom hit him up for it, but he was still relatively well funded these days, and he had no problem at all buying a gift for the seven tones. But with his previous knowledge of Nainine, and his recent change of heart, there was nothing wrong with an expensive one, but he was afraid that Nainine would want some strange gift. Jiang Shi couldn't help but make two noises against his chin. Ahem, anything you want, anything that's not weird. When you're done, feel free to mention it, then I'm sure I'll finish the painting on time. Don't lie to me. No, as long as it's not some weird gift. At those words, a smile unconsciously spread across Bai Chi-yin's face and she buried her head slightly. Mindfulness. I think Eshi had thought about everything when he said that. Promise yourself anything. Well, since anything goes. Then, chapter 95, I knew this would come. And don't get any ideas, huh? I'll be back after I go get my bags. Got it. So I'll go ahead and paint until you get back. Good. After Jiang Shi greeted Bai Chi-yin in the house, he turned around and pushed open the door to prepare to go downstairs. All of his belongings were still in the villa. He had to get them back sooner rather than later. After all, there were still a lot of things he had to use. Room. Bai Chi-yin had already sat down at the computer, and with the hand-painting brush in her hand, she quickly began to trace the draft on the drawing board. Though she hasn't hardly put pen to paper on her latest story yet, and the release date is only 5 days away, but Jiang Shi had just promised her, as long as the posting is completed on time, there will be a gift. And it's any gift. Jiang Shi also didn't say in advance what kind of gift it was. Then she would be able to make her own demands in accomplishing what Jiang Shi had explained to her. As long as she took more time, those 5 days were perfectly adequate. As soon as she thought of this, she was inexplicably a little excited, and the brush in her hand was drawing faster and faster on the hand-painted board. Come to the patio door. Jiang Shi stopped his steps and looked up at the exquisite and luxurious villa in front of him, and after hesitating for a while, he walked forward and prepared to ring the doorbell. Before he could ring the doorbell, however, a light address came from the courtyard. Brother! Jiang Shi looked inside through the courtyard gate, only to see Xia Xiaoshi with a happy smile floating on her face, trotting towards him. Coming to the door and opening it, Xia Xiaoshi didn't jump directly into his arms as usual, but slowly approached him, looking up at him, and, hey, Z has been waiting for you for a long time. Come on in. Good. After getting the consent, the smile on Xia Xiaoshi's face became even thicker, and stretching out her small hand, she took Jiang Shi's hand and walked towards the house. Ugh, has brother eaten? Just ate. Oh, I was going to wait for my brother to eat with me. Xia Xiaoshi walked while saying, it's okay to forget about it. Why don't you brother play at home for a while before you go pack your bags? Xiaoshi misses you so much. Not really, I still have to look at houses in the afternoon. Jiang Shi shook his head and refused. It's for another day. Indeed. In order to leave as early as possible, he also made several quick appointments with landlords yesterday to view properties this afternoon, so he really didn't have much time in the afternoon. However, he did realize that today's Xia Xiaoshi was a bit of an anomaly. Become a little less clingy? Is it a delusion of your own? Come into the living room, only to see that the maid Tong Xian was dusting the floor as usual, and Xia Yi was currently sitting on the sofa, leisurely looking at her cell phone. Seeing the two men enter, Tong Xian bowed this way as a sign and went back to work. Xia Yi, who was sitting on the side, waved her hand to the side in greeting. Xiao Jiang, you're back. Come and sit down first. There's no hurry to go back, right? Ah, for a while then. Faced with enthusiasm, Jiang Shi scratched his head, a little too good to refuse for a moment. Come on brother. Xia Xiaoshi led Jiang Shi to the sofa and sat down. Brother will stay here for a while longer. Just accompany Xiaoshi for a while, okay? Well, I'll try. The first landlord I had an appointment with was around 2:30. It's 12:30 now. I can stay for another hour or so at most. Xia A glanced at him, just looking at a house. What's the hurry? In the next neighborhood I have a few suites under my name. You can go take a look and pick one to live in. As for the rent, I'll give it to you in accordance with the lowest rental price over here. How about it? Or if you don't want to pay for it, it's okay to use something else against it yet. Towards the end, a bad smile floated up on Xia Yi's face, looking as if she was hitting on some bad ideas. Right brother, Xia Xiaoshi chimed in, her hands tightly grasping one of Jiang Shi's palms and not letting go, her expectant eyes staring at him. If you want Xiaoshi to say it, don't go out and live there. There's still money to be spent outside. How uneconomical. Facing the two men's persuasion, Jiang Shi sweated. he knew it would come to this, but he was already determined before he came, and would not be swayed by their persuasion. Thank you, Auntie, for your kind words, but forget it, I prefer to be alone. Hearing this reply, Xia Xiaoshi was a bit upset. Alright then, Xia Yi also knew Jiang Shi's thoughts in advance, so she didn't give him too much of a hard time anymore. Then he looked at Xia Xiaoshi, who was clinging to him by Jiang Shi's side, and said, Xiaoshi, you go upstairs first, I'll talk to Xiao Jiang alone. Ugh, why? Xia Xiaoshi deflated, looking at her with slightly complaining eyes. Don't ask so many questions, you go upstairs first. Well, facing her mother's request, Xia Xiaoshi was also a bit reluctant to let go of Jiang Shi's hand. She didn't quite understand what her mom was thinking. All she knew was that her brother was determined to get out of here, and that her brother would only be here for an hour or so today, and let her leave. Then there won't be much time alone with Niani later. What the hell is this mom going to say? In the end, it's not like I can keep my brother here, so I might as well enjoy more time with him. For a moment, she was also a little disappointed, but she had to listen to her mom's request. There's not much that can be done about it. Then brother, I'll wait for you upstairs. Good. After leaving this sentence, Xia Xiaoshi got up and reluctantly walked towards the upper floors, every now and then still turning back to observe Jiang Shi. Forget it, just sneak around the corner and listen to what your brother will say. Chapter 96. Are you deliberately avoiding it? After eyeing Xia Xiaoshi up the stairs, Jiang Shi turned back and asked with a slightly puzzled voice, what do you want to talk to me about? Auntie Xia, it won't be another thing about letting me stay here, right? Since you're so eager to leave, there's no reason for me to force you to stay. Xia Yi placed the phone on the desktop and crossed her legs, her smiling eyes staring straight at him. But you shouldn't be in such a hurry to leave for another girl, right? It's not good to be philandering. I'm doing it for me, Jiang Shi explained decisively. That'll do. Despite saying that, Xia Yi was still a bit puzzled. Indeed, she actually understood completely when Jiang Shi wanted to leave this place. Only what she suspected was that Jiang Shi wanted to leave here so early, not to be independent, but to be ready to stay away from her own daughter for the sake of the other girls. After all, even before this, she had heard that there were quite a few other girls from rich families in Kyoto who liked Jiang Shi. She wasn't sure what Eshi was thinking, but she could sense that Jiang Shi wasn't very interested in her own daughter, or else she was afraid that she wouldn't want to leave here. Okay then. Xia Yi lifted the hair at her temples behind her ears, picked up the teacup on the desktop and took a sip and said, then after you've settled in afterward, you should be preparing to look for a part-time job, right? Well, that's true. Although the money his mom had transferred to him wasn't a lot, enough to get him through the 4 years of college, he did have a part-time job in mind so that the unexpected wouldn't happen. However, he preferred to work in the direction of his major, and like his sister Gu Lingyue, he started his internship earlier, so he's not really in a hurry. There was also a branch of Uncle White's over here, so he was going to ask about it once he'd settled down. How about this? Didn't you and I discuss the matter of working in my company? After you have settled down, come to work in the company. First give you a small position to start. After that, the school will start normally. Still give you to keep the original position. How? This? Jiang Shi was slightly embarrassed. Auntie Xia's request was 100% beneficial, and it wasn't that he didn't want to go to Auntie Xia's company. It's just that he already had an idea too, and he was already preparing to leave the villa in order to keep Xia Xiaoshi from being so uptight. If he kept relying on Auntie Xia even after he left, it was Xia Xiaoshi who should end up worrying about his dependence on him. There may not be a decrease, but rather an increase. Jiang Shi scratched his head and pondered for a while before saying, actually, I already have an idea. I'm going to ask after settling down, and then if it really doesn't work, I'll come back to you. What's the idea? Going out as a waitress? Looking at Jiang Shi's expression that seemed a bit reluctant, Xia Yi's gaze became contemptuous. Little Jiang, are you intentionally avoiding us? No, I think your offer is great, Auntie Summer. It's just that I've got an idea now. Staring at him hesitantly for a long while, Xia Yi then sighed long and covered her forehead with a slight headache. Xiao how can you let me say hello to you? Not at all sensible. What she didn't understand was whether Jiang Shi really didn't understand what she meant or was it a fake. How can you be so slow? Do you have to carry your daughter in his arms yourself to understand? She was more than a little helpless about Jiang Shi's slowness. I thought to myself, daughter, your mom, I'm trying my best. What's wrong, Auntie? Jiang Shi was slightly puzzled. It's not much. Xia Yi slowed down, her gaze falling back to him. It's just that your mom also replied to my message yesterday, and she also wants you to stay here, letting me take care of you more, so there won't be anything wrong with you working here with me. Etsushi hesitated, thinking to himself, why does mom want me to stay at Auntie Xia's house so much? So anxious. Surprisingly, looking at his hesitant look, Xia Yi stood up, I'm not quite sure what you're thinking, but seeing that you're so hesitant I won't force you. Make your own choice. And after that if you don't have a place to go come over here to find Auntie anytime. Thanks Auntie. Well, there's also the matter of Z. I think you should understand her feelings. I won't say anything more on this matter. You guys develop yourselves. After saying that, Xia A then picked up the cell phone on the desktop and yawned. I'm going to go take a nap first. Feel free to do as you please next. Xiaoshi is probably still eavesdropping upstairs, so go keep her company. Oh, hearing this, Jiangshi subconsciously looked toward the stairway. A dark shadow suddenly disappeared around the corner of the stairs. At this moment, Xia Xiaoshi, who was hiding behind the corner, leaned her back against the wall and slightly pouted. Knowing that I'm here, why are you still exposing me? Mom phone really? After a sigh, she stood up and headed for her room. After all, she had just heard her brother say he was coming up, so she wouldn't have to wait here. In her room her brother would just come. She listened to the two men talk about work, not interested at all. And at the end of the day Mom just skipped over her in Jiangshi. She was more than a little sad. After all, she also knew very well that it would be hard for her alone to keep her brother. The living room. Jiangshi looked back, but it was clear that Xia Xiaoshi was someone who would do this kind of eavesdropping. Alright then, I'll go upstairs first. Spend more time with Z. She's been a bit restless at home the last couple days. After saying that, Xia Yi turned around and walked towards the room. Just as she had said, Xia Xiaoshi was indeed listless every day during the few days that Jiangshi was not at home. Even at dinner they were complaining about the other girls who were interested in Eshi. To be honest, she couldn't care less about other girls liking Jiangshi, and she couldn't care less about Jiangshi liking someone else. It's just that more than anything, she wanted Jiangshi to be able to stay with Xiaoshi in these short half a year. Regardless of how it ended, she didn't want Shii to have any regrets here. That's why she wanted to please Jiangshi more and spend more time with Xia Xiaoshi. At this moment, Jiangshi, who was sitting on the sofa behind him, nodded and said, I'll try my best. He then got up, too, and headed upstairs. Honestly, he could have expected it for Xia Xiaoshi to be restless at home. That time at Comic-Con, he would have wanted to come back sooner as well, except that a series of things happened behind the scenes, makes him realize it too. He couldn't stay by Xia Xiaoshi's side all the time anymore. After all, that wouldn't make Xia Xiaoshi tired of it, but would instead make Xia Xiaoshi's dependence on him stronger and stronger. This is not good for Xia Xiaoshi who was leaving here in the second half of the year, and then he had enough capital, so he decided to leave Xia Xiaoshi's sight before it was too late. Chapter 97, Little Poetry. Come to the second floor. Jiangshi had wanted to go straight to his own room. However, he was intercepted midway by Xia Xiaoshi and pulled straight into the room. Out of the guilt from the previous Comic-Con as well as anti-Xiaozai commission, Jiangshi didn't resist much and was also prepared to accompany Xia Xiaoshi in her room for a while. Come into the room. Jiangshi then raised a warning first. I have to go look at the house later. I can't stay here for too long. Don't you dare to threaten me with the whole electric baton at that time. I know. Z won't. Xia Xiaoshi walked to the desk in front of the desk, opened the drawer inside to look for the things that she hid from her mother to prepare in advance, while saying, Xiaoshi is not in the eyes of your brother is this kind of person. Ugh, obviously right here where to go. Well, you better not be. Jiangshi sweated slightly. To be honest, after the lessons he had learned from the first almost 2 months of staying with Xia Xiaoshi, he was really a little less daring to believe what she said. Could it be that this Xia Xiaoshi could change in such a short period of time? That would be nice. But now that I'm here, he still chose to believe Xia Xiaoshi. Looking at Xia Xiaoshi's slightly anxious movements, Jiangshi couldn't help but ask in wonder, what are you looking for? Brother, why don't you sit on the bed and wait for sure? Don't get any bad ideas, or I won't be polite today. I would prefer that you not be polite. Brother, but brother is just very polite. Xiaoshi said anything, but brother just liked to shrug it off, always looking for all kinds of excuses to put off Xiaoshi, saying that it's not the right time. Mom doesn't agree with all this. Can't brother be a bit bolder? Obviously, he always looks like he's imposing, but in the end, he doesn't dare to do anything. Ugh, it's so sad for Shizuku. After listening to Xia Xiaoshi's machine gun lecture, Jiangshi's head was even more full of black lines. He did hear what Xia Xiaoshi was saying, but naturally he wouldn't be angered by her words. After all, Auntie Xia had never allowed it, so he wouldn't do that kind of thing to Xia Xiaoshi. This little poem is kinda missing the lesson, just sputtering in his mind. He didn't say anything more. Also he sat down on the side of the soft bed. Seeing that Xia Xiaoshi was still rummaging around, he also took out his cell phone from his pocket, only to see that there were already multiple unanswered messages on top. Several of them were sent by the landlord inquiring about a viewing time later, along with a reminder from Bai Chi-in. After replying to Seven Sonic's message, he was about to return to the landlord's when a sudden shout startled him. Found it! Jiang Shi was surprised to look up at Xia Xiaoshi, only to see that her small hand was pinching a square pouch. When Jiang Shi saw the true face of that thing clearly, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. What are you doing with that thing? What are you doing? Xia Xiaoshi showed a burst of bad smile on her face and walked to him, handing over the thing in her hand to him and said, "Brother, K sure." Jiang Shi looked at Xia Xiaoshi's serious look and was confused. "No, do you know what you're talking about?" "I know." Xia Xiaoshi pursed her lips slightly, "but this is also to be able to further our feelings with brother. It's not like brother is preparing to leave the villa. Our feelings will definitely weaken. So, your mom will kill me. Hurry up and take it and throw it away." Jiang Shi was speechless. What the hell is wrong with this little ninny? Where did you learn to think like that? I mean, the way you bind yourself has changed. You're going to use your body, aren't you? Thinking of this, Jiang Shi pushed back. "I just said to accompany you for a while, not sleep with you for a while. Hurry up and take it and throw it away. Don't let your mom find out." Ugh. Xia Xiaoshi slightly clenched the object in her hand, slightly unpleasantly puffing out her cheeks. "But if not that, brother, you'll leave me. How can it be?" "It won't," Jiang Shi denied, his heart even more depressed. Who the hell did this guy learn this strange statement from? "You're lying." Xia Xiaoshi's tone gradually lowered, biting her lip in death. "Obviously you have the idea of wanting to deliberately alienate me." Seriously, she could vaguely feel that Jiang Shi was slowly alienating her. Not only was the last Comic-Con away for 2 days at Bai Qi-yin's house, but when she went to Bai Qi-yin's house, she clearly understood that Qi-yin didn't even bind Jiang Shi. But Jiang Shi had no news for those 2 days. Also this time, as soon as she got the money to be able to leave her, she couldn't wait to get out of the villa. Doesn't that mean he wants to leave her? Although Jiang Shi verbalized it, but she wasn't a cutie. She could feel it. The current Eshi is slowly alienating her. But she didn't understand why Jiang Shi had become like this. Is he too clingy? Is it because you're not good? These she can change. But Etsy insists on leaving. At this she was disappointed. "No, I just think that since I'm rich, there's no need to go overboard and cause trouble for you guys," Jiang Shi explained. However, Xia Xiaoshi slightly lowered her head at this moment, unable to see the emotions on her face. "Then can you promise, Xiaoshi, even if you go somewhere else, don't alienate yourself either?" I could hear some aggravation in her voice. Jiang Shi was even a little unsure of what to say. As Xia Xiaoshi said, he did leave with that in mind. Was it to tell Xia Xiaoshi directly what he really thought? But then Xia Xiaoshi would definitely be sad. If he continued to lie, then Xia Xiaoshi would definitely continue to pester him again. After thinking about it for a while, Jiang Shi also sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Shi. It's true that part of the reason for this decision was to make you less dependent on me." Xia Xiaoshi's heart was startled, slightly raising her eyes, tears flashing in her large pupils. "But, why did you do this to me? Aren't you leaving in the second half of the year? Don't want you to leave here with disappointment then." "Sorry." Eshi lowered his head. To be honest, he even felt a little guilty when he said that to Xia Xiaoshi. After all, by the time he realized the problem, Xia Xiaoshi's feelings for him seemed to have become very deep long ago, so had to make the decision this way. "No." Hearing only a chortle, the young girl suddenly flung herself on top of him, her small body snuggling against his chest, sobbing loudly. "I don't agree. Why should you alienate me just for this? I can stay out. I forbid you to make decisions without me. Don't leave me." In the face of Xia Xiaoshi's crying, Jiang Shi slightly lowered his eyes, somewhat unable to bear it. Little Poems. Chapter 98, you guys. Looking at the aggrieved and crying young girl in his arms, Jiang Shi just lowered his eyes, raised his hand on her head and gently stroked it, remaining silent. The room was then quiet for a long time. The young girl in her arms seemed to be slowly calming down as well. Feeling the warmth and security brought by the touch, she slightly raised her head to look at Jiang Shi, biting her lips in aggravation, with teardrops in the corners of her eyes. "Brother, I am." River Time said softly, "Do you have to go?" Jiang Shi slightly skimmed his head, not quite daring to meet her eyes. Sorry." Seeming to understand something, Xia Xiaoshi said in a low voice. "All right." Although Jiang Shi and Xia Xiaoshi had known each other for a relatively short period of time, the feeling she gave him was still profound. Auntie Xiao's family never treated him badly either. To be honest, he actually can't quite bear to do this to Xia Xiaoshi. Hesitating again and again, Jiang Shi also sighed and said, "Usually you can just come over to the house to play or whatever, just don't go too far in that area." Hearing this, Xia Xiaoshi's pupils slowly widened, but her tone was a bit weak. Really? Originally, Jiang Shi had no intention of not welcoming Xia Xiaoshi to his home. He was just afraid that Xia Xiaoshi would still have the same personality as before in the villa, and then it would be pointless for him to move out. "Really? You don't have to ask a second time. It's true." A smile slowly broke out on the young girl's resigned face. followed by a tight hug around his chest. Good. I like you the most. Really. Looking at the young girl in his arms who looked like she wanted to shove her head all the way into his chest, Zhang Shi's heart was also helpless. It's so childlike. If you don't grow up, what will we do in the future? Suddenly, Xia Xiaoshi slowly raised her head to look at him, the tears at the corners of her eyes seeming to have been wiped dry by his clothes, and lifted up what she was clutching tightly in her hand to show him, murmuring, "So, to be, you again?" Zhang Shi was instantly speechless, snatched the thing in her hand, looked at the trash can aside and hesitated for a moment before directly putting it into his pocket. As for why not just throw it in the trash? That's because the maid in the house will have a fixed time to clean out the garbage cans in the villa once a day, and regardless of whether the garbage cans are full or not, they will directly clean out all the garbage with bags. What he was afraid of was that if this was discovered on the way to the cleanup, inevitably, there will be misunderstandings, so he chose to just put it in his pocket and take it out. Well, don't. Xia Xiaoshi skimmed her mouth, and her hands still kept grasping Zhang Shi and not letting go. Brother, don't dislike me. No, it's not a matter of dislike. Zhang Shi was right. He was the one who couldn't go against his conscience. He wouldn't do that kind of thing to his benefactor's daughter until he had Aunt Xia's permission. I know. Xia Xiaoshi actually understands. Zhang Shi has always been thinking about her mom's thoughts. It said that Zhang Shi would agree to that request. Just about anything would be fine. But the price was to stay in their house with her all the time until the two of them fell in love and eventually got married. She's just a little juvenile looking, but it shouldn't be so seductive at all, right? Of course there was. She could feel that Zhang Shi hated her during her molestation, but in the end, Zhang Shi still held back. The reason for this was still because Zhang Shi he didn't want to agree to that request from his mom. It means that Eshi doesn't like himself enough. Thinking of this, she also breathed a sigh of relief and slightly beamed. Well then, after all, it's still the case that my sister's barren figure can't satisfy my brother's like desire. The corner of Zhang Shi's mouth twitched. You'd better not show off this female brat attribute of yours right now. Che, brother is just weak. Fine. I'm weak, so I'll go first. Don't go. Xia Xiaoshi hugged even tighter, flashing her pitiful eyes at him. Xiaoshi was wrong. Don't say it anymore. You're a guy who really needs to be taught a lesson. Zhang Shi sighed and picked up his own cell phone on the side, checking the time, but there's at most an hour left before I have to go outside to look at houses. That fast? Ha? A trace of loss flashed visible under Xia Xiaoshi's eyes. Then brother, I also want to go see the house together. Is that okay? I can't. Someone else already wants to be together this afternoon. Zhang Shi shook his head and refused outright. If the person who had already invited was not Bai Qi but someone else, then Zhang Shi would still be able to bring Xia Xiaoshi along to see the house. But that was Bai Qi, and if the two stayed together, they would surely fight again. To avoid it, he couldn't take Xia Xiaoshi with him. Is it that woman? Xia Xiaoshi pouted slightly in displeasure. Well, it looks like Xiaoshi is one step too late again. Just looking at a house. Zhang Shi sweated slightly. Is it really just a house to look at? Truth be told, as much as she didn't want to admit it, Xia Xiaoshi would always think that. Zhang Shi didn't like himself. Was it because he already liked that woman? If so, what should I do then? Damn it. Obviously, according to the plot of most light novels, a childhood friend shouldn't be able to win Skyfall. How come it's not the same when it comes to yourself? Whoops. No way. My brother didn't say that either. You can't give up on Ahei yourself yet. Just as she was about to open her mouth, Zhang Shi touched her head again. Alright, don't think too much, and don't sneak around and follow behind when the time comes. We'll invite you to come to the house when we settle down, okay? But it's a bit unfair to me. It's to keep you from arguing. Alright then. Xia Xiaoshi's tone was soft. Then brother will stay with me for the next hour. There's still packing to do. It's not like there's a lot of luggage. I've looked and all my brother has is 3 bottoms, 3 jackets, 2 sweaters, 3 fatigues and 5 pairs of socks. Hey, how do you know so well? The corner of Zhang Shi's mouth twitched. You guys wouldn't have already taken my room. Are you a pervert? However, Xia Xiaoshi didn't answer and just smiled at him as if she was hiding her perversion with her cute face. You guys, Zhang Shi had a bad feeling. You didn't do anything weird to them, did you? No, just miss my brother. Just go to brother's room. I'm bright. You're so. What should I say about you? Zhang Shi covered his forehead and had a slight headache for a while. It wasn't the first time this Xia Xiaoshi had done this to his clothes. This Xia Xiaoshi was afraid that she wasn't really a pervert. Even counting your clothes so well and not missing a single one? It's really sick to the point of being a little scary. It's okay. Xia Xiaoshi hemmed and hawed. Ugh. You guys. Chapter 99, Waiting for the Night. Then brother, remember to reply to my messages promptly afterward. Let me know when you're settled in. I'm going to play at my brother's house. At the entrance of the villa, Looking at the teenager in front of her carrying a large suitcase and a black backpack, Xia Xiaoshi waved at him, bidding farewell reluctantly. Don't worry, I'll tell you the first time. Jiang Shi promised. Tong Xin, who was at the side, walked up and asked, Young Master Xiao Jiang, do you really not need a ride? No, it's fine for you to stay home with Shi. Saying that, Jiang Shi's gaze fell on Xia Xiaoshi's body. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Xiaoshi, see you later. At those words, Xia Xiaoshi angrily stomped her foot and gritted her teeth. Don't say it like you really want to say goodbye. Bad brother. No. Anyway, be good at home, haha. I'm off, haha. Without hesitating too much, Jiang Shi turned around and headed towards the cell entrance. Xia Xiaoshi didn't say much, just quietly watched him leave. To be honest, she actually wanted to retain Jiang Shi, but Jiang Shi didn't like her to dwell on it too much. She had thought about hugging up, but she finally stopped the urge as well. However, Jiang Shi had also promised her that he would definitely invite her as a guest, so he definitely wouldn't go back on his word. After all, she trusted Jiang Shi from the bottom of her heart and knew that Jiang Shi would definitely not lie to her in this regard. As for what to do when you think about Etsy at home in the future, at the head of her bed, under the pillow, there is still a piece of scarf that Jiang Shi often wear this winter. That top, it's covered in my brother's flavor. Finally, it was only after Jiang Shi disappeared from her sight that Xia Xiaoshi reluctantly turned around and entered the villa. Miss, is everything alright? Tong Xin, who was at the side, looked at her bemused expression and couldn't help but ask, What? Young Master Xiao Jiang is leaving just like that. Miss, do you want to give up? Childish asked again. But brother, he wants to leave. Of course Xia Xiaoshi didn't want to let Jiang Shi leave just like that, but there was just not much she could do about it, because she had realized that her constant pestering only seemed to get Jiang Shi's disgust in return, so she didn't directly show that she wanted to possess Jiang Shi in her home. Instead, he told Jiang Shi to leave. She'd go back to see Jiang Shi after he'd settled down, although it's very likely that what we'll see then will be by Qi and Jiang Shi together. But as long as she could see Jiang Shi, who used to accompany her when she was lonely in the past, then she's happy too. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi raised her head and made a bright smile at the maid. It's okay if my brother can be happy leaving here. Hearing this, Tong Xian's mouth slightly opened in surprise for a while before revealing a relieved smile. She could see that the young lady seemed to be growing up slowly already. From the first time he came here at the time of the river, the lady has been asking to take possession of his time, despite his mood, to the point where he can now take into account respecting his thoughts and finally letting him leave here without a care in the world. Although it was a common thing to let a guest leave the house in peace, for the feelings that the young lady had for Jiang Shi, the guest, it's been a bit of a growth spurt. 2. Pushing the door open, Jiang Shi dragged his luggage back into the living room and settled his backpack on the couch first. Looking at the quiet home, Jiang Shi slightly wondered and said, Qiyin, is it out? I'm in my room. Oh, did you get your bags and come back? Jiang Shi sniffed and looked towards the room, walked up and pushed open the hidden door, only to see that at this moment, Bai Qiyin was frantically scribbling on her hand drawing board, with her eyes glued to the computer screen, as if she was a student still catching up on her summer homework on the last day of summer vacation. Why are you drawing so hard today? Jiang Shi subconsciously muttered. Normally, Bai Qiyin's drawing speed wasn't even half as fast as today's. Is it because the deadline is approaching, or is it because you promised yourself a gift this morning? Bai Qiyin suddenly turned her head to look this way. You're back. Didn't Lori give you a hard time? No, really? To be honest, Bai Qiyin was a bit surprised. She had thought that little loli would give Jiang Shi a hard time for a bit no matter what, so she had already emphasized with Jiang Shi again and again before Jiang Shi set off. I didn't expect Jiang Shi to return home with his luggage almost on time. That loli has given up? Seriously, she couldn't believe it a bit, but it was a happy occasion for Jiang Shi to come back on time. Thinking of this, a smile unconsciously surfaced on Bai Qiyin's face, placing her hand-painted pen aside and walking over to Jiang Shi. Aren't we going to look at the house later? Let's go. I'll go with you. Jiang Shi's gaze swept past her to look at the sketches still being drawn on the computer screen. I see that you're not still in a hurry. Why don't I just go myself and you draw first? It's okay, even if it's not. I'll be able to finish painting it tomorrow and the day after. Honestly, although the time would be rushed even more with one less day, Bai Qiyin still wanted to follow Jiang Shi out. But you've got several landlord appointments this afternoon, and you might have to see them through the night, and you'll be out of an afternoon again. Jiang Shi raised his hand and tended to the stray hairs on Bai Qiyin's face that were blocking her eyes, and pinched her cheeks. Time is not enough to waste time. If you don't finish it by then, the gift will be gone. Ugh, Bai Qiyin was stunned, then slightly clenched her fists and knocked his chest, deflating her mouth. You threatened me. No. Jiang Shi shook his head. I can solve this kind of thing alone. I just want you to finish drawing things at home first. After all, the fans are looking forward to your new chapter. Well, fans and stuff aren't really that important. Indeed, that manga of hers was the one she kept drawing in the first place because Etsy was encouraging her. If you had to choose between time spent drawing manga or going out with Etsy, pick one. Then she would choose the latter without hesitation. But I'm a longtime fan of yours, too. Then I'll draw. Well, have fun painting, and I'll come back tonight and bring you back something delicious. Come back early then. Nodding in agreement, Jiangshi turned toward the door. Bai Qiyin lingered and returned to the desk as well, picking up the hand-drawing pen with her right hand and maneuvering the keyboard shortcuts with her left hand to continue to start drawing on the computer. She didn't seem to have to worry about Xia Xiaoshi in particular now. After all, listening to Jiangshi's tone, it seemed that Xia Xiaoshi would no longer pester him. Doesn't that make it sushi less of a concern? Then she and Enishi should be able to go out in name only. Right. Only to hear a slamming sound from outside. Bai Qiyin turned her head to look at the door, a hint of expectation flashing under her eyes. Let's ask tonight. Chapter 100, Bad Ideas. At dusk, the sky was tinted red with a golden haze, and the breeze carried a warm afterglow. Walking out of the seafood market, Jiangshi walked out with a bag of live shrimp. Well, let's make a shrimp for Nanine today. Jiangshi slightly lifted the bag containing live shrimp in his hand to his chest. Let's just make a whole dish of braised shrimp. I remember she quite likes to eat this. I don't know if her appetite has changed, so I'll go back later and ask. In his impression, Bai Qiyin liked fewer dishes that he usually ate. The only thing that he knew clearly was that shrimp was the one dish that Bai Qiyin usually ate the most. So he too had a whole bag of fresh shrimp ready to go back and cook for himself. After all, in the afternoon, he had promised to cook something delicious for Bai Qiyin when he returned from looking at the house. Since there were still quite a few ingredients in the houses, he didn't go back to the market to buy other dishes. As for whether or not it's okay to go to the house today, that's natural. A one-bedroom house rented about 1.5 kilometers from Baekjian's home, and the environment is quite nice. I also ended up making an appointment with the landlord to move there in the next couple of days. So for the next 2 days, we'll sleep at 7 Sonic's house first. Back home, after Jiangshi put the shrimp in the kitchen, he washed his hands and headed towards Bai Qiyin's room. There's no movement at all. Nanayoi couldn't have fallen asleep. The door to the room was hidden. Jiangshi walked up and slowly pushed the door open, only to see Bai Qiyin lying on the desktop, her pink hair falling down along her shoulders and neck, her eyes slightly closed, her breathing slow and gentle, and really asleep. Considering the winter factor, Jiangshi rummaged out a blanket from within the closet and came to Bai Qiyin's side to cover her up with it. He then looked up at the screen, and on the screen, which had looked like it was full of sketches in the morning, the lines were now outlined. It looks like Bai Qiyin has been working very hard all afternoon to catch up on her manuscript. After leaving the room, Jiangshi was ready to make dinner first before waking her up. Walking into the kitchen and pounding away for nearly half an hour, Jiangshi made several dishes to place on the table. The most eye-catching dish was the braised shrimp in the center, which looked good. He tried it and tasted it. It tasted fine, and 7 Sound would probably like it. There hadn't been a single movement in the room even in the half hour he'd been cooking. Bai Qiyin is probably still sleeping. After cleaning up the kitchen, Jiangshi prepared to go into the room to wake up Bai Qiyin. Pushing the door open, Jiangshi turned the light on, only to see Bai Qiyin still lying on the desktop, quietly sleeping. Jiangshi walked up and gently nudged Bai Qiyin, saying softly, "Qiyin, it's time to eat." The young girl murmured a few times before slowly opening her eyes, and upon seeing him she also revealed a shallow smile. Back. Jiangshi said softly, "I've already made dinner. Do you want to eat something first?" Bai Qiyin rubbed her eyes and slowly got up with a look that looked like she was still a bit awake. "Is it nighttime already?" "Yeah. How's the house looking?" Bai Qiyin yawned and asked again. "Already looked after it. Rented a one-bedroom house not far from the neighborhood. Go over there in the next 2 days." "Ha? So soon?" A hint of loss flashed under Bai Qiyin's eyes. Wouldn't it be nice to stay 2 more days? To be honest, after all, going outside to rent a room was a decision that Jiangshi had made for a longer period of time, and she wasn't going to stand in his way too much now. It's just that this is too quick of an action by Itsushi. She had thought that it would take a week or so anyhow for Jiangshi to find a house and then go out to rent it, right? Turns out this first day looked good, and then it says it's moving out in the next 2 days. Quickly, as if Jiangshi was eager to leave her. "Yes, but come out and eat first. The food will get cold later," Jiangshi promised, and as he turned around and prepared to leave, he was grabbed by the corner of his coat. "What's wrong?" "That." Bai Qiyin tugged on his clothes and stood up, her hands slowly clasping his neck, coming close to his heel to meet him at close range, her tone low. Don't really feel like eating, so what do you want?" The fragrance of the young girl's body drilled into her nose, and with the slightly ambiguous atmosphere of the room, Jiangshi seemed to have sensed something. Just how was Bai Qiyin more anxious than herself? Strange. Without much reply, Bai Qiyin forcefully pushed him down to sit on the edge of the bed and sat herself on his legs. Xia Xiaoshi and Gu Lingyue and the others finally had the idea to give up. I just want to eat you now. In that case, you'll be completely mine after tonight. Bai Qiyin's gaze slowly became excited. Seriously, she hated those two so much that she couldn't wait for them both to disappear into the world. And now those two can finally have some peace. It means that her dedication is paying off. So now, she and the one she loves can also finally be ambiguous in name only and carry out her next series of plans to be with Jiangshi. Are you sure it's not me eating you? I only saw a scarlet blush floating on that pretty face of the young girl, but her eyes were flashing with longing. It was as if she wasn't shy about doing such things, but instead had a longing for him. However, Jiangshi was not afraid in the slightest. Although he knew that Bai Qiyin had the attribute of being a sickly girl, he was still a weak young girl since the beginning, leaving the tools of the trade poses no threat at all. And this action of Bai Qiyin made him also somewhat. Thinking of this, Jiangshi swallowed even more. It's you who has too many concerns about Xia Xiaoshi. Otherwise, we could have been together a long time ago, but it doesn't matter. You can finally promise me today, Bai Qiyin said, her hands slowly embracing the sides of his body, suddenly stopping at the pockets as she felt something inside. She reached into Jiangshi's pocket and took the item out, looking at the tiny square package in her hand and looking at him with slight confusion. This. The corners of Jiangshi's mouth twitched slightly, and his heart was even more flustered. The one he snatched from Xia Xiaoshi in the morning, he forgot to throw it away. It can't be because of this that Nanaioi would think that she would have wanted to do that kind of thing to her today. Thinking of this, Jiangshi hurriedly explained. No, listen to me, this thing was an accident. Seemingly thinking of something, Bai Qiyin's cheeks were even redder than just now, biting her red lips and surprisingly getting a little shy. It's okay, I know you're a boy too, and you're going to need that too. And I was just going to think about today. It's okay. What were you thinking? It was an accident. Jiangshi had a helpless look on his face, and then explained it to her. Bai Qiyin, however, revealed a displeased expression. I knew that little loli wouldn't let up. After watching her understand what she meant, Jiangshi also let out a long sigh. That's true, but I didn't do anything with her either. Seemingly thinking of some bad ideas, the corner of Bai Qiyin's mouth slightly hooked up in a bad smile. Well then, since she still won't let go of her hand, let's do it with what she gave us. The corner of Jiangshi's mouth twitched. Isn't this a bit too badass? Chapter 101, Shrimp? Nay 9. Really? Well, the thought of you being mine after tonight. I'm happy. Sasha. Rolling over, Jiangshi propped his hands on either side of the young girl's head, his gaze looking with a hint of desire and entanglement as he locked eyes with her. It can be. Bai Qiyin had been looking forward to this moment for a long time, because then, she could truly own Jiangshi. But she was still a little shy in the way of her first time, and she couldn't stop her face from flushing. She placed the thing Xia Xiaoshi gave her in front of her chest and said softly, if you don't want to use this, there are also pre-prepared ones inside the bedside drawer, or you don't have to use it. Just use this. Jiangshi interrupted Bai Qiyin. He naturally couldn't withstand her teasing so much, since Bai Qiyin was ready to eat first. Then, of course, he was accompanied. You like it. Just fine. Well. Looking at the shy young girl underneath him, Jiang gulped and reached out to turn off the lights. Moonlight hit the floor through a slit in the curtains, the faint light outlining the two entwined in the bed. Go eat. The young girl hooked her neck tightly around Enishi's and buried her head into his chest, blushing almost to the back of her ears as he reached up and placed a hand in her pink hair, gently soothing it. Finally, you're mine. The young girl gasped slightly, her pupils a little moist, and her voice was low and raspy, as if she was pleased with the triumph of some event. Jiangshi understood her mood and gently stroked her head. Don't worry, you don't have to worry, I'll be responsible for you. To be honest, when he came to Kyoto, he was fond of Bai Qiyin. If it wasn't for that operation of his mom's that made him go to Xia Xiaoshi's house and stay there, otherwise he wouldn't have entangled with Xia Xiaoshi so much. But he still had a bottom line, plus Xia Yi had also stipulated him, and in the end he didn't do those things to Xia Xiaoshi. Otherwise he would have probably already been in the villa with Xia Xiaoshi, and would probably have stayed in the villa afterward out of guilt for doing those things to Xia Xiaoshi, and finally married her and accompanied her abroad. Now beside him was the girl he had grown up with, and he was happy about it. Well, after a long while of slowing down, Bai Qiyin then drew away from Jiangshi's embrace, with a blush still on her cheeks. She whispered, then let's go eat now. Good. After softly agreeing, the two of them also got dressed and went to the restaurant. Sitting on the dining table, each of the two of them picked up the rice that had already been served in front of them. Jiangshi subconsciously tasted it and frowned slightly. Sure enough, the rice is a bit cold. It's kind of bad. when he made the meal just now. He forgot to keep the dishes warm and instead went straight to his room to get ready to wake up the seven tones for dinner. But I never thought. I didn't expect this to happen at this time. Didn't have the heart to think about that at the halfway point. Although less experienced and not long. But it's winter, and the food would have gotten cold fast. Thinking of this, Jiangshi also stood up. Why don't I go and reheat the food? It's a bit cold. Isn't it still a little warm? It's okay. Bai Qiyin shook her head repeatedly and picked up a piece of braised shrimp in front of her eyes, a light smile on her face. The shrimp is delicious. I like it. No need to heat it up again. Well, it's good that you like it. Seeing that the young girl liked it, Jiangshi also smiled along. I'm sure I still like the food. After hesitating for a while, Jiangshi sat down again and said, well then, we'll eat. Bai Qiyin couldn't stop the smile on her face, though she did get a little shy halfway through, but it turned out well. They're kind of officially dating. Only she realized that it seemed like, she also had no experience at all, but just now it seems to be particularly enjoying itself with. It's so cute to be weak and trying so hard. She couldn't help but snicker twice with her head down at the thought. Looking at her smile that seemed to be like a mocking general check, Jiangshi suddenly a little embarrassed, deliberately coughed twice. Say, just now I saw that your manga has already sketched out the line drawings. Today's drawings are very fast. Well, Bai Qiyin nodded back. Isn't that what you said about giving me a gift? Then of course I have to be quick. And with the manga I'm planning on finishing it in the near future. Jiangshi was slightly surprised. Why? Wasn't a new chapter already written? How could it end so quickly? Indeed, he remembered that the other day, Bai Qiyin had told him that the manga opened a new chapter after the hero and heroine got together. Turns out it hasn't even gotten a few more words in yet, but at this point it's saying it's about to end. It's really a bit of a loss for him, a longtime fan who's been following it. Well, Bai Qiyin pursed her lips, because in the last two words the male and female main characters were already together, and after that the plot was a bit too little the drawing was a bit tiring. Well then, after all, you've been drawing for a few years now. It's good to finish. After all, it's usually quite tiring to focus on your studies while drawing manga. Jiangshi can also understand. After all, Bai Qiyin she draws a word need longer time. Although now is the summer vacation time maybe a little more, but according to the usual in school, but also at the same time to focus on school, half a month to draw a word in fact also a little reluctant. The last semester came by purely on saved manuscripts from the summer period. It's okay, let's not talk about it, but you'll give me a present anyway if I turn it in on time. That's what you said yourself. No backing out yet. Anything you want. Saying that, Jiangshi suddenly seemed to think of something and couldn't help but sweat slightly. As long as it's not a strange request. No way. That'll do. After the meal, after the two of them cleaned up the table together, Bai Qiyin pulled Jiangshi again and asked, just stay here for 2 more days. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Okay? Good. But you can't stay here too long. After that, Jiangshi had to go to Uncle Bai's branch to ask about it, but he wasn't in a hurry. And it was fine to stay here for 2 more days. Bai Qiyin skimmed her mouth and had said, but even if you leave here, I will still go looking for you every day. No problem. And that's only when I'm at home and going out part-time afterward. Thanks honey. Bai Qiyin hooked her toes around his neck, her gaze deep in love with him. Jiangshi understood what she meant and wrapped his arms around her waist, kissing directly against her red lips, embracing each other until they collapsed on the couch. Bai Qiyin retracted her lips. Her cheeks flushed a little as she looked at the teenager underneath her. Darling, you don't seem to have any experience at all. That's for sure. The corners of Jiangshi's mouth twitched slightly. Even if you've seen many instructional videos, beginners are still inexperienced. Okay? So, more? Well, Chapter 102, beat you to death. Me, have you settled in? Brother? Can I go now? My favorite brother. It's okay, but Nanaine is at home, so don't argue when you come, and it seems that Gu Ling Yuan is coming too. Me, at home. You guys are already getting along so naturally. My favorite brother. We got along well even before this. Not to mention that there's nothing wrong with dating now. Xia Xiaoshi sat on her knees on the bed, her eyes staring blankly at the message sent from across the room with a look of disbelief. She had been frozen for almost 10 minutes. It had only been a mere 3 days since the last time he had seen Jiangshi. What she didn't expect was that Bai Qiyin had already socialized with brother Jiangshi. Socialized? What had happened to them in the last 3 days? Although she had actually predicted this outcome, she didn't think that her brother would be so adamant in choosing that woman. She had thought that her brother was missing her today when he called herself over to the house as the first thing he did after getting settled in his new home. It turns out that she didn't realize that her brother was already with that woman. She was still going to get a good look at her brother. For a moment, her mood instantly hit rock bottom. Suddenly, there was another message from across the room. My favorite brother. Little poetry? My favorite brother, don't feel bad. I'm telling you in advance so that you won't fight over me after you come. My favorite brother, we'll still be good friends afterward, too, and I've always treated you like my own sister. My favorite brother, if you really don't want to see A9, I'll treat you alone next time. When she saw the last two sentences, Xia Xiaoshi suddenly clenched her teeth and revealed a fierce look. Following a quick rise, Xia Xiaoshi slammed her foot towards stomping on the phone. What friends? Don't be a friend. Not as a sister either. Stinky brother, bad brother. Send me a good guy card. I'm going to stomp on you. Stomp on you, bad brother. Aha. By Chi-in, I'm going to cow you. After a while, only then did she slowly stop, sighing in disappointment. Plopping down on the bed again, he brought his cell phone up. Her eyes moistened slightly as her gaze fell on the message sent on the screen again. She knew that Bai Chi-in had been at her brother's house for the past few days, and that she could tell from her chats with her brother over the past few days that brother didn't seem to have any intention of letting Bai Chi-in leave either. Obviously her brother was always a bit resistant when he was with her, not when he's with Bai Chi-in. That's when she realized there was something wrong with the relationship between the two. After getting her brother's answer today, she was still a little reluctant to accept it, but it's the brother's choice. Finally, eyeing the screen for a long time, she lowered her head slightly and typed a reply on the screen. Poetry, it's okay, I'm coming. Sure, it's just that stinky woman. I don't care to argue with her yet, I just want to see my brother. Looking at the message sent by Xia Xiaoshi on the screen, Jiang Shi replied, okay, then let Tongxin send you here the address is sent to you. After, then he tossed his cell phone aside, which was a relief. It looks like Shi should be fine. On the side, Bai Chi-in, who was wearing an apron and holding a spatula in her hand, had been staring at him dead in the face since a moment ago. Obviously, she already knew about our relationship, but I didn't think that she was really prepared to come. Speaking of this, a bad smile even surfaced on Bai Chi-in's face. Since she's taken care of you for me for so long, I do have to make something delicious to entertain her yet. Ugh, the corners of Jiang Shi's mouth twitched slightly. You don't want to put weird stuff in the dish. No, I'm serious about entertaining her. Later on, senior sister Gu Lingyue is also coming as a guest. Jiang Shi scratched his head. You shouldn't mind. At those words, Bai Chi-in lightly hummed and skimmed her head. Of course I mind. Who let my dear go out every day to dabble with the women? Anyway, just don't allow to contact them intimately. Otherwise I will also be angry. Don't worry, it's just dinner. Jiang Shi was slightly relieved. Since that kidnapping, Bai Chi-in had also changed. Although she was still as gentle and delicate as before, but now she wouldn't hide her emotions in the bottom of her heart. Instead, they will bear it directly to him. That way, they get along better than ever before. There's also no shame in worrying about hitting the wall on certain things after just being a couple. Well then, I'll go ahead and cook in the kitchen. I'm cooking today. Looking at the constant smile on Bai Chi-in's face, Jiang Shi still had some concerns, considering that Bai Chi-in might be a bit tired from cooking alone. Then he got up and wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind her. I'll do it with you. Seemingly seeing his concerns, Bai Chi-in explained again. You have to trust me. I won't tamper with the dishes. Jiang Shi shook his head. It's okay, you're quite tired alone. I'll help you. Bai Chi-in pouted slightly in displeasure. You're obviously worried about them. However, when she saw that Jiang Shi didn't reply and slowly came closer to her face, she gave another involuntary smile and also came up for a kiss. You're forgiven. I really want to help you. I don't want to see you too tired. Thanks dear. Together then. Half an hour later, the car was parked on the side of the road. Pushing the door open, Xia Xiaoshi got out of the car and looked at Tong Xin who followed next to her. Just drop me off here. Suddenly, another burgundy sports car pulled up on the side, and a tall girl came down from above. Xia Xiaoshi recognized who was in front of her at a glance and frowned slightly. Stinky woman, what are you doing here? Gu Lingyu walked up to her and glanced down at her. Jiang Shi really did call you here. Of course my brother would think of me first. Xia Xiaoshi crossed her arms and hummed lightly in disdain. Anyway, my brother must have been the first one to invite me to the house as a guest anyway. You're the latter. Seeing her in such a narcissistic stance, Gu Lingyu was also in no mood to talk more nonsense with her. Crossing over beside her to walk directly upstairs. Just enjoy your narcissism, brat. I'll go upstairs first. Cut. Xia Xiaoshi turned her head to look at Tong Xin. Then I'll go find my brother first. Upon hearing this, Tong Xin hesitated slightly. Can you do it alone? It's okay, my brother's home. To be honest, looking at the last time Xia Xiaoshi passed out and was sent home, Tong Xin was already a little worried about Miss. And this time, I heard that Bai Chi-in would also be at the house. And I also saw that there was Gu Lingyu going upstairs, because these two seemed to be a little bored with Miss. She was really a little worried. Seeing as it was Jiang Shi who took the initiative to invite Miss this time, he should be able to protect Miss. After much thought, she nodded her head in agreement. Alright then, I'll wait at home for you to send word then. Chapter 103, Bad. Jiangshi Jr., where have you been? Sister? At Sushi Kodomo, the meal is ready. Waiting by the elevator. Gu Lingyu looked at the message sent from above, and also quickly typed a reply. Immediately arrived. Already downstairs. Suddenly, Xia Xiaoshi walked over this way, and she subconsciously stood aside to make room for him. However, only Xia Xiaoshi, who just now still had a complaining expression, became unexpectedly calm at this moment, quietly standing aside and waiting for the elevator to come down. In response, Gu Lingyu was also a bit confused. The mind thinks, was it the expression of disgust that had been tempered in order to meet Etsy? By all rights, Bai Qiyin should still be at Jiang Shi's house at this time. Shouldn't the expression of Xia Xiaoshi, who hated Bai Qiyin, be a little harder to read? However, just as she was thinking, Xia Xiaoshi's next sentence shocked her. Brother, he's already going out with Bai Qiyin. Are you serious? I wish it was fake too. Hearing this, Gu Lingyu fell silent, then pulled out her cell phone from her bag, panicked and scratched upwards. She looked at the above and the messages Jiang Shi had sent over the past few days. There was no mention at all of already being in a relationship with Bai Qiyin already. To be honest, she was actually a bit disbelieving. If Xia Xiaoshi had lied in an attempt to trick her, she definitely wouldn't have believed it. But the only thing she had to believe was that Jiang Shi was dating Bai Qiyin. Xia Xiaoshi was very fond of Jiang Shi, and she knew deep down that Xia Xiaoshi would never joke with Jiang Shi being with other girls. Only what made her wonder was that Xia Xiaoshi didn't seem to be upset when she found out. Instead, her heart involuntarily fluttered when she heard the news, and at that moment, the elevator doors opened. Xia Xiaoshi took the lead and stepped inside the elevator, looking at the stagnant her with slight misgivings. If you don't come in, I'll go myself. Returning to her senses, Gu Lingyu also stepped inside the elevator. Xia Xiaoshi pressed the button for floor 7 and pressed the button for closing the door. You're not upset? Your brother Jiang Shi was snatched away by another girl, Gu Lingyu asked in disbelief. Of course it's sad, Xia Xiaoshi replied softly. How could she not be upset that the man she loved so much had been taken away from her by another girl? She's not only sad, she's angry. It was obvious that she had done so much, but her brother still couldn't feel her fondness? She pondered for a long time before finally realizing that her brother didn't like her. No matter how much she tries to redeem herself, her brother doesn't seem to be coming back. So, she wasn't going to pester her brother much, nor was he prepared to make any more of a scene. After all, his brother would only get more fed up with himself that way. Only, there was still a trace of unwillingness in her heart. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi clenched her teeth. I want to take my brother back. Want to criminalize brother for the rest of my life. Hearing her words, Gu Lingyu smiled. If it's you, then you should be able to do it, right? Why don't you call more people over? Che, but brother doesn't want to, Xia Xiaoshi said without a trace of anger. Ha! Saying that, Gu Lingyu also let out a long sigh. To be honest, she was actually just as unwilling as Xia Xiaoshi, but she could only admit it when it came down to it. After all, Jiang Shi liking her was a thing of the past. No amount of liking seemed to work for her now. However, today Jiang Shi invited her to dinner, so it was still necessary to go. Ugh, can't you see more of Xiao Shi? Xia Xiaoshi muttered softly. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult then. Gu Lingyu spread her hands and said, in my impression, Jiang Shi is a very responsible person. If you go to harass him and Bai Qiyin gets jealous, he will definitely be the first to take care of Bai Qiyin's emotions and leave you aside. You'd better let go of your feelings early. Xia Xiaoshi turned her eyes to glare at her, and said in a nonchalant manner, Che, you're still the same. I'm reminding you of that, and you'd better listen. It was because Gu Lingyu knew that Jiang Shi was a responsible person that she immediately chose to go ahead and release her feelings. Not to mention that there was cooperation with their family's business in the Xia group. Auntie Xia also had a better relationship with her. Xia Xiaoshi was also considered half a sister to her. That's why she was thinking of persuasion. Listen to your ass. I'm not listening to you. Kid, you better talk properly. Just don't. You're the worst. I'm going to find my brother. 10 minutes ago. The living room. Finally done. And I wonder where those two got to. The two took off their aprons one after the other, came out of the kitchen and sat on the couch. Jiang Shi took his cell phone out of his pocket and sent a message of greeting to the two. A letter was soon received. Gu Lingyu, it's almost here. It's already downstairs. Xiao Shi, downstairs now brother. I'll be right up for you. Looking at the two people's replies, Jiang Shi had some bad premonitions in his heart. Almost simultaneous replies to the messages. These two won't be arguing downstairs. They're coming up soon, aren't they? Bai Qiyin, who was sitting next to her, came forward and asked, says it's downstairs. In that case, I'll go open the door. The corner of Bai Qiyin's mouth hooked up a bad smile, then walked to the door to open it up, and then walked well back. What are you playing at again? Bai Qiyin walked over to Jiang Shi and slowly sat on him, hooking her hands around his neck, her gaze slightly ambiguous. Jiang Shi saw her intentions and grasped her shoulders with both hands, softly saying, "A little later, okay? Later on they come." That's the effect I was going for. I'm sorry. Nay 9. Why have you learned the hard way too? Before Jiang Shi could come back to his senses, Bai Qiyin's red lips had already kissed him. Well, looking at the arms of the undivided time white 7 sound, Jiang Shi is more than a little unhappy. How did you become so mean? Doorway. The sound of arguing came from the elevator. After the elevator door opened, Xia Xiaoshi walked out with an exasperated look on her face. Too lazy to argue with you. I'm going to look for my brother. Kid, don't talk like I want to argue with you. Gu Lingyu followed, also speechless. Every time Xia Xiaoshi could give her a hard time. Never mess with this brat again. Thinking of this, she also headed to the side aisle and came to the door of the room Jiang Shi had mentioned. However, only Xia Xiaoshi was standing in the doorway at that moment, looking towards the inside of the room with a bewildered look on her face. She wondered slightly, then looked up to follow her gaze, only to see that on the sofa in the room, Jiang Shi was holding Bai Qiyin's shoulders and kissing her lips fiercely. You too. Don't you even restrain yourselves when you know we're coming. Gu Lingyu was also helpless. Aha! Brother, you really are a pervert. Xia Xiaoshi shouted back. If brother is so perverted, then why hasn't he ever been like this to Xiaoshi? Stinky brother. Chapter 104. You better not get too far ahead of yourself. Brother, what are you guys doing? Don't allow Thurlaw. Accompanied by Xia Xiaoshi's shout, the two people on the sofa stopped. Ahem. Sorry. Jiang Shi got down from Bai Qiyin, the latter's face reddened by the kiss, while getting up to straighten up the clothes that had been made a bit messy. Well, looking at Jiang Shi walking this way, Xia Xiaoshi collapsed a face with a complaining expression. Brother, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? No. Jiang Shi scratched his head and smiled slightly awkwardly. He was telling the truth. He still knew what to do at what time. It was just that Bai Qiyin had some bad intentions, force-feeding his lips in an attempt to show these two this sight. Then he naturally did not give in, and the scene just now happened. Why don't you guys come in first? Dinner is ready. Gu Lingyue, who was on the side, sighed and said, I think I'd better come back to visit another day. I'd better go back today. Goodbye school brother. With that, she turned her head and prepared to leave, a flash of loss visible under her eyes. Senior sister Gu, Jiang Shi called out to her, in a slightly apologetic tone. Sorry about that just now, but come all the way here. Let's eat before we leave? It's okay. I'll come back some other time. To be honest, Gu Lingyu saw that the scene just now was Jiang Shi taking the initiative on Bai Qiyin. She was inexplicably a little heartbroken at that scene. She knew very well that Jiang Shi would only take the initiative with those he liked, and that the already hesitant Jiang Shi had already progressed to this point with Bai Qiyin. Guess she's all out of plugs. Now that she knew the situation, it would only make it harder for her if she stayed here, so she was ready to leave first. Thinking of this, Gu Lingyu raised her head to meet Jiang Shi's eyes, almost squeezing a smile from the corners of her mouth. A gift for you. I'll give it to you next time, schoolmate. Sorry, I'll be leaving today. Alright, then when you have time, senior sister, I'll contact you again. Jiang Shi was well aware of school sister Gu Lingyu's character, so he didn't stop it too much. Good. After seeing school sister Gu Lingyu onto the elevator, Jiang Shi also sighed and turned his eyes to look at Xia Xiaoshi, who was looking at him complainingly from the side. Sorry for making you guys laugh just now. Jiang Shi repeated again. Humph, brother really, letting me come for dinner, and then he shows me such inappropriate images. Xia Xiaoshi clasped her hands on her chest, revealing a haughty expression. Does brother know he's wrong? I know I'm wrong, so come in and eat first. Then, since you know you're wrong, then as compensation do the same kind of thing to Shizuku that you did just now. Hearing this, Bai Qiyin quickly walked up to the two of them, revealing an expression that looked like a smile. Kid, you'd better take back those words just now, or I'll let you have no return. Facing Bai Qiyin's intimidation, Xia Xiaoshi sweated slightly and subconsciously took a small step back. You, what do you want? I'm not going to be afraid of you. Oh, Bai Qiyin looked around and her gaze landed on her again. It seems like you didn't bring your maid or any other bodyguards or other characters again, so you dare to come to the door alone? This is very dangerous. Why didn't you run away with Gu Lingyu just now? You guys, I came to see my brother, not to see you. Xia Xiaoshi clenched her teeth, slightly unconvinced. Oh, that's okay. I'll take care of you even if you're not here to see me, so come on in. You, to be honest, after experiencing the last time Bai Qiyin drugged her, she understood that Bai Qiyin would definitely not be merciful in this regard, but she wasn't a vegetarian either. She wouldn't run away from the battlefield like Gu Lingyue. Che, I'm not afraid of you, just come in. Well, Nay9 you don't scare her either. Jiangshi also appeased Xia Xiaoshi. It's fine, don't be afraid, come in and eat first. Humph. I wouldn't want to eat with her if it weren't for my brother. Bai Qi-yin was about to open her mouth, but she was stopped by Jiangshi, who then softly comforted her. Alright, I made you your favorite dish, don't be mad. Really? Xia Xiaoshi's pupils widened slightly surprised. After all, I promised to treat you to dinner, so I'm sure I'll make your favorite. Jiangshi smiled slightly. After all, he didn't want to watch Bai Qi-yin and Xia Xiaoshi get into a fight over a meal. He just wanted to simply invite Xia Xiaoshi and Gu Lingyue for a meal. After all, both of them had helped him quite a bit. Although Gu Lingyue had temporarily left, Xia Xiaoshi still had to take care of it. Thank you, brother. Jiangshi then let Xia Xiaoshi go in first. Bai Qi-yin, who had her mouth covered on the side, also sighed. Just spoil her. She did think that Jiangshi was a bit too spoiled for Xia Xiaoshi. After all, she was still relatively clear. Xia Xiaoshi's mind was not yet very mature, and also like Jiangshi, if he was still so gentle to Xia Xiaoshi, when the time came, a hair was out of control. Come back to thwart their romance. That would be a headache for her. It's okay, I'll make it up to you later. Let's eat first. Well then, you work it out yourself, dear. I'll stay out of it. Shutting the door behind him, Jiangshi wrapped his arm around her waist and headed towards the house as well. He could also understand why Bai Qi-yin would be so diabolical to Xia Xiaoshi, except that it really didn't seem necessary to him. After all, Xia Xiaoshi would eventually grow up. He could also feel a little bit of Xia Xiaoshi's recent behavior. Several people then came to the table and sat down. The rice had already been served a while ago. Only Xia Xiaoshi was slightly hesitant as she looked straight at the hot rice bubbling in front of her eyes. She then looked up at Jiangshi. Brother, there shouldn't be anything strange inside this rice. At those words, Bai Qi-yin couldn't help but snicker, but remained silent. After all, it was clear from the scene just now that Jiangshi did not want her to speak ill of Xia Xiaoshi. That's why she was also prepared to let Jiangshi himself persuade the brat to give up his feelings for him before it was too late. No way. Jiangshi explained. I personally cooked the rice, and all the other dishes were also made by me and Qi-yin, so I guarantee that I didn't put anything in it. I do believe in my brother. Xia Xiaoshi glanced at Bai Qi-yin who was at the side. It's just that this bad woman. Unbelievable. Bai Qi-yin ignored her. It's fine, don't worry. Jiangshi reminded again. Xia Xiaoshi picked up the chopsticks on the tabletop, pursed her lips and added, but even if something is put in, as long as it's brother who wants to put Xiaoshi in a coma, then it's not impossible. After all, I know that brother also has thoughts about Xiaoshi. Ka chow. The wooden chopsticks were snapped in her hands. Bai Qi-yin didn't strain herself to reveal an expression that wanted to kill as she glared at her. Kid, you'd better not get too carried away. Chapter 105 Farewell, take care. So what? Xia Xiaoshi snorted lightly with a look of disdain. If you hadn't snatched my brother away halfway, my brother would be me. You fishy cat. Hey, don't argue at the drop of a hat. Jiangshi was also helpless, and his heart was even more depressed. Shouldn't have put those two together in the first place. It was fortunate that senior sister Gu Lingyue left first, or else I don't know what kind of quarrel I was afraid of. Thinking of this, Jiangshi also gave Bai Qi-yin a piece of meat, and gave him a wink to signal that. Seeing this, Bai Qi-yin also sighed and slowly calmed down. Although she was a bit angry, she understood that there was no point in arguing too much with Xia Xiaoshi. Under Jiangshi's persuasion, she still chose to remain silent. As for how the fire should be released, just take it out on your darling afterward. Okay shii. Come on eat. Stop it. Jiangshi reminded. I made you a few of your favorite dishes, so eat well. When eating at Xia Xiaoshi's house, every meal was made by the maid childishly, and there were 6 to 10 dishes every day. And although the dishes were all sumptuous and hardly ever repeated, there were 2 or 3 dishes that appeared regularly every day. He who had once cooked for Xia Xiaoshi for a few days as well ended up asking Tong Xian about it, and learned that those few dishes were Xia Xiaoshi's favorite dishes. So since he was going to entertain Xia Xiaoshi, then he also went to the food market and bought the appropriate ingredients and made these dishes for her. I like everything my brother makes, Xia Xiaoshi muttered. Well, eat it then, there's no weird stuff put in it. Don't worry, Jiangshi said softly. Well, looking at the table full of sumptuous dishes, there were also a few dishes that Xia Xiaoshi liked to eat. As much as she appreciated her brother, the thought that this might be her last meal with him, she was just a little too full to eat. She looked up again at Bai Qi-yin, who was eating quietly next to her, and then at Jiangshi, who was smiling at her. The two of them looked so much like a husband and wife in an ambiguous manner. She lowered her head slightly, her nose a little sore for a moment. What's wrong? Jiangshi asked, slightly puzzled. Nothing. She seemed to have understood why Gu Lingyue had left. She had thought she had prepared herself before she arrived, but seeing the two cozying up as if they were already a married couple, she still couldn't stop the envy, tears running unheeded through her eyes. Suddenly, some warmth came from the top of her head, and she raised her head again, only to see Jiang Shi reaching out his hand to gently stroke the top of her head. It's fine, you can come see me whenever you want in the future. Thank you brother. In the beginning, she forcibly left Jiang Shi in the villa, thought she could really keep Jiang Shi's heart, but in the end in exchange for Jiang Shi's boredom, and she was even happier now after seeing Jiang Shi leave the villa. Only then did she clearly understand what Jiang Shi was really thinking, so before coming here beforehand, she made her decision. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi wiped the corners of her moist eyes and stood up. Thank you brother for your kindness, but Xiaoshi really doesn't have an appetite, so Xia Xiaoshi would like to say a final goodbye and leave. When these words came out, both of them were slightly stunned. Farewell. After freezing for a while, Jiang Shi seemed to understand what she meant. Okay, you say. Xia Xiaoshi pursed her lips, then spoke. Downstairs, by the street, a Rolls-Royce had pulled up to the curb and women in maid uniforms stood waiting. After seeing Xia Xiaoshi and Zhang Xiyu come downstairs, she quickly walked up to greet them. Miss, have you eaten? Well, but I still want to talk to my brother. Walking downstairs, Xia Xiaoshi turned her head to look at Jiang Shi. Brother, can you hug Xiaoshi before you leave? Well, Jiang Shi raised his hand on her head and smiled faintly. It's okay, but study well abroad afterward and don't let Auntie Xia down. What Xia Xiaoshi had just said upstairs was exactly her decision to prepare to leave the country early, and before that, Auntie Xia had already told him about Xia Xiaoshi's plan to prepare to study abroad afterward, who was supposed to leave in the first half of this year, which was delayed until the second half of the year because of his sudden arrival. Although it wouldn't affect him too much, he still felt a little guilty because of it as well, and in the end, even when he persuaded Auntie Xia to leave him alone, it didn't help. Xia Xiaoshi still tries to retain him and get him to follow him abroad, and now, after he left the villa, Xia Xiaoshi seemed to have woken up and mentioned the plan of leaving the country early to Auntie Xia. It's kind of growing up for Xia Xiaoshi. He was kind of happy about it, and sincerely hoped that Xia Xiaoshi would end up on her own. I know, but first, Xia Xiaoshi slightly beamed and forcefully went forward to encircle Jiang Shi, and her mouth kept muttering, let Shii hug for a while, brother can fantasize now. It's okay even if that woman sees it. If brother changes his mind now and wants to go with Shizuku, that's fine too. Rather, Shizuku welcomes it. If brother agrees, Xiao Shi will immediately ask someone to take brother away. Once we go run away to a foreign country and secretly be happy for the rest of our lives is no problem. Looking at the young girl in his arms who was full of gibberish and somewhat cute, Jiang Shi also smiled helplessly. Don't joke around. Study hard when you get outside. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoshi didn't reply again, but just quietly hugged Jiang Shi for several minutes before she drew away from his embrace with great interest. Xia Xiaoshi raised her head slightly, her gaze fixed on him. Then brother, Xiaoshi will leave first. Well, take care brother. Sure will miss you. After hesitating for a long time, Xia Xiaoshi then reluctantly got into the car with the maid. Seeing the two of them leave, Jiang Shi then breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but sigh. Hopefully, when she sees this guy again, she becomes as mature as Auntie Xia. In his eyes, Auntie Xia was an independent and strong woman, and it was basically all because of her that Xia's group was as strong as it was today. It was just that he didn't see a bit of Xia Yi in Xia Xiaoshi. Was it spoiled by Auntie Xia? It's not clear, but Auntie Xia's reason for letting Xia Xiaoshi go abroad seems to be not only because of her studies, but also because she wants to train and groom her to take over the Xia group later on. But all of that was okay with him, too. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi turned his head and prepared to go upstairs. However, he saw a glittering, murderous gaze staring at him from the corner of the stairs. The corners of Jiang Shi's mouth twitched slightly, and he hurriedly went upstairs. Qiyin, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. I'm going to speed up because I'm having a hard time carrying on with a lot of the plot because of bad writing in the middle. My pot. I'm really sorry. Ors. Chapter 106, Decisions. Which means she's really ready to leave, right? In the room, after listening to Jiang Shi's words, Bai Qiyin nodded thoughtfully. I had thought that she would continue to pester me. I've already prepared a good juice. Why do you still have that kind of stuff? To help you out of trouble. Dear, of course. Bai Qiyin was also a bit surprised, but I hadn't expected her to really be able to let it go. When she was in the room, she was actually a bit surprised when Xia Xiaoshi uttered that line about leaving on her own. Although the process of leaving Xia Xiaoshi's words made her a bit dissatisfied, but listening to Xia Xiaoshi's words in the back, it seemed that she was indeed seriously preparing to leave. That was a relief to her. No more worrying day and night that Xia Xiaoshi will come and harass my dear. Say, I was just talking to mom and dad about us, and they said they want us to come home for dinner tonight. Should we go? Go on. It just so happens that I have something to go and talk to Uncle White about too. Indeed, since he had now left Auntie Xia's house, he definitely had to go and talk to Uncle Bai Ching about the part-time job during winter vacation. His intention was to bring some gifts to Uncle Bai Ching and discuss the part-time job in the meantime. Bai Ching ruffled her hair and stood up. That's good. Then I'll go and talk to my parents later. Then I'll go and paint the minions first. And after it's finished the last few days I promise to paint the last story extras for the fans to end up with. Okay, so go ahead and go to. Meanwhile, on the other side. Mom, I've said goodbye to my brother and I'm ready to go. In the living room, Xia crossed her legs, her gaze slightly heavy as she looked at Xia Xiaoshi sitting beside her. Decided? Xia Xiaoshi sat quietly next to her with a downcast look. In that case, let's leave in a couple days. Xia could see her reluctance, and after touching her head, she softly consoled. It's okay, you can achieve great things alone. It's just a man. Look away early. Your mom, I've come through all these years alone, haven't I? Mom sure knows. Seeing that she still didn't get better, Xia also sighed long and hard. Although she understood her daughter's mood, she wouldn't try to persuade her too much anymore. I'll book a flight for the day after tomorrow. When we get there you'll need to study abroad there while being trained by me and the family. So get ready as early as you can. I hope you don't let me down. After leaving this, Xia got up and headed upstairs, her back slightly cold, and Xia Xiaoshi just stayed silent. For the fact that her mom didn't comfort her much, but instead told her to hurry up and get ready to leave, she could actually understand. Her mom, Xia, was born within a large family, and was very good in every aspect of her life from childhood to adulthood, and her life has been smooth sailing. But Xia was depressed all the way growing up. Her life was completely mapped out in a clear-cut way by the people in her family, and there was little joy to be found. In the end, she lived up to her family's expectations by graduating from the top school, and also managed to take over and run the Xia group to such heights. But halfway through, her dad had betrayed Xia. Xia was strictly controlled by the family from childhood to adulthood, not allowing any romantic behavior. The starting point of everything done must be to enhance their own ability as a prerequisite. The so-called love marriage? Then she naturally had no choice, and would inevitably end up being asked to marry another family. However, this control was slowly relaxed once Xia went to college. Because of this, Xia met her first love during her junior year of college, but because her family didn't allow it, they secretly dated behind her back. After flirting for almost a year or so, their affair was discovered by the family. The family naturally doesn't allow her to fall in love, but Xia is determined not to give up on that man, because it was that man who took the lead in chasing after Xia. Xia, who had always grown up with her life being controlled and planned by others, also felt the so-called happiness and love for the first time. For the sake of that man, that was also the first time Xia rebelled against her family's persuasion, even going so far as to break with the Xia family. It was just that the Xia family's power was too strong, and they would soon be known no matter where they ran off to. In the end, Xia gets pregnant and uses the baby to blackmail the Xia family into letting the man stay. Yet the answer she finally received from her family was unexpected and something she had never envisioned. That man took the money given by the Xia family and ran away, abandoning the two of them, mother and daughter, without a word. For that money, that man betrayed Xia. Xia, who was still pregnant at that time, was almost desperate. Also because of this incident, Xia hated betrayal with a passion. That's why Xia has been alone for so many years, and would never have an ounce of pity for a man who panders to her. Then later, Xia Xiaoshi was born, in order to keep Xia Xiaoshi from living the life that Xia herself used to live. After graduation, Xia single-handedly took over the Xia group and ran it to heights that the previous head of the family had never reached. In the end, she also climbed to the highest position in the Xia family and got the highest power as she wished. After that, Xia modified the family rules and took Xia Xiaoshi away from the Xia family to live alone. In the end, Xia also let Xia Xiaoshi have a childhood that was worlds apart from her own. Since she was a little girl, she did whatever she wanted to do, what she wanted to play, what she wanted to learn. It was all up to Xia Xiaoshi to decide on her own. And that brings us to today's lively and happy Xia Xiaoshi, because Xia Xiaoshi knew about it. As for why she knew, it was because Jiang Shi's mom had talked to her about it for as long as she could remember. So she had become much more well-behaved after that, and basically wouldn't disobey her mom's orders, or at most say a few bad words. It was just the pain of losing someone she loved so much that Xia Xiaoshi had no way of letting go of it for a short while, and of course she didn't intend to forget it. She was different from her mother, though she had been raised with loving care and had never suffered. But, she only loved her brother in her life. After recalling the incident, Xia Xiaoshi pondered on the sofa for a long time again. Finally making her decision, she stood up and slowly walked towards the stairs. Incidentally, the man who finally abandoned Xia Xiaoshi, Xia mother and daughter, fled abroad with the money. When Jiang Shi's mom, who was Xia friend in the workplace, found out about this. She flew to the man's location and used some special means to kill the man. Chapter 107. That can be very good. You kid can be considered to be enlightened. Now see you two together. We can also be considered to be assured. Good development and so on after graduation will be married. To give you to do a big point wedding. Car house enterprise uncle I have arranged for you. Ha ha ha. Thank you uncle. But the latter I would have preferred to fight my own way to. Inside the luxurious detached house, on the dining table, Bai Qing with a pleased smile on his face patted the shoulders of the teenager beside him. It's okay. Your kid has a strong sense of self-esteem I know. There's no problem with coming to work at the company. What time is fine? Thank you uncle. Zhangshi was spoiled all a bit shy, frantically scratching the back of his head slightly uncomfortable. Bai Qi, who was sitting beside him, also just laughed softly, leisurely chucking her food and eating while watching them. We're all family, no need to be so polite. Lan Qixing on the side reminded. But juggling school and internship at the same time, that's very tiring. Have you really decided? Decided. Want to save some money to start a business after graduation. But until then I might have to let my aunt and uncle take care of me a bit more. He. Jiang sure understands the current employment situation. Not to mention starting a business, even finding a job out is difficult. With the resources available, he wouldn't be stupid enough to not use them. And after learning that his mom had also worked with Uncle White and the others, he wasn't so vain. After all, if he was asked to find an internship that would work for him now, just after his first semester of freshman year, it would be a no-brainer. Even he would only have a month of winter vacation and he might not even be able to find a waitress. That's not a problem. Bai Qing nodded and looked at him with a slightly heavy gaze. But do you really plan to start your own business? Not to mention the money. With the current market, I'm afraid it's only going to get harder and harder. Not to mention waiting until you graduate. Wait for me to familiarize myself with familiar, and so on have experience. But in the college period I will save up my own money, and finally try my best to come up with the startup capital only by myself. Mentioning this, Bai Qi, who was sitting on the side, rubbed his arm and said softly, Jiang Shi, don't be polite, this is in your own home. Well, Jiang Shi replied with a soft nod. Uncle didn't mean that. Bai Qing took a long sigh of relief. His intention was just to let Jiang Shi not so toss and turn, just spend a good time with his daughter in a piece of life. All the paths have been paved for these two kids. He just has to wait for graduation and take over straight away. What just made him helpless was that Jiang Shi was even prepared to go into business for himself. Ambitious enough, just like his mom was back then. Thinking of this, Bai Qing did not obstruct too much. That's fine. You'll do a good internship first, and then make preparations when it's time to graduate. After all, the time is also still early, and there is what needs to be despite the uncle to mention don't be shy. Okay, thanks uncle. Then let's eat. Today you guys came to the house, or your Auntie Lan personally cooked the dishes. All the dishes you loved when you were kids. Jiang Shi turned his eyes to look at Lan Qixin and said, hard work, Auntie. However, as soon as these words came out, Bai Qi, who was sitting next to him, pinched his thigh from underneath and whispered close to his ear, honey, don't be so polite at home. Sorry. Jiang Xia slightly lowered his head and approached Bai Qiyin's ear guiltily. No more niceties, it's in your own home, or I'm going to get angry. Bai Qiyin's slightly arrogant tone. Seriously, she was kind of sick of hearing that Jiang Shi was being polite the entire time. Obviously, when I was a child, I ate at home every day, but I didn't see Jiang Shi politely shy at that time. How is it that after confirming a relationship and going home together, you're being polite? She was all a bit angry. Even this morning's revenge, later on, she must double on Jiang Shi to avenge back. Let Jiang Shi feel the pleasure of home. I know, said Jiang Shi, slightly embarrassed. Looking at Lan Qixin, tough luck auntie. Anishi froze for a moment. Oops, subconsciously said it. Bai Qi? Jiang Shi turned his eyes to look at her again and smiled awkwardly in silence as if he was apologizing. Bai Qi slightly puffed out her cheeks, thinking, I'll punish you later. It's not hard. Why is this kid so polite? As long as you guys like the food. I only cook this once. Usually it's the maid who cooks. Seeing the two's jocular appearance, Lan Qixin involuntarily pulled on a smile. But it's also very late today, so if you guys will just sleep at home. I've already asked the maid to clean up your rooms. Yeah, that's fine with me. Bai Qi instantly agreed, turning her eyes to Pat Jiang Shi. Let's sleep here tonight, okay? No problem. Or it's okay to live over here all the time from now on. Bai Qing said, if you stay over here all the time, I'll arrange for both Xiaojiang, you and Qiyin to work as interns over here at the headquarters, so you won't go to the branch over there, which is still relatively small. How about that? Jiang Shi slightly hesitant, then also opened his mouth to explain. After the meal, I think I can live on dad's side all the time. Oh, how I disagree. Mainly I think it's a bit stressful at HQ. The company might be smaller over there. After all, I haven't had a bit of experience yet and it's a bit hard to go straight to HQ. The two walked down the hallway of the second floor, then stopped at the door of one of the rooms. Well then, I respect your thoughts, so take your time after that. Yes, Jiang Shi immediately agreed. He still preferred a quiet life, so go on slowly save money until finally graduated, and then do the intention of entrepreneurship. Bai Qiyin pushed open the door of the room and gently pulled Jiang Shi's hand inside. But now I'm going to punish you for hugging Xia Xiaoshi behind my back this morning, as well as the fact that you didn't listen to me just now and kept being polite. Sorry, a little nervous, after all, I'm the one who asked for the job. That's fine, but even if you apologize, you're still going to be punished. Ugh, okay. Jiang Shi scratched his head. Then how do you want to punish me? I'll willingly be punished. Bai Qiyin stopped at the edge of the bed, and after looking back and standing on her tiptoes, she kissed him. Ha! The corners of Jiang Shi's mouth unconsciously spread into an ant's smile. Isn't this a reward? For me too. Bai Qiyin had a shallow smile on the corner of her mouth. There's more than just this punishment. You'll have a good time later. Jiang Shi could sort of see what she meant and held her shoulders with both hands. Seducing me like that? Qiyin, you've learned the hard way. Well, don't be polite at home like you were just now, or I'm really going to have to be rude to you. It won't, I promise. Chapter 108, 5 years later / ice cold and cool to the blast. 5 years later, Xia's group CEO Ms. Xia returned to the country today. As the top of Kyoto's top large group of top executive, they suddenly returned to the country in this year's grim market conditions. I do not know what innovations will be brought to the domestic industry within the market. Please let us wait and see. On the screen, in the blinding sunlight, a microphone-wielding reporter is standing on the tarmac talking to a camera, just behind a passenger-carrying airplane that has just landed and come to a stop. By the time the security door opened and the ladder was lowered, several other reporters covering the story had rushed up, and at that moment, the screen followed suit and moved rapidly toward the front. Several uniformed bodyguards were the first to come down from the airplane to maintain order at the scene. Then, a lady in trendy clothes was seen walking down, and the bodyguard beside her saw the situation and put up an umbrella to shade her from the sun. And in the back, a girl with a high ponytail and blonde hair with sunglasses walked down quickly, seemingly muttering something under her breath. It was a small voice, but the tone of the voice on the screen seemed to be complaining about the heat. Seeing that Ms. Xia was surrounded by other journalists with no room for an interview, the reporter could only seize the opportunity to go forward and pass the microphone to her daughter. May I ask if you are Ms. Xia's daughter? I heard that you started your own business over there within a year of your graduation, and the brand you created even crushed a bunch of competitors, and I heard that it occupied 80% of the market. What do you think about such a great act at such a young age? No feelings, the girl just replied with a bland remark, looking impatient as she walked along and waved them off. Yet the reporter continued to follow. And may I ask in which area you will make a breakthrough this time back home? Can you reveal some details? Sorry, came back just to attend someone's wedding. The reporter froze for a moment. Slightly unbelievable. The Hall of Xia's group CEO with her daughter returned to the country is just to participate in a wedding? Could be powerful news. With that, he continued on and asked, and may I ask whose wedding you are involved in? It's my husband. Please get national coverage on this story. And by the way, stop bugging me. I'll smash your camera if you do. Time is short. Listening to the girl's threat, the reporter sweated slightly. Cameraman, please protect the camera. Okay, roll. Off screen, watching the antics above. A woman with long dark hair sitting on the couch couldn't help but laugh, exiting the news to turn off the screen and place her phone on the coffee table. This brat still hasn't changed after all these years. Gu Lingyu picked up the chill juice on the side and took a sip. She was currently lying on her side on the sofa, wearing a small white camisole and a pair of casual shorts underneath. Those two long and white legs were visible. She did know why Xia Xiaoshi returned home at this juncture. It was because of the news that Jiang Shi was going to marry Bai Qiyin in 3 days. Then he also left all the things over there behind and immediately rushed back. As to whether or not rushing back was really just an honest attempt to be a part of their wedding, well, she wasn't so sure. She reckoned it was naturally unlikely that she would be honest. Ding dong. Suddenly, a cell phone text message rang, followed by several rings in quick succession. Only then did Gu Lingyu pick up her cell phone, only to see that above it was a message from Xia Xiaoshi. Xia Xiaoshi, Gu Lingyu, are you at the company? Come out and keep me company. Xia Xiaoshi, address. Xia Xiaoshi, hurry up. I slept after getting off the plane. I'm on my way there now. What's gotten into me is that I'm just like this brat's subordinate. You know, before Xia Xiaoshi left the country, Xia Xiaoshi hated her. And now, why would Xia Xiaoshi invite her out to accompany her? That's because Xia Xiaoshi hasn't been back in the 5 years she's been abroad, and she's still continuing to develop over there even after graduating from college. During that time, at the request of Auntie Xia, she went to help develop Xia Xiaoshi's business. In about half a year's time, although Xia Xiaoshi's bad temper was still the same as in the past, their relationship was considered to have changed for the better. That's probably why she invited her out to keep her company on the night of her return, right? As for why she went out, Guling, you guessed the reason. Probably to find her crying about Jiangshi getting married. Still, she was a bit puzzled as to why she didn't just go to Jiangshi, but came to her instead. Thinking of this, Guling Yue also let out a long sigh and quickly tapped on the input method to send it out. Me, don't I have the right to refuse? Xia Xiaoshi, no. Me, so what can you do to me if I refuse? Xia Xiaoshi, don't make me beg. The brat. Forget it. Guling Yue had no choice but to also take her cell phone and stand up, replying with wait for me there. After that, she headed upstairs. She was ready to go hear what Xia Xiaoshi was up to. After putting on a jacket, Guling Yue went downstairs to the location Xia Xiaoshi had sent her. She looked up at the name of the store overhead and couldn't help but sweat slightly. Only the name of the store in front of him was called Ice Cool Fruit Tea Shop. It was a store that sold milk tea and fruit tea. Thought the brat wanted a drink. The store is relatively small and you can see the entire pickup area as soon as you push open the door. After looking around the room, her eyes finally landed on a blonde girl in the far corner, only to see Xia Xiaoshi with a high ponytail. On her body was a wide pure white short sleeve that had almost covered her knees, and at this moment, her face was expressionless as she lowered her head and slowly drank the fruit tea in her arms. Compared to before, the current Xia Xiaoshi had become a bit more mature, but for some reason, as if she was used to Xia Xiaoshi's mischievous character from before, Guling Yue looked at Xia Xiaoshi, who was now biting a straw in her mouth, and seemed to still retain a trace of childishness. With that, she walked up and was ready to greet. I thought you were going to ask me out for a drink or something, but I didn't think I'd come to drink milk tea. You have to find a good place to cry, right? Xia Xiaoshi looked back and hummed lightly in disdain. It's not good. I still prefer to drink this kind. Although after graduation, Xia Yi had already told her that it was normal to need to drink for socializing and such things, but no matter what, she still couldn't get used to it. But the good thing is, Xia Yi has nurtured her too well, and with Xia Yi's help, career-wise, she doesn't need to look at other people's eyes and get used to the so-called drinking table culture, and her own learning ability is also stronger, and finally lived up to her mother's summer intention, and played a world abroad. Then drink this. Guling Yue drew out a chair and sat down beside her. After all, you don't have to get used to this kind of thing just to socialize. You don't either. Xia Xiaoshi waved her hand. Don't talk about work when you're all out. What do you want to drink? I'll give you some. Since you've said you'll treat me, then naturally I won't be polite. Guling Yue hesitated for a while as she looked at the store's special signature fruit tea on the wall. It seemed that because she seldom came to the milk tea store, not a single one to her liking was in sight. She was a little unsure of what to choose. Pick so slow? Xia Xiaoshi sighed and pointed directly at a sign. Then let's have a cup of icy cold and refreshing fruit tea with full sugar normal ice. And let's decide on that. Chapter 109, honestly attend the wedding? That's naturally impossible. That's okay too. Guling Yue agreed, only to see that the next moment Xia Xiaoshi began to operate the order on her cell phone. Say you just returned to China. Shouldn't you be looking for Jiangshi first? Why did you ask me out first? Guling Yue asked. It was something she didn't understand. A week before, Jiangshi had sent her a wedding invitation, inviting her to Jiangshi and Bai Qiyin's wedding. She did not immediately agree to participate, because she had looked for Jiangshi over the years. She couldn't forget her feelings back then. She doesn't quite want to see the person she loves with someone else, so she's still hesitant to attend. It's just that she knew Xia Xiaoshi's intentions for this return were obvious. But why didn't you go to Jiangshi instead of asking her out first? There's no rush. Tomorrow, Xia Xiaoshi muttered. I'll give her a big present. Yeah. Seemingly thinking of something, the corner of Guling Yue's mouth slightly hooked up with a bad smile as she looked at her. 3 days later will be their wedding. If you're going to do something bad you have to do it before it's too late. Xia Xiaoshi put down her cell phone and met her eyes with a smile on her brow. You know I'm going to do something bad again? So what are you doing back here? Guling Yue was slightly puzzled. Wouldn't really be prepared to honestly attend the wedding and then go back again. No, I don't plan on going out again after this return. Xia Xiaoshi took another sip of fruit tea and slightly lowered her head, a hint of despondency flashing visible under her eyes. But for brother Jiangshi, I still can't let go. The waiter at the side handed Guling Yue the fruit tea. Hello, your fruit tea is ready. Please enjoy. Thanks. After saying her thanks, Guling Yue turned back to her, inserting the straw into her cup while saying, I'm the same, but what are your plans? Cow her while she's down. The corner of Guling Yue's mouth twitched slightly. Are you serious? Don't you want to? Xia Xiaoshi sighed as she propped up her cheeks. Obviously he said he would usually chat with me more, but lately he's been getting slower and slower to return messages. Ugh, probably because he's getting ready to get married? Won't he delete my friends by that time, right? I don't think so. Gu Lingyu is clear about what Jiangshi has been busy with lately. He recently had a better project. Is looking for investment everywhere? I said I can give him investment. He did not even think about it, directly rejected, because the project is very large, and the risk is very high. Many investors he looked for basically rejected. I guess he is still busy for this thing. Of course I know. I've been following it. Speaking of this, Xia Xiaoshi couldn't help but have a doting smile on her face. Brother Jiangshi is still really stubborn. He. It's worthy of being my favorite person. I really want to bring it back home ***. Don't even think about it. I can guarantee he won't want your money either. Indeed. Although Gu Lingyu had rarely looked for Jiangshi over the years, she had always paid attention to him. Jiangshi started his internship since his freshman year, and after graduating from college, he also started his own business, using the money he had saved since his freshman year and the money his mom left him. Jiangshi's entrepreneurial road is still relatively smooth, and now the company is also developed in a decent manner, although compared to the power behind them is just like a mole cricket. After all, it hadn't been a long time since it had developed, and it was almost entirely up to him alone to run the company to that extent, and he was already a standout among the graduates. But Jiang, when he was more ambitious, dissatisfied with the moment after coming up with a new project, and while the program is high risk, the rewards are high if it works out. However, because the former was too high, almost no one bothered to invest in it, so now Jiangshi was looking for investors everywhere, seemingly overcome with good intentions. Jiangshi rejected her goodwill, and was even heard to have rebuffed his family's investment in an attempt to figure things out on his own, but she could understand Jiangshi. After all, it was his own business that he had built up. I guess he wanted to try to see if he could solve it himself first, and only after that would he look for his family if he really couldn't do anything about it. So she felt that Jiangshi definitely wouldn't want Xia Xiaoshi's money either. I know. Xia Xiaoshi continued to suck on the milk tea in her cup. But what about my own brand and his project in the same field of development planning? That should be different. Oh, Gu Lingyu was slightly puzzled. Tell me what you think. I'll leave that one alone. Xia Xiaoshi's gaze flashed with a hint of hostility. After all, this person. Back then, it was still a stumbling block between me and him. It can't be taken lightly now. What does that mean? The people are already by Chi-Yin's. Gu Lingyu spread her hands. What's the point of you treating me as an enemy now? Cut. Xia Xiaoshi skimmed her head. That's not saying much. Gu Lingyu stared at her in wonder. She wasn't quite sure what Xia Xiaoshi was thinking, and although she didn't show it, she was genuinely very curious. After all, now that Enishi is getting married, one last time, it's okay to let loose one last time, right? She had actually had this idea for a long time. She just couldn't think of a way to be able to approach Jiangshi. Anyway, I'll be looking for brother Jiangshi tomorrow. A confident smile appeared on Xia Xiaoshi's cheeks, and I'm sure I can bring him back. What? Are you going to steal the marriage? If brother Eshi is willing, then of course I'll go. Speaking of this, Xia Xiaoshi sighed even longer. It's just a pity that he volunteered. Good luck. You've basically been in the country for all those years except for the 6 months you went to me, so I can't believe you didn't go to him. Xia Xiaoshi glanced at her. You can just be happy. If mom hadn't forbidden me to come back, he would have been mine long ago. Don't be too confident, even if it's 5 years. Without using strong-arm tactics, you won't necessarily be able to take Jiangshi away from Bai Qiyin. TSK. That's weak. Gu Lingyue ignored her mockery, only slightly sinking her eyes as she said softly, as for me not going to look for him, that's because. Chapter 110, What's on your mind? After listening to Gu Lingyu, Xia Xiaoshi also revealed an expression of some regret. Well, I guess you don't quite dare to lay your hands on brother Jiangshi. After all, they seem to be in love right now, so I'm not going to bother Eshi too much. As for the wedding, Gu Lingyu pursed her red lips and hesitated for a long time before speaking. If you go, I'll go. When did you become such a wimp? Xia Xiaoshi looked at her with slightly contemptuous eyes. Of course I'll go. It's not like you always like to sneak around. Even though she wasn't the one Jiangshi was married to, she still pined for him all these years. She had also received Jiangshi's wedding invitation a few days ago. That's why she left everything behind, and the purpose of her return this time was also to attend Jiangshi's wedding. Though it might be a little hard to get through then, but after all, brother Jiangshi's wedding only happens once. She definitely couldn't miss it, and I'm sure Enishi was hoping she'd be there for their wedding. Alright, that's it. Let's go back first. I have to go prepare a big gift for brother Jiangshi. After saying that, Xia Xiaoshi turned around and left. Gu Lingyu was still sitting in her seat, far slowly sipping fruit tea and quietly pondering. Looks like the wedding is still a go, right? The living room. Xia was sitting on the sofa, looking faintly at her cell phone. As her age rose, crow's feet slowly began to creep into the corners of her eyes, and her mature womanly flavor became more intense. And the maid was still tidying up the home as usual. Although they hadn't been back to the villa for 5 years, the villa was still as luxurious and tidy as before, with hardly a speck of dust to be seen. That was because a regular team of housekeepers came to clean the villa every day on weekdays. Until today, when they came back, the villa was still spotless. Pushing the door open, Xia Xiaoshi walked in. Looking at Xia Xiaoshi, who was preparing to walk towards the upper floors, Xia glanced at her inquisitively. Didn't call Xiao Jiang back? No. Seemingly thinking of something, Xia Xiaoshi stopped her steps and came to sit in front of the sofa. I'll go look for him tomorrow. So if today, I'll rest for a while. Thought you just went out to get ready to go to Kodo. Xia took a long breath and placed the phone on the desktop. But it's time for you to calm down on Xiao Jiang's matter. Now that Xiao Jiang is getting married, if you go too far people will get angry with you. Got it, Mom. Xia Xiaoshi pouted her lips slightly. Of course she understood these truths. That's fine. Xia was clear about Xia Xiaoshi's intentions. As long as Xia Xiaoshi didn't deliberately make a big deal out of it, then it didn't matter. So are you going to be the one who uses the headquarters to go to Xiao Jiang tomorrow? That way he won't agree to it. She had heard about Jiang Shi's lack of investment, and of course she had taken the initiative to contact Jiang Shi. Only that Jiang Shi had also rejected her good intentions. It seems to have been figuring things out on its own and waiting until finally there was just no one else to invest in it, probably before going to the people around it. But, even if he was looking for someone close to him, it would be to go and rely on his girlfriend's father. After all, she had already checked the background of the girl who was with Jiang Shi a few years ago, and it was also considered a famous and powerful enterprise in Kyoto. That $20 million of investment in the district was not at all a concern. It was just that for other investors who were strangers to him, it was probably very difficult to come up with the money to invest in that project of his. But no matter what, she felt that Xia Xiaoshi's attempt to use the investment thing to go to Jiang Shi really didn't work too well. She felt that it would be better to just invite Jiang Shi to come over for dinner and have a pleasant chat. Of course I know that, which is why I'm going to go after him with the brand I have under my belt. Xia Xiaoshi added, I've seen his new project plan. It's the same track as my own business. Not only do I support him in terms of funding, I think there are other aspects that I can work with him on. Are you really trying to work with him? Mom, you know how I feel. Xia Xiaoshi skimmed her head and muttered, anyway, even if I can't get his person, it's okay to be able to stay by his side all the time. It's not like I'm shameless. Whatever. Don't forget about the familiarization back at HQ after that. I'll just head upstairs. As Xia got up and prepared to go upstairs, she was pulled by the corner of her coat. What's wrong? Mom, there's something I want to talk to you about. Xia looked back at her quizzically. Go ahead. Xia Xiaoshi's eyes were slightly tangled. If I say that I might be alone all the time in the future, would you agree? Suit yourself. With a wave of her hand, Xia broke away from her hand and headed upstairs. To be honest, she had actually already realized something about this matter a long time ago. During Xia Xiaoshi's college years, there were quite a few boys who chased after her. Only that she didn't put those boys in her eyes at all and almost always ignored them. It was just that after Xia Xiaoshi complained to her about such things every time, she would say, I miss Jiang Shi. Can you get Jiang Shi over here? Similar words. She was already tired of hearing these words. Only after Xia Xiaoshi gradually matured afterward, although she wouldn't say such capricious words anymore, she still couldn't forget about Jiang Shi. For this she was helpless, but it didn't matter. After all, she had been walking by herself all this time, so she didn't have any problem with this request made by Xia Xiaoshi. Thanks, Mom. At that, Xia just smiled happily and twisted her head to walk up the stairs. Then don't let me down yet. When it comes to taking over the headquarters, don't worry, I won't let you down. Xia Xiaoshi patted her chest and assured. Oh, right. Xia stopped at the corner of the stairs. If you have time, ask Jiang Shi to come over and have a meal together. Recently his career is doing well. It's almost the same as what he promised back then, so we can chat together. After all, we haven't seen each other for a long time either. Yeah, I'll ask brother Jiang Shi tomorrow. Seemingly thinking of something again, Xia Xiaoshi sighed. But lately, brother Jiang Shi seems to be very busy, not only with the company's matters, but also the wedding. It seems like there's not much time left. Will he agree? There's plenty of time for that later. That's true. I don't plan on going back after that, either. Without saying anything else, Xia went straight upstairs to her room. Xia Xiaoshi, who was still sitting on the sofa, looked at Tong Xin, who was cleaning at the side. Again, Maid sauce. Send me to brother Jiang Shi at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I have a gift to bring to him. Okay, Tong Xin promised, and then she went back to continuing to clean the house. Chapter 111, Husband. Xiao Jiang. how's it going? Haven't you found an investment yet? Not yet. On the couch, a man with a slightly despondent face was slowly swiping through the contacts on his phone, trying to find investors he hadn't yet contacted. But it's okay, I have to meet with an executive from a foreign company tomorrow, so if that's not possible, then I might have to trouble you again. No problem. Bai Qing on the side patted his shoulder. It's okay, there will always be bumps in the road. You're already too much stronger than your peers for this one person all the way. There's no shame in letting us help. And when you and Qiyin get married in the next few days, we'll all be our own family. I know, Dad. After all this time, Jiang Shi had actually already considered this place his home. After his mom talked to Bai Qing and the others after she returned home 2 years ago, it was also after that day that he started calling Bai Qing and Lan Qixing mom and dad. In addition, under the strong request of the 7 tones before, he had now long gotten used to it. But after more than 2 years in the country, his mom went out again earlier this year and remained largely unheard of. However, after learning that her old man was fine, Jiang Shi was relieved and didn't worry too much. After all, he couldn't stop his old mom's character. I also wonder if mom will be back for the wedding. Anyway, he's already sent an invitation to mom. As to whether he'll be back, that depends on mom's mood. That's fine. Don't let this matter affect the wedding. Uncle still has some things to do, so I'll leave today. Saying that, Bai Qing also stood up, and then headed towards the door. The 7 sounds should also be coming back soon at this time, so you guys have a good time. Got it, Dad. Take care then. There was a chauffeur downstairs to pick up Bai Qing, so Jiang Shi didn't go to drop him off himself, and he and Bai Qiyin's feelings are naturally needless to say. These 5 years in the past is naturally very harmonious, although there have been arguments, but they are also all not a big problem. Their feelings are also all smooth development to the present. 3 days later they held the wedding, the scene of the wedding decoration, and the invitation of friends and relatives and other things that are also ready. He's actually still a little nervous right now, and it's not so much about the wedding, it's because he has to meet with an executive from a foreign company tomorrow. That foreign company was also a new startup, and its main business was similar to the development of his new project. A few days before he had received an invitation from the other party to confer at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, in a cafe. So he is also somewhat looking forward to it, because the probability of being able to cooperate this time is high. As for why he's nervous, it's because he's already talked to multiple investors. If the deal still doesn't work out this time, then I'll end up having to bother my father-in-law. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi also let out a long sigh, throwing his cell phone to the side of the sofa and leaning back to lie on the sofa with a slight sigh. After all, he'd been looking for a dozen or so investors, and none of them had been successful, so it was really hard. However, he had done market research and determined that the project was feasible, but the investment was too big and meant high risk, so almost no one dared to invest in the project. In addition to his friends and family, the rich to the bone rich kids, he was also despondent at the thought. After a while, there was the sound of the door opening. Ka-chow, only to see Bai Qiying change her shoes and walk over towards him with a bag of late-night snacks in her hand. Still annoyed about that? Jiang Shi looked back at her, a bitter smile on his face. Well, neither. The woman in front of her, wearing shorts and exposing a pair of white legs, slightly crooked her waist and arched her plump buttocks as she pounded the late-night snack she had just bought in her hand. Where's Dad? Back already? Yeah, just went back. Okay then. Bai Qiying sat down next to Jiang Shi and lifted the hair at her temples behind her ears, revealing that moving side face. The current Bai Qiying was still pure and beautiful, only compared to before. With the passage of time, there was also a hint of maturity. Didn't I say there's still a chance tomorrow? Let's eat something tasty first and stop thinking about it. We'll make it tomorrow. Bai Qiying then picked up a piece of ice watermelon for him and handed it to his mouth. Okay, thanks wife. Jiang Shi smiled happily and bit the watermelon into his mouth. Say, how's that new manga you've been planning lately? I've only just started writing the plot, and I haven't started formally drawing it yet, Bai Qiying said, picking up another piece of watermelon and putting it in her mouth. Well, go for it. I'm looking forward to your new work. Since the two graduated from college, Jiang Shi had been preparing to start his own business, and Bai Qiying could have continued to earn money by drawing comics, which would have been easier as well, but Bai Qiying wouldn't listen and had to follow him into business. Although Bai Qiying usually worked as her personal assistant, she also had more work, and he still preferred Bai Qiying to go and do what she liked, or be a full-time wife at home. He'll just raise a family. And it wasn't until recently that Shira Nguyen started a new manga project, though she hadn't yet resigned from him as her personal assistant. I wonder what Nanayoi is thinking. She's not thinking of helping him while she draws, is she? He hated to see his wife so tired. Good yet, but there can't be another situation where another woman seduces you yet, or there will be consequences. Speaking of which, because Jiang Shi's business was getting bigger very quickly, There were naturally a lot of pretty women hitting on him on weekdays, and because of this incident the two of them had an argument. But for all of these, Zhang Shi did rebuff all of them. But sometimes there were more of these things. When Bai Qiyin found out, she would still be scolded by her. Lie down and get shot. Zhang Shi was also helpless, and then took Bai Qiyin's shoulders. Don't worry, this kind of thing won't happen again in the future. Good. Bai Qiyin picked up another piece of watermelon and handed it to his mouth. Here, open your mouth. Don't want to eat. Zhang Shi shook his head. So what do you want to eat? You tell me. Wife. Zhang Shi's smiling gaze looked at the woman in his arms. Bai Qiyin put her chopsticks down, raised her head to meet the man's eyes and smiled softly. I really can't do anything about you. Then I'll go take a shower or wait for me. Bai Qiyin was about to get up, but she was grabbed into Zhang Shi's arms again. It's okay to wash it later. I haven't bathed for a day, so I'm a bit smelly. Don't. Bai Qiyin was a little uncomfortable being touched, biting her lip with a slight blush on her face, reaching out to try to pull Zhang Shi's fumbling hands but to no avail. Honey, it's okay, I don't mind. So, well then. Zhang Shi picked up Bai Qiyin in a princess carry and turned to walk into the room. Chapter 112, This Little Ninny. Changed? Honey, get up. Early the next morning, a pleasant reminder rang in his ears. After struggling and murmuring a few times, Zhang Shi then opened his eyes and slowly sat up from the bed, yawning and turning his head to look at Bai Qiyin next to him and said, Good morning. Seeing Bai Qiyin at this time is holding a corner of the quilt blocking his white body, face smiling at him. Now it's already 9 o'clock. Didn't you say that you have to go to meet the customer at 10 o'clock? Oh, yeah, played a little too long last night. Zhang Shi then remembered. I'll go first then. Okay, go ahead and wait for your good news. After Zhang Shi changed his clothes, he looked back at Bai Qiyin who was still lying on the bed covered with a quilt. I'm not going back to the company after the talk later. What do you want to eat? I'll bring it back for you at noon. Well, how about crawfish then? Okay, be a good girl and wait for me at home. After organizing his clothes, Zhang Shi pushed open the door and headed outside. The agreement with the other party was for 10 o'clock, and it was now just a few minutes past 9, although the time to pass was only 10 minutes, but this could be his last chance, so it's better to pay some attention and arrive early to make a good impression. After seeing Zhang Shi off, Bai Qiyin reached for her cell phone on the bedside table and frowned as she opened a message with a headline titled, Kyoto's famous Xia Group CEO returned to the country today, and their purpose was actually to steal the marriage? The article is also slightly bombastic and looks like it's been fabricated in general. She was less than convinced, but there was a sliced-up video attached below, so click on it. Just above is a blonde girl talking to the camera. Came back just for someone's wedding. That's my husband. Get some national coverage on this one. And by the way, stop bugging me. I'll smash your camera if you do. Time is short. The video was then gone. This article, Bai Qiyin had already seen it yesterday, and the girl being interviewed on it was Xia Xiaoshi without a doubt. The title of the article is slightly blown up, but what Xia Xia said in the video shouldn't be false, although I don't know what Xia Xia was interviewed about later on, as well as what her explanation for this wedding is she doesn't know. But what made her puzzled was because Zhang Shi had also sent Xia Xiaoshi an invitation to their wedding a few days ago, and then yesterday Xia Xiaoshi had returned home and threatened that Zhang Shi was her husband. Even if this may be a joke, the heat isn't too high to affect it too much, but it's all been on the story. It still irked her a bit, and what's even stranger, the one who contacted Zhang Shi was a foreign company, and still took the initiative to contact Zhang Shi when he was at the end of his rope, thinking that Xia Xiaoshi had also been developing abroad after graduation. All of this suggests that the investor will probably be Xia Xiaoshi. Even after all these years, Xia Xiaoshi is still a bit unkind after her performance in the video. Although she wasn't that worried that Zhang Shi would cheat on her, she really had to be on her guard when it came to Xia Xiaoshi. However, she still wanted to follow and see if it was really Xia Xiaoshi. She would like to see what this Xia Xiaoshi was going to do. Ka chow. Only after hearing the sound of the door slamming from outside did Bai Qiyin lift up the covers, put on her clothes and wash up, and after organizing herself for a while, she followed out the door. Meanwhile, on the other side, by the window of some cafe, a blonde girl had already been waiting here, her cheeks resting on her pale gaze out the window. After a few moments, she sighed and glanced back over to pick up her cell phone from the desktop, glancing at the time on it, 9:20. Why hasn't he come yet? According to brother Zhang Shi's character, he should have come earlier. Why haven't you come yet? Have you been busy with work lately and stayed up late every day? Because of guessing Zhang Shi's character, he should pay more attention to things like meeting clients, especially since he failed many times this time. He should pay a little bit more attention to this business negotiation, right? So she guessed that Zhang Shi would probably be here earlier to wait. So excitedly she had arrived at the agreed location by 8:30. However, by the time it was 20 minutes past 9, Jiang Shi had not yet arrived. Logically, Jiang Shi should not have known that the investor who came was her. At that thought, she propped her cheeks up again while looking at her cell phone with a bit of melancholy in her eyes. Streetside, after parking the car, a handsome man in a suit walked towards the cafe carrying a file bag. Jiang Shi looked at his cell phone. It was still only 9:30, and he was relieved. After all, in the past, he had invited clients who basically didn't arrive until around the appointed point in time. After all, he was the one who had asked for someone else, and it wouldn't hurt for him to arrive earlier. Entering the cafe, he walked straight to his pre-arranged seat. He headed down the aisle to the far corner, and as he approached his pre-booked spot, he saw that the table was occupied by a pretty blonde girl, who was currently holding her cheeks as she stared out the window. That delicate and beautiful blonde hair made him somewhat familiar. With doubt he walked up to him before he confirmed it, subconsciously shouted, "Xia Xiaoshi?" The girl turned back to him. Her previously tender face had become quite mature, and upon seeing him that expressionless face suddenly revealed a smile. "Brother Jiang Shi." Seemingly thinking of something, the corners of Jiang Shi's mouth twitched slightly. "You guy wouldn't be the investor who contacted me, right?" "Yeah, what's wrong with that?" Xia Xiaoshi reached out and gestured. "Brother Jiang Shi, you sit down first. Work matters will be talked about later. So long have not seen. Can miss me? First catch up on old times, let's talk about that matter." Seeing that the investor was Xia Xiaoshi, Jiang Shi's mood also instantly fell to the bottom, and he sat down with a long sigh. The mind thinks, it's true that no one is interested in their own projects. What's going on? Looking at the way he suddenly became sad, Xia Xiaoshi couldn't help but tremble in her heart. "Is it because you don't want to see me?" "Ah, neither." Jiang Shi shook his head. "It's just that I've had a headache looking for investors this month, and when I received a call from your enterprise a few days ago, I thought that there was someone who had an eye on my project, but I didn't expect it to be you." I wouldn't be able to?" "It's not that, you'll just pitch in straight away like Auntie Xia anyway. Thanks for the kind words, but no thanks. Just come over and catch up today." He understood Xia Xiaoshi's character. It was just that the money he needed might be a not so small expense in the eyes of other investors, and it was normal to consider the risk at discretion, but Xia Xiaoshi didn't need it at all. Honestly, if he had to rely on the people around him, then he might as well go to his father-in-law for help, and he wouldn't have to owe anyone a favor. Just as well, let's consider today as a day out to catch up on old times, and go back later to talk to my father-in-law about the money. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi also sat down. Xia Xiaoshi, on the other hand, seemed to be a bit dissatisfied, and slapped the tabletop hard enough to make a loud noise. The slight tremor caused the coffee in the cup to spill a bit as well. She got up and came closer to glare at him. "No, brother Jiang Shi, I'm your client now. I haven't even said anything yet, and I'm suddenly rejected. Isn't that a bit unreasonable?" "Ha?" Jiang Shi was stunned and couldn't help but be surprised when he looked at Xia Xiaoshi, who seemed to be angry. "What's up with this little ninny? Changed?" Chapter 113. This Xia Xiaoshi is really unsettled. "Haven't you already learned about our company? It's on a similar path of development as your project, so I can not only invest in you as well, but also give you technical support and other levels of support to offer." Xia Xiaoshi gritted her teeth and said angrily, "I was going to have a good chat, but brother Jiang Shi, are you too confident in your own stuff? As soon as I arrived here, do you even think that I will definitely invest in you? Businessmen all look at interests, but you're the first to dissatisfy me with this attitude. If it were anyone else, they would have run away long ago." Well, after hearing these words, Jiang Shi's mouth opened slightly, and he couldn't help but feel a slight surprise in his heart. These words caused him to change his opinion of Xia Xiaoshi slightly. His impression of Xia Xiaoshi was still stuck in 5 years ago, that cute and childish, but arrogant and naughty Xia Xiaoshi turned into a mature businessman nowadays. "I heard last year that Xia Xiaoshi's actions after graduation were not small. It seems to be true. He also did have an understanding of that foreign company, and the main business of the enterprise was similar to his, which was why today he was particularly looking forward to today's negotiation. But as soon as he saw Xia Xiaoshi, he felt that Xia Xiaoshi would help him brainlessly, and then mention all kinds of 7 or 8 strange requests. After all, their contact hadn't been broken in the intervening 5 years, and Xia Xiaoshi had been sending him harassing text messages on quite a few occasions. "Brother Jiang Shi, why don't you fly over to accompany me? I'll give you 10,000 a day. You won't have to worry about money in the future. It's nighttime. A day without brother Jiang Shi. It's so hard. Dying. No more Jiang Shi, brother, really dying. Brother, please come and stay with me. Save Z. Wait." Sometimes he even thinks it's some lady messaging him. However, the current Xia Xiaoshi seemed to have become much more mature, and would even contradict him. Nor would it be a series of somewhat childish gestures like before when he saw him and hugged him at once. If we were to really stand on the business side of things, Xia Xiaoshi had a very good point. This Xia Xiaoshi has changed so much. It does seem like he took some offense. Maybe it was indeed possible to talk about it. After all, in his program, Xia Xiaoshi did have the qualifications to give directions. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi also revealed a relieved smile. Sorry, I was a bit offended just now. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoshi then revealed a satisfied smile and sat down in her seat again. That's right. Good. Jiang Shi opened the file bag and took out the documents inside and handed them to her. This is our more detailed project plan. You should take a look at it first. The corners of Xia Xiaoshi's mouth twitched, and her heart was depressed. This is Zeki Nikon. He's using honorifics. It's not like I really want to talk about that crap job. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi also sighed and took the paper and said, Okay, I'll wait for you. Jiang Shi clasped his hands and watched her with a smile on his face. A woman wearing a mask and a ducktail hat pushed open the glass door and stepped inside the cafe. Bai Qiyin stood in the doorway, pressing her ducktail cap down much more slightly. And she scanned the interior of the cafe, her eyes finally landing on the two men at the table in the corner. It was just that Atsushi was chatting with a girl with blonde hair, and that blonde girl, not surprisingly to her, was probably Xia Xiaoshi herself. All right, she guessed right, but Xia Xiaoshi's hand was still holding the documents, and the two seemed to be actually discussing work. Jiang Shi valued this project, and it seemed like Xia Xiaoshi seemed to be taking it seriously, not moving her hands or anything. Hesitating for a moment, she prepared to observe from the sidelines. After all, she had to be wary of Xia Xiaoshi. She didn't forget to harass Jiang Shi on weekdays when she wasn't in the country. This time, Xia Xiaoshi looked for Jiang Shi the first time she returned to China. Although it was to talk about work, but if we talk about other things after work, and if Jiang Shi doesn't say no, then she'd have to treat Eshi to a washboard. She then ordered a coffee before finding a seat next to the two men. Well, I think it's great. I think there are some things that need to be changed too. Xia Xiaoshi handed the document back to Jiang Shi and said with a smile, but this project is still very promising. I voted for it, and the follow-up will also provide you with technical support as well as other aspects of support are no problem. Thanks for the recognition. Although he said that, Jiang Shi's heart was somewhat unhappy. Although the project was recognized and Xia Xiaoshi had promised to invest in him, he still had a strange feeling in his heart, and always felt that Xia Xiaoshi was a bit deliberate. However, during the chat about the project just now, Xia Xiaoshi's insights about the project were really useful, and it was obvious that she was really more competent in this area. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi asked again, then where are some of those deficiencies you mentioned? I'll go back and change them with the team. Ha. Suddenly, the corners of Xia Xiaoshi's mouth lifted slightly as she stood up and walked to the side of his seat, her gaze looking at him with some deep meaning. What's going on? I think I can change it for you. But then, you're straight. Brother Jiang Shi, you should understand that asking for a favor but you have to give something, right? Only to see the smirk on Xia Xiaoshi's pretty face getting thicker and thicker, Jiang Shi suddenly had a bad premonition. What are your requirements? You can directly say. About the revenue share afterward and whatnot you can talk about it. Don't be like this. Good. Xia Xiaoshi bent over slightly, her watery lips coming up to his ear. Then come up to my house tonight and we'll talk it over. Jiang Shi subconsciously moved to the side and looked at her with a slight shock. Don't be so strange. Speak properly. I'm talking nicely. Xia Xiaoshi sat down against him, grabbed his shoulder and looked up at him. Brother Jiang Shi, you just talk properly. Otherwise you don't want your team's carefully planned project to be buried, right? And at this moment, Bai Qiyin, who was listening to this conversation from the sidelines, couldn't help but frown. This Xia Xiaoshi was really unsettled. Chapter 114, you guys deserve to die. Don't say something so misleading. Can we talk about it? Just as Bai Qiyin wanted to go up, after hearing Jiang Shi's decisive refusal, she then held back her anger and sat down again. Looks like Etsy still has a sense of proportion. She naturally didn't want to disturb Jiang Shi's work, but if Jiang Shi was still getting ready to get married in these days to make trouble, then she would have to teach Jiang Shi a lesson. After all, it had been so long, she definitely didn't believe that Jiang Shi had retained feelings for them. At this moment, facing the rejection, Xia Xiaoshi pouted slightly. How come you don't understand any of the workplace rules, brother Jiang Shi? Jiang Shi frowned and said without any good humor, I do understand. It's just that I don't understand how you guys haven't changed after 5 years, with a belly full of bad water? When he said that, he sighed even longer. I'm almost married. I can't fool around with you anymore. He was right. He knew very well that Manhwa loved to be jealous. That's why he still had to be his assistant to accompany him on weekdays. On the one hand it was to help him, but on the other hand he understood it was to keep an eye on him as well. Although she had gotten much better recently, she naturally couldn't do anything that would shame Bai Qiyin. After all, he and Bai Qiyin were just about ready to get married. Now that everyone had grown up and graduated from college, He couldn't figure out how the little brat still retained those strange ideas from before. In response, he was helpless. Have a good talk about this project. I think you've grown a lot and we can still make this project work together. Alright then. Looking at Jiang Shi's unmoved appearance, Xia Xiaoshi was even more helpless and couldn't help but spit in her heart. Alas, brother Jiang Shi is already in the mold of Bai Qi-yin. After sighing, Xia Xiaoshi didn't dwell on it much and also signed the contract directly. Then he went on to talk to Jiang Shi about some of the details of the project. Well, I don't see a problem with that. So that's it for today, and I hope we work well together afterward. Jiang Shi took the initiative to extend his hand towards her with a smile on his face. Humph, happy cooperation. Xia Xiaoshi grabbed his hand, the smile on her face growing thicker. He. I didn't expect to be able to work together with brother Jiang Shi in this area one day in the future. She was a little lost by Jiang Shi's resistance to her, but it was good to know that she had accomplished her goal. There was an excuse to be able to stay by his side all the time afterward. I wasn't expecting that. Jiang Shi retracted his hand and also looked at the time on his cell phone. It's not too early now. I still have to go buy something, so I'll say goodbye first. Alas? You're leaving already? At least have a meal before you go. Xia Xiaoshi was slightly unhappy. Her hands clasped her chest, obviously just reached cooperation. How do I feel that brother Jiang Shi seems to look down on me a little bit? Not looking down on you. It's just that. Xia Xiaoshi was right. After all, she had already signed the contract, and she still had to give some face. A dinner to celebrate is also really necessary. It was now almost close to 12 o'clock, and before he came out he had promised Bai Qi-yin to bring her crayfish. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi was also a bit embarrassed and said, "Why don't I invite you guys to dinner next time when I bring my team to meet with you?" Ugh, actually, Xia Xiaoshi was slightly torn. "Why don't you come to my house for lunch? Mom told me yesterday that she wanted me to bring you back and have a meal together." Auntie Xia, Jiang Shi was slightly hesitant. Is there something wrong? No, I don't think so. Just dinner and conversation. Speaking of this, Xia Xiaoshi also sighed. Isn't it brother Jiang Shi you're going to get married in 2 days? There's also just want to bless you a little bit. So, Jiang Shi hesitantly pondered for a while. Then is it okay if I bring someone? Take who? 7 sounds. I knew it. Xia Xiaoshi waved her hand helplessly. Bring it on. Then call and ask. Hearing this, Bai Qi-yin, who was listening in the dark on the side, got up in a panic, and before she could run a few steps away, her cell phone was already ringing. Ding, ding, ding. The cafe was so quiet that the bell drew the two men's eyes directly to it. 7 tones? Jiang Shi looked at the girl in front of him who was wearing a duck-tongued cap and preparing to escape, and subconsciously shouted. Though the girl didn't show her hair, the familiar slim figure he recognized instantly, and the moment he dialed, the phone immediately rang on this girl. So in all likelihood, this girl is a 7-note. Hearing the shout, Bai Qi-yin also breathed a long sigh of relief and removed her mask to turn her head to look at the 7 sound. Why did you follow me here? Jiang Shi was slightly surprised. If I don't come along, a fishy cat is going to get it, Bai Qi-yin said without a good mood, removing the duck-tongued cap, and her long, delicate and pretty pink hair fell down around her waist. After gently shaking her head to straighten her hair, Bai Qi-yin approached Xia Xiaoshi's front and came close to her face with an expression of wanting to eat her. Little brat, if you ever say that odd thing to Jiang Shi again, beware of me tearing your mouth apart. Facing the threat of the main palace, Xia Xiaoshi couldn't help but feel a little weak and subconsciously moved inside her seat. Honestly, if it was the old her, she would never have egged on Bai Qi-yin, but now that the two are getting ready to get married, she's still a little scared of being caught by the Masamune. After all, Gangxio wouldn't give her a talking to. Okay, 7 sound. Just don't scare her, Jiang Shi advised. Since you're here then I'll tell you something. Good. After glancing at Xia Xiaoshi without any good humor, she looked at Jiang Shi again and asked, what is it? Why don't we skip the crawfish today? Auntie Xia said for us to go to her house for a meal. I think she helped me a lot in the past. So, go on. Bai Qi-yin was still clear that Xia Xiaoshi's family had helped Jiang Shi a lot in the past, and Jiang Shi probably wouldn't have refused the invitation from their family. It doesn't matter if it's just a dinner or something, but I'm going along for the ride. Good. Jiang Shi looked again at Xia Xiaoshi, who was somewhat weakly looking this way. Then Xiaoshi, let's go. Oh, after answering, Xia Xiaoshi then followed the two out of the cafe. Looking at the two of them cuddling together in a loving manner, she smacked her lips with a look of disgust on her face. Damn it. Chapter 115, 7 tones ending. Velvet Moon, sure won't be going back after this, and she doesn't have many friends her age in the country, so you'll be helping out more haha. On the couch, in the face of Shays please, Gu Lingyu, who was sitting next to her, also nodded her head in agreement. Don't worry Auntie Xia, I will. Then I'll, if today, stay home for dinner later. Just now Xiaoshi sent me a message saying that Xiao Jiang will bring his girlfriend. No, it should be wife now. They're coming over for dinner. Ah, is he coming? Gu Lingyu was slightly surprised. Yeah, Xia Yi sighed. Anyway, why don't you young people have dinner together later? Talk about your careers or catch up or whatever. Okay, I'll just wait here for them then. To be honest, Gu Lingyu hadn't gone looking for Jiangshi for a while. The last time he went to look for Jiangshi was still a month ago. However, he only stayed for a while, and Jiangshi left with the excuse that he was busy with work. There was also almost no message exchange afterward, except for work greetings. Now that I think about it, Jiangshi will never come back. But, having long ago gotten used to being alone, she only hoped to be able to watch him quietly from now on. Suddenly, a grumbling voice came from the door. Hey, we're already at home. Can you guys stop showing love? You've kissed all the way. Isn't that enough? None of your business. My husband, I can kiss him if I want to. The two of them sniffed and looked, only to see Tong Xin leading a few people over this way. Jiangshi, Gu Lingyu subconsciously shouted softly. Xiao Jiang, this way. Xia Yi raised her hand towards them, signaling them to come over. Come over for a chat first. The maids are still getting ready. When he and Bai Qiyin came to sit down on this side of the sofa, Jiangshi directly said, Excuse me, Auntie Xia. With that, his gaze fell on Gu Lingyu again and he greeted, Sister Lingyu, you're here as well. Aha. Gu Lingyu just nodded lightly in response. No need to be overly polite. Xia Xiaoshi, on the other hand, sat next to Gu Lingyu with a grumbling look on her face, and came to her ear to mutter in a low voice. These two have been showing love all the way. How come Bai Qiyin is a female and I'm also a female? How come brother Jiangshi doesn't treat me like this? Treating me differently is so speechless. Listening to her anticlimactic speech, Gu Lingyu couldn't help but sweat. Don't say such stupid things. Che. Xia Xiaoshi clasped her hands on her chest, her gaze falling on Xia Yi who was chatting with the two. Xiao Jiang, I heard that you two are getting married. Is it tomorrow? Xia Yi asked. The day after tomorrow. Jiangshi had a smile on his face and held the hand of silent Bai Qiyin beside him tightly. I hope that you and Xiaoshi will come to the wedding of the late generation. Do you have time? Of course there's no problem. Xia Yi glanced at Xia Xiaoshi who had a complaining expression next to her, and couldn't help but sigh. How is it? Just now, Xiaoshi didn't let you down, did she? With that cooperation thing? No, but I would like to thank Z for her recognition of my project and then giving us financial help. I can't thank her enough. Well, if you're thankful, then you can give your body to me. From the side came Xia Xiaoshi's voice. The statement caused several people in the room to freeze in their tracks, and Bai Qiyin was even more annoyed, looking at her with a forced smile. Kid, if you come to harass Jiang again after our marriage, I'll definitely treat you well. Shii. Xia Yi frowned as she glared at Xia Xiaoshi, then turned her head to Bai Qiyin again and smiled with her. I'm sorry, our family's Xiaoshi is a bit aggressive when it comes to topics concerning Xiao Jiang, but she's also joking. Don't take it seriously. Okay. Bai Qiyin nodded gently. On the other hand, Xia Xiaoshi, who was on the side, looked unconvinced and muttered in a low voice. Cut. What's the big deal? Gu Lingyu couldn't even look at her anymore and lightly patted her head. Why are you so stupid? Saying that kind of thing at a time like this? What are you doing? Xia Xiaoshi covered her head with both hands and glared at her in a bad mood. Don't you want to? That will have to wait until Jiangshi is alone. Gu Lingyu deliberately lowered her voice and said, What a wimp. Speaking of this, Xia Xiaoshi also sighed, a hint of despondency flashing under her eyes. But they're about to get married. Alas, time flies. Only 2 more days. Looking at Jiangshi's face that was full of smiles, Gu Lingyu slightly sunk her eyes. Seriously, she's still regretting what happened back in high school when she rejected Enishi. Even though it had been so long, she couldn't get over the fact that she herself had given it to another girl with her own hands. And now, she could only look on as the man she loved looked on lovingly, hand in hand with another girl. It would be a lie to say I'm not upset. It's just that even if it were to be revealed, I don't think anyone would understand. Ugh, it's obviously my brother Jiangshi. Xia Xiaoshi, who was beside her with both hands grasping her arm, was still looking at Jiangshi in a nostalgic way. Her mouth kept murmuring, Well then, Auntie will wish you two young couple a happy wedding. The maid has already prepared the meal. Let's eat first. Xia Yi stood up and gestured for a few people to follow. Thank you, Auntie Xia. Jiangshi pulled Bai Qiyin up and followed. Let's eat first when it comes down to it. Gu Lingyu got up and tossed Xia Xiaoshi in her arms aside. Hiss. You guys, won't you lighten up? Xia Xiaoshi followed breathlessly. 2 days later, the wedding hall was filled with unspeakable joy and warmth. Below the stage, visitors from all sides took their seats in the elaborately arranged chairs, and their eyes fell expectantly on the couple on the stage. On the stage, A girl in a white elegant wedding dress was slightly lowering her head. When the veil was removed, what came into her eyes was a man in a dark blue suit with a handsome face, looking at her with affection. "Chi-yin, you're so beautiful today." Bai Chi-yin's red lips hooked up slightly. "Thank you, husband." Seeing that the time had come, the officiant on the sidelines spoke up and said, "Will the groom please read his vows?" Hearing this, Zhangshi gently pulled up Bai Chi-yin's slender hand, gazing at her with a smile on his face, his eyes full of joy and determination. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice gentle and strong. "Bai Chi-yin, this is my childhood playmate. We have known each other since we were young, and until today, she is now my bride. I want to say, to her." Off stage, the two women looked at this scene of Zhangshi's speech on the stage in a daze. Their expressions varied, but neither of them seemed to be happy. Alas, Gu Lingyu turned back to the table and drank the red wine on the table in one go, taking a long breath. "Xiao Shi, I think I'm only going to be one person for the rest of my life." At those words, Xia Xiaoshi also slightly sank her eyes, although she was unwilling to admit it. The facts were already in front of her. Then she slowly spoke. "Me too, but I've already customized the Jiangshi brother pillow in advance. You can still sleep together with your brother on your pillow at night." Gu Lingyu was stunned. "You're awesome." "Hey." Xia Xiaoshi looked up at Jiangshi again, and the smile on her pretty face slowly dissipated. "Today's brother, so handsome." Followed by a small poem. Gu Lingyu ending. No 7 voices seen. Chapter 116, a little psalm, without the 7 sounds and the school sisters. "Brother, brother, brother, love you so much." Early in the morning, the soft murmur of a young girl came to my ears. Zhangshi was awakened by the noise, rubbing his eyes and slowly sitting up, slowly skimming his head. There was a sleeping young girl lying right next to him, only the little face was serenely cute, and her long blonde hair was messily spread out on the pillow. Most importantly, Xia Xiaoshi was only wearing a thin nightgown. Her 2 tender legs were slightly bent, and she could vaguely see a little trace of fat. If people who didn't know saw the scene, they would think it was already after one night. Seeing this scene, Zhangshi couldn't help but gulp. This guy, this is sneaking over again while Auntie Xia wasn't paying attention. He then turned his head to the side and stopped looking at Xia Xiaoshi. Today was about a month since he came to Xia Xiaoshi's house. To be honest, Xia Xiaoshi and Xia Yi were both very kind to him, and he got along better with them. It's just that Xia Xiaoshi was a little too aggressive and possessive pulling from the start. Aside from his daily classes, he could barely get out of the house, either while being glued to Xia Xiaoshi or on his way to being glued to Xia Xiaoshi. Even if you stick around, this little ninny is especially perverted. It messed with his ability to even keep control of it at times. Although Xia Xiaoshi she was already an adult, but Xia Yi was clearly stipulated, before he agreed to that request, it was forbidden for him to make particularly excessive physical contact with Xia Xiaoshi. Especially that one. However, this Xia Xiaoshi is seducing him to the road of crime every day. There was nothing he could do about it. To say why he didn't accept that request from Auntie Xia, that's because when he first came here, it was a little hard to tolerate Xia Xiaoshi's sickly personality. By now, the most recent of him was slowly adapting to obey Xia Xiaoshi, and life could still be quite pleasant if he lived. But for that request, he actually still had some difficulty in asking for it, even though it seemed like a request that would do more good than harm. After thinking for a long time, Zhangshi also sighed, stepped on the fur slippers, and looked back at Xia Xiaoshi, who was still sleeping, her mouth still chanting from time to time, "Brother." 2 words. Really, it's kinda cute when you look at it that way. You know, the usual Xia Xiaoshi, that was as arrogant and domineering as a female brat, mocking him for all his behavior, trying to lure him into agreeing to the request that Auntie Xia had made of him. It was completely incomparable to the now quietly sleeping Xia Xiaoshi. Of course there was no harm in it. If he had agreed to that request after that, Xia Xiaoshi probably might have changed her usual style. Well, it's not right, and it's not likely. Maybe it will be even more arrogant. Thinking of this, Zhangshi couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine, and after covering Xia Xiaoshi, he also turned around and pushed the door open to walk out. After washing up, Zhangshi yawned as he walked down the stairs while muttering, "It feels like if this keeps up, sooner or later something will go wrong." "Xiao Jiang, come here." On the couch in the living room, Shai was waving at him and greeting. "There's something I need to talk to you about." Zhangshi accelerated his footsteps down the stairs and came to follow her, asking, "What's wrong, Auntie?" That request I was talking about. How have you been considering it lately?" Xia Yi asked softly. "Well, I'm still thinking about it." "Well, that I can understand." Xia Yi nodded and added, "Xiao Shi will study abroad this year." She was originally prepared to leave earlier, but Xiao Shi meant to wait for you to agree to her, and she probably meant to prepare to leave again in the second half of the year. "Isn't this nice?" Zhang Shi replied. "You guys don't need to consider mine. It's still Xiaoshi her own future that's more important. That's not what I meant. Xia Yi shook her head. What I'm saying is, after all, Xiaoshi is going to study over there. It's better to go abroad earlier to familiarize herself with the environment. If you agree, I'll take you with me, and I'll also help you apply to the best colleges over there and provide you with the best learning environment as well. Provided, of course, that you agree to that request I've made, and that after you do, if you're both willing, you'll probably get married and have children over here when you get back. After hearing Auntie Xia's words, Zhangshi froze for a moment and was somewhat speechless for a while. To be honest, he doesn't have many friends over here, and he's basically had no one to turn to since his mom ran away. Auntie Xia gives top-notch treatment. As a matter of common sense, people generally don't say no. There was no reason why he could refuse either. It's just that things are a little too sudden, and he wasn't a selfish person. He wouldn't affect Xia Xiaoshi because of himself. Thinking of this, Zhangshi took a deep breath. Auntie Xia, I think I still need to think about it. I'll give you an answer after I come back from class today. Of course Auntie doesn't mean to force you, and if you want to stay in the country that's fine, I'll still offer you help when your mom comes back. Thank you Auntie, I'll think about it, then I'll go to class first. Zhangshi got up, then carried his bag towards the door. Looking at the back of the teenager leaving, Xia Yi also sighed in relief. At least Xiao Zhang didn't reject it outright. It seems that Xiaoshi really tried hard. She was actually not too satisfied with Xia Xiaoshi's performance. She had learned from Tong Xian's mouth that on normal nights Xia Xiaoshi would often sneak over to Zhangshi's room and go to sleep in his room. You know, it's a bloody boy's room. What could happen all night? And how could she possibly believe that Zhangshi would be able to hold back? To be honest, she sometimes even suspected that maybe Zhangshi had already done that kind of thing to Xia Xiaoshi a long time ago, just that she didn't know. Of course this was just her guess. She believed that Zhangshi was a good boy, but she can't do that when she's a mom, even if Z likes him as much as she does, because not only would this bother River Time, but something would happen sooner or later if this went on. Sometimes she really wanted to have Childish give Xia Xiaoshi a nightly tether in her room, but in the end she couldn't resist. That's why she talked to Zhangshi about this matter today. The matter of going abroad would definitely not be so soon, but it would definitely be after the new year this year. Of course she wanted the sooner the better. After all, Xia Xiaoshi would have to be over there all the time afterward and would have to familiarize herself with the environment. If this was the case and Zhangshi still refused, she felt it would be better to separate these two little ones as early as possible. After all, the current Xia Xiaoshi's dependence on Zhangshi was already a bit too much. She couldn't just sit around and wait. Chapter 117 It's only good to be seen by mom. Young Master Xiao Jiang, I've come to pick you up. In the afternoon, at the bustling school entrance, Zhangshi walked out with his bag on his back, and when he saw Tong Xinjia standing next to the car, he walked forward with a faster pace. After getting into the car, Zhangshi sat in the back seat, resting his cheeks and quietly looking out the window, slightly depressed. To be honest, he'd been thinking all day today about what Auntie Summer had said to Xia Xiaoshi's kindness to him could be said to be far beyond the relationship of a friend, and he himself understood what Xia Xiaoshi was doing all for. If he refused that request from Auntie Xia, Xia Xiaoshi would definitely still cling to him and pester him. Rather, it was better to say that he had originally refused to do so in the first place. But just as he thought, Xia Xiaoshi was not at all prepared to let him go on her own terms. Of course he also understood that Xia Xiaoshi wasn't just playing around, because for the last time Xia Xiaoshi confessed, he could see that Xia Xiaoshi was serious. Plus he was genuinely heartbroken. Originally for Xia Xiaoshi's sickly petite character he was actually a bit scared, but after living together for this month, other than not being free, he was still relatively comfortable. So he had been thinking about it all day, and was prepared to accept what Auntie Summer had asked of him. He has no one to turn to now. There's no other way but to rely on Auntie Xia. After all, Auntie Xia hadn't asked for anything other than for him to stay by Xia Xiaoshi's side. This kind of request for a boy from an ordinary family. This is like a wife from heaven coming to the side, or a rich woman, the kind that's basically unconditionally nice to him. However, probably because of this sudden decision, he was still a bit depressed. The car stopped in front of the villa. Zhangshi pushed open the door and got out of the car, only to see that Xia Xiaoshi had already waited at the entrance of the villa, and upon seeing him come back rushed over towards his side, shouting, "Brother, you're back!" Seeing the young girl rushing over to burrow into his arms, Zhangshi also smiled helplessly, stroked her head, and said softly, "Back," because Xia Xiaoshi asked him to send him his class schedule every week. Xia Xiaoshi was basically able to grasp his home time and wait for him at the entrance of the villa. If it was taking too long, she would call him to urge him on. Seemingly sensing the abnormality, Xia Xiaoshi slowly raised her head and frowned slightly. "Brother, you're a bit off today?" "Huh, yes?" Zhangshi was surprised. "There is." Xia Xiaoshi drew out of his embrace and gestured. Usually as long as my brother gets out of class and I rush over to try to hug my brother usually dodges to the side or pulls back. In short, he just uses all sorts of excuses to disallow me to hug him. And today it's strange. My brother not only doesn't dodge, but he also gently says that he's coming back. Strange. Simply too strange. What's wrong? Although it was true that weekdays were as Xia Xiaoshi said, Jiangshi still didn't quite understand how this was relevant. It's just that this time he was thinking about something and forgot to duck out of the way. Poof. The corner of Xia Xiaoshi's mouth slightly hooked up with a bad smile, and she crossed her arms confidently and said, "It seems that elder brother has finally been sensitized by Xiaoshi, so shouldn't it be time for elder brother to come to Xiaoshi's room for a change on the nights after that?" Speaking of this, she wrapped her hands around her body, her face slightly flushed as she squirmed, although it would be a bit shy, but as long as it's a night attack from brother, then sure can only be forced to accept it. Who made brother's embrace so warm? Ah. Looking at her self-absorbed appearance, Jiangshi couldn't help but sweat, not paying too much attention but then directly crossing next to her. "Say, is Auntie Xia at home?" I'm looking for her to say something. Although it would be a bit cheeky to say so, he still felt the need to find Auntie Xia and explain as soon as possible. He thought that he would repay Auntie Xia's kindness when he came out after graduation, but for now he could only rely on Auntie Xia first. "Mom?" Xia Xiaoshi followed him. "Mom is still at the office and hasn't come home." Oh. And the maid on the side drove the car to the garage at that moment. "Didn't come home, so wait a little longer." Coming to sit on the living room sofa, Jiangshi greeted Xia Xiaoshi, signaling her to come over. "I'll come over even if brother doesn't beckon me." Oh. Xia Xiaoshi approached and sat down next to him, looking at him slightly puzzled. "What's wrong with you today, brother? Why so strange?" Indeed, she could see that her usual brother would try to avoid her as soon as he got home, but today was unusually contrasting. What's going on? Could it be that he was impressed by his quest for so long? To give yourself a deep confession? Look at that serious look on your brother's face. One look at it. At the thought of this, she was even a little excited. The corners of her mouth unconsciously hooked up in a smile as she stared at Jiangshi with an expectant look. "Ahem. It's just that didn't Auntie Xia tell me that you're planning to study abroad this year?" Eh? Hearing this, the corner of Xia Xiaoshi's mouth twitched. "Just this? It? What on this? What did you think I was going to say?" Jiangshi was puzzled. Xia Xiaoshi sighed, revealing an expression of disappointment, spreading her hands and said, "I thought that you, brother, were going to give me a deep confession right now, and then I'm accepting it, and the two of us are embracing each other, kissing each other together, from the couch, to the bed, only to see Xia Xiaoshi start her self-indulgent mode again. Thinking about it makes me happy." Jiangshi's eyes narrowed slightly as he gave her head 2 brain blows. "I'll be dead if Auntie Xia sees me later. What does it matter? Brother, you're even afraid of Mom." Xia Xiaoshi somewhat aggrieved hands over her head, pouting her lips somewhat defiant. "Big deal. Xiaoshi protects brother. You guys, you fantasize more than I do, ha." Jiangshi skimmed his head, his voice lowered. "But if you want to confess, I can still fulfill you afterward." Indeed, after all, if he really discussed it with Auntie Xia, the odds were that he would really have to stay with Xia Xiaoshi for the rest of his life. He could still satisfy Xia Xiaoshi if it was just this little request. "Really?" An excited shout suddenly came from beside his ears, and Jiangshi turned back, only to see Xia Xiaoshi looking at him with a face of disbelief. "Well, probably, no surprises, brother." Accompanied by a shout, the young girl in front of him violently swooped him onto the couch, hooking her hands around his neck and muttering, "Love you the most, brother, Mua love you, hey, 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 hey. No, it's better if Mom sees it. Chapter 118, A Cure. "Oh, so brother is trying to talk about this thing where I'm going to study abroad." After listening to Jiangshi elaborated, Xia Xiaoshi then suddenly realized, this thing is actually very early said. "Oh, but since brother now promised Xiaoshi, then after that we'll have to go together with Xiaoshi. Also save time, I will brother knocked out all tied up and brought over it." Jiangshi sweated. "You guys are even planning this for a long time, aren't you?" Xia Xiaoshi spat out her tongue in a mischievous manner. The matter of studying abroad had indeed been finalized early on. As to why she hadn't told her brother, that's because she's prepared to wait until her brother accepts her before she talks about it. At that point, her brother might just agree to leave here with her. What she just didn't expect was for her mom to talk to her brother about it ahead of time. But it doesn't even matter, because her brother had promised her. Hooray for Mom. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi smiled and added, "Anyway, brother has already agreed. Already can't renege, or else Xiaoshi will not be polite." Yo, well, don't worry, Jiang Shi nodded, but I still need to discuss this matter with Auntie Xia later. Auntie Xia only told him about it, but not in any particular detail, though he only needed to agree to what Auntie Xia said, and after that Auntie Xia would presumably give them full authority to arrange things, but he felt that it would be better to try to get some clarity. But Auntie Xia isn't home yet. By all rights, it should have been back by this time of the day, right? Jiang Shi still intended to ask Xia Xiaoshi about her own thoughts first. Then, Xiaoshi, how long did you originally plan to go out yourself? Second half. Xia Xiaoshi pressed one finger against her lips, making a thoughtful gesture. Mom wants me to go earlier, but I myself don't really want to go that early. Oh, well, after all, you're also the one who stays at home every day without going out. Jiang Shi said. Hey. The reason Xia Yi let her go out early was to prepare her to familiarize herself with that side, but she didn't see much need for it. After all, she was an otaku, and even when she went over there, she basically stayed at home. But by the time this year is over, she won't have as much time, because mom wouldn't be able to let her go on like this anymore. And in time she'd have to focus not only on academics, but also on her mom's nurturing. Mom talked to her, because she was an only child. Her mom wouldn't let anyone else in the family take over the Xia group, so she would have to take on that responsibility in the future. She knew that could be difficult, and it would take a lot of time to learn about taking over a group that big. So she thought about as bringing her brother there, and having his company in times of pain, to give her mental and physical comfort. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi added, It's alright brother, I know what you're worried about. Leaving earlier or later is actually the same. Good. Looking at his slightly depressed expression, Xia Xiaoshi lightly hummed twice. The corner of her mouth hooked up in a bad smile and slowly approached his cheek. Then, since brother promised Shizuku, is brother now considered Shizuku's boy, friend? Sort of, but you can have whatever relationship you want, Jiang Shi said softly. The request that Auntie Xia had mentioned was precisely for him to join the Xia family, and if he really agreed, he would inevitably end up marrying Xia Xiaoshi. Although it was in the sense that he was joining his family, he could be said to be joining a new family because of his mom's constant disregard for him. And Auntie Xia never treated him poorly in any way, taking care of him well, even as if he were a relative. So since he had promised Auntie Xia, he wouldn't think about it too much and just go ahead and love Xia Xiaoshi. And he was actually indifferent to this kind of request made by Xia Xiaoshi. After all, in the month's time that he had been at the villa, their ambiguous relationship could be said to be more upwardly mobile than that of a boyfriend. So he didn't care too much about a title, and with or without this so-called boyfriend relationship, Xia Xiaoshi would stick to him as always. What does Shi want with this whole relationship thing? Xia Xiaoshi pondered for a while, then added, It's not that Xiaoshi wants any kind of relationship, I just need to be able to be with my brother. At that, she looked at him again with a quizzical look. So what should I call my brother from now on? Baby, darling, or husband? Jiang Shi suddenly got goosebumps and waved his hand. It's a bit too early, and for some reason it's a bit too weird coming out of your mouth. Well, it does have a bit of a greasy feel to it, but I'm fine with that if brother likes it. You might as well keep calling me the original. Okay, so what should I call my brother to get him more aroused when he's rutting on me at night? The corner of Jiang Shi's mouth twitched. What kind of stuff are you talking about? I'm talking about something very normal. Brother actually endured it for a long time. Right, only because mom forbade you to do that kind of thing to Z. So you abided by the principle and held out hard blah? Xia Xiaoshi smiled playfully. I know all about it. Oh, don't show your female brat character on purpose, okay? Jiang Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. To be honest, Xia Xiaoshi wasn't out of temper every time she displayed mockery or molestation towards him, and he would get anxious after a few times. Only it was true that, as Xia Xiaoshi had said, it was because Aunt Xia had emphasized that it wasn't allowed, and that was why he was able to hold back so much. Not so when will my brother get the hang of it? Too weak. Before Xia Xiaoshi could finish her sentence, she was blocked by Jiang Shi with his hand. Auntie Xia is not at home right now. If you say that again, I can beat you up. After struggling for a while, Jiang Shi was willing to let go of her hand. Her small face was slightly red, and she gasped softly. You're such a weakling, brother, obviously excited. Jiang Shi ignored this brat's words. After all, he hadn't gotten Auntie Xia's permission, so he definitely couldn't go too far with Xia Xiaoshi. Seriously, Xia Xiaoshi was actually good at everything, except that she was just a bit too arrogant in this aspect of molesting him, and molesting him just seemed to become one of her pleasures. Oh, someday this brat will be honest when he suffers. Therefore, he felt that he still needed to mention this nasty character of Xia Xiaoshi to Auntie Xia later on. Give Xia Xiaoshi a cure. Hey, brother, you've already promised me, so don't be so shy, okay? Xia Xiaoshi slightly displeased to follow. I'm not shy. You're the one who's arrogant. Chapter 119. Jiang, so is this something you've thought about? Well, yeah, because I think I'm actually quite fond of Xia Xiaoshi myself, except that she's just a bit too arrogant some of the time, and her self-awareness as a girl is a bit lacking. At the corner of the stairs on the second floor, Xia Xiaoshi poked her head out slightly, her gaze landing on Xia Yi and Jiang Shi who were talking on the sofa. However, when she heard Jiang Shi's words, her pupils widened slightly. Brother Jiang Shi said he liked her. It was the first time she heard Brother Jiang Shi say he liked her so seriously. You know, Jiang Shi's brother usually can be old shy. Even a slightly ambiguous a little bit of words will not say to her it's amazing that you would break the mold and say you like yourself today, even though it wasn't directed at himself. This line of favoritism from Brother Jiang Shi was too rare. Too bad it wasn't recorded. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi also let out a long sigh and muttered in a small voice. But for this brother to say that he lacks the self-consciousness of a girl is really something. Indeed, she scoffed and really spat on all the other guys and didn't want to get close at all. For Jiang Shi, she was intentional and would only want to provoke his desire for herself thus liking himself But, brother really doesn't know what he's doing, deliberately avoiding her every time, even when mom doesn't allow it. Wouldn't brother sneak in? Would it kill him to interact with himself? Usually mom is busy at work and won't know. Even if she does, what can she do? She would also be sad about the fact that Enishi was constantly avoiding her. After all, she knew herself that she did have a young body, and couldn't compare to some of the other good-looking and well-built girls. But if Jiang Shi really did deliberately alienate her because of this, then it would be really hard for her. But fortunately, today, I heard brother Jiang Shi himself say that he liked himself, and she was relieved. Let your brother tell you he likes it again to your face later. He. Shii is a greedy one. Downstairs, after hearing what Jiang Shi said, Xia Yi also nodded with satisfaction. It would be great if you could agree. Do I need to do something then? Etsushi questioned. To be honest, no matter how he put it, this was also considered him taking advantage of Xia Xiaoshi, and even though it was Auntie Xia who made the request, he would still be more or less embarrassed. After all, he didn't seem to have to do anything. No, just stay with Shi in peace. Isn't this a daily routine? Jiang Shi scratched his head and spat even more in his heart. This Xia Xiaoshi guy can't wait to stick to me every day. Well, Xia Yi's expression was slightly depressed, truth be told. In fact, taking Xiaoshi abroad is not only as simple as studying abroad. There is another reason. What's the reason? Xiao Jiang. You know, we are a single-parent family. Our family's business is one of the most influential in Kyoto. You know this well. Well, I know. Auntie Xia, if there's something you want to do just say so. Xia Yi sighed. The family behind us is huge, and there are not a few capable family disciples, but I can't trust them. The Xia clan group will never be handed over to them, and I will give the succession to Xiao Shi after that. But you know, Xiao Shi's mind right now you know. And what do you need me to do? After leaving the country, I will train Z in this aspect of managing a company, and I want you to learn it then as well, and accompany Z by the way, because Z probably won't be too pleasant to be around for a long period of time yet. Xia Yi is serious. She had to make plans earlier regarding the future takeover of Xia's group. She has only one child, Xia Xiaoshi. Everyone in the Summer family knew her daughter was a spoiled brat. Because of this, almost everyone in the Xia family was staring at the final takeover of the Xia group. Because the current Xia family, the cut was very serious. If the Xia group was handed over, the consequences would be unimaginable. Plus, she didn't approve of the Xia family's mechanization like education, so she wasn't willing to give the Xia group away, and she still had a lot of say as the current head of the Xia family. As long as Xia Xiaoshi had the ability to take over and run the Xia clan group well afterward, then she would still be able to smoothly hand over the Xia clan group to Xia Xiaoshi in the end. Then she would have a reason not to hand over Xia's group. That's why she talked to Jiang Shi about this matter of Xia Xiaoshi so early, and she also wanted to ask him to do this favor. After all, she still saw Jiang Shi's sense of responsibility in her eyes. Well, since I've agreed to it, then of course I'm going to be there for Shii, and it's my duty to help her grow up as well. Seeing Jiang Shi agree with almost no hesitation, Xia Yi was also relieved. I thought that after saying so much you would be scared and say to reconsider. Ha ha. Jiang Shi laughed. After all, you helped me a lot in the past, plus I'll need to live under your care in the future, so helping out is certainly not a problem. Xia Yi reached out and patted his shoulder, a hint of heaviness mixed in her increasingly satisfied eyes, staring at him closely. Well then, since you agreed to my request, Xiao Jiang, you can't go back on your word after that, or the consequences can be very serious. Ha, I know. Jiang Shi nodded repeatedly. What he himself had said he himself usually did, and after all, had thought long and hard about the matter. He wouldn't be swayed by something else Auntie Summer brought up either. Good, I think highly of you Xiao Jiang. Xia Yi retracted her hand. Then you don't need to think about anything during this period of time in the country after that. Just spend this happy time with Xiaoshi. Otherwise you won't be so happy when you go abroad. Well, I know. Looking at Jiang Shi's appearance that was still a bit apprehensive, Xia couldn't help but wonder. What's wrong? What are you still thinking about? It's too late to back out now. Oh, no, not thinking about that. Jiang Shi shook his head, then stood up. There's not much to do, so I'll go upstairs first. To be honest, he actually wanted to mention something about Xia Xiaoshi's nasty personality, but thought better of it. After all, the Auntie Xia in front of her was Xia Xiaoshi's mother no matter what. Auntie Xia should be aware of Xia Xiaoshi's character. If he were to mention it again, then it would be really a bit impolite. Let's wait until later when we're slowly familiarizing ourselves with it. After all, it's only the first day, so you can't be too arrogant. Looking at his distant figure, the more Xia felt that something was wrong. You're not worrying about getting along with Shi in the future, are you? Chapter 120, this little ninny is quite cute at this time. Jiang Shi stopped and looked back. It's fine, getting along is still the same as before. It's still more natural. So, Xia nodded, but what I want to say is, after all, you guys are going to get married and have children afterward, so it's still more important to develop your relationship, so as long as you don't fight, just do whatever you want about getting along. Jiang Shi paused, seemed to understand something and nodded again. Okay, then Auntie Xia, I will go upstairs first. Honestly, didn't Auntie Xia's words mean that she was giving him permission? For Xia Xiaoshi's female brat character was also able to fight back. No longer did he have to put up with Xia Xiaoshi's arrogant and domineering appearance. Of course, it must be in a proper way, and not one of Benji's those for female brats similar operations. Watching Jiang Shi go upstairs, Xia also breathed a long sigh of relief and turned back to pick up the teacup on the desktop to take a sip. She was aware that Xia Xiaoshi's possession of Jiang Shi on weekdays was indeed a bit severe. Jiang Shi was almost always forced to do the same, and never seemed to fight back or complain much with her yet. She understood that Jiang Shi would definitely have a complaint. That's why she didn't let Xia Xiaoshi get too close to him before, also because she was afraid that Jiang would be annoyed. However, Xia Xiaoshi didn't seem to be particularly obedient in this regard, always sneaking around to find Jiang Shi. Helplessly, she didn't care anymore, but only reminded Jiang Shi that he couldn't over-accept Xia Xiaoshi if he wasn't interested in her. And now that Jiang Shi was able to agree to her conditions, then she would naturally give Jiang Shi some slack. After all, the two of them would definitely get married in the future. Just one thing that puzzled her was that Jiang Shi confessed to her that he likes Xia Xiaoshi. I also wonder what Z has done. She wasn't sure, but she did kind of admire her daughter too. Can make a victim like her. Maybe it's not your own daughter's ability either. Could Jiang Shi BAM? Thinking of this, Xia subconsciously looked up. Forget it, even if it's an M, as long as the two are in a good relationship. After all, it's too late for him to backtrack now. Jiang Shi approached the door to his room and pushed it open, only to see Xia Xiaoshi sitting on her knees on his bed, looking at him with a smile on her face, as if she had already been waiting here. Why are you here again? Aren't you in your room painting? Jiang Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. Wasn't it you who said you'd let me draw in my room, brother, and then come find me in Shi's room after you're done talking to Mom? Why did you even come back to the room to your own room? Xia Xiaoshi crossed her arms and was full of confidence. Luckily I had the foresight to come over first. Did it ever occur to you that I had already been to your room and then saw that you weren't in it, so I went back to my room? Well, Xia Xiaoshi sweated slightly, her eyes wandering. Anyway, I don't care. Brother, you're just trying to trick me. You don't believe me when I tell you. Jiang Shi had a helpless look on his face, but it was indeed as Xia Xiaoshi said. He didn't go to Xia Xiaoshi's room, but went straight back to his own room. But how could he admit it? Xia Xiaoshi propped her hands on the mattress and sat on the bed like a kitten in a well-behaved manner, looking at Jiang Shi, who walked over to the desk and sat down, and asked, Say, brother, what did mommy just say to you? Of course it's about that thing today. Jiang Shi wanted to say something and turned his head to look at Xia Xiaoshi, tension suddenly hanging over his expression. He forgot that he had never asked Xia Xiaoshi if she was willing to marry him. All the time he was the one thinking about that request from Auntie Summer, but never considered Xia Xiaoshi's thoughts. That request from Auntie Xia, it wasn't just for him to stay with Xia Xiaoshi all the time. When he graduated from college, it was to get married. Xia Xiaoshi is also fond of and possessive of him, and it's still a long way from actually getting married. Would Xia Xiaoshi really think that far ahead? Would she really agree to marry him? That he hadn't asked. What's wrong, brother? Why has your expression become so strange? Xia Xiaoshi slightly tilted her head and asked in a slightly worried tone. It's okay. After Jiang Shi took a deep breath, he felt it was still necessary to ask Xia Xiaoshi's opinion. Let me ask you something. Brother, you ask. Looking at Jiang Shi's serious look, Xia Xiaoshi gradually became serious as well. After all, This was the first time she had ever seen her brother Jiangshi so serious, so she didn't fool around much anymore. Ahem. Jiangshi tactically coughed twice, slightly shy, although there is no diamond ring, but this is also considered a proposal, right? Wasn't I just downstairs discussing that business with Auntie Xia about going abroad? Aha. Xia Xiaoshi nodded. It's that if I do agree to Auntie Xia's request, we'll get married after we graduate from college in the future. Hearing this, the corners of Xia Xiaoshi's mouth unconsciously hooked up, covering her mouth with a smile. So what's wrong with this? It's a little too soon, but I'd like to ask, will you marry me? Xia Xiaoshi was slightly stunned and slightly puzzled. Why? Would brother ask that? Well, because I haven't asked you about this matter. After all, marriage is a matter for two people. Jiangshi scratched his head and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Put. Xia Xiaoshi didn't hold back her laughter, covering her stomach while laughing. Ha ha. So it turns out that brother is worried about this matter. Xiaoshi didn't expect it. Jiangshi bristled. What are you laughing at? Isn't it normal to ask such things? Indeed. Asking this question was considered a sign of respect for Xia Xiaoshi, and he didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. Instead, it was Xia Xiaoshi's reaction that caused him a bit of distress. This guy, mocking himself on purpose? It was only after a while that Xia Xiaoshi wiped the tears of laughter from the corner of her eyes. Brother, you seem like a little kid. Why would you ask me that? What should I ask then? Jiangshi was puzzled. Let me think. Saying that, Xia Xiaoshi jumped off the bed and stepped on the slippers, then walked to Jiangshi's heel. Her small mouth came to his ear and whispered, "It's okay, as long as it's a proposal from my brother. I'll say yes but next time remember to take the ring This time, I'm just asking what you think." Jiangshi was helpless. Turning back around, Xia Xiaoshi clasped her hands on her chest and hummed lightly. Then I don't care. I've promised. Can't brother do something about it? I'll try to make money to buy you a diamond ring later. He. Good. Then sure waits for you Looking at Xia Xiaoshi's happy look, Jiangshi was also relieved. This little girl is quite cute at this time. Chapter 121. Husband. But Ani, Mom already told you about what happens after you leave the country, right? Xia Xiaoshi was lying on the bed, her hands resting on her cheeks as she looked at Jiangshi who was browsing the web. Told you. Doesn't brother have any ideas? Xia Xiaoshi wondered. Jiangshi stopped the movements in his hands and said after thinking for a while, ideas. I will try my best to help you and Auntie Xia, that's all. He had known what Xia Xiaoshi was talking about. Nothing more than about taking over the Xia clan group in the future. However, he was still a bit surprised, not expecting the usually playful Xia Xiaoshi to take the initiative to mention this matter. After all, it was still a long time from that time, and now Auntie Xia was still giving Xia Xiaoshi time to play and adjust. In that case, then I'd like to thank you, brother. After that, even if brother shouts that he's tired, Shizuku won't let brother off the hook. Xia Xiaoshi grunted twice. It's just the warmth of Xiaoshi's embrace sent but come on, just don't cry out of exhaustion you guys. Jiangshi was helpless. Indeed, Xia's group of how big they both know in their hearts, want to take over that necessarily have to be strong in many aspects of their own ability to do. But Xia Xiaoshi's current situation, if she goes to take over the Xia group without exercising, then I'm afraid something will go terribly wrong. That was why Auntie Xia was prepared to train her. While he played a supporting role, the main thing was still up to Xia Xiaoshi herself. It won't be Z knows it's tiring, but won't I have my brother with me from now on? It makes me happy just thinking about it. Xia Xiaoshi pouted, but brother can't leave halfway. Or Xiaoshi will. Don't worry, it won't. Brother is the best. It's a deal. It's a deal. Xia Xiaoshi happily hitched her legs back and forth, the smile on her face growing stronger. To be honest, she still kind of couldn't believe that her brother would like her so much. There is still a long way to go, although the road ahead, especially in the years to come, may be especially difficult, because she knew that what she would have to face in the future was an entire clan of Xia's children who were vying for the Xia group. The pressure would really be on her alone, but now with Jiangshi in, she was much happier too, so she was thankful that Jiangshi would promise to accompany her out of here, saying that he would grow up with her, and all the things she said were true. She's a very selfish person. Even if you get tired later in the river, she wouldn't let go of Jiangshi either, because she likes Jiangshi. It hasn't changed from start to finish. Thinking about what? Looking at her dumbfounded appearance, Jiangshi couldn't help but wonder. Nothing. Xia Xiaoshi shook her head, followed by a playful look. Just really like big brother. Stupid. The corners of Jiangshi's mouth unconsciously hooked up. I hope you can say the same in a few years. Well, Xia Xiaoshi's fingers against her own lips, making a thoughtful look. I wonder how active my brother will be at that time. Taking the initiative to touch me. Taking the initiative to kiss me. Taking the initiative to. Speaking of this, A hint of a bad smile even surfaced on her face as she raised her eyes and her gaze fell on Jiang Shi. Brother, do you want to taste Xiao Shi's flavor now? I can tell you. Don't say such capricious words. Auntie Xia has given me permission to punish you for your arrogant behavior, Jiang Shi said casually. Indeed. When he came up just now, Auntie Xia said to him, showing affection is still more important. As long as you don't fight, get along as you please. Wasn't that statement permission for him to rebel against Xia Xiaoshi's behavior? Ugh, what are you trying to do to me? Brother? Didn't do anything. Jiang Shi helplessly spread his hands. Anyway, don't show your female brat character in the future. Ha! Xia Xiaoshi directly jumped up and stood on the bed. The main fight was a defiant one. Wasn't that to let brother take the initiative? How did it become Xiao Shi's fault? Who uses taunting to attract people to initiate? That would attract people to commit crimes. Jiang Shi was speechless. So that's it for poetry. What's wrong? Xia Xiaoshi clasped her hands on her chest. Is brother not convinced? Oops. Jiang Shi was slightly stunned. Why have you guys suddenly become so arrogant? I'm doing this for my brother. Xia Xiaoshi pouted her lips, slightly displeased. Her goal was to get Jiang Shi to take some initiative with her. It didn't have to be for her to do so, and of course she wasn't keeping Jiang Shi from having that need. It's just that as a couple, some of the ambiguity still needs to be there yada yada yada. It's just that my brother is not active at all. Can she do it without trying? She had made a lot of efforts to get Jiang Shi to like her, and now that my brother had liked himself, he was still the same, sitting there, frozen like a log. This is definitely not going to work. Thinking of this, she was even more furious, then walked to the door and slammed it shut, then unlocked it, leaning her back against the door and staring straight at Jiang Shi. What are you doing? Jiang Shi was puzzled. Since brother doesn't take the initiative, then let Shi take the initiative. Seeing Xia Xiaoshi walking towards him, the corners of Jiang Shi's mouth twitched slightly. I'm still writing. Let's talk about it later. Tomorrow is the weekend, and it's okay to leave my brother's stuff to write tomorrow. Well, it's always okay if you wait 10 minutes for me to play with you, right? Neither can I. Tomorrow's the weekend. Xia Xiaoshi walked into Jiang Shi's heel. Before she could do anything, she was grabbed by Jiang Shi's shoulders. You guys are really in a bigger hurry than I am. Said there would be time later, but you're really making people anxious with this look. Brother, Xia Xiaoshi slightly skimmed her head and muttered in a small voice. By the time we get married we still haven't kissed each other. Wouldn't this be a joke to others? Or is it that Xiao Shi's has no charisma at all, and brother can't raise his interest? That's not true. The main reason was that today was the first day he promised Auntie Xia. If he did those things to Xia Xiaoshi that night, he did seem a little embarrassed himself. Of course, he wasn't without desire, and he certainly couldn't endure Xia Xiaoshi's repeated molestations. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Shi pulled her closer to his side, his eyes sweeping over her small and delicate body. Toward gulped, Xiao Shi, it's not that you don't have charm, it's just that I do think it's a bit too early. A trace of loss flashed under Xia Xiaoshi's eyes and she bit her lip. No, I'm afraid that my brother will like another girl because of this. Indeed. She could tell from Jiang Shi's behavior that he really didn't seem interested in a petite figure like hers. Jiang Shi also likes girls with long bare legs like other men, right? That's why she was a little worried that Jiang Shi would go and sneak around and find other girls with better bodies than hers. Chapter 122, Distress. Looking at the worried Xia Xiaoshi in front of him, Jiang Shi raised his hand on her head and softly consoled. Xiaoshi, you're worrying too much. You know I'm not that kind of person. He was telling the truth. Those things Xia Xiaoshi was thinking about. He felt that there was actually no need to worry about them at all. After all, if he was interested in disliking Xia Xiaoshi or something because of his figure, then he himself felt damned hello. Really? Xia Xiaoshi hummed softly, somewhat disbelieving. Then brother, you hug me. At those words, Jiang Shi didn't say much and directly gathered her into his arms. That's nice. Feeling the warmth brought by her huge body, the corner of Xia Xiaoshi's mouth unconsciously hooked into a satisfied smile, raising her hand through Jiang Shi's arm to encircle him. Hey, hug me more in the future too. Good. After embracing each other for a while, Jiang Shi then let go of Xia Xiaoshi and said softly, satisfied now? A little? Xia Xiaoshi smiled playfully, but for now brother, you just get busy. Xiaoshi is waiting for you on the bed. Jiang Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. When you say such things, aren't you shy yourself? Xia Xiaoshi jumped onto the bed, lying with her hands resting on her cheeks staring at him. Shy? But brother didn't do anything that would make me shy? Why would I be shy? She was right. As someone who spent her days on the internet, she hadn't seen any counterintuitive remarks, so naturally there was certainly nothing wrong with saying them. And on weekdays Jiang Shi hardly ever took the initiative to touch her. Even if Jiang Shi said something thurible to her, she didn't think there would be anything to be ashamed of. Rather, I think Jiang Shi is quite a wimp. She was helpless at the thought. It's... Zhang Shi turned his head back, his hands continuing to tap on the keyboard. But what I'm trying to say is that you're still a girl. It's not good to always hang on to that kind of talk, and that's just for the brother. Xia Xiaoshi sighed. Alright, brother, you hurry up and do things blah. Play with me after you're done. Oh, after all, today is also considered our first day as a couple. Should we celebrate it later? Well, Zhang Shi didn't reply too much. After all, there was nothing wrong with what Xia Xiaoshi said, and without any surprises, they should get married later. Today is also barely an engagement, but he was also still a bit stressed. After all, there was more to come down the road, so who could say? He, too, sighed and went on about his business. Half an hour later, he stood up, stretched lazily, and turned his head, only to see that Xia Xiaoshi seemed to have fallen asleep. She lay on her back, resting on a pillow with a giant panda design, her breathing light and soft. Really, don't cover up either. Saying that, Zhang Shi reached out and prepared to help her cover the quilt. Seemingly sensing some movement, she slowly opened her eyes, rubbed her eyes and sat up, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Brother, are you done? Yeah, since you're sleepy you should wash up and go back to bed early. It's getting late. Looking at the motionless Xia Xiaoshi, Zhang Shi scratched his head. Or do you want me to carry you back? No, don't. Xia Xiaoshi bobbed her head lightly. I'm going to sleep here. Mom allowed it anyway, didn't she? This one does. Thinking about it again and again, Zhang Shi didn't stop her too much more and turned towards the door, leaving behind a sentence. But I think you should think about your own safety. After all, again, you're a girl and I'm a boy. Oh wow. Hearing this, Xia Xiaoshi, who had just yawned sleepily, immediately widened her pupils, jumped out of bed and stepped on her slippers to follow. Looks like Z guessed correctly. Brother can really fantasize about King Z? No illusions, I'm telling the truth. But sure just slept next to her, in her pajamas, and still brother didn't even do it with mom's permission. On the corridor, Xia Xiaoshi followed next to Zhang Shi, covering her mouth and snickering. Brother doesn't have any guts at all. He's just a mongrel who can only get high off his mouth. TSK, you're such an underachiever. Zhang Shi didn't see eye to eye with her. Later on, you'd better not sleep with me, or you'll suffer the consequences. All the more reason for poetry to come. Then, you, after washing up, Xia Xiaoshi walked in front of him and pushed the door open before quickly running in and jumping onto the bed. Afterwards, he also directly burrowed into the quilt, only peeking out ahead, looking at him with a bad smile. Brother, Xiaoshi is going to sleep. Oh, come on, look at that arrogant look on your face. Zhang Shi couldn't bear it anymore. Even when she was in the bathroom just now, Xia Xiaoshi still continued to display her female brat character, saying something about only mocking your favorite. Isn't this a bit too absurd? He had to give Xia Xiaoshi some color, or else Xia Xiaoshi would only become more and more excessive in the future. Thinking of this, he walked over to the bed, lifted the sheet violently, took off his shoes and climbed up before grabbing Xia Xiaoshi's hand. Ugh, brother? Before she could slow down, Xia Xiaoshi was dragged underneath him, opening her eyes to look at Zhang Shi who seemed to be serious in front of her. Xia Xiaoshi's gaze was slightly surprised, then her cheeks flushed slightly. What do you want to do, brother? Zhang Shi sighed and faintly said, didn't want to do anything, but your taunting makes me uncomfortable. You better promise me not to taunt in the future, or else, you understand. I don't get it, otherwise what would brother want to? You guys really like to ask questions knowingly. Xia Xiaoshi glanced to the side and said unconvincingly, brother Weedfish really talks a lot. You're still talking tough when you're dead? Zhang Shi was speechless. No stiff upper lip. Xia Xiaoshi pursed her lips. Just say it straight if you want, Xiaoshi. Brother still finds so many excuses. As for why she taunted Etsy, that was just a means of attracting her to go to Etsy. Of course she knew that Zhang Shi would be a bit upset, but Zhang Shi still chose to endure it. She was also helpless. Was it that hard to get Zhang Shi to let go of herself a bit? As for the first time, she hadn't experienced it, but if it would pique Eshi's interest then that was fine. After all, they're already considered engaged and will be married as a couple in a few years. As long as it's with Etsy, it doesn't matter if it's early or late. She's happy, too. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoshi slowly raised her hands with both hands and hooked them around Zhang Shi's neck. Zhang Shi, you're really weak. I know you did it on purpose, but you managed to provoke me. I'll apologize to you afterward. Ugh, can't be really mad. Brother, no, I'm already angry. Chapter 123, the end of the little poem. Well, at the head of the bed, the bare-chested man sat with a girl who had never yet slowed down in his arms. Zhang Shi pulled the quilt next to her over and covered her pale body, sighing and asking, will you still taunt or not taunt in the future? Xia Xiaoshi tightly buried her head in Zhang Shi's embrace, her cheeks almost reddening to the back of her ears, her voice still slightly breathy. No more taunting. Jiang Shi raised his hand and placed it on her head to caress it lightly. That's fine. To be honest, he knew that Xia Xiaoshi's taunting was provoking him, but how could he, at least as a man, stand up to her taunting him like that? And it's not even the other way around. It's the mockery of that. And of course, he's going to be responsible. Rather, the day was just a little early. So can you be a good boy and go to sleep now? Jiang Shi asked again. Let me hold you a little longer. Xia Xiaoshi in her arms whispered. Good. Jiang Shi didn't say much. After all, this time it was his unauthorized assertion that didn't hold back Xia Xiaoshi's mockery. Only after a long time did Xia Xiaoshi slowly let go of his body. Her face was still slightly flushed. Bad Jiang Shi. Really excessive. Well, I'm sorry. But, Xia Xiaoshi hummed softly again and hugged Jiang Shi once more. The side of her face pressed against his chest, her eyes flashing with relief. But since brother has already done such excessive things to Xiaoshi, in the future, you're not allowed to leave again. You must always stay by Xiaoshi's side. Well, it will be. After all, his purpose was just to punish Xia Xiaoshi, and there would be no change in what he should do in the future. Then if Nianai leaves me, sure we'll do to Nianai what she did to that smelly man who left her mom. Kill brother. Don't say it's so scary, okay? Jiang Shi sweated slightly. Don't worry, won't leave. You can confirm it every day. Aha! Then I'll be counting on you from now on. Brother. Looking down at the quiet and lovely young girl in his arms, Jiang Shi also spoke softly. Good. Years later, Xia's group. Inside the conference hall, a woman in formal attire with a high blonde ponytail stood at the front of the curtain, pointing with an infrared pen to explain the company's affairs for the coming year to the shareholders below. After 2 hours, the meeting was over. The shareholders got up and left, with only two still sitting in their seats, still applauding Xia Xiaoshi. After breathing a sigh of relief, Xia Xiaoshi also walked down from the stage. Good speech. Xia Yi on the side applauded for it. It's been hard on you for this period of time. After that, just prepare for the wedding. Thanks mom. Watching Xia Xiaoshi walk to Jiang Shi, Xia Yi also understood and stood up. Remember to come home for dinner later. I won't bother you too much. I'll go back first. Okay mom, take your time. Bye mom. And you two are really. After sighing, Xia Yi also pushed open the door and walked out. Ever since these two had gotten together, even Shi had gotten closer to Jiang Shi than her. But it was nothing. After all, it was really tiring to be under her nurturing and training during these few years. Plus Xia Xiaoshi still had schooling to take care of. There's no doubt about that one. She also had to thank Jiang Shi. After all, without Jiang Shi, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly in raising her daughter. And now that she had graduated from college more than a year ago, Xia Xiaoshi had gotten pretty good at managing the Xia group. It was thought that in another 2 or 3 years, Xia Xiaoshi would be able to fully take over the Xia group. At that time, she would not have to be overly concerned and could safely leave her career to the youngsters. After all, there was also Jiang Shi on the side to assist, and she believed that the two of them would still be able to take care of Xia's group. And after those years of bonding, the two have gotten better and better. Now, the two are also getting ready to get married just next week. She can also be relieved when it comes to relationships. After glancing back at the ambiguous two people in the room again, Xia Yi turned toward the aisle to leave. In the conference room, Xia Xiaoshi was sitting on Jiang Shi's body at the moment and pouting at him. Hubby, standing hurts my legs. Okay, I'll rub you later at home. Yeah, thanks hubby, Jiang Shi said softly, but how many times have I said? In the company you still pay attention to the image. It's not good to be seen the impact. Indeed, after so many years, Xia Xiaoshi still hadn't changed this habit. It is not a bad habit, but he is afraid that Xia Xiaoshi, as the CEO of Xia's group in the future, will not be well affected by the following employees seeing it. Doesn't matter, I think it's better. Xia Xiaoshi gestured. Look, I'm so clingy to you hubby. If someone finds out one day that you're making love to another woman, won't they notify me right away? And then I'll click. Where did you hear that? I'll get angry if you keep saying that. Jiang Shi sweated slightly. I'm sorry. Xia Xiaoshi wrapped her hands around his neck and came up to kiss his cheek. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Jiang Shi reached out and scraped her nose, saying softly, we're getting married next week. Don't think about so many messy things you know? Yes, but yeah, we're getting married. Speaking of this, a smile unconsciously floated on Xia Xiaoshi's cheeks as she slightly leaned back to lie in Jiang Shi's embrace. Although there have been a lot of hardships over the years, but after all, I have achieved my goal, and I didn't let my mother down. Over the years she had been questioned by the children of the Xia family and abused countless times, saying that she was incapable of running the subsequent operations of the Xia group. Although she knew very well that those people were doing it on purpose, she was still under a lot of pressure, because if she couldn't handle the Xia group, then those people would be the ones to take over. Mom will be disappointed in her for that too. But fortunately, under the company of her mother and Jiang Shi, she finally succeeded and had the ability to be able to take over and run Xia's group, blocking the mouths of those people in Xia's family. Not only is she successful, and happy too, because in the next week, she's getting married to the man she loves. The smile on her face intensified at the thought. Say hubby, where do you think would be a good place to go when we're done getting married? Jiang Shi pondered for a while. Well, Sanya, Bali, Maldives, these places are good. I don't have anything in particular I'd like to go to, though, so let's see where you want to go. Well, Xia Xiaoshi pondered. After all, she and Jiang Shi basically hadn't gone out much in the past few years, so after getting married they would have to go out this time. Seems to think of something, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked up a bad smile, turned to meet his eyes. Those later, tonight to go to the room to play well, husband. At those words, Jiang Shi couldn't help but hum lightly and raise a smile as well. Good. Saying that, he moved forward to kiss Xia Xiaoshi's red lips. The latter cooperated by wrapping her arms around his neck. Two men kiss passionately on a chair in an empty conference room. End of small poem. Tap the homepage for new book favorites. Chapter 124, The End of Sisters, without 7 sounds and small poems. Opening timeline. Snowy nights. A forlorn figure walks alone in the square, the rollers of his suitcase making a subtle, rhythmic clatter on the snow. Flakes of snow fell on the teenager's body with a slight chill. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is it so cold? Jiang Shi paused, thwarting his hands, which were red from freezing, with force, trying to get a trace of heat in this cold night. As for why he was out there in the middle of the night with his luggage, that's because his mom ran away. Before mom ran away, she bought him a plane ticket to Kyoto. Other than that, not a dime was left for him, and there was no more news. He was just told to wait outside the station and that someone would contact him when he arrived. Except that he had waited close to half an hour before anyone had contacted him, so he also contacted a friend he knew in Kyoto and was going to go to his place to settle down for a few days before making plans. Now he too was ready to go to the curb below and wait for him. Suddenly, the sound of a cell phone message rang out. Gu Lingyu, where are you? Jiang Shi, I've been looking for you at the station for half a day. Sister Gu Lingyu, how come you sent me a message? Jiang Shi was slightly surprised, followed by a phone call from the other side. He subconsciously clicked answer, holding the phone against his ear as a greeting came from the other end of the line. Jiang Shi, where are you now? Aren't you at the south exit of the station? Jiang Shi was slightly taken aback. I was indeed on this side of the south exit just now, but I'm already heading down towards the plaza now. Then I'll meet you down the road. Good. The phone hung up after that. Looking at the call records on it, Jiang Shi fell into deep thought. He and Gu Lingyu hadn't spoken for so long. Why the sudden call? Listening to Gu Lingyu's words, it seemed like she had come to pick him up. However, he wondered how his mom called out to Gu Lingyu to pick him up. It was important to know that he hadn't messaged Gu Lingyu since high school, and Gu Lingyu's sudden letter reminded him of what Gu Lingyu had told him back then. If he had come to the capital, Gu Lingyu would have considered his confession back then. It was just that he hadn't heard anything for so long in between that he'd drifted out of mind. The university that came to the capital side of the university, that is because mom was originally here, and not for Gu Lingyu. And Gu Lingyu was now coming to pick him up, which was a little less customary, but he had just agreed to it, and he was still prepared to go down and take a look at it first. Walked close to 10 minutes to the curb. A woman in a white feather boa approached. Jiang Shi, come this way and get in the car with me. Ugh. Before Jiang Shi could say anything, she was pulled by Gu Lingyu's arm towards the side of the car. Sister, is it you who my mom said would pick me up? Yeah, let's get in the car and go home first. Jiang Shi scratched his head. I thought no one would come to pick me up, so I've called my friend to pick me up, and he's already on his way. Tell him not to come. Gu Lingyu smiled back at him and reached out to sweep the few bits of snowflakes off his head. Just stay at my house from now on. Well, don't just stand there. Put the suitcases in the trunk of the car and go home first if you have any questions. Okay. Jiang Shi this time also confirmed. It seems that it is really mom who let Gu Lingyu's school sister to pick him up. Gu Lingyu seemed to be prepared to let him stay in her house all the time. In his impression, Gu Lingyu liked to keep to herself. I'm sure it'll be the same after college. You'll be renting a room off campus. It's not good to be alone in the house, is it? But let's get to the house first. After all, it's really cold at night. Afterwards, after putting the suitcase into the trunk, he also got into Gu Lingyu's car. Jiang Shi rubbed his hands together while huffing and muttered. This day is also cold enough, It's warm in the house and it's good to be home. Trouble you schoolteacher, coming out to pick me up on such a cold day. No need to be so polite with me. Jiang Shi turned his head to look at Gu Lingyu. But how come you're the one who came to pick me up? Senior sister, did my mom tell you that? Yeah, back home. He was then pushed by Gu Lingyu to go to the bathroom to take a shower to warm up his body. The bathtub was already filled with hot water and seemed to have been prepared in advance. After rinsing his body, Jiang Shi walked to the bathtub, and the moment he laid down, his entire body and mind relaxed, and all the cold and fatigue seemed to have all dissipated at this moment. He closed his eyes and took his time to enjoy it. It was just that he was a bit confused as to why Gu Lingyu was suddenly so nice to him. She was picking him up on a cold day and letting him stay here from now on. He chatted with Gu Lingyue on the way home, and although he didn't mention how Gu Lingyue had contacted his old mom, it seemed that they had a good relationship. Was it because of mom's face that Gu Lingyu let him stay here? Jiang Shi wasn't too sure, but he could only stay here for now. After all, it seems that the old mom will not come back for a while. In order to live he can only die. Chapter 125 Satisfaction. Anishi toweled his hair and came out of the bathroom. Gu Lingyu had already changed into a white halter nightgown by now, sitting on the sofa and looking at the tablet, seemingly hearing movement. She turned her head to look at him. Come sit down first, I'll show you to your room later. Ah, good. Although he and Gu Lingyu had known each other for a long time, they hadn't been in contact for a long time. He was still a bit shy. After all, Gu Lingyu was still the girl he once liked. There's even a sudden tendency to board at people's homes. Not to mention, this result was something he really didn't expect. Coming to sit by the sofa, Jiang Shi repeated, "Thank you, senior sister. No need to be so polite. Just make this your own home from now on." Jiang Shi stopped to wipe his hair. Although I feel a bit bad, but I do have to trouble senior sister in the future. If there's anything I need help with, just mention it. Well, there's not really any place I need your help. The corner of Gu Lingyu's mouth hooked up into a bad smile. It's you instead. Don't you know why your mom would let you come to my place? I don't know. Jiang Shi was surprised. He only knew that his old mom ran away because of the unpaid bills, and then asked him to stay at someone else's house. This kind of thing used to happen all the time, and he was basically used to it. I just didn't expect that this time it would be Gu Lingyu's home. But why did he look at school sister Gu Lingyu as if she was still happy? The smirk on Gu Lingyu's face intensified, slowly moving her body to come closer to his body. Her tone soft and with a hint of playfulness. Because your mother sold you to schoolmate me then. Ha, what does this mean? Jiang Shi was even more confused. Gu Lingyu was about to say, but seemed to have thought of something, shaking her head and laughing lightly. Nothing, just kidding. She knew Jiang Shi. If she really told his mom because of the money she owed her, then Atsushi would probably be so stressed that he would probably be so full of thoughts about paying back the money that he would neglect other things. Her purpose was always the same. That was to wait for Eshi to come to Kyoto after graduation and still let him stay by her side. And Jiang Shi's mother went abroad at this time. And Jiang Shi, who had nowhere else to go, was just as she wanted. After all, she wasn't short of money, and it would be a loss if she let that little bit of money get in the way of business. Senior sister, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Jiang Shi asked again. It's not much. Gu Lingyu took the towel in his hand and gently dried the watermarks on his cheeks. Jiang Shi, you should still remember. Before I graduated, did you still remember that thing I told you at the time that I only needed you to come to the capital? A trace of surprise flashed under Jiang Shi's eyes. Senior sister, you still remember this matter? Ah. He knew that what Gu Lingyu was talking about was undoubtedly that matter of considering his confession when he came to Kyoto. But what surprised him was that it had already been such a long time. How could this matter be suddenly brought up now? However, Gu Lingyu's next words shocked him even more. Truth be told, during this time, I've missed you a lot. Why? Jiang Shi was even more puzzled. Gu Lingyu's eyes were slightly lowered. Back then, wasn't our relationship good? But it turned out that after graduation, we left and slowly drifted apart. At first I had thought I could get used to campus life without you, so I forced myself not to message you, but in the end I realized I couldn't stay away from you. After listening to Gu Lingyu's elaboration, Jiang Shi was even more at a loss for words for a while, because what Gu Lingyu said probably only wanted to convey one meaning. That is, Gu Lingyu likes him and she misses him after such a long break in connection, so even later, when his mom comes back, or if he is able to be independent, he wants him to stay with her. To be honest, Gu Lingyu's remark caught him completely off guard. I knew you might be angry at my unclear answer at the time. Gu Lingyu's tone grew more aggressive, but I still want to say, you can always stay here, and if you agree, I think it's time to honor that year's promise. Faced with Gu Lingyu asking herself to stay and confessing again, Jiang Shi was slightly embarrassed. I wasn't angry, I just cared a little at the time, but not anymore, so you don't have to care too much about that incident back then. Senior sister, then you should agree. Gu Lingyu's body came a little closer to him again. Her serious and nervous gaze locked with his. The two were almost pressed together. Jiang Shi nervously swallowed dryly. Is it that promise of a relationship? Exactly. To be honest, for that promise with Gu Lingyu back then, at that time, Jiang Shi was actually looking forward to it. It was just a long period of no contact and the anticipation slowly dissipated. and now faced with Gu Lingyu's active confession. Naturally, he would not refuse. After all, back in those days, he also liked Gu Lingyu. And now, if he accepts it, he's getting what he wants. It just happened so suddenly that he's still a little slowed down. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi nodded. I think it's fine. After all, I was the one who was ready to confess back then. Hearing this, Gu Lingyu's taut mood also soothed, faintly smiling at him. It's okay, it doesn't matter who mentions it. Jiang Shi felt for a moment that happiness came a little too suddenly. He didn't know whether to blame his mom or thank her for leaving. Now there's a place to live and hold a beautiful woman. But don't kick me out if you're disappointed in me. Senior sister. Ha ha. How? Gu Lingyu folded the towel and put it aside. After all, she was the one who asked for Jiang Shi to come here. How could she still let go? She just still had some regret and guilt for not making it clear at the time. Otherwise it wouldn't have waited until now. In the future, let's make it up to Jiang Shi first. By the way, satisfy your desires. Thinking of this, Gu Lingyu stood up. Let's go. Take you to see your room tonight. Good. Chapter 126 The End. Get up and come to the second floor. Pushing the door open, Jiang Shi followed her into the room. The room was well stocked and furnished, just overall more of a white and pink room color scheme, somewhat like a girl's room. There were also the obvious signs on a side dresser that hadn't been cleaned up yet. This is obviously the room that you used, isn't it? Jiang Shi was slightly puzzled. Are you giving me your room, senior sister? That's a little bit not too good. Who said anything about giving you this room? Ha! Gu Lingyu approached his heel, raising her hand to gently caress his cheek, her slightly longing gaze locking with his puzzled pupils. Since we're both couples, it's okay to sleep in the same room, right? I don't have a problem with that, but I'm a guy. Aren't you afraid I won't be able to help myself in the middle of the night? Jiang Shi was fine with it. After all, he was the only one to take advantage of such a thing as sleeping with a schoolmate. But why was Gu Lingyu so strange tonight? Why was she extra aggressive towards him? He was a bit puzzled about this. Did it mean that the schoolmate's personality had changed over time? It's okay. Gu Lingyu laughed softly. After all, we're a couple now, and it's supposed to be that way, isn't it? School sister, do you really like me? It always feels like you're a bit strange today. Indeed. He noticed that Gu Lingyu was extraordinarily a bit aggressive today. Although Gu Lingyu was right. If there was no mistake back then, they should have been together long ago. And now words. Even though they were sort of together, how was Gu Lingyu more anxious than him? Things seem to be about to get weird. You can't even get in the door if you don't love you. Gu Lingyu laughed lightly and pushed hard. And Jiang Shi, who hadn't stabilized his balance, sat down on the bed. Sister? Good boy. Behave. Gu Lingyu got into bed on one knee and climbed on top of him. It's just that it's been too long since we've seen each other, and schoolteacher misses you so much, so forgive me for my capriciousness tonight. Today is also the beginning of the first day of our relationship, and while I make it up to you, I hope you'll also fulfill my desire for you oh so much. Gu Lingyu was wearing a white halter nightgown, and that soft plump ass touched his legs through the thin gauze, not prohibiting him from getting a little confused. Gu Lingyu propped her hands on either side of his head and lowered her head, her long smooth hair falling down her cheeks as she stared straight at him. Like schoolmarm? Ah, of course I like it. Then let's make another pact. Just from today, we'll be together until the end, but we can't go back on it. Okay, but let go of me first, senior sister. I can't help it. Jiang Shi gritted his teeth and endured the stimulation from the softness on his body, and when he wanted to get up, he was pressed down by Gu Lingyu. There's no need to hold back then. You can't escape anymore. Accept your schoolmate's love properly. Ha, Hokage you. Before he could finish, his red lips had already kissed and blocked his mouth. Gazing at the beautiful woman in front of him, Jiang Shi could only be forced to enjoy it for a while, though the schoolteacher was a bit baffled. But after all, it's a forced kiss from someone you like, and that's not a bad thing. Only after a long time did Gu Lingyu pull her lips away in satisfaction, looking at the boy underneath her with intent. They had grown up a long time ago, and she was no longer the haughty girl who refused to say anything outright. When faced with the boy she had her heart set on, she naturally said she would never give up again. Thinking of this, Gu Lingyu opened her mouth to ask again. Jiang Shi, I love you. Do you love me too? Love. Will we always be together? As long as Hokage doesn't mention breaking up, I guess so. Don't worry. We'll continue then. Good. This book is finished. The new book has been released. You can see it by clicking on the author's homepage. Ask for a bookshelf ors.